Hunter Brown, which is he has become a reliable starter again.
Yeah.
At the very least.
Yeah.
So that was the good news yesterday. Well, I mean, it's June 3rd. Like, we're beyond like, oh, but here's the good news about last night's. You need to take two. You have to take 2 out of 3 in series. I don't care who the opponent is. The Twins are a good baseball team this year. At home, you've got to win 2 out of 3 in these series, especially when the ones you're losing. Friday was Ronel Blanco's worst start of the year. So you lose that one. That's all. Like yesterday, either Bregman or Jordan have to come through with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 7th inning. One of them has to push a run home there.
Yeah,
That's just
how
it is.
I think there was a lot to get excited about with the power displayed on Saturday, and that maybe some things are coming back into focus.
Yeah,
Brett, I guess I've been waiting for a superhero to arrive. Whether it's just Jordan. I mean, Jordan's interesting. Jordan goes through a slump where he's still a very much above average baseball player.
Yeah.
So, like, that's Jordan. Jordan's slump is, he's a very much above average baseball player.
Oh, yeah.
But you want him to be superhero Jordan. The biggest swing, I think, the most realistic big swing would be if Bregman goes on an MVP type caliber run for the second half of the season or the second 2/3 of the season. Not that it would be, obviously, he wouldn't win an MVP.
Right.
But that feels more realistic and viable after the last 10 games or so.
Yeah, he's got his power stroke back, which has been good. 7 home runs in the last 20 games. He hit a home run yesterday. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to need all the help they can get. They're 5-13 in one-run games. Presley is a problem here, and here was Joe Espada following yesterday afternoon's game on Ryan Presley.
Velo, the shape of his pitches, he looks like the Presley that I've seen in past years. There's just some unluckiness there that when he executes his pitches, they find a way to get barrel on the ball, and it's just a tough stretch. But his stuff looks really, really good.
All right, so Presley, you got a bunch of you have a bunch of stuff in here on Presley that I'm.
Well, this is all
right
from
now.
this is all from.
Just trying to
Spolene's article. It's not really like it's a whole lot of the technical jargon. But the basic in a nutshell is the bats aren't missing the ball as often as they normally do. And his velocity, I'd be interested to look at what his velocity is like recently compared to overall for the entire season. Because right now his four-seam fastball is a mile per hour below what it was last year. Yeah. But like the swing and miss rate on his curveball is down from 43.9% last year. It's 29.3% this year. His chase rate is the lowest since his last full season in Minnesota.
Yeah.
So some of these things that sometimes the expected stats and all that stuff, they take a while to balance out too. So I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. Like, he's had a little bit of bad luck, but there's a lot of stuff that he's not doing as well as he typically does.
Opposing hitters are slugging .619 against his four-seam fazball.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean that's a little more than bad luck. Like .619 is ridiculous.
I think with Espada and what he's saying, and it's the older a player is, the more gentle he is with how he assesses them. I think it's probably more realistically he's doing a lot of the stuff that he normally does really well, but there are a few things that are hurting him big time, and it's just a matter of tweaking those things and without panicking or anything. Yeah. It's not like he's lost the plot completely, but man, he has created no trust. It does not feel awesome with him coming in the 8th inning at all.
Are you worried about Jeremy Peña at all after this weekend? Jeremy Peña, who had elevated himself to at times a cleanup hitter on a day like yesterday when Altuve's sitting and everybody gets bumped up a spot in the lineup. But at the very least has been one of the most productive shortstops in baseball this year. He's been among the league leaders in hits all season. Till 2 weeks ago, his batting average was like .330. He was second in the league in hitting like 10 days ago. He's under 300 now. He's 2 for his last 24. And I guess the thing that concerns me, I'll answer my own question. I'm a little concerned about him right now. I'm a little concerned that maybe the improvement that we saw in Peña, that there's a regression, that maybe pitchers are adjusting to him, whatever.
Right,
we're in June now. This is kind of like in an individual game going through the lineup for a second or third time. The league is now getting a second and third month of looking at the new Peña here, and he's 2 for 24, so it's a bad week. I think the thing that concerns me is it's a bad week with a lot of uncompetitive at bat, like a lot of Peña doing the chasing that he did when he was at best a slightly below average hitting shortstop.
I'm not overly worried about it because it's really only been since about May 22nd.
It's been a bad week.
It's been May 22nd since he his numbers started dropping, and so that's not enough to even be a full-blown slump yet necessarily.
Yeah.
So I'm not overly worried about that. I mean, he was a big part of that seventh inning potential scoring outburst. He made it had a base hit to get to first, stole second, got to third, and then ultimately, they couldn't do anything with it. But let's wait another week until we start panicking about Peña. He's about let's see, Peña probably about like seventh on my concern level right now. Okay. Yiner's concerning just in that Yiner started off so much better at the plate, and then everything has just fallen off a cliff in this last month. And a lot of those, a lot of his judgment issues and all of those things have popped back up after it looked like it rained back in. I always wonder with catchers, especially young catchers, it's the job in pro sports that seems, amongst athletes, that seems most like an actual job. It's you've got multiple different things that you've got to worry about, and you got to spend a lot of time away from aside from working on your own batting game, you've got to have game plans for a different pitcher every single night. Job. Yeah, and that part of it, I wonder how much that has just started to tax him and taken away from energy or focus in his time at the plate. So does it what's the right ratio between Yiner and Victor Caratini? I'd rather have Yiner spending, with he had 2 off days in a row. Yeah. Spend a little time just divvying up, prepping for the next pitcher versus relaxing and also focusing on batting. It's got to be a big old mind screw.
Caratini's been a nice pickup, man.
Yeah.
That's been a good signing by Dana Brown. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message. Hey, Seth.
What?
Abreu has raised his average 20 points and increased homers 100%. Time for a public apology. You may have Seth confused with me. Yeah.
Why does this happen so often?
I think it just does.
I know. It's somehow.
You're lucky you do a show with somebody that has so many good opinions.
Yeah. I always spend. Maybe he's just trying to say it to me because I'll remind you. Where if
choose to believe that.
Yeah. He's trying to tell me so that I can tell Sean. What the hell, everybody?
I'm right here.
Everybody Sean will go on a 5-minute speech and rant against Jose Abreu, and then 3 minutes later, hey Seth, why are you being so mean? Are our voices that similar? Are we that much alike?
They're not.
Do we look? If you're watching on YouTube, do we seem to be like the fraternal twins or something?
Right.
No.
People are going to be watching the Astros tonight. Do you see that set of twins behind home plate right there?
Yeah. The game let me ask you, Sean.
Yeah.
Are you ready to put down your Abreu pitch?
No, I'm not. In so much as I'm not going to criticize him today. Me putting down the pitchfork is just me putting down the pitchfork. It's not me here to praise him for this amazing weekend. His numbers are still garbage since he's come back.
No, he's had a couple of nice.
OPS is 650, and he struck out half the time he's up.
He's in that zone that older players are in, which is I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was.
Toby Keith.
Right, yeah. So therein lies the problem. It's okay, but it's in a game of baseball, you don't get to just be as good as you once were once then. For what it's worth, though, I mean, sometimes when you start talking about Abreu, I hear people drift into they can't get past the money that he's getting paid.
Right.
At some point, you have to forget about that and just say, all right, what are our options right now?
Is he the best solution?
And no matter how bad Abreu is, you have to concede also that Singleton has regressed back to his former self. Small sample size, but Singleton, since in the 4 games he's played since Abreu came back, what?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, we're up against it.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Well, he's hitting like 133.
Yeah, he's been bad.
I wrote it down here somewhere, but I can't find it.
He's been bad.
Oh, here he is. 133 with an OPS of 321.
I have an excuse for Singleton, though. We'll get to that at 7 o'clock. Tank Dell and CJ Stroud were on a podcast together. Tank opens up for the first time about what happened in the shooting incident in Florida. And, man, we got some awesome CJ Stroud audio. Look out, Colts. Here comes CJ Stroud. That is next. Oh, but first, you DIY guys, some of you are listening and you still haven't invested in a leaf filter system. And you got up on the roof. You hear me talking about all the damage that clogged gutters can do, and you're
Entries.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. CJ Stroud and Tank Dell, they were co-guests on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. And really good stuff, really interesting stuff. Some a little heavy, some a little lighter. We'll get to both in this segment here. But this is the first time I think we've heard Tank Dell kind of open up about what happened a month or so ago, probably close to 2 months now, in Florida at the pool party he was at. This is Tank describing what exactly happened at the shooting where he suffered that leg wound, which he is all the way back from now.
First off, I'm blessed. To me, it was just wrong place, wrong time. I went back to see my mom. I wasn't even planning to go back and go to the little pool party or whatever, but, my boys thought that I was home, so they hit me up. They was like, pull up to the party. They told me it was going to be security, people getting checked at the door, stuff like that. So I'm like, all right, cool. Good vibe. And there was a lot of people that I knew in there, so it was like, cool. And then that just popped off out of nowhere. Like, it just went south out of nowhere. And I thought I removed myself from the situation. Like, when you see on the video when I ran across, I thought I removed myself from the situation, or the little altercation when they was fighting. But I put myself in the middle of, like, two people. And it just went crazy.
It's scary hearing him describe it, man, because you go back to that video.
There's a lot of confusion. And then when you watch that video, the place clears out so fast.
Yeah.
Tank, Did he open up about who the slow person was in front of him?
He did not. Not in the clips.
I feel like there's like Tank's trying to get out using his 4.3 speed. He's got some 5'1" clodhopper in front of him. He might as well have been like a running back running behind me or something.
No, that was like Altuve running behind Maldi on the bases. Yeah. On the rare occasion that happened back in the days.
Like if that guy hadn't been there, I think Tank could have gotten out maybe scot-free.
Might have escaped, yeah.
That guy deserves that. I hope he gets cut. He's not allowed.
Not allowed to go to pool parties anymore.
If he happened to be friends with Tank, he's cut from the friend group.
That's right.
That's it was upsetting to me that so many people jumped to like immediately assuming the worst and that Tank must be involved with like a really bad crew of former kids from his high school or something. It just perhaps that is, but I don't think. When you look at that actual club and where it is, I mean, it's a private events place at a marina. It's not like if somebody were inviting me to go to it, I wouldn't have necessarily thought anything of it. So wrong place at the wrong time, but I guess it's a really good reminder to him as well as other athletes. You got to be super vigilant about what is the right place and the right time.
Well, yeah, and that sample space, if you're looking to be the best you can be at what you do, looking to stay available, looking to stay safe more than anything else, the list of you're not that Tank was a target in this instance necessarily, but there are instances where that probably happens. But the list is shrunk now, places you can just hang out and feel like, hey, it's just like it was when we were 16, 17 years old. CJ actually touched on this dynamic.
Even though we know that we normal, we regular still, like, maybe like the people around us, they still don't know that, so like they still bring us around them environment. So like it was a good moment for me to realize like, man, I can't go home and do the same things that I was doing too. Because sometimes when I go home, that's where I'm comfortable at. You know, it's like going to the pool parties, going to the bowling alleys or like the skating rinks or you know, to the house parties. Like this the people I grew up with. Like I ain't changed. Like that's because I got a little bit of money, but you know, for that moment to happen like that quick, man, it was like an eye-opening experience, not only for Tank, but really for the rest of the world, athletes all around.
Yeah, that's where he said I haven't changed. Like that's where no matter how much you might feel like that, the fact of the matter is you have changed a lot in the minds of some people back where you are. And like you can change the energy of a room just by walking into it without doing anything wrong at all. Because in any group of people out at a club or in a bar or something, there's gonna be a few guys in there, even if they don't have it against you personally. It kind of amps up like the hierarchy concerns, you know, like a guy that wants to feel like he's the alpha or what have you. There's just no accounting for the whack jobs in a place.
Yeah,
and that part of it is just something you have to be constantly aware of. And it seems like both those guys, both CJ and Tank, seem to be pretty confident in who they are, and that you gotta realize at times if you got friends that are saying, "Oh, you've changed." And how come you're going to be like that? Like you gotta tell that guy, like, listen, either you give a damn about me or you don't. So then you cut yourself off from those people. And again, there's no news or evidence that Tank, knew either of those guys or anything, but it's just, you got to be hyper aware and hyper vigilant of all that stuff.
And just the stuff where he asked, like, his friend assured him that they were going to, they were frisking for guns and things like that before they went. Like, man.
You know what the hardest thing is sometimes? Sometimes when you're a young athlete and you might be out at a party or something, it's hard to tell the difference between somebody who's giving you a menacing look versus somebody who's, like, studying you and thinking about whether to approach you or not. Because there have been times where I've kind of like my spidey sense went off and I'm looking at some guy who's eyeballing me, and 20 minutes later he comes up and he's like, "I got to tell you, man, I just love you, blah, 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 blah." And then that's a different kind of concern. It's like, what are you taking, are you going to send me pictures or something? Like, okay, all right. But usually it's
less dangerous.
It's really hard to read. Yeah, it's really hard to read.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, you can't tell, man. The look on the face. We got to assume positivity.
Well, except Tank shouldn't have assumed positivity.
No, but
assume positive intent. Yeah, that's the dicey thing when you're out amongst the public.
It's true.
You can't assume positive intent.
Here is CJ Stroud on the moment he found out that Tank had gotten shot.
I get a text, and it was from our PR guy. He was like, "Hey," he was like, I just want to let you know, like, what happened last night. And all I read after that, he sent like a whole long paragraph, but all I read was Tank got shot, and I dropped my phone. And I started tearing up, man. I'm like, like when you hear that, you thinking the worst. You know what I'm saying? So like, first thing I could have did was I just said a prayer, And my boys was with me. One of my best friends, Caleb, was with me. He seemed like I was down. He asked me what happened, and like why I was like tearing up. And I'm like, man, they said like Tank got shot. I'm like, man, like all the plans we had, and like by the glory of God, nothing that happened, and like
God is good.
God is great, he saved my boy from a tragic situation.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
I'm glad he read the rest of the paragraph, though. He went back. He didn't immediately
he left out the important part.
He went out and bought a white suit and organized the Tank Dell Memorial.
Right. No, he's still with us.
It is kind of crazy that you can sit here and talk about Tank Dell right now with zero concern about how that's going to affect him and everything. Especially remember when there was that little gray period when there wasn't a whole lot of news other than D'Amico saying, well, he'll be fine, but he wouldn't give specific dates or say whether he was going to be okay for training camp or anything. Yeah. And then you found out that Tank Dell had surgery at one point, so it's okay. They're calling it a flesh wound, but maybe it's more complicated than that. But just by his appearance at OTAs and him out there running around and everything,
he looks good.
Yeah,
he looks good, and we'll get a look at him the next couple days out of minicamp.
And the Instagram video that he put out himself. Yep. But even after the Instagram video, you didn't know for sure. Like, okay, these are very controlled circumstances.
The Instagram video, I didn't know if it was recent or not.
That's true.
You never know on Instagram.
Plus, and the problem with Tank Dell videos on Instagram is they always look sped up. It always looks manipulated by artificial intelligence. But his highlights from college and in the NFL are the same way. You're like, that's not really. They sped that out. That's at 1.25 speed.
Very real intelligence. Yeah. Yes. Okay, now the fun part. Colts season opener in Indy, September the 8th. Circle the date, because these guys love to talk trash to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Here was C.J. Stroud on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast, just going after. He goes after two of their linebackers.
Zaire Franklin and E.J. Speed.
E.J.
Right?
Speed.
Yeah.
Here's C.J. Stroud on the trash talk with E.J. Speed.
Like my boy E.J. Speed, but it's a ton of dudes. It's not just E.J. He with my agent, and I tell him this to his face. I don't even tripping. But like a lot of dudes come to these podcasts, like, oh yeah, I'm coming to hit. I'm gonna hit CJ in his face. I'm gonna get him next year. Why ain't you do something? Like where I'm from, we say, why ain't you do something where you was mad at? You was mad right there, my do something. Right. You could have made hella plays, bro. You could have made plays, dog. Right. You could have shut me up right there, but you didn't.
Right.
So what make you think you gonna do it now? And if you do, I'm gonna come back, bro, for real. This ain't for no play, bro. I'm on, come on, man.
Got him in that mode.
But you know what I'm saying? No, it's like, this is the mode I've been waiting to get. I'm going to slam CJ on his head.
Man.
You should have did that then, bro.
Right.
Now we're going to have another opportunity, and we played them first game of the year. Ooh. I'm excited. The Colts. Yeah. We play them after they play. It's going to be rocking. Indy hates me already, and I love it.
Yeah. Hey, what do we know about Indianapolis, Ben?
He estimated that just the residents of Indianapolis ate about 2,000 pounds of cow manure every year.
Fact.
Yeah. They're all fueled up on cow manure, ready for blood.
And feces coursing through their lower intestine.
Weirdos.
Not the way it's supposed to either.
So here's the thing about this. This is elevated very quickly because Zaire Franklin and E.J. Speed on Zaire Franklin's podcast at the end of the season, like at the very beginning of the postseason, were saying all kinds of things about how much, they really, really respect C.J. Stroud, but, they football hate him, and they want it, and they went back and forth a little bit, but now this feels like it might really amp it up into genuine hatred.
Yeah.
I feel like I think there's going to be big think pieces kind of like Caitlin Clark right now, where next year they're going to be saying things like, should they be treating somebody like C.J. Stroud like this?
He's the future of the league.
He's the future of the NFL, and these guys are being mean to him.
They hip-checked him.
And C.J. be like, no, I don't need y'all's protection.
Right,
I'm going to be just fine on my own. I don't know if you've noticed, but they can't seem to catch me.
No, by the way, there's 10 other good quarterbacks in the league.
That's where C.J.'s ability to be elusive without being overly athletic is really frustrating to linebackers and guys where they know they should be able to catch them, but they don't.
Here was Zaire Franklin. So that's CJ talking about EJ Speed. Zaire Franklin was on Chris Long's podcast recently, and was specifically talking about CJ and how much trash CJ has been talking since the season ended. The two ran into each other at the Super Bowl, and Zaire Franklin construed that interplay that the two had as CJ talking trash to him. Here, first, before we get to CJ talking about Franklin, here was Franklin on Chris Long's podcast.
You could have a beef with any team in the AFC South. Would it be the Titans?
No, because I already smacked them a couple times. They really be Houston. I'm not going to lie to you. I love CJ, man. I support all our young brothers at quarterback, but CJ, he didn't say a lot of wild stuff to me and our run-ins, at the Super Bowl, at All-Star.
What did he say?
Many times, and he feeling himself. But look, he in Tokyo, so congrats. I'm happy for you, but I need to see that boy again.
Okay.
Congrats on making it to Tokyo, apparently.
Yeah, safely.
Sorry, Zaire. Maybe someday you'll have the coin to get to...
Don't anybody tell Zaire about Travelocity, okay? It's no big accomplishment.
Congrats on you traveling internationally.
Yep.
He's still too afraid to leave the state of Indiana.
In Indiana, and all the cow manure. So that was Zaire Franklin. Obviously, he interpreted whatever interaction he had with CJ at the Super Bowl as some degree of shade.
Yeah.
Because he's feeling himself,
Right,
CJ is.
right.
So here was CJ on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast, kind of wondering what the hell Zaire Franklin's talking about.
And he be talking about me all the time, and I know he gonna see this. I ain't tripping. Yeah, bro, Zaire. Zaire Franklin from the coast, number 44.
Yeah, I know.
He from Philly? He from, so that's probably where it come from. And bro got game, but it's smoke. I ain't tripping, bro. Bro, be talking about me.
He coming for you.
I'm coming too, though. It's bro, come on, bro. I'm like that too, dog. I respect you because, you making the league. And he just got paid. Shout out to bro. I'm happy for you, bro. I want to see any black man get paid in this league. Anybody in general. You deserve that money, bro. He a good player. Yeah. But it's he know when we and that's what I like. Is two dogs ready to rumble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So he be talking crazy.
Oh yeah. But with him though. He said something the other day, it was on a podcast.
I saw it.
He said that in person, I said something to him, talking mess. I'm I don't remember that, to be real. We was at the Super Bowl, I seen him, and somebody asked us to take a picture together, so we took a picture together. And, I was hey, man, I think I was just talking, you know what I'm saying, just on some cool shit. We off the field, I'm not really tripping off you, bro. And then he go on a podcast the other day talking about.
So he was capping on the podcast?
I don't think he was capping. I might have said something, but it rubbed him the wrong way. Yeah. But y'all Philly niggas a little sensitive, man.
Yeah, he crying over the game.
But bro, we play. It is what it is.
Use the S word.
You know who else has a big grudge match against those linebackers is Dalton Schultz.
They
had actually mentioned when it all got started, when Zaire Franklin and EJ Speed were saying really nice things about CJ Stroud right after the season. They were talking about how they grudgingly accepted that Dalton Schultz had some dog in him because EJ Speed said, a lot of times you talk crap to guys and they'll be like, hey man, why are you saying that? Where Dalton, you go back to those playoff games, forget the drops if you will, but going back into the Colts game, which was the play-in game, and then the playoff games, Dalton was looking for contact after the catch. He didn't just want to break tackles. He wanted to bulldoze people. It was really cool to see him running with the ball. And he had a run-in with EJ Speed, and they got up in each other's faces and everything. So that'll be another one. So I don't. Stephon Diggs not one to shy away from a grudge match. On his team, off his team, anywhere with a pothole. He's not afraid of a grudge match.
Those CJ cuts and that Zaire Franklin cut, I am amped for September the 8th, man.
Honestly, this is starting to feel like potentially in the 20-plus years existence of this team, this Texans team,
is it?
Feels like this might start to be the first real
rivalry,
all out and out. Yeah, it started off with some friendly trash talk. I think these guys might all just really, really hate each other by the end of this season. I love it.
Yep. Text message, Zaire Franklin versus CJ Stroud could be epic for years. I'm down, man. I'm down. Let's do it. September the 8th. You can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610, by the way. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Let's get to headlines. The Astros lose again. We've got an update, or we should have an update soon. We've got an update on when we're getting our next update on a couple of Astro pitchers. And the big story from over the weekend, actually, at least it felt like it for a while, came from the WNBA. We've got that as well coming up for you in headlines next.
How good can the Texans offense be this year? Just ask Joe Mixon.
I feel like everybody in this offense will eat.
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
That one into center field. Byron Buxton is there, and the Minnesota Twins are going to win this series, taking a 4-3 game today at Minute Maid Park. So the Twins starting off a long road trip with an impressive win today, an impressive series win. This is a come-from-behind win thanks to Jose Miranda.
Yuck! The Twins beat the Astros yesterday. That was Todd Callis. Todd Callis on the call on Roku, on the Roku app.
Yeah.
He and LaTroy Hawkins, former everybody. LaTroy Hawkins has played for about half the league.
I noticed immediately in that first inning home run that Callis was going to call it more down the line without a hit. There was a lot more excitement. It was kind of jarring to hear him talk about that Twins home run. His tone of voice was one of excitement. It wasn't what the home play-by-play guy typically does.
Yeah.
Where it might just be like, oh, and that's going to be a home run. He's like, oh, and this one's it.
I noticed how, similarly, he was a little dialed back on the Bregman home run.
Yeah.
Like, hey, what did Bregman do to you, pal? Like, what? Come on, man. Let's go. And then you forget, it's on Roku.
It's like doing a national broadcast. You have to be more unbiased.
Yeah.
I did not like it.
Did not either.
The other thing Callis was doing that annoyed me a little bit, in a loving way, it annoyed me a little bit, was he kept talking. Did you notice he made a couple mentions at the end of May saying like, well, Jake Myers is going to be, he's not happy with the calendar turning the page. He's had an incredible May. And Blum was like, hey, I mean, like, you can continue this on. Like, well, is there some rule that all of a sudden he has to start, being a mediocre player in June or something?
You feel he was a little disrespectful to Jake Myers' ability to sustain this success?
I don't know. There was almost something. Yeah, there was almost like a fatalistic tone to it. I did not like. It was arbitrary and made no sense.
Okay.
Somehow, all of a sudden, it's gonna like Jake sitting at home and turning the calendar on his refrigerator and thing like, drat.
I didn't interpret that the same way, but I could see that. I could see that.
I did like that he pointed out when Kyle Tucker got hit in the shin on Saturday. He pointed out that, Kyle Tucker's reaction to getting hit is a lot different than Jordan's, because Jordan will pull a James Harden and be motionless, or when he has a scary moment in the outfield, he'll be motionless on the ground.
Jordan looks like someone hit him with a tranquilizer dart. Yeah. Hey, I
liked that part. It was funny.
Did you? And by the way, the Astros lose 4-3. Just to give you the numbers here, because I got a question for Seth about Jordan. They lose 4-3 yesterday. They lose 2 out of 3 to the Twins. The standings are not good. They're 7.5 back of the Mariners. So all that progress that they'd made through that stretch of winning 6 or 7 in a row, and they were 10-6 over 16 games, 7-3 homestand, blah blah blah. It's basically all been erased by the last week or so. So they're 7.5 back of the Mariners in the division. Jordan made a great play in left field yesterday that I never want him to make ever again.
It was
sliding into the wall to catch a foul ball, knees first into the wall.
Every vulnerable joint possible was exposed to danger on that. I don't know. You know what? I went back and watched it a few times, and the thing that I was encouraged by was that he was eminently aware of where the wall was. It wasn't like it was a completely reckless play.
Right.
He actually took his eye off the ball to eyeball the wall. So I would lean with you. Like, you never want to see that necessarily again.
But let the pitcher get the guy out.
I like that it's in him.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, that's like the competitor in him wants to go make that play, and I love that.
Yeah.
But the pragmatist in me says, don't do that. We need you out there.
The other near awesome play was on Saturday when Kyle Tucker charged that ball in the outfield, and it bounced. Abreu was pitching, and it just imperceptibly bounced off the ground right before it went into his glove. But it was a hell of an effort.
Yeah. Don't do it again, Jordan. Yeah, Tucker's been good out there this year. Quick update on updates. Jose Urquidy, Christian Javier. This is yesterday. Dana Brown said that on both these guys, we'll know something probably by the end of this week, maybe Thursday or so, as to what direction we're going in.
Yeah, this is bad.
They're both feeling better, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
But we're still getting second opinions from doctors. Well, they're feeling better because they probably haven't been doing anything.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, okay. It's not bad. I feel like you never know with the Astros because they will just
You never know with the Astros. You nailed it with that. You never know with the Astros.
He wouldn't have thrown they're feeling better in, I think, if they suspected they were both UCLs or if they thought they were both UCLs. Right? That's true. They said Dana Brown said that that John Singleton was this team's first baseman just a couple weeks ago, and then as soon as Abreu came back, that went poof.
This predates Dana Brown. Like, they've always been super sketchy when it comes to reporting severity of injuries.
Yeah.
You know, like, I just don't. None of this really means much to me at all until the actual update on Thursday that says, here's what we're doing.
I prefer this at least, though, like the extreme version, and this might have been what turned Chandler Rome, into Chandler Rome versus the Astros. It might have been the moment. But when Chandler Rome reported that Justin Verlander was going to have Tommy John surgery, and they got an angry and adamant denial from the Astros that, no, balderdash, and then a few weeks later.
What happened later?
Yeah, remember? And then I was like, well, is it technically a Tommy John surgery? It's kind of different. All right, whatever.
Yeah.
He was out for the year.
Yeah, I just don't like it. None of Dana Brown's quotes really mean much to me until we get a firm update, but I let the people know that they acknowledged that Urquidy and Christian Javier are still working through some things here.
Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti looking way different over these last few weeks has made that a little less concerning.
It has, but they haven't made up any ground. That's the thing.
Right.
Yes, you're right. Like, it'd be really bad. And Ronel Blanco, too. Like, think about that. If someone had told you, like, by June 3rd that 3/5 of your starting rotation, Hunter Brown you would have believed, because coming into the season, I think there was, you thought he was going to be part of a 6-man rotation.
Right. Yeah, but you still didn't know with Hunter Brown. I mean, whether it was, and obviously in April, it did not feel like, this will be just fine. But it could have gone either way. It's not a huge surprise, though, that he's playing the way he is right now.
No, but that Arrighetti and Ronel Blanco are even part of this.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, is crazy. And crucial parts of this. Ronel Blanco's been your best guy. It's crazy. Congrats to Simone Biles. We'll talk about her in the 7 o'clock hour and acknowledge me. She won the all-around competition. She's headed off to the Olympic trials. Oldest woman to ever do it. 27, at an ancient 27 years old, Simone Biles wins the all-around. Wow. So she's off to the Olympic trials. Houston's own. The big story from this weekend, at least on Saturday, was Kennedy Carter, who I did not know existed until this actually happened, player for the Chicago Sky in the WNBA, gave Caitlin Clark, the golden goose of the WNBA, a little hip check during a stoppage in play.
Yeah, away from the ball. Yeah, nothing. There was no basketball reason for it.
Knocked her to the ground.
Downright.
Yeah, knocked her to the ground. So this got all kinds of run. People internalized it any number of ways.
Oh, yeah.
Kennedy Clark, her intentions seemed to be pretty clear, especially once you read her lips and what she was interpreted as saying to Caitlin Clark as she was knocking her to the ground. So this got a lot of attention around the league. Here was Kennedy Clark after the game when she was asked about it.
Kennedy, on the play before bumping in with Caitlin, it seemed like she turned to you a little bit after the fever
I
score.
didn't answer no Caitlin Clark questions.
Did she say anything to you?
I don't know what she said.
What'd you say to her?
I didn't say anything.
That's enough.
Okay. I don't think that's true, that last part. I didn't say anything to her. Your lips were moving.
Yeah.
So you said something. I didn't like that. I have a bigger problem with Kennedy Clark not answering questions about it than her actually doing it. And I'm not saying like it was – I'm not saying it wasn't dirty. Like it was. Yeah. Like you walk up to somebody and you knock them to the ground. Now, you start to see some of the tweets afterwards and like she assaulted Caitlin Clark. I'm like, all right. Now I need to go look at your timeline and see exactly what makes you tick.
What's that? I know. Well, and I think that it is interesting when Draymond Green and Matt Barnes are two guys that are weighing in –
Two noted goons by WNBA standards.
On the side of Caitlin Clark, not necessarily like trying to stand up for this poor girl or anything, but basically saying that, like, where are your teammates in this?
Yes.
Where are the Indiana Pacers teammates? Why are they not responding to this? Because they are did I say Pacers?
Yeah.
Dang it, no ding for me this time. So, where are your Indiana teammates? And turning this into a confrontation, or at least saying we're not gonna allow this. Yeah. I think that what did Matt Barnes say? Matt Barnes. Draymond Green just said that Indiana better go invest in an enforcer.
I tweeted that too. I feel good about that. Okay, my opinion's validated.
Barnes says, throughout the season, she's been getting beat up, hard screens, elbows knocked down. It is what it is. She's not the first. She won't be the last. My issue and question is, where the bleep are her teammates? Where are y'all at? Where are the rest of the Indiana Fever at?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. I semi-jokingly said they're going to need to go hire a goon like Wayne Gretzky had Dave Semenko back in the day.
Yeah.
Anytime something happened to Wayne Gretzky, back then, the golden goose of the NHL, There was old Dave Semenko. We called him Dave Cementhead to go.
Yeah, Wayne
handle
Gretzky got
business.
extreme protection from his teammates.
Extreme.
And there was also, because people kind of looked at him as the, I don't know if it's not like the NHL needed saving at that point, but man, he brought a whole level of notoriety to the league.
Did he ever?
I think that, I saw Florio post something this weekend saying that NFL players don't get this treatment as rookies. And I disagree. I feel like every NFL rookie gets this treatment. It's an inherently more violent game. And it's also when it's men doing it, people don't necessarily get the same knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah.
So every rookie that goes out there of any note gets pummeled and plastered, and you got to prove yourself.
Yeah.
But this by WNBA standards is pretty extreme what Caitlin Clark is getting.
Yeah. And it's interesting. We'll talk more about it a little later on in the show. But those are your headlines for the weekend. All right, the Astros. Okay, we need to do a status check on one of the bigger stories with the Astros. Must do. And Nick Caserio was on Kay Adams' podcast and had some interesting things to say. I should mention Nick Caserio joining us in studio on Friday this week on Stephon Diggs missing OTAs. And I thought Nick had an interesting thing to say about the age that we live in now with players. This feels like a different Houston Texans. This answer, I think, sheds some light as to why. We'll do that in the 7 o'clock hour coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland is the best place to get a brand new Silverado.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Monday. Payne and Pendergast. The Astros lose yesterday 4-3. They are 7.5 back of the Seattle Mariners. Quick status check here on Jose Abreu. We need to check on this because it's a thing for the Astros. He did hit a home run this weekend. I'll give the good and the bad. There's both with Jose Abreu. Here's the Jose Abreu official status check on Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610. First, here are the stats presented without comment. These are just numbers. I'll let you guys do with them what you will. Since returning from the minor leagues, Jose Abreu 3 for 15 with a home run, 2 RBIs, a walk, and 6 strikeouts. His OPS is 650. Okay?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are just numbers presented without comment. Here's the good.
Okay.
His 3 hits have all been legit, big league, well-struck baseballs.
Yes.
No seeing eye grounders, no nubbers that couldn't be fielded in front of the mound, no nothing sketchy, no score, no scorekeeper bias or anything like that. Line drive, RBI single to right field, another line drive single to right field, and then a home run.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't get the number as to how many ballparks it would have been a home run in. That is a key sometimes. I'm guessing by not getting that number, Jose Abreu probably benefits from that because it was 3 rows into the right field porch there.
Right.
It wasn't exactly a towering mammoth drive or anything like that, but a home run nevertheless.
Yeah. So he's had some moments where he looked like the Jose Abreu you were hoping to get, or expecting to get, which you got very few of. I mean, you didn't get a home run out of him the first time, his first go around before he went.
He went to the minors. That was his first home run of the year, and good for him. Did not slide into home plate after his first home run like he did last season.
Yeah, he talked about that and said last year he felt that was a little bit disrespectful.
I kind of ignored the fact that we're all a little perturbed that this is the first home run of the year. You know?
That would have been
very jokey to you.
I don't know.
Jose.
There was a part. Okay, so Bregman did a stare into the camera after one of his recent home runs.
Yeah,
and,
yesterday.
People looked at that as, was that yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, everything's a time warp.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought, okay, maybe that's an indication that Bregman feels like himself, and he's back to normal Bregman. The numbers would support that.
Yeah.
With Jose Abreu, no. If I saw him slide into home plate, I'd be like, that's it. I'm done with you again.
Yeah, I would have too. For real. Like, so a little self-awareness. He didn't strike out yesterday. Which is progress. He had struck out in all the previous games at least one time, so no strikeouts yesterday for Jose Abreu.
And the biggest thing with Abreu is, as Espada has mentioned, and like so far this has met the test since he came back, is he's an older guy. He's a guy that loved, last year he came in and he was playing every spring training game, and he's got a little bit of an Iron Man bent to him.
Yeah.
I think he's realized and understands now that he needs some off days. And that's what worked last year, both in September and then in the postseason. You get some natural off days and then other scheduled off days. And it works for him.
Yep.
Like at this age, maybe it's as simple as that. I guess, and then you also have to offset it. Forget about his salary, anything else like that. John Singleton, since Abreu has been back, is hitting this is in only 4 games, but still he's hitting 133 with an OPS of 321.
Okay, I have an excuse for Singleton in a second, but I got to do the bad. If I did the good with Abreu, I got to do the bad.
Okay.
Literally every at bat where he didn't get a hit, other than the walk, has been extremely uncompetitive, like vintage Abreu. It's either been an uncompetitive strikeout, not even like an 8-pitch, I'm fouling off a bunch of balls.
But it's a 4-pitch strikeout.
Yeah, bad strikeouts, waving at balls, chasing balls, squibbler, grounders. He's not pulling anything either, authoritatively.
Yeah,
all 3 of his hits are to the opposite field.
Yeah.
Think of every hitter on this team, even the average hitters. Like Jake Myers pulls the ball with authority from time to time. Like the only time he's pulled the ball and put it in play was sort of the little, kind of flick of the wrist looper to the outfield yesterday.
I think the thing about that, though, I actually look at that as a reason for encouragement in that he's waiting on it. It's not like it's not like this desperate guessing game that he was playing in his first time in the big leagues this season. Now his second stint in the big leagues, talking about former MVP Jose Abreu here.
Yeah.
He's been, if he's pushing it to right field, then at least he's kind of waiting on and he's being patient. So I'll take that as a good sign, actually.
Okay. I'll let you do that.
All the other strikeouts notwithstanding.
I'll let you do that. So look, here's the thing. It's unacceptable. I think and the scary thing is, 650 OPS with a home run this weekend probably bought him another couple weeks on the tail end of whatever period of time they were giving him to begin with.
I mean, and this is where you get into the whole problem, which is no matter how much money he's making, is what are the options at first base right now?
Okay.
And as much as it wasn't Dana Brown's choice to bring Jose Abreu into the organization, but you do have a situation at first base which you don't feel awesome about. And meanwhile, Loperfito's doing some pretty there's some super athletic he made a super athletic play at first base.
It's mysteriously disappeared from the internet over the weekend.
Disappeared from Space City Network's website for some reason, or social media.
Weird. It's crazy. Yeah, the internet fairy got it. This is my excuse for Singleton. Because what did you say? He's hitting 133 in the 4 or 5 games? Yeah, but whatever. He hasn't since Jose Abreu got back to the team. When given opportunities, John Singleton has not performed. And this was my fear in bringing Jose Abreu back. One of the things when Jose Abreu got sent down that we had talked about quite a bit, and we weren't the only ones, was, hey, now John Singleton's going to get a chance to be an everyday first baseman.
Yeah.
And let's see how he does. And sometimes when guys get a chance to be the guy every day, it has a positive impact on their performance. You know, like it being the everyday guy, whether it instills confidence or it creates a routine or whatever the case may be, it's a positive for guys. And I think it was a positive for Singleton. Not that he turned into an all-star or anything like that, but the level he was playing at when he was given regular at-bats was well above the level that Abreu was playing at prior to going down to the Florida Complex League. And I think that was my fear, right. Seth, real quick, just put a bow on it. That was my fear. One of my fears in bringing Jose Abreu back is not only you bringing a guy back who, in all likelihood, is never, ever, ever going to even remotely approach what you thought you were getting when you signed him, but you're putting a torpedo in a guy who at least was giving you average play at first base.
Was it the?
It's like you've dragged two guys down.
Abreu got sent down right before the Mexico City game, correct?
It was April. I think it was right after. I'm not sure.
Yeah, right after. That weekend of the Mexico City series. From then until the game before Abreu returned, Singleton had a 776 OPS. Yeah. He was above average, and he was doing things at the plate with more judgment and judiciousness than he had before. There was a definite turn in how he handled himself when he was the everyday first baseman.
You can live with that with this lineup.
Yeah.
At first base, like you can very easily live with what'd you say it was
776.
Yeah,
that's above average.
It's above average, right. It's above average in a lineup where you've got 5 guys there who hit 4 or 5 guys who, if they're playing the way you expect them to play, hit at a relative all-star level. So, look, this isn't even me being angry about the Jose Abreu thing. This is me merely pointing out the numbers as to where we are. And as you sit here at whatever their record is right now, 26 and 34. Yeah, because they're 60 games in. How about that? How about if this were the COVID season, Seth? The season would be over.
Yeah.
The season would be over. 60 games.
Was, so the Astros they'd made their turnaround. I mean, in that COVID season, what was the record with what'd they make the
29 and 31.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so this is about...
There were 8 playoff spots in each league.
Yeah, I know. So you've got expanded playoffs this year. Can this be our own little second COVID season where the Astros, they just have to... Sean,
There's only 6 now.
In a horrible division.
Yeah.
In a horrible division.
Yeah.
So, they've just got to figure out a way to claw their way back to winning the division with a mediocre record, and then playoff Astros can kick in.
That's the only ticket right now. Yeah. What's your confidence level that happens? What's Fangraphs saying about the Astros and their chances of making the postseason?
I don't know what Fangraphs is saying. My chance, I know they were still at 40-something%, kind of not too long ago, last week at some point, which felt generous. And yet there it is.
What a neighborhood.
The stat geeks will look at the guys on paper and still think, okay, versus the remaining competition in this awful division in which you play, there's still a pretty good chance. So my confidence level that they'll be a better team for the remainder of the season than they were in the first part is pretty high right now.
Oh, yeah.
I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good about the young pitchers. I think that at least one of Urquidy or Javier is going to be back at some point.
Yeah.
Just based on everything the team is saying about them and the fact that they've had their second opinions already. Espada said they're feeling better. I feel like
you're way more confident in this Urquidy Javier thing.
They're going to be a better team over the last 2/3 of the season than when they were over the first third. You've just dug such a deep hole.
Yeah.
I give it a 75% confidence level that they'll make the playoffs.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I just want to be able to say I told you so at some point.
Yeah, that would be nice. Well, the thing that concerns me, and we'll get to Caserio here in just a second, and then we'll get to acknowledge me after that. The thing that concerns me is they haven't really had a significant injury in their everyday lineup yet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, like they have had the pitching staff, I know, has been a circus, the starting rotation, although that seems to have stabilized with these 5 guys. But we know it's going to happen at some point. It does every year, that somebody important is going to miss a couple of weeks on the injured list. And that hasn't happened yet. And yet here they sit at 26 and 34. So I guess that's one of my concerns, just one of my, we know something's going to happen here because it's baseball and it's 162 games. Like, that's my concern there. Nick Caserio, who joins us in studio on Friday on Payne and Pendergast, he was on Kay Adams' podcast last week and was asked, hey, now keep in mind, this interview took place before Stefon Diggs was actually at practice late last week.
Right.
Stefon Diggs actually showed up and practiced at the final OTA session. He's been around the building, but here was I just think the nature of the way Caserio answers this as a Texan fan, this makes me feel very comfortable about where they're at with everything that comes with the Stefon Diggs experience. Any concerns about Diggs missing OTAs?
Zero. We were on the field here this morning. We've been on the field here the last couple of days. Steph has been here this week. So Steph's had a great attitude, works really hard. He's very competitive. He finishes plays. What you see him do during the regular season, what you've seen him do for Buffalo and Minnesota, you're seeing some of those qualities and traits on a practice field. So there's a reason why he's been as productive and successful as he's been. I think that room is going to be really, really competitive. We're probably going to have to either move on for some players who are going to be playing other places, but we'll try to keep as many good players as we can here. But Steph's been here. He's had a good attitude. He's had a good approach. So we're glad he's here.
Yeah, when people first hear that about how we might have to move on from some other people, for whatever reason, when I listened to that, all of a sudden in my mind I started thinking trades of like notable players. Where obviously he's talking more about Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie.
And Robert Woods too. I think would be the one I put at the top. Actually,
Robert Woods. You're right. Robert Woods,
$5 million savings.
The one thing about Robert Woods, and we saw it at the end of the season when the receivers were so banged up, was he still is that guy who's going to be exactly where he needs to be. And remember, early in the season, he was a little bit of a crutch for CJ, to where at least CJ could throw it to Robert Woods on a stop route, and you get a first down out of it.
Yeah.
0 run after the catch. Robert Woods might have had like 3 yards run after the catch this year. I mean, it's his. What they do with him is they're like, okay, we're going to run that Kyler Murray Philadelphia Eagles offense from the end of the season. Remember when it was just hooks and curls from everybody? But for Robert Woods, that's what he's going to have to do, is rely on his savvy.
Yep.
So for him, a lot of it's going to be, all right, is John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson at that spot where even if they're not going to be electrifying with their athleticism, they understand the coverages and run their routes so well that they can be Johnny on the spot for a spot route. And I think that's probably what, I don't want to say that's what the Texans are hoping for, but you always want to be as young as possible while still getting solid and consistent play. I think that's, you're probably right. Robert Woods would be the leader in the clubhouse to end up somewhere else.
Yeah, I think some of it may be financial. Some of it may be age-based. He's an older player, not as explosive as you point out. But yeah, Nick's right. They got 7 or 8 guys right now battling for what's going to be 5 or 6 spots.
Yeah.
Here was Caserio. So on the heels of talking about Stefon Diggs and talking about guys that players nowadays, they've got a lot going on off the field as well, with endorsements and podcasts and everything else. I like to hear Nick acknowledge this, and if it feels like this is sort of a different Texans team in terms of allowing guys to show their personality, I think this answer sheds some light as to the mindset of the organization.
I think what we try to stress to everybody, just be who you are. Don't try to be somebody that you're not, because I think players are smart enough, they see through that. So one thing I've learned and been fortunate to be in this league for going on 24 years now, you have to move and evolve with the times. And it doesn't mean you can't still have your core principles and standards that you believe in, but we're just in a different age. We're just a different state societally. Different things are more important to some folks. It doesn't mean that they can't pursue those things. It just means you got to make sure you keep the main thing, to quote CJ, which is something that he believes in. But ultimately, football, your performance on the football field is going to create other opportunities for you, so you can't lose focus. But we're going to support the players as best we can, hold them to a high standard, make sure they're accountable, and then just try to do the right thing along the way.
Okay, so typically whenever it's anybody from Gen X talking about a Zoomer, it's going to be about social media. It's impossible to listen to that without thinking exactly about social media. There's just so many more opportunities for players to say things publicly now. I think there's a generation gap between the guys who are like 30 and older and the guys who are young right now, because the golden rule in saying things publicly when you're on a team is just keep your teammates in mind. Don't sell out the team. Do whatever you got to do. Just don't sell out the team. When you look at like Stefon Diggs and Aaron Rodgers, guys who are both in their 30s or 40s, they'll say things on social media that are whether they intended to be or not, come back to the team and come back on either Josh Allen or Aaron Rodgers. Like, he's like publicly lambasting the team for saying things that should be kept in-house. But he's doing it publicly about, like, it doesn't make any sense.
It's ironic.
So I think some of these olds in sports, it's guys who are 30s, in their 30s or 40s, they don't necessarily always handle it as well as some of the younger guys who kind of do their thing, and they're themselves on social media or on podcasts or what have you, but they do a better job because they've had more practice at it not selling out or creating more controversy for their team.
Is this version of the Texans the most personality this organization has ever had?
I don't know. That 2011 era team.
It was a fun group.
Yeah, the guys on defense had a whole lot of personality. Yeah. But
the Bulls on parade.
Right. I mean, again, though, even whether you liked it or hated it, the Letterman jackets was kind of an offshoot of, oh, wow, something on social media.
Yeah.
Coming to be something that was, I don't think it was probably an issue internally with the Texans. It wasn't like the Letterman jacket. The Texans had shown chinks in the armor leading into that game versus the Patriots.
Yes.
I don't think it was as simple as like, oh, yeah, that was the curse that doomed them. But that was the first thing I can remember that really blew up on social media. But no, I think, but this is probably the one where you've got a coach and a GM who understand that there's always going to be a generation gap. Like, and that's where you see, like, in any industry and in football as well, like the people who can understand that the guys in their 20s are going to do things differently. That doesn't make it better or worse. It's just different, and not get all hung up on it. And you just got to roll with that through the years. I think there's a reason there aren't a lot of Bill Belichick and Tom Coughlin style coaches, or, frankly, Sean Payton might be the last of his kind. It's guys need to figure out a way to relate to the younger players. And I think this team's done a good job of that. It helps that D'Amico played with this generation.
Yeah. He himself is a young guy still,
Tom Brady talks like a grumpy old man about it.
Yeah, he does. And he's 47. He is kind of a grumpy old man. Here's Nick Caserio speaking of CJ on what makes CJ Stroud special.
CJ is very prideful. He cares a lot about winning. He's very competitive. Even when we go out in the field in the spring, we have a third down compete period. Like, he wants to win. And when you have that mindset, that kind of trickles down to the rest of the team. He believes in himself. He has a lot of self-belief. So I think those are some of the qualities. CJ's a great person. He's a great kid, cares a lot about winning, has great relationships with really everybody on the team, whether it's players, staff, operationally, PR, and he's himself. And I think what we try to stress to everybody, just be who you are. Like, don't try to be somebody that you're not, because I think players are smart enough, they see through that. So we're excited about this upcoming season, and excited about CJ's growth, and just continue to press forward.
Yeah, Kay Adams knew that she wasn't going to get the answer she wanted on that one. She had asked him specifically, how is CJ similar to Tom Brady? And she almost apologized for asking it, because Nick never falls into that trap, I don't think. So he just went on to basically extol CJ's virtues without mentioning Tom Brady at all. But as
she'll learn.
When I was listening to it, I was still comparing CJ to Tom Brady. I think the hyper-competitiveness is something that's, like, obviously a common strain amongst a lot of athletes, but it does need to almost be an obsessively mentally unhealthy competitiveness. And I remember watching Tom Brady during a 7-on-7 drill when the Texans had combined practices in West Virginia with the Patriots, and it was psychotic. It was psychotic how angry Tom Brady got over a 7-on-7 drill that didn't go well for them. I mean, it was... and it wasn't like he threw a huge tantrum or anything, but you could see it might as well have been the Super Bowl. It might as well have been the Super Bowl, and the fact that it didn't go the way he wanted to. There were meetings on the sideline. There was it felt like an in-game situation. And then you watch Tom Brady afterwards, and he does 30 minutes of work on his biomechanics and everything. You could just see day in and day out during training camp a guy that, and I think in a lot of people's minds at that point, you might think oh yeah, that's a pro. He only has to work on certain things. No, he was psychotically obsessive about it. And I could see CJ as he continues to gain more experience in the league, you start to understand where to focus your psychosis. And I think he's going to be a lot like that. And there's plenty of quarterbacks like that. It's just that, man, when you're going into that second season, does this guy genuinely understand that it's going to be harder for him this year. You've got a year's worth of tendencies, and teams are going to have tricks up their sleeve for you. And CJ, everything he says and the way he operates, he very much gets that, I think. That he understands that in a lot of ways, it actually is harder the second year.
All right, Nick Caserio joins us on the show on Friday at 7:30 in studio. Make a note of that. Let's get to it here. We do it every Monday. Acknowledge me. We acknowledge great plays, great quotes, great performances from over the weekend. We will read a name. When we do, Roman Reigns will say, "Acknowledge me." Acknowledge me. We will acknowledge this person for what they did. And we're going to start off with a Houston legend, Simone Biles. Acknowledge we touched on this in headlines. Certified gymnastic beast. 9th national all-around title yesterday in Fort Worth. First one to win 9. Oldest woman to win a title. She is just a decrepit, ancient 27 years old.
27 years old.
Yeah. Gymnast.
Did the Astros discover her when she was 19?
was
it like one of these? Yeah.
Gymnasts and Latin American pitchers washed up at the age of 22 normally.
That's what people think. But in Houston, where we can't seem to keep a hamstring healthy.
No.
But otherwise, our gymnasts and Latin American prospects are just defy the odds.
If you want to throw 170 innings or win an all-around title in gymnastics, and you're 27, come to Houston. Olympic trials start on June the 27th, and the actual Olympics are in Paris a month after that. Simone Biles, we acknowledge you. I'm going to do a little Astro acknowledgement here. You touched on him earlier, Seth. I'm going to acknowledge Jordan Alvarez. Acknowledge me. He had 2 home runs on Saturday, so it's good to see that club is still in the home run club is still in his bag. First one was a classic Jordan double-decker. First multi-RBI game, that Saturday game that the Astros won. He went 3 for 3 with 3 RBIs in that game, 2 home runs. He was on base every time he came up. That's his first multi-RBI game since the first Mexico game in Colorado on April the 27th.
Yeah.
He's got an 1135 OPS since May 20th, so he's been on a nice run here for the last 2 weeks in terms of putting the ball in play and batting average and so forth. But if you're hearing that number, that for the last 2 weeks he's got an 1135 OPS, and it didn't really feel that way until Saturday, it's because he hasn't been producing runs.
Right.
He's just been getting hits when guys haven't been on base.
It's been one of the things you look at where the Astros are leading the league in batting average, and they're up in the top 3 in OPS, and yet they're just not producing runs. Part of it is that Jordan's been in the month of May, he was an above average baseball player. He hit 280 in May. He had a 775 OPS in May. But it's nice that's how good he is, that his slump is that he's still an above average baseball player. Yeah. But you need him to be superhero Jordan. For where the Astros are right now, we need superhero Jordan. I feel like him making that sliding catch into the left field wall yesterday was maybe one more indication that he's about to enter superhero status. None of us need him to be we don't need him to be an all-star on the merits of his
glove work
left field.
Yeah.
But there's a lot to feel better about. He might be the hero we need this summer.
Maybe. Yeah. Like it would have been nice if Bregman came up big at the end of yesterday's game, but this is an acknowledgement for the entire weekend, and an acknowledgement that maybe run producing Jordan has entered the room here. Tommy Pham. Acknowledge me. Outfielder for the Chicago White Sox, the awful, god-awful, terrible Chicago, even worse than the Astros, Chicago White Sox. This got a lot of run yesterday. Tommy Pham, he's ready to mess up William Contreras, the catcher from the Milwaukee Brewers. Here was a play at the plate yesterday. The White Sox trailing the Brewers 4-3, top of the 8th. Tommy Pham tries to come home with the tying run. Here's what it sounded like on the White Sox broadcast.
Here's the throw to the plate. And he's out. And Contreras is barking at him. Tommy Pham barking back. He's not backing down. He doesn't like that. And now home plate umpire Edwin Jimenez has to hold back Pham. Nah, we ain't taking that. We ain't taking that from the Brewers. I don't care how many L's we got this year. We ain't taking that.
Okay, John Schriffen is the play-by-play guy. that's puffing his chest out from the booth up there. He's in his first year with the White Sox. He replaced Meltzer's buddy, Jason Benetti.
I was just about to ask for that,
Yeah.
Who's Jason Benetti?
He went to the Tigers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they loved him in Chicago, Benetti, but the team decided to replace him, so he went to the Tigers. And White Sox fans, total tangent here, they're not happy with that. Like, Schriffen has gotten a lot of, you're not Jason Benetti love from White Sox fans, and our sister station up there.
Oh, really?
Is in a beef with John Schriffen right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've been very critical of him, and he fired back at them on a broadcast.
Yeah. And now he's now he's standing behind Tommy Pham acting like a big man.
Right. So Pham, but back to Pham. Pham gets thrown out at home plate, and they were barking. Now, Tommy Pham runs around with a perpetual red ass. He's the guy that belted Jock Peterson in the face over a fantasy football beef before a game. Pham is angry all the time. Here was Tommy Pham at his locker in the clubhouse after the game yesterday.
One-run ball game, close play at the plate. And actually, it wasn't even close. There's a shallow fly ball to left field. You would expect the left fielder to throw the base runner out on that play, but the situation of the game, third base coach sends you got to go. I'm nailed out at home by a mile. I'm going to the dugout, and I hear the tough guy with all the hoorah. So I'll never start anything, but I'll be prepared to finish it. There's a reason why I do all kinds of fighting in the off season, because I'm prepared to somebody up. So you can take it as what it is.
He's basically threatening him.
He's training MMA to not to increase his hand speed or anything like that, just in case you get into a fight that's definitely going to get broken up by the second punch. Okay, that's good.
I prefer to think that the fighting in the offseason he's referring to isn't even MMA. Like, he just shows up at bars and just starts swinging. Like, I'm watching Sons of Anarchy right now.
Oh, yeah.
There's a bar fight in every episode.
That's how you build camaraderie.
Every episode, there's a bar fight. Yeah, so that's what I choose to believe with Tommy Pham. Like, that's why I do all that fighting. You know those citations that I get for disorderly conduct and assault in the offseason? It's so I can bleep people up on the baseball diamond.
And usually you teach kids martial arts not because you want them to go out and get in fights, but because it gives them confidence and discipline and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like Tommy Pham he probably had to go to like 4 different martial arts studios before he found one that was where he's just like, I really just want to beat people up on television. And I'll credit you if you can do that. Yeah.
Astros could use a little Tommy Pham. A little bit of that fight.
So Matt Barnes and Draymond Green are upset with Indiana for not having an enforcer on their team.
Yeah.
Do the Astros have an enforcer on their team right now?
Yeah, I don't know. Do they have someone just has that dog in them all the time?
Bregman used to be saucier on social media. Now that he's matured and grown up a little bit, he just knows when to pick and choose his battles.
I don't like it. I like someone. I think they need some. I'm not saying they need someone to just walk around belting people in the face like Tommy Pham has and will do again. But somebody who walks around perpetually angry all the time like this might be just exactly the elixir that this clubhouse needs right now. It feels a little blah.
Do the Astros
bland.
I guess, have they had, I'm going back through since 2015 when things turned around.
Yeah.
They've had lots of, notable, various, really solid and steady veterans and what have you. I think they did most of it without, a hardcore
a true unhinged,
baseball enforcer.
Yeah.
I mean, Lance is not afraid to pitch hard inside and move guys off the plate. Hunter Brown has shown that somewhat too.
Yeah.
But it's always different with the pitchers. We need a position player.
Something spicy, man. I don't know. Just need something spicy. All right. Birmingham Southern College.
Acknowledge me.
Specifically their first baseman, Jackson Webster, who I will also acknowledge. Jackson Webster, Ben. Give me another one. Thank you.
Me.
Who are they? Good question. Here's what Birmingham Southern College, a Division III school in the Division III College World Series, they had a walk-off home run on Saturday from Jackson Webster to beat Randolph-Macon. That's a school, not a person. Randolph-Macon in an elimination game in the College World Series. Here's what the home run sounded like.
Blast it to left! Are you kidding? Are you kidding? And do you believe?
All right, so that was a walk-off home run. Why is that a big story? Well, because when that home run was hit on Saturday, technically, the school didn't exist anymore.
Oh, really?
They closed their doors on Friday for good.
Oh, wow.
Going out of business sale. Yeah, like liquidation. Yeah, they closed their doors on Friday, and yet their baseball team was still, at the time, playing in the Division III College World Series. So it's kind of a cool little Cinderella story.
Yeah,
at D3.
those guys are just
they're like orphans.
Where's all their NIL money go?
D3 Birmingham Southern. Yeah. I think I saw on the ticker during our show here today on the TV that they got eliminated yesterday. So the Cinderella season is over, but we will acknowledge them continuing to play even though they closed the doors on their school.
Randolph-Macon College was named after John Randolph and Nathaniel Macon, two leading politicians of the time.
Okay.
It's a Methodist school, but neither of those guys are Methodist.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, just shows.
Well, that's what you get. That's what you get. Methodist colleges. You go naming yourself after some non-Methodists. That's my take on it.
They closed? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Randolph-Macon's still open. It's Birmingham Southern that closed.
Oh, Birmingham Southern is the one that's closed.
Yeah,
all right. Well, good. Okay. I take it back, Methodists.
Yeah.
Don't get after me.
That's
my dad's
You're
side
fine.
My dad's side of this family is Methodist.
They are?
So,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. So you're half Methodist.
Big issue for my mom. They're like, we don't trust these Presbyterians walking in here, you hussy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Hussy. Great word. Last one. Houston.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge you for being the dirtiest city in America, according to an article that I'm looking at
I'm
on
excited
Yahoo.
about this. I was like, they're talking like Richmond or what? Like, where's the dirty? And they said, no, this is like in terms of air pollution.
I feel like it could be
and
either,
pollutants and everything else like that.
I feel like we got a little something going on in both realms.
Number one, just ahead of Newark, New Jersey, and San Bernardino, California.
Those are dirty cities
and Detroit.
too. Yeah, those are they're dirty cities. Yeah, it's from a company. It's actually a lawn care provider that did this. Called Lawn Starter. Evaluated more than 150 of the largest cities in the U.S., focusing on pollution, living conditions, infrastructure, and resident satisfaction.
I read this this weekend, and I thought, I'm going to do my part. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to walk to work on Monday. That resolution lasted all of 23 seconds.
In the morning.
Yeah. I decided against it. I went for a walk yesterday just for the hell of it, and I swear it wiped me out.
Yeah.
It wiped me out. I listened to like the 2nd through 5th inning of the Astros game while I was walking, and I was useless the rest of the day.
Dude, you can't really, this time of year, you can't really walk anywhere with the idea that you're going to be doing something social on the other side of that. You know what I mean? Because you're just drenched in sweat after being outside for like 5 minutes.
But nobody judges you for being sweaty.
No, but it's miserable. It's miserable to sit there.
It's miserable to sit there all sweaty in my stench.
Yeah.
I carry spare underwear more these days.
Your back pocket?
I do. No, in my backpack. And I'm not afraid. I'll go into a stall and switch into my fresh underwear when I get somewhere. Yeah.
Okay.
You got to once you get into the air conditioning, you got to give yourself 10 to 15 minutes for your actual core temperature, because otherwise you're going to put on some new underwear and you'll just, and people are going to ask, like, well, what do you do with the other ones? Either I have a baggie or I throw them out, depending on what state. I'll choose one of my ones that are ready to be cycled out of the rotation for the walk, and then I throw them out when I get there.
You got a method to your madness.
Yeah.
Big time. Do you carry any supplies with you to, actually make you smell better as well?
I carry wet wipes. I tend to I'll give myself a whore's shower when I get to places,
What's it called?
A whore's shower. It just will wipe down your pits and your nether regions and wipe off your face. Do your face first, then your pits, then your nether regions.
Yeah.
That's your level of... You reverse that order and you've basically done nothing at all. Yeah.
Yeah, done nothing, and it's strange.
I've noticed that with my wife.
Underwear,
I can fool Brandy a little bit into thinking I'm clean just by wiping my face and neck off. She doesn't. A lot of more BO emanates from your face and neck than you realize.
Yeah, she listens to the show. Now she's going to know.
She knows my tricks.
She
She's
does.
Cool
Okay,
with it,
gotcha. All right, this was one of the smartest things that I have heard a future head coach say, and is Bobby Slowick thinking this way? I think this is a big key for the Texans here. We will let you hear who it is and what they said coming up next.
It's Marry Me Month. It's that October. Sorry, everybody. That doesn't mean you get to marry Seth Payne. It does mean that you receive.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Ben Johnson is the offensive coordinator with the Detroit Lions, and I think this is relevant to Texan fans because I wonder if Bobby Slowick is thinking similar to Ben Johnson. This is one of my favorite quotes I've heard from a coordinator. You sent this to me last week.
Yeah. This is him talking about the fact that he's been a hot candidate for a couple of years now.
Mm-hmm.
Turned around that Lions offense, and when owners are biased towards hiring offensive coordinators for good reason, and he's just basically given the stiff arm to teams multiple times now. He's taken himself out of processes.
Yep, and he explained why. This is I thought a really thoughtful and sensible explanation. In a league where oftentimes people wonder why guys don't take jobs. It doesn't happen a lot, but with these head coaching jobs, it's only one of 32.
Right.
And you may only get one shot when you're as good as Ben Johnson. And I would say too, Bobby Slowick is trending in the same direction. He's a year behind him.
He was last year. He entered the conversation, and people were intrigued by it. If the Texans have a really good season offensively, they're gonna look at him.
That'll be him. Here was Ben Johnson on why he pulled himself out of the running for several head coaching jobs.
Something that really resonates with me is, 8 openings this past year. What would you set the over-under in 3 years? How many still have jobs? I'd put the over-under at 4.5. I would say there's a good chance 5 of them are out of jobs in 3 years. And so when I look at it from that perspective, if I get the opportunity to go down that road, it's about how do I get to that second contract? How do I set myself up that the stars need to align? I'm not going to do it just to do it. I love what I'm doing right now. Love it. I love where I'm at. My family loves where we're at. Love the people that we're doing it with. And so I'm not willing to go down the other path yet unless I feel really good about how it's going to unfold.
That's a great, honest answer. He mentions the word second contract.
Yeah.
I love the honesty with that answer. And I love the thought process.
Well, you could interpret it as some kind of it's just too individualistic of an idea or a goal. No, your goal should be to win the Super Bowl. I think his point and what people in the league know is that your circumstances and everything else around you matter a whole lot. In the NFL, you can go and do everything the exact right way and end up 7-10 3 years in a row if the circumstances aren't right. So I think I think he probably feels confident enough to take a head coaching job right now, but he just wants the circumstances to feel right and that everything can fall into line. And it takes a lot of discipline. You're almost kind of managing yourself like a AAA pitcher. Where you're a AAA pitcher and you want to be in the bigs, and yet the team decides when and where it's appropriate. He's kind of just saying, all right, no, it's got to be just right for me to come up, ideally, and if I can control it, I'm going to control it. The other part of it is you're turning down a boatload of money, which is easier now, I think, because coordinators are starting to get paid like head coaches
Seven
used to
figures
get
easy,
paid,
yeah.
right? So kind of like with NIL in college right now, where it's easier for guys to stay in because they're making pretty good money.
Yep.
They're not making life-altering money, but they're making pretty damn good money. Now, a lot of coordinators are making life-altering money as coordinators.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the big carrots on a stick is that huge payday, which for whatever reason we don't really talk about with coaches. I think we all like to have the illusion that they're all just doing it for the love of the game and everything. But the money is big. The money is really big. Yeah. I think it takes a lot of discipline and like actually really caring about the football side of thing to be able to turn down that big first payday.
Yeah, he's one of the most highly thought of coordinators at this point, Ben Johnson. So maybe he can afford to be a little choosier than your garden variety job candidate.
I think then there's also, like with Bobby Slowick, somebody asked him the other day about who he gets advice from, and he brought up the Shanahans and D'Amico himself and all of these other. His dad, who was a coach. His dad was a coach in the NFL for a long time. I can imagine Bobby Slowick's dad saying the exact same thing to him that we just heard from Ben Johnson.
Absolutely.
His dad had been through multiple different teams. Anybody that spent decades in the NFL knows sometimes it's just the circumstances. I mean, it's good advice for anybody looking for a job,
No
too.
question. No question.
Designing and controlling your environment matters as much as any internal gusto that you have. If you can find a job where you've got really good mentors, where they've got a track record of employees meeting their individual goals and everything, that goes a lot further than if you attach yourself to something that's going to end up dragging you down in the end.
It's so true. It is so true. Here's one more from Ben Johnson. Okay, you walked away from potentially a few of these jobs. What exactly are you looking for in a head coaching job?
It comes down to its ownership, its staff, its my vision of how I can make it work with how I know I am. Part of me too, I love play calling. And so I would, if I took a head coaching job, would want to be a play calling head coach. Well, there's a limit on how much time there is during a week. And so what's it going to look like Monday through Sunday in that regard? And just want to make sure everything's nailed down. And listen, there's an adjustment period for every person that takes that job. They're learning on the fly. But I think the more that you have set, and feel good about, that gives you the best chance.
There were 8 openings this time last year. Or not this time, but there were 8 openings coming off of 2023. And I think it's safe to say Ben Johnson was a candidate for most, if not all. He was on the radar probably for all of them. And I don't know how many he ended up interviewing with. He got deep down the road with Washington. That was thought to be the one that he was eventually going to take. And then they eventually pivoted to Dan Quinn. I don't think that number he throws out there at 4.5 is something that he just haphazardly threw out. Ben Johnson strikes me as a guy who probably sat down, did a deep evaluation on all of these jobs, and figured there's going to be 5 of them that are dead-end jobs.
That is right. Yeah, and I mean, Washington would be the best example of some of the reports that were coming out about that process were just flat out weird. And with a new owner, there's going to be shuffling at the beginning, and it'll take a while for everything to settle down. But I'm guessing Ben Johnson just thought, all right, this just doesn't feel right.
Yep.
The feel isn't right. Atlanta was interesting to me because Bobby Slowick was reportedly very well thought of in his Atlanta interviews. I think Diana Rossini and a couple other people reported that they really liked Bobby Slowick. I wonder with Atlanta if the way that it went according to reports with Bill Belichick, it felt like there are a lot of guys in that organization that have a lot of sway with Arthur Blank, the owner, and that you might be coming into a situation where it's not just you and Arthur Blank coming to an agreement, and it's not just you and even the GM, it's the team president, it's the director of pro personnel. All these people that had objections and basically got super territorial and skeptical of Bill Belichick saying that he wanted to be a what's the word they always use, like a consensus builder or what have you. It's
a lot of people protecting their turf.
Basically a lot of people didn't want Belichick specifically because they knew that they were going to lose some control over their
they didn't
job.
believe him. He was, I'm just here to coach ball, here to call my ball plays. The 8 openings: Carolina, Atlanta, Washington, Seattle, New England, Tennessee, the Chargers, and the Raiders. I almost feel like you tie it to quarterback. If you're Ben Johnson, if you're Ben Johnson, is it enticing would it have been enticing to go to a team like Washington or New England that you knew had a high pick and was going to be taking a quarterback? Or is that viewed as one of the, we'll call it the 5 dead end jobs?
I wonder. That's a big question. When I think he's been in the league long enough, and he's seen too. No matter how good you feel about a quarterback prospect, you just never know until
1 out of
get
3
in the actual NFL, right? Yeah. Versus that's why a lot of people thought that if Jim Harbaugh wasn't in existence, that Ben Johnson might have taken that the Chargers job. Because they had a quarterback in hand and ready to go. That was what was so appealing to Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh knows that same thing. Your quarterback is going to make you or break you. And if you're talking about making it to that second contract, having that best opportunity for success, I guess on the one hand, you can say if your first round quarterback is a bust, then a lot of coaches will get another crack at it, a second crack at it. It's just that's another crapshoot, versus, I don't know, like the ideal scenario, maybe Ben Johnson waits until Andy Reid decides to retire and slides on into the Kansas City job. Or maybe that's what Bobby Slowick does.
Well, your point about the money that coordinators make, I think, is a good one, because I was almost, as honest as he was being in that moment, I was expecting Ben Johnson during that answer to say, I make plenty of money.
Well, yeah, and they bumped it up, too. Every time I get closer to a job, all of a sudden I get a pay bump at OC.
Yes, and I wouldn't have blamed him for saying it. Again, it would have been in line with the honesty he was showing with that answer. I think if you're a Texan fan and you're sitting listening to us talk about Ben Johnson, I think the way you're looking at this is you're hoping that Bobby Slowick views the world the same way Ben Johnson does, which is I'm going to be hyper choosy about the opportunity that I'm going to take when they're presented to me. Now, if you hope for a lighter coaching carousel next year, like eight is a pretty sporty number of openings. It was 5 the year before. The cycle where the Texans got DeMeco Ryans, there were only 5 openings. So I think you hope for fewer openings, obviously, but I think you also hope that Bobby Slowick is looking at it the same way that Ben Johnson is.
This is the key this season. If you want a little something else to keep you interested, and what you want to do is keep Bobby Slowick with CJ Stroud for at least one more year. Right now, the most likely coaches to get fired, according to Vegas, Robert Saleh of the Jets.
Yeah.
Do the Jets scare you as an enticement to Bobby Slowick?
If he's looking at it the same way Ben Johnson is, no.
Yeah. The Bears. Because Matt Eberflus, defensive-minded head coach, if Caleb Williams doesn't develop the way he wants, then I think it becomes Bobby Slowick looking at Caleb Williams and figuring out, all right, was this the circumstances, or is Caleb Williams just not a good quarterback?
That's frightening.
If you're looking at it, if he's excited about the potential of Caleb Williams, then that would be frightening.
Yeah. Now Ben Johnson's going to like that job too. That's the thing.
This is the one that scares me the most.
Okay.
Just because it's a huge wild card, and they wouldn't be afraid to spend a whole lot of money. It's the Dallas Cowboys.
And Bobby Slowick there,
I think that Bobby Slowick, though, with advice from his father and everything, is going to have to look at that situation in Dallas. And just the way, they've got such a big gap between, they do a hell of a job drafting really good players, but then they do an abysmal job on the actual active management of the players on their roster. And Jerry Jones is a huge wild card in all that.
This offseason, they're just choosing not to do anything.
This is what, if Bobby Slowick actually wanted that Cowboys job, he's enough like Jason Garrett that I think he could fool Jerry Jones into thinking that he's like a meek beta like Jason Garrett. And then when he shows up, he actually takes control.
I like that.
He sits Jerry Jones down at his desk and says, listen here, old man, you sit down and shut up. I'm taking charge over here. We're going to take this team somewhere.
The 8 at 8, your 8 stories to get your day going. Those are coming up next.
Nico Collins, God.
Apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That one into center field. Byron Buxton is there, and the Minnesota Twins are going to win this series, taking a 4-3 game today at Minute Maid Park. So the Twins starting off a long road trip with an impressive win today, an impressive series win. This is a come-from-behind win thanks to Jose Miranda.
Yeah, thanks to Ryan Presley a little bit, too. Giving up that lead run in the 8th inning. Been a rough year for Presley. I almost feel like kind of the same dynamic that we were talking about earlier with Singleton. You know, Singleton's not been good for him since Abreu got here and kind of took away some of what had been his full-time gig for a month or so. I think maybe some of our worst fears with Presley and the Josh Hader signing are coming back to roost a little bit. There's no way to measure like how much of this is psychological,
just being demoted, and who knows the way it was all handled. Who knows?
Yeah.
It is some bad luck, but it's not all bad luck. Adam Spillane has a good article on SportsRadio610.com right now, just about how aside from his fastball velocity being down, the bat's hitting the ball too many times in certain situations, and like the fielding independent ERA and everything would show that he's pitching better than the numbers are right now. But there's certainly more to it than just that.
His ERA's 5.06 or something. I mean, there's no there's a range where I'll accept bad luck as an argument, but we're in June and his ERA's over 5. I'm like, I don't know.
So it's I think as far as just not winning that series and yet looking like a competitive baseball team, you go back to if you're trying to tell yourself how things might swing, aside from just, Jordan looking a lot more like Jordan and actually, hitting for power again, even though he was respectable enough, but he wasn't superhero Jordan in the month of May. The fact that they've been really unlucky in one-run games. And that's something that generally balances out as the season goes along, but sometimes it doesn't. And you've gotten yourself into this hole where, I don't care how many one-run games you've lost, or how many times, when they haven't won a game when they've been trailing going into the 9th inning.
Yeah.
It's like it's got to flip, and it's got to flip big time. Remember the year that the Astros couldn't beat the Rangers when the Rangers sucked? It'll all even out. Nope. The Rangers just tore you apart all year long.
Yep. So the next 15 games are against teams that are largely below average, bad, mediocre, whatever. 3 against St. Louis this week at home. Then you go on the road. You have a West Coast trip at the Angels for 3, at the Giants for 3. It's a little interleague play. And then you come back home for 3 against Detroit before heading up to Chicago. Then it's Baltimore. After that, it's Baltimore. But this month, and even after Baltimore, 2 against Colorado, 3 against the Mets. Like, honestly, if they're not back around 500 by the end of the month, that's because this is. I know it's a tall ask, like to pick up 8 games in the standings over the course of 4 weeks.
It's a
but you've put yourself in this spot now.
It's a 10-game run. Go on some crazy run
10
where
and
you
2.
win a bunch of games in a row. I'm not asking for you to break a record or anything like that.
Yeah.
You just got to go on a really nice 10-game run and. And stop. We can stop looking at winning a series against the A's or something as somehow a sign that you're back on track.
Got a bunch of off days. It's a pretty friendly schedule in June.
Yeah, quit being such a jerk about the Astros, Sean. They did just play. They did just play however many games over 3 weeks with only one off day, and now they can get themselves their legs back underneath.
I stand by what I said.
Yeah,
I stand by what I said. All right. Here's the update on Jose Urquidy and Christian Javier. This was the update on Friday. This is a Chandler Rome tweet. After saying there would be an update on Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy today, Joe Espada did not have one. He said he met with both pitchers today and wanted to, quote, give them their space while awaiting a second opinion. Asked if their UCLs are intact. Espada did not comment. This is Friday. So now fast forward 48 hours to Sunday, and Dana Brown spoke to the media about these 2 pitchers and said, quote, we'll know something probably by the end of this week, maybe Thursday or so, as to what direction we're going to go in. They're both feeling better, which is a good sign. but we're still getting second opinions from doctors.
Maybe the doctors they've seen don't know what a UCL is.
What the hell is taking so long?
Maybe it's like kind of like me trying to identify female anatomical parts. So he's going to some doctor that's like a hand surgeon or something.
WebMD.
Elbow doctor, yeah.
Googling elbow on WebMD.
You've examined your UCL, and it turns out your incisor needs to be replaced. Yes.
I don't feel good about this. You are talking yourself into a little bit more than I am.
I'm talking myself into. I don't know why.
That Friday update is pretty daunting right there.
I think Espada and Dana Brown have both shown that, like, all right, there's an element when it comes to certain topics where you just don't believe a word they say.
Yeah.
The fact, though, that Espada said that they're both feeling better. I don't know. Like, why would he throw that in there if they weren't feeling better?
That was Dana Brown.
That was Dana Brown. Okay.
Yeah,
so he said they're feeling better. The same guy that just told me that Jose Abreu was this team's first.
Yeah, Dana says a lot of
things.
things.
Said that John
man.
Singleton was this team's first
baseman. Yeah.
3.
Big story from over the weekend. Caitlin Clark got shoved to the ground by Kennedy Carter in a WNBA game. I'd said that like 2-3 years ago. You'd be like, that's a big story in sports? Well, yeah. Caitlin Clark is the golden goose, and this was a dirty play. She walked over to her during a stoppage in play, Kennedy Carter did, off the ball, away from the referees, away from everything, and basically just hip-checked her to the ground, said some words. You can read lips if you want to. Kennedy Clark claimed after the game that, A, she doesn't want to answer Caitlin Clark questions, but B, she didn't say anything to her.
Kind of on the play before bumping in with Caitlin, it seemed like she turned to you a little bit after the fever
I
score.
answered no Caitlin Clark questions.
Did she say anything to you?
I don't know what she said.
What'd you say to her?
I didn't say anything.
That's enough.
I think my sense from just processing all the reaction to this, Seth, I think there's two things here. One is, why do all these older players in the WNBA seem so hell-bent on like putting Caitlin Clark through this semi-hazing that they're putting her through when she is the reason that people are gravitating towards women's basketball right now?
I think part of it's just like the natural competitor in them, because Florio had said that, well, you don't see this in the NFL. I say, no, you do see it in the NFL, like with every single rookie that plays. There's a part of you as a player that's like, screw this guy, and you want to destroy him and hurt him physically. Yeah. So like it happens all the time, but like because that's sport, it's just there's a lot more collisions and stuff. It doesn't get blown up. I think that the fact that Matt Barnes and Draymond Green both openly wondered, like, where are the rest of her teammates?
That's the second thing.
And why are they not? Why are they not coming to her defense and making something of this? I would say, I mean, the player who was inbounding, I think, probably saw it. She went down to help her out. Nobody else would have seen it.
Boston is her last name.
Yeah, so everybody else had already moved down court. And let's be honest here, Caitlin Clark put a little bit of floppage in that as well. She
sold it with a little bit of sauce.
Her head jerks back like like she'd been shot in the head or something.
The other reaction, the other thing that people like, it's funny on the list of things here that people got angry about, like the actual hip checking of Caitlin Clark and the play itself was like fourth on the list. Like more people were like curious as to why you're trying to hurt the singular person.
Yeah,
I would say that's the difference with the football analogy, Seth, is that this is a singular person that if she goes out with an injury, then it's going to visibly impact business for the WNBA. But the second thing, what you just said, where are her teammates in all this? There were a lot of people, too, that took offense, not so much with the actual play itself, but the celebration going on the sideline. By Angel Reese and the Chicago Sky were celebrating it like they just won the game.
Yeah.
You know, they're hugging on came over the sideline, they're hugging her and Kennedy Clark and things like that.
Say, this is, since it's so easy to pick on sports commissioners, the WNBA commissioner, I think this is on that person. Whoever they might be.
I was going to say.
Yeah, because...
Should the rule be we have to know their name if we're going to criticize them?
There should be some kind of, like, there needs to be a tone set for, like, hey, listen, look, I know you guys are, like, okay, maybe you're comfortable being where you are in terms of the sports hierarchy in this country, but any little bit we can get to increase visibility and everything in a positive way is actually really, really good. There's young girls that might become fans of you. There's young girls this is the big thing. There's young people, as well as adults, but a lot of young people and young girls especially, who were sucked into college basketball because of the stardom of Caitlin Clark.
No doubt.
Those girls, if they become WNBA fans, like, who cares what brings them in? That's a chance for them to become fans of your team or you individually. So, like, I don't care if you hate Caitlin Clark or you feel like she's gotten undue attention or anything. For the good of the league, like, this is probably not the best thing for the long-term good of the league.
4.
Brandon McManus, former Jags kicker who's being sued, along with the Jags themselves, by 2 flight attendants that were on a flight to London last year in which they claimed they were sexually assaulted by Brandon McManus. He was signed by the Commanders in the offseason. He is no longer a Washington Commander. Commanders cut him yesterday.
Yeah.
Brandon McManus. Does this give us does this shed any light on what direction we think this is going for Brandon McManus? I have to imagine the Commanders did at least some sort of due diligence on this, or are they just going, that's a kicker, we don't really need
the kickoff rules have changed this year too, we don't even care about it. Kansas City's thinking about having Justin Reed handle the kickoffs because now it's the coverage element is more important than the actual kick there.
Maybe the Texans do it with Dare on the kickoffs. Does this affect you one way or the other on this Brandon McManus situation?
I just, like, with any of these situations, like, you just, more details need to emerge whenever there's anything like this. I don't know if there'll be some people that knee-jerk reaction will be like, "Oh, look, he wasn't even found guilty of anything, and you're cutting him." There's other people that say, "Well, good for them." I have no idea what Washington actually knows about this situation.
5.
There should be a ruling coming soon on the tampering charges involving the Falcons with Kirk Cousins and the Eagles with Saquon Barkley. Atlanta is expected to get disciplined more harshly here. Maybe because Kirk Cousins stood at a podium and essentially admitted that they tampered with him.
Kirk Cousins
inadvertently.
Where's your evidence? That thing that you said very publicly when you said that you had consulted with
to investigate?
You had consulted with the Falcons trainers before you were supposed to be talking to anybody on the Falcons staff.
Yep. So that should be coming pretty soon.
The Eagles one is the Eagles one. There's no public evidence. There's kind of there's an assumption by people with the Giants about the timeline of things, but unless they've gone in and gotten memos that show the Eagles were tampering with Barkley, I haven't seen anything as damning as what Kirk Cousins said.
The smoking gun there was James Franklin, Barkley's college coach, saying that Howie Roseman had contacted him.
He had said that, but he also hadn't necessarily put a timeline to it.
Correct.
Right? Yeah. That's the whole question, is whether does James Franklin, does he clam up, or is he forthcoming?
Can we get Franklin to talk? He's got his own issues going on at Penn State right now. Franklin does.
6.
Issues at Penn State?
Go figure. I know. We played the jinx on Friday of the Oakland play-by-play. Jenny Cavness, I think her name is, where she had to make a Jose Siri joke, and then the very next pitch, Jose Siri hit a game-tying home run.
Yeah.
This is another one that happened yesterday. This is a game between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the New York Mets in New York, top of the 9th. Mets leading 4-3, where Gary Cohen, the Mets play-by-play guy, at this point decides to point out the number of blown leads late in games that the Mets have this season.
Mets have lost 5 games this year that they led after 8 innings. That is an enormous number. Trying not to make it 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very next pitch, literally 2 seconds after he said those words.
That's driven to center field. Back goes Bader, going back near the wall. It's out of here. Ketel Marte turns this game around with his second home run of the day. A 2-run shot to center, and the Diamondbacks go in front 5-4.
I just love stuff like this.
I'm sure Mets fans are very rational about this type of stuff.
I'm sure.
There's no old school superstition or anything like that with him, is it?
You think the Astros are having a lost season right now? The Mets are 24-35, which isn't all that much worse than the Astros.
Yeah.
The Astros are only like a game and a half better than that. But they don't play in the same division, the Astros, as the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah.
Like the Mets do. The Mets are 17 games back on June 2nd.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, 17.
But they're both teams that have spent heavily in the last couple of years and not getting the results from it.
Yep.
There you go.
7.
Smaller markets. Victory for you.
Victoire. Drew Brees wants back in the broadcasting game. But take a listen to his conditions on getting back. Now, Drew Brees, who worked for NBC for a year or two, I listened to him because he did Notre Dame games for a year. He was okay.
Yeah.
Like he was there.
Yeah.
Here was Drew Brees talking about getting back into the announcing thing?
The thing that I wanted to do most, that I felt like I could bring the most value at, was broadcasting NFL games. And it was the thing I had the least opportunity to do, right? I was able to do a little bit of college at Notre Dame, just 2 NFL games broadcasting that were 8 weeks apart, and then the studio stuff, right? But man, I love the game, and I would love to broadcast NFL games, at some point. Again, I think I could be the best at it.
He said he would in that same, and if he said it there, I apologize. I don't know if he did, but he said that he would only want the Sunday night football, Monday night football, or Thursday night football gig.
Well, geez,
if any of those come open, then give me a shout.
More working up the ladder for him.
Huh? Yeah.
He's watched what they've done with Tom Brady and the like. I wonder with him. Just even there, listening to him speak, there's a certain blandness to his speech.
Perfect word, yes.
That I question, but he might be the best technically. He might be able to break down film, but you need to bring more to the table than that. I wonder, would you prefer him or Herb Street on Sunday night?
Herb Street, 100. I think Herb Street's really good.
Yeah. Or wait, is that Thursday? That's Thursday.
He's Thursday night football. Yeah.
Yeah. I am not enjoying Herb Street. I like him a lot. I think his lack of expertise on the NFL side and him having to serve 2 masters with both college and the NFL comes. I think it shows up, and it shows up especially so because Al Michaels is not necessarily bringing a lot of juice to it himself anymore. I think Al Michaels would be just fine if he got an actual A, energetic, and B, actual NFL expert next to him.
Yeah, no, you've made that point, and it's a good point, I think, that maybe it's the mix of the two.
Yeah.
Okay, so of the big 4 primetime announcers for NFL, I'll call them like the number ones. Chris Collinsworth, Troy Aikman, we'll call Tony Romo one, and we'll call it'll be Tom Brady soon, and then Kirk Herbstreit.
Yeah.
Do you see Brees being any better than any of those guys?
I could see Brees being better than Herbstreit, just again because of the NFL expertise.
Yeah.
I think that it's really again I really like Herbstreit. He's eminently likable.
Yeah.
I just think I think with what we started to see with some broadcasters, I think Greg Olson does a good job of mixing the personality with the technical stuff.
Yeah.
I have a different standard for those guys. I used to just not worry about whether they were saying anything technical at all, but I think there's a lot of guys that mix them both pretty well now.
Florio makes a good point on this, and he says Brees needs to go hard to the hoop to try to get one of those Netflix Christmas Day games. That, because we don't know what their plan is on Netflix for that right now.
Plus, you can bamboozle some Netflix exec into being wowed by the fact that you're Drew Brees.
Yeah. Maybe you get a miniseries or something.
Netflix,
like
you
that.
could probably. I know.
Yeah.
They'll fund anything, man.
They will. Last one: 54% of DC area sports fans dislike or hate the Commanders' nickname. 58% who identify as fans of the team dislike or hate it. 17% want the name changed back to you know what. For Washington. So don't have a ton of time to dig into that one, but just know that we may get another name change coming
I would
soon.
tell them, hey, listen, Engelbert Humperdinck probably despised his name, and he did just fine. Suck it up, Commandos.
What a random one.
I think they just need to change it to Commandos.
He did.
I still think that's so much better than Commanders.
It's cooler. Yeah.
Well, plus, the problem with the Commanders is it's like, what the problem with the name Commanders is? It's basically saying, like, yes, we're like an admiral in the Navy. Or, like, that's not who people necessarily... Not a beloved admiral or not a General Schwarzkopf or anything. Just some random general.
Yeah.
Just some officer. Like, all right, well, like, that's not who necessarily people pull for.
Yeah.
They pull for regiments or, like, they pull for some colorfully named... flying squadron or something. They don't pull for some 3-star general.
No.
The Commanders, what the hell?
Commando. But,
Yes, a commando.
Yeah.
You get in your mind like some image of a guy going in behind enemy lines at night, assassinating people with a knife.
CJ Stroud and Tank Dell on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. This is hilarious. I can't wait to get Seth's take on this. The two of them describing an NFL playbook makes it sound like the most intimidating thing that you've ever seen in your entire life. It's really funny. That is next. But first, Crash Champions. I know that there's still some of you with vehicle damage from the storms a couple weeks ago.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hey, quick news from the NFL.
What is it?
It is breaking news that makes me feel good about the Nico Collins contract. A record deal. The Vikings and three-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Justin Jefferson have reached agreement on a 4-year, $140 million contract.
Oh, wow. That's a lot more than Nico's, Sean.
With $35 million a year is what he's getting.
Wow.
$110 million guaranteed.
Sean, do you realize why I was so dismissive of Mike Florio a few weeks ago when he said, I think the market is peaked on wide receivers, and teams just aren't gonna keep plunking down. Like, meanwhile, more wide receivers are being drafted in the first round than ever. Like, there's no indication that teams all of a sudden are gonna feel like receivers are overvalued. If anything, they're starting to realize that, wow, with the new passing rules that have been steadily incorporated over the past decade or so, you get more bang for your buck out of receivers.
Yeah,
and they can turn a mediocre quarterback into a quality quarterback, and they might take a quality quarterback into genuine all-pro level.
Yeah, I think there's two lanes in the wide receiver market, and I think different teams have shown an affinity for one of the two. We're going to invest major dollars in top-tier wide receiver talent. That's what Minnesota's doing.
Yeah.
That's probably what some of these other teams are going to do in the next few weeks with Brandon Ayuk and CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, guys like that. And then there are other teams that are going, treating it a little like the running back position from this standpoint, which is we'll get some young guys on rookie deals, and like Green Bay's doing this. They just drafted a bunch of young guys, and if two of them work out, if you have a high enough level quarterback, you can make do with that.
Right. No, well, Florio's whole argument, not to get sidetracked by that, the problem was he was saying, is it going the way of the running back position? Well, no, running backs hardly ever get drafted in the first round.
Running backs
anymore.
are devalued everywhere.
The position itself has been devalued.
Yeah.
It's more about, how are you going to go about getting wide receivers on your team? The price might be getting too high for people to look at in free agency anymore.
Yes.
I think the big thing and how this relates, why this is relevant for Texans fans is that Nico Collins deal, as long as Nico continues to play well, is looking better and better and better. The time when he got it, it made him the 7th highest paid receiver in terms of new money. Now he's down to 9th. He'll likely be out of the top 10 by the end of this offseason. And then next offseason, he get pushed down into 15 or 20
even further,
or so.
yeah.
And so if he plays the exact same way he did last year, this year, it was a really, really good deal for the Texans. The other part of that too is that Nico does not seem like the kind of guy who's going to be agitated in 2 years if his contract is seen as a bargain.
Correct.
And especially, again, that's why the short-term deals are good too. It's that they've got 4 more years of team control with him. If he plays out of his brain for the next 2 years, he's still only 1 year away from a renegotiation.
Yeah.
So it's not. It's spending judiciously by the team that your backside is covered and that it's not top of the market money. But you've also got a guy that just seems to really just want to put his head down and go to work. So I think that part of it is, as much as I start to have misgivings about the Stephon Diggs trade at times and the contract restructuring, Nico, I think I'm going to feel better and better about it.
With every one of these deals, and I'm not saying Nico is Justin Jefferson. Jefferson's clearly a better football player than Nico Collins. But would you rather have Justin Jefferson for $35 million or Nico Collins for $24 million for this team?
Right. Right. Yeah, for this team, and when you're going to have to pay your quarterback eventually, and you're going to have to retain some of these other guys, it was a smart deal.
I think so too. All right. So congrats to Justin Jefferson.
That's another thing too. I think when you're a GM, you're kind of. You don't want to set this precedent that every good player gets a new contract after his 3rd year, but you do want to be sure that the guys that you're doing it with are those salt of the earth, to use the phrase that Nick used about Nico. You want to do it with the salt of the earth guys.
Yep.
The guys that you can depend are still going to keep working, still going to produce.
Absolutely. C.J. Stroud, who's going to throw the ball a lot to Nico Collins. Tank Dell, who's a wide receiver roommate of Nico Collins. They were on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. Top of the hour, we're going to get to some of the stuff from that's going to get you super amped for the opener against the Colts. But this was pretty funny. CJ and Tank chopping it up about what the Bobby Slowick playbook looked like when it first got handed to them as rookies last offseason.
I ain't gonna lie, the OTAs last year though, man, it was crazy.
It was
like,
hard.
just, it was
I thought I was gonna be trash.
And I looked at the playbook. I'm like, bro. Actually, we in a hotel. I'm like, bro, ain't no way I'm gonna get this right now.
Yeah, we sitting just like this for about like 3 months in a hotel, just going over plays, play about that.
Like Spanish. Yeah. I'm like, bro, what? Then we go out there to practice. This man talking fast.
I'm over there because they give you to play in intercom in college. It's all signals. Yeah. And I'm trying to just get it off so I get it done.
How difficult was that,
That's
though?
hard, bro. It's tough. It's still hard.
Because that don't make no sense to me, man. Like, you hear a quarterback call a play, and that be for 2 minutes. Listen, double right slant, XYZ on the double go, Taco Bell, KFC, and Popeyes, all 4. Bam.
Yeah. So that's, hey, text line, help me out. Is it Gilly the King or Jilly the King? The host is a rapper. You can tell right there that he's got verbal skills.
Big
but
time.
Yeah, it is. I think for quarterbacks, kind of like it is, with lots of people when they enter the league, head coaches when they first take the job. Even though they think they're prepared, they're not prepared for that head coaching job and everything that comes with it. With NFL quarterbacks, if done properly, not the Johnny Manziel way. It is a matter of just you've got to understand every facet of the offense, and it's like taking an intensive Spanish class, and after 3 months expecting somebody to be genuinely fluent in it. Mm-hmm. They might be really good at it, but it's not going to be natural for them. So everything that Bobby Slowick talked about last week kind of alluded to this, which is that first year you're in an intensive foreign language class. And you're learning all this stuff, not just concepts, but the actual terminology itself is a lot. The verbiage and actually being able to spit out the verbiage like a rap. You got to be like a rapper. You got to be able to spit out a bunch of stuff really quick. It's like a physical skill more so than anything having to do with intelligence or anything. And it's so no matter how smart you are, you really got to work at it. And the exciting thing is if guys understand that second year is when they become genuinely fluent in the offense.
That's exciting.
They're not thinking their way through it. They're just, instead of thinking about how to say something in that foreign language, it's just in you,
Yep.
And that's what you hope. That's why Clint saying that retaining Bobby Slowick was probably the biggest offseason move for CJ Stroud. Yeah, in that regard, I think it was.
Here's CJ and Tank cussing and discussing, if I can quote Clint Stoerner, whose job is harder. Just how much harder is CJ's job in being the guy who's the steward of the playbook here?
When he get the 2 plays, when we go to doing 2 plays and one like he can call a play then say can and call a whole nother play. So you got to remember both of them plays going to the line.
But their job easy. They get to do
that is not easy.
They line up,
bruh.
I got this leverage. I gotta know what everybody doing, how they do it, where they at.
You got the hardest
job. What time they gotta be there at. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? But it's a blessing. Like I've been doing this. I've been a little kid, so it's like, of course it ramps up. But
you ain't finna just on us like we ain't got no.
Man, it's hard too, but it's not as hard as I got to do.
You got the hardest job, but that thinking process, bro.
It is no, especially
That's
coming.
Why
out,
you're gonna make $60 million a year?
I know. Coming out of an air raid system for a wide receiver, especially, I think it's different. It's just more. There's way more.
Tank.
There's way more put on you. That you know what? Tank might have an argument if it's who has a bigger leap to make, and because the overall job mentally is a lot harder for a quarterback than any other position on the field, but it's not a huge leap. It's just it's a ramping up of expectations from what you did in college.
Yeah.
It's just you're going to do what you did in college, just on a much larger scale. I think for wide receivers, though, it like what Tank was saying about the 2 play calls. That sounds simple. I know. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of somebody that hasn't played football. You got to understand. It's the time and pressure element. So when you get 2 huddle calls, then you're coming to the line and you're trying to analyze what they're doing on the other side of the ball and how it affects you. You've got the snap count to worry about and everything else like that. So it's a lot of moving parts in a very compressed time period. That's the part that makes it hard. I mean, on defense, I see when guys complain about a Vic Fangio system. That's something Vic will do. Vic might have 2 or 3 huddle calls, and based on what formation you see when you get up the line, you got to change it. And for defensive guys, a lot of defensive linemen especially, that's a big leap over what they've been asked to do.
Yeah.
So that's why Vic Fangio, sometimes teams that he goes on to, there's a period of okay, these guys are either going to embrace it or they're going to hate it. In Miami, they seem to have hated it. Yeah. And it is. Offensive linemen are the more like they're the second most intelligent group on the team after the quarterback. And how often do you see an offensive lineman forget the snap count?
Yeah,
you know,
it happens,
there's
man.
a lot going through your brain in a very short period of time.
Text message saying it's pronounced Gilly, like a fish gill, a hard G. Yeah.
Gilly. So Gilly the King.
Gilly the King.
They had another shot in there too. They were filming this in a hotel room, and they had Gilly the King trying to catch CJ Stroud passes.
Oh yeah,
and it was like CJ
in a hotel room.
They were saying, see how hard it is. Like CJ's firing him from point blank range at him. Like I don't care if he was wearing receiver's gloves. Mostly I was worried about the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had the curtain pulled. You could tell it was a hotel because of the curtains, you know.
Oh, yeah.
It's never
classy plastic curtains. Yeah, those are good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A former GM gives his opinion on what a draft would look like if you were drafting the quarterbacks in the NFL. And I now get clarity on why this guy is a former GM. That is next. Men's T Clinic. Durham and I-10. It's where I go every Friday. Got my testosterone boost.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth has a clarification.
Quick correction. So the podcast that CJ and Tank Dell were on, the rapper who hosts the podcast, it's Gilly the Kid, not Gilly the King. But I'm going to say I still claim I was correct because on the actual YouTube channel, his name is listed as Gilly the King, and his social media handles are Gilly the King.
What is he?
Yeah, why don't you guys get your crap straight?
Pick a lane,
okay?
man.
You try to, no, I'm not talking to Gilly the Kid. I'm talking about our listeners who correct me with the LMAOOOOO. You guys just don't know Gilly the way I do.
7 O's he gave you.
He gave me 7 O's on the LMAOOOO.
Yeah. It's a little disrespectful.
Yeah, maybe I just know Gilly better than y'all do, okay? Yeah. Or I'm going to challenge Gilly to a rap battle.
That's it, man. Pick a lane. Are you a kid or are you a king? What are you? All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. We are neither kids nor kings. We're just two guys with microphones and hot takes.
Some of his Instagram handle is Gilly the King, but his Twitter handle is Gilly the Kid. We're going to talk about this
for the next, how confusing that's going to be for
the next 20
people like
minutes.
me and you?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it. I'm not buying a CD.
I am not getting that next cassette tape.
No.
Okay? I'll be damned if there's going to be a Gilly the King mixtape coming from me.
Not in my six disc carousel.
That's it.
Yeah.
The carousels were the best.
He goes by Gilly the King now, according to Landry.
All right. Yeah, see?
Yeah.
I trust Landry on this one. All right. Mike Tannenbaum, former GM for the New York Jets. He was on the Dan Patrick Show. And this stemmed from a question about if you had to take one, Jordan Love or Trevor Lawrence, who would it be? And Tannenbaum kind of strayed into a lane here where I found myself feeling our guy CJ getting
this is where it starts, Sean. This is where it starts. CJ got nothing but universal praise from almost everybody in the media. Former quarterbacks, former GMs, everything.
Yeah.
This time of year when things get slow and you start heading into the season, this is when people are going to start to have the hot take that, you know what? CJ might not actually be that good.
Well, he doesn't mention CJ by name, but I still take umbrage with this.
If we were drafting NFL players, I think you and I would agree we'd take Patrick Mahomes number 1. I'm taking Jordan Love number 2. I've really been thinking about this a lot. Like, who would you take before Jordan Love in terms of youth, ability, and I think his future is limitless. And while I think Trevor Lawrence has ability, at some point, this is the old Belichick, like, you should show greatness. And I think what we've seen with Trevor Lawrence is he shown being good, B+, but we've seen Jordan Love in 1 year show greatness. He was arguably, over the last half of the season, arguably the best quarterback in the NFL.
I actually agree with his I agree that Jordan Love, I like him better than Trevor Lawrence. I agree with that part. He volunteered that he thinks Love is the number 2 guy you would take in a redraft of everybody after Mahomes. That I disagree with.
After Mahomes, it would be Jordan Love.
And then Jordan Love, clear number 2.
The thing with Jordan Love is still a little bit of the curious decision part of it. When I look at curious decisions that CJ Stroud made this year, the only one that really pops into my head is when he threw that interception in the Bengals game. And people, you can blame Bobby Slowick for the play call, but it's up to CJ to do the right thing in that moment. And he took a risk and made a throw that he shouldn't have tried or attempted. So it was that was like the one really curious judgment decision that CJ Stroud made in the entire season, where Jordan Love has a little bit of that really whack job, weird throw in a critical moment that is upended them at times.
Lost that playoff game at the end.
Right.
He threw across his body, threw a pick that you could have superimposed Brett Favre over the top of him and would look the exact same.
Yeah, and the variety in terms of situation and decision, it was way worse than that decision in terms of the circumstances, the outcome, everything else. CJ's was way less egregious than Jordan Love. So, but saying all that, I think that Jordan Love, yes, did do a lot this year that kind of flew under the radar, which is weird for a Green Bay quarterback to fly under the radar. I think part of it was just that there was so much hubbub about C.J. Stroud at that point that it kind of suffocated any other quarterback.
Well, they were a 9-8 football team too,
Yeah.
Green Bay. It's not like they were a great team. He played great in the second half of the season to get them back into position.
He's got a lot of those same issues that Aaron Rodgers always had, is just what is your defense going to be?
Yep. Tannenbaum doubled down on the love for Love.
100%, and I'm not even thinking about it. You could have anybody else, but you give me Jordan Love, I'm set for the next decade. High character, great ability, been fully baked and developed, and I'm not looking back. And by the way, that team is loaded with young skill players. I'm hard-pressed to think that they're not going to be right back where they were a year ago, deep in the NFC playoffs.
Okay.
I think that's the battle that people will be watching this year, is Jordan Love versus C.J. Stroud. Obviously not head-to-head, but as a, like, okay, these are the two guys where on almost a lot of these offseason QB rankings, the team power rankings, it's almost always the Texans and then the Packers immediately after.
It is.
Both at quarterback and and for the overall team
Correct.
stuff. So I think that's probably that's a little argument. That's a little barbershop argument that's waiting in the wings that people will start having as long as Jordan Love continues doing what he did last year.
They do play each other.
Yeah.
October 20th.
But even then, it's not head-to-head necessarily.
No, but you know how the league does.
Yes,
It'll be like every poster will have the two of them on it. It'll look like they're going head-to-head with each other.
The most notable QB head-to-head, aside from Peyton versus Tom Brady all those years, the one that I can think that where it was like a Caitlin Clark treatment was when the Patriots played the Broncos, when Tebow and the Broncos had that playoff season.
Oh,
there was all kinds
they
of
bullied him.
Patriots players said that, man, Brady just had a different sneer to him that week, and they just destroyed the Broncos in that game.
Disgusted, yeah.
It almost felt like that was the chip that Tom Brady had put on his shoulder that week. This Tim Tebow's getting all this attention. He's not actually playing all that well. The Broncos defense was phenomenal that year. That was really why they were able to make the runs they did. And Tebow, to his credit, did some really cool things in the fourth quarter, undoing all the damage he had done in the first quarter, or the first three quarters. But yeah, that was QB versus QB in that one.
Speaking of Trevor Lawrence, if you're looking to feel good about C.J. Stroud from this standpoint too, the guy who's thought to be, I think, the next best quarterback in the AFC South, Trevor Lawrence, here was Greg Cosell. He was on our friend Ross Tucker's podcast last week. And for a guy who's being talked about as to getting a big $200+ million contract, this does not match up. That does not match up with how Greg Cosell is describing the expectations, what they should be for Trevor Lawrence.
I think we have to sort of decrease the expectations for what Lawrence is. You know, Lawrence won the national championship as a freshman, and then he got the moniker a generational quarterback. And again, everything I say, as you know, is based on studying film. He's not really at that level talent-wise. He has a good arm, but he's not a power arm guy. His deep balls at times lose energy on the back end. When he has to move in the pocket and reset his platform, his arm strength kind of declines. There are times he can drive the ball with velocity, but for the most part, he's really kind of more of a touch and pace thrower.
Okay. So I saw a lot of Jaguars fans responding to this angrily, which is hard with Cosell. Cosell never has like a hot take. He's never trying to
describing what he sees.
Right.
Yeah.
And they would point out that according to PFF, I want to say he led the league or had one of the highest rates of big time throws, which is when you're thrown into a tight window, usually down the field. And that's the trouble with Trevor Lawrence, is that, yeah, he is capable of making those throws. Sometimes he layers them in perfectly. The intermediate stuff looks downright brilliant at points, but he's rarely doing that off platform or necessarily from it's everything lines up perfectly and he does that. But I do think with Trevor Lawrence, that's where I just wonder how much of his ceiling is also going to be tied to what can Doug Peterson teach him and bring him along with. Because it's going to have to be from the neck up in a lot of ways. He doesn't have incredible arm talent, and he also doesn't have the improvisational ability that a lot of the good younger quarterbacks do. So it feels like he's somebody that you want to get. If you're going to get the absolute best out of him, it's got to be timing and rhythm. Drew Brees, Drew Brees didn't have a big time arm, but man, he was accurate as hell, and he was a hell of a quarterback because he just nailed the timing and rhythm of it.
Greg Cosell Uses the S word here with Trevor Lawrence.
I just don't know if overall talent he's at the level of the top guys. I think he's a guy that needs a pretty complete offense, a multi-dimensional scheme, and a good defense. I think he's at the top tier of kind of the for want of a better word, system quarterback.
Oh, there it is.
System quarterback.
System quarterback.
If he had been taken 10th overall, and if there hadn't been 3 years of advanced PR on him, I think that would be the consensus opinion right now on him. I think there are a lot of people that are just still married to their pre-draft assessments of him, it was kind of weird. Even through his final season at Clemson, it was strange the way he was being so easily thrown into the Andrew Luck caliber prospect type of stuff. Not even talking about what Andrew Luck became as an NFL quarterback. You could have different arguments about that. But in terms of the actual physical ability, it never quite seemed like that. And there were questions about him coming out of that extremely simplistic Clemson offense.
That was big.
Whether he was going to be able to transfer and learn and adapt to the NFL. And he still has some things to prove in that regard.
I like our quarterback in the AFC South. It's nice, man. It's nice to hear those things about Greg Cosell just said about Trevor Lawrence, and that's the guy who's the number 2 in your division right now.
If you're power ranking potential amongst quarterbacks right now between Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, and Trevor Lawrence, who's got the highest ceiling?
Anthony Richardson, without a doubt.
Yeah, I think with Anthony Richardson, it really is. He's got 2 things to worry about. One is that he gets injured every single year. So, in which for quarterbacks is unacceptable over time. Quarterbacks have to stay healthy first and foremost, or play well while they're injured. And the other side of it is, it's happening again. People will point out some big time throws that Anthony Richardson made and act like, well, yep, see, he can do it. Like, no, he's always been able to do it.
Yeah.
It's a matter of how consistently does he do it.
Yep.
And he's still erratic as a thrower.
Yep. Potential is ceiling. He's got the highest ceiling, but there's a lot he got to fix. No doubt about that. All right, we head into the 9 o'clock hour. Speaking of the Colts and Anthony Richardson, you want to get amped for the Colts game on September the 8th? You want to get amped for the Colts game? Listen to the next segment. CJ Stroud will get you amped for the next Colts game coming up next. Prize Picks. Oh, it's been a good Prize Picks week for me. Man, I have honed in. Man, if you're
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Payne and Pendergast.
I'm very excited for the opener against the Indianapolis Colts in Indy. Big game. Probably, arguably the most important division game for the Texans if you feel like the Colts are the biggest threat to the Texans in the division, which I do.
Yeah.
I think the Colts, with a healthy Anthony Richardson, are the second best team in the division.
I mean, it just going back to that play-in game at the end of the season last year, you could see how evenly matched they were. The Colts didn't really do much to improve their roster outside of the draft in the offseason. They did re-sign and retain a lot of guys. The biggest wild card by far is just, are they going to be a better offense with Anthony Richardson as opposed to Gardner Minshew?
Yeah.
And I don't that might be an obvious answer to some people. It all comes down to, all right, is he going to play like a veteran quarterback or is he going to play like a rookie quarterback? He's going to have some highlights. He's going to have a whole bunch of highlights, but can he be consistently good and can he not get injured? And in that regard, that's a scary team.
A lot of trash talk between these two teams.
Yes. Mostly because of Zaire Franklin and E.J. Speed, the two linebackers for the Colts.
Yes.
They've been there's been a timeline here where after the season they recorded a podcast which they were very complimentary of C.J. Stroud. But they also, Zaire Franklin said, but he also, when it comes time for football, he's going to hate C.J. Stroud. But apparently they've run into each other a couple times in the offseason, and things are starting to ramp up.
They are.
The football hatred is really starting to simmer right now between those two.
Let's get CJ talking about EJ Speed first as sort of the appetizer to the main event, the main course, which I think is Zaire Franklin and CJ Stroud. Here was CJ Stroud. This is on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast with Gilly the Kid / King.
Gilly the King now. He used to be Gilly the Kid when he was a rapper. Now that he's a multimedia star, he's the Gilly the King.
Okay, we'll go with King. Here was CJ Stroud on that podcast over the weekend on the trash talk that EJ Speed engages in with CJ.
Like my boy EJ Speed. But it's a ton of dudes. It's not just EJ. He with my agent. And I tell him this to his face. I don't even tripping. But like a lot of dudes come to these podcasts, like, oh yeah, I'm coming to hit. I'm gonna hit CJ in his face. I'm gonna get him next year. Why didn't you do something? Like where I'm from, we say, why didn't you do something where you was mad at? You was mad right there, my do something. Right. You could have made hella plays, bro. You could have made plays, dog. Right. You could have shut me up right there, but you didn't.
Right.
So what make you think you gonna do it now? And if you do, I'm gonna come back, bro, for real. I feel like this ain't for no play, bro. I'm on, like, come on, man.
Got him in that mode.
You know what I'm saying? No, it's like, this is the mode I've been waiting to get. I'm gonna slam CJ on his head. Like, man, you should have did that then, bro.
Right.
Now we're gonna have another opportunity, and we played them first game of the year. I'm excited. The Colts, we play them after they play. It's gonna be rocking. Indy hates me already, and I love it.
True.
So no, but it's fun too. That you get a little extra oomph that week in preparation when you might specifically be targeting EJ Speed. When you figure out exactly how you're gonna get. Maybe you figured out when EJ Speed is going to, unfortunately for them, get matched up on a wide receiver, depending on what their play call is, or just it hitting Dalton Schultz over the middle, whatever it might be. I like that.
I love that the quarterback of the team I root for is wired this way.
Yeah.
Should I be concerned that one of the byproducts of being wired this way and saying all the things that CJ's saying is the fact that, when normally you get hit like an 8.5 out of 10 hard.
Yeah.
Guys are going to be looking to hit you like 11.5 out of 10 hard.
This is part, as a defensive guy, this is where I have to point out that, the quarterback talking smack, he's like Justin Bieber talking smack with a bunch of his bodyguards around.
Okay.
And in this instance, it's these days, those bodyguards are the fines that are delivered for dirty hits. So the fines and suspensions protect the quarterback so much that I think the chance of him getting a hit, as we saw versus the Jets, I worry way more about a Quinnen Williams or somebody like that than I do about other players that have to fall off the quarterback. Yeah. And it's almost impossible for a defensive player to aim to hit a quarterback hard anymore without getting fined and or suspended. It's just the way the league is being operated.
Okay, I feel better.
Yeah.
I feel like 28% better. Here was Zaire Franklin, the other linebacker that seems to be caught in some sort of verbal Donnybrook here with C.J. Stroud. This is Zaire Franklin talking about C.J. on Chris Long's podcast, mentioning an encounter that the two of them had, Zaire and C.J., at the Super Bowl this year, which seemed to be getting construed in drastically different ways by each party. This is Zaire Franklin saying it sounded like he thought C.J. was talking some trash to him.
You could have a beef with any team in the AFC South. Would it be the Titans?
No, because I already smacked them a couple times. It really be Houston. I'm not going to lie to you. I love CJ, man. I support all our young brothers at quarterback, but CJ, he didn't say a lot of wild stuff to me, and our run-ins, at the Super Bowl, at All-Star.
What did he say?
Many times, and he feeling himself. But look, he in Tokyo, so congrats. I'm happy for you, but I need to see that boy again.
Okay. You're going to see him twice.
I feel like congrats on being in Tokyo is a shot. That's a lot. Yeah. He's off there living this life. It's been nothing but flowers for C.J. Stroud all off season long.
Now he's in Tokyo.
But at some point you got to, now he's in Tokyo for whatever that means.
Yeah.
Now we got to, but you're going to have to come back and you're going to have to face big bad Zaire Franklin.
Good player.
I think Zaire Franklin's the kind of guy that misinterprets compliments. I think CJ might have said something like, "Oh yeah, you guys had a really good game." And Zaire hears that as like, "Oh, you got to bring that up." Yeah.
This is pretty funny because this is CJ back to the $1 million worth of game podcast, and now this is CJ talking about the very same encounter that Zaire Franklin took as some sort of slight or disrespect.
Yeah.
Here was CJ's version of what happened.
And he be talking about me all the time, and I know he gonna see this. I ain't tripping. Yeah, bro, Zaire Franklin from the coast. I'm 44.
Yeah, I know. He from Philly?
Yeah. So that's probably where it come from. And bro got game, but it's smoke. I ain't tripping. Bro be talking about me.
I'm coming for you.
I'm coming too, though. It's bro, come on, bro. I'm like that too, dog. I respect you because you making the league, and he just got paid. Shout out to bro. I'm happy for you, bro. I want to see any black man get paid in this league. Anybody in general. You deserve that money, bro. He a good player. Yeah. But it's man, he know and that's what I like. It's two dogs ready to rumble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So he be talking crazy?
Oh yeah. But with him though, he said something the other day. It was on a podcast.
I saw it.
He said that in person. I said something to him, talking mess. I'm I don't remember that to be real. We was at the Super Bowl. I seen him, and somebody asked us to take a picture together. So we took a picture together, and I was like, hey man, I was just talking, you know what I'm saying, just on some cool shit. We off the field. I'm not really tripping off you, bro. And then he go on a podcast the other day talking about.
So he was capping on the podcast.
I don't think he was capping. I might have said something, but it rubbed him the wrong way. But y'all Philly a little sensitive, man.
Yeah, he's crying over the game.
But bro, we play. It is what it is.
You know what I think about though with all this Zaire Franklin and EJ Speed talking smack on their podcast? I wonder if the Colts defensive backs are hey man,
are you looking at the depth chart right now?
Well, I'm thinking about their defensive backs. They feel good about some of their younger players, but they're young guys. And I just
they're not going to be pounding the line.
Brents and Dallas Flowers and Kenny Moore are talk all that smack, Zaire. You're gonna have to cover. Ooh, you got to cover a running back on a hook. Oh, it's we got to deal with this dude down in and down out. Why don't you just shut up a little bit?
If there's
going to be trash talked, let the defensive backs do it, not the middle linebacker.
Yeah, CJ's causing dissension within the ranks just by being awesome.
He's I like it. He's fostering chaos. And we're gonna have the Colts completely turned upside down. Locker room issues. Are they gonna be are they doing their Hard Knocks thing again this year?
No, I don't know.
I thought they did an in-house version of it or something.
Oh, maybe so. I thought but they were the first one to do the in-season Hard Knocks a couple years ago. Remember, because we got to watch them up close and personal lose a playoff spot at the end of the year.
That's right. Yeah,
blew a playoff spot because they lost to a horrid Jacksonville team back when Jacksonville was picking number 1 overall. Week 18 or whatever it was. I liked it in that cut there that Zaire versus CJ went from 2 dogs to 20 seconds later, Zaire Franklin's sensitive. 2 dogs fighting. Which one's the sensitive dog? Are you the sensitive dog right there?
Yeah, it just doesn't. It's not. It's more fun right now. I hope it does become genuine bad blood. I hope at some point somebody's like, all right, this has gone too far, because that's as much fun and as much juice as you can get. But it's not, again, neither of those guys, EJ Speed or Zaire Franklin, can really enforce or be as scary as guys used to be.
Yeah.
You're out there shooting rubber bullets these days. It's not there's nothing you can say where you're really going to make a quarterback's life hell unless you get lucky and having to hit him, just right as he's releasing the ball.
Do you like at Indy being the opener this season?
Okay, and the dog in me says, "Yeah, give it to me." There's a part of me that's like, I don't like that Shane Steichen is going to be able to have the perfect game plan for Anthony Richardson. I think Shane Steichen is the real deal when it comes to working with young quarterbacks. So Shane Steichen, the head coach of the Colts, I think that is going to be a huge test for the defense, just because last year we saw versus the Colts. Man, look, the defense got a lot better as the season went along in a lot of respects, but they did not face genuine tests against really athletic quarterbacks other than the Colts, because when they played Kyler Murray, he was not himself. The first time
he got tired.
Yeah, the first time they played Lamar Jackson wasn't running much at all because he was in a new offense. We saw Lamar Jackson at the end of the season in the playoffs.
Tore him up.
Hurt him with his legs.
Yeah.
But I think that was one of the questions with Nico coming over, was that his defense hadn't done well versus athletic quarterbacks or genuine dual threat quarterbacks. This year they'll get tested on that right off the bat in week 1.
Is there any sort of ambush quality that the Texans have, though, with all the new faces?
Oh, yeah. No, I think they've got a lot of – I think with that, what teams will do is, they're going to look at film from last year, and obviously the Texans are going to try to build on what they did last year. And then beyond that, they've already got, like, the way they like to play Kyle Shanahan-type offenses. There's certain things you do with your defensive line. There's certain things you do coverage-wise that you're better off. So – There's less unpredictability with them, but I think the biggest thing is that they're going to be able to line up there in 3 wide receiver sets, and defenses aren't going to have an answer for it.
Yeah.
Other than, like, at some point your answer to that has to be either the pass rush or you already have a really, really good coverage group and you force the Texans into a run game and test them that way. But there's more of an ambush element with the Colts, with Anthony Richardson at quarterback, and especially because your linebackers last year had a really tough time with play action versus the Colts and versus the Shane Steichen offense. The RPOs kind of put those guys into a mental blender at times. So it's a huge test for Alshire and Christian Harris more so than anyone, and whoever ends up being their Sam linebacker.
CJ Stroud and Tank Dell were on this podcast. Pretty funny story about a trash talk incident, as long as we're talking about trash here. Trash talk in the Carolina game. A game that the Texans lost to the Carolina Panthers, but apparently after CJ Stroud had a QB sneak for a touchdown, the player they're talking about on Carolina is a safety by the name of Sam Franklin. He's number 42. And Titus Howard made an observation amidst trash talk about Sam Franklin.
I throw the ball. Bitch, I'm talking to the crowd, going crazy. And then bruh came, and he was like, CJ, you ain't even like that. It's one of the, I don't even know bro name. You ain't even like that. You ain't even like that. Yeah, he was a safety.
Number 40 something.
Yeah, it's 42. And
he was talking Titus crazy.
Titus was like, all your side tooth missing. And bruh hold like his grill was gone. I was like,
Did he come back after that?
No, he shut up. He didn't say nothing the rest of the game.
Bro, you don't want smoke.
Bro, you don't want smoke. Yeah. Bro, I swear, but this is true.
All right, Titus Howard on Twitter, Titus Howard corroborated that story.
Yeah.
That he made fun of Sam Franklin's dental issues.
Grill-less?
Yeah.
Or he had lost his grill?
He'd lost
Titus Howard smacked the grill out of him?
Missing teeth on the side or something like that. Yeah. So Titus did that thing, when in doubt, just go after personal appearance with somebody.
Yeah, good job, Titus.
Way to go. Way to shut it down.
You have to compete at every level, Sean.
Fortunately, the Panthers had the last laugh that day.
I know. That Panthers game, it's an
funny story.
Truth. It's what that Panthers game is. And the biggest thing about the Panthers game that you can take is that last year, CJ after the game talked about some changes they need to make, and the next week he goes out and sets a rookie record for passing.
Yes, 470 yards.
They made their adjustments. They were aggressive downfield. They took advantage of the way teams were starting to play the Texans.
Yeah.
So it was ultimately ended up being a good thing. It's the one thing from last season that made it hard to really gloat over the Panthers taking Bryce Young, even though it's not like Bryce Young played out of his brain that game or anything. But it was a non-effort by the Texans.
Texans aren't going to be able to do that this year. Like the bad teams on their schedule,
yeah.
I don't know that they have teams like. There's no Carolina. I mean, the New England Patriots are pretty bad. That's a pretty bad football team. But keep in mind, the Texans went 10-7 last year.
Yeah.
And in a season where they lost to Bryce Young, lost to Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson had the best game of his NFL career versus the Texans.
So did Desmond Ridder.
Yeah.
Your schedule, the quarterbacks you play this year are not going to allow mulligans like that. You know, they're not going to. You can't let J.J. McCarthy, with his newly signed Justin Jefferson, you can't let J.J. McCarthy go for 315 against you this year.
Yeah, it's not as simple as now you've got quarterbacks who may or may not even be good quarterbacks, but they're on better teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, that okay, I don't know what J.J. McCarthy's going to be as an NFL quarterback, but there are a lot more reasons to respect the Vikings than the Jets and where they were last year.
For sure. And there's just way more good quarterbacks on the schedule.
Yeah.
You know, like last year, you played Lamar Jackson, you played Joe Burrow. Definitely the two best quarterbacks you played. And then after that, like the argument for the third best quarterback the Texans played during the season, it might have been Joe Flacco in Week 16 or Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, the big question this year, especially in the early part of the schedule, is just, all right, which of these rookie quarterbacks can actually play in the NFL?
Yeah.
It could end up being that they have a bunch of crappy quarterbacks they face in the first part of the schedule, you know, depending on Caleb Williams and J.J. McCarthy and whatnot.
And Drake May.
Yeah, or maybe those guys are precocious like CJ was.
Hope not. All right, speaking of rookies, we saw a rookie get hazed over the weekend, not in football. We saw Caitlin Clark get semi-hazed. She's been getting a baptism since the time she got into the league. Is this something, does this happen to the degree it's happening with her in other sports? Specifically, is this a normal thing, say, in the NFL with rookies? Are they getting the Clark treatment? Does that happen? We'll let Seth answer that one coming up next.
What's Bobby Slowick most excited about with the Texans offense this year?
packing.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Astros lose 2 out of 3. Seth and I will be there tonight to try to really impose some discipline on the Astros. You know, maybe they'll sit up a little straighter in the dugout, knowing you and I are.
Because we're sitting behind home plate.
Such close proximity. Yeah,
this will be my first time sitting down that close to home plate.
It's pretty fun.
Minute Maid, yeah. You got to keep me away from the buffet is the only thing.
You asked me to do that during the regular season in football in the press box. Said I got to keep you away.
And then you sit idly by while I eat 13 ice cream sandwiches.
Not an exaggeration.
Ice cream sandwiches are they're deceptive is what they are.
Yes.
Like people, nobody expects that the ice cream sandwich is going to be your undoing. They're like, oh, wow, you're eating too much candy, this or that. You never hear anybody say, like, wow, Seth eats a lot of ice cream sandwiches. And then you sit and then you count your wrappers that are piled up next to you at the end. And you're like, oh, I had 13 ice cream sandwiches.
That was a really bad job by me because I noticed I was sitting literally next to you. You asked me to help kind of put the restrictor plate on you with this stuff.
Yeah.
And you know how I noticed that you'd eaten that many ice cream sandwiches? I saw you tweet about it while you were sitting 3 feet away from me. And I looked over, I'm like, oh, wow, that is a big pile of ice cream sandwich wrappers over there.
Wade Boggs can have his 96 beers. Right. I ate 13 ice cream sandwiches in one football game.
It's unbelievable. And more.
You thought I was nursing the same one the whole game. That's like wow, I don't know. I don't know much about thermodynamics, but it's amazing that Seth's been nursing that ice cream sandwich for so long.
It's got to be what they make the Dippin' Dots out of, man. Yeah. This stuff never melts. This is incredible. So Caitlin Clark is a big topic today. She got pushed to the ground in a WNBA game against the Chicago Sky over the weekend by a player by the name of Kennedy Carter. I guess the only news item with this is that it's been upgraded to a flagrant 1 over the weekend.
No, yeah, baby.
Yeah. I mean, I've been on Twitter all weekend long campaigning for that.
Justice has been done.
Right.
Yeah.
Flagrant 1. So Caitlin Clark is getting some rookie treatment, and I think there's so many ways to look at this. And one of the big things about this, Seth, is there's so many people that have opinions on this that have had zero eyes in the WNBA since it began existing.
Right. Yeah.
Why didn't this start some sort of bench clearing brawl? Why didn't her teammates come to their defense? I'm like, I don't know that that's a normal thing in the WNBA.
I think, Matt Barnes and Draymond Green both watch WNBA. A lot of the NBA players watch WNBA, and they have a certain level of respect for them, on a different level.
Yeah.
So a lot of those guys watch the WNBA. I think the fact that both Matt Barnes and Draymond Green, who are pretty notable in their role as enforcers, or Matt Barnes had been, that they had that same question. It's like, well, there's got to be some kind of response to this, even though, obviously you don't want an all-out, malice at the palace or anything like that, but there's got to be some kind of response. And I guess my gut reaction, as being one of the people, too, that doesn't pay a whole lot of attention to the WNBA, is there is that element, Indiana's a bad basketball team, too. So I don't know if the culture is there or what have you. And, it doesn't have to be in the form of a fight, but returning hard fouls or something like that. Indiana would go on to win this game, and it seems to have ignited Caitlin Clark somewhat. But yeah. And I don't know does the WNBA want it to be that type of a league?
I don't know if one incident or something like this casts the league overall in a certain light. I'll say this, I think this is good for the league. I think I'm not condoning what Kennedy Carter did.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, if I were coaching, I'd say go knock Caitlin Clark over. I'm just telling you as a spectator, this is an interesting topic to me.
You know what would be better for the league? If Caitlin Clark was shooting better than 37% from the field.
That would help.
That would help.
That would be
she's
better.
Still it's weird, though, too, that they go straight from playing in the NCAAs to playing an entire professional basketball schedule after that.
Within weeks.
So I don't know with women, in the WNBA, whether, how realistic or likely it is for them to have I don't know how likely
she's had
it ever
no
was
offseason
for her to have met the expectations on an emotional level of a lot of people.
Is this? I guess the other thing, which leads into what we kind of teased into the segment, it's getting a ton of attention because of who is on the other end of this foul, right? That it's Caitlin Clark, the Golden Goose, the singular thing that has brought people to the store with the WNBA. She is it. There is a 100% correlation with the increase in popularity, or at least in interest.
Yeah.
with Caitlin Clark entering the league. Women's college basketball, same thing. I can't wait to see what the numbers are for the tournament next year with no Caitlin Clark in it. If they regress, I don't think they'll regress all the way back to pre-Clark levels.
Yeah.
I'm sure they brought some people in who are now interested in the sport. But I don't think this is all that abnormal for a rookie to get treated
right,
this way,
like
right?
in the NFL, Florio had a piece where he said that you don't see this in the NFL, and I think the reason he doesn't think you see it in the NFL is because it happens to every rookie in the NFL. Like, they all get that treatment, especially the more notorious they are, the more you want to give them their welcome to the NFL moment. And I think Florio brought up Reggie Bush. With Reggie Bush, I don't think there was any extra animosity towards him. It was just that he wasn't as good as people thought he was going to be. It took him a few years to figure out that he couldn't get away with, stringing a play out to the sideline in the NFL the way you could in college, because the guys get to the boundary in college, in the NFL. I think Cam Newton was brought up as a guy that maybe got undue extra harassment. I don't know in that instance either, though. Like, Cam, if anything, just didn't shy away from contact. And then you could argue that the officials for years didn't protect him as much as they protected other quarterbacks. But that's more on the officiating side. I think every NFL rookie gets a certain type of harassment. And just because all 11 guys on the defense want to give him the welcome to the NFL moment.
Yep.
And so in the WNBA, could it be as much like the hard elbows and everything and the treatment she's getting? It's super physical play. Is it really all that out of the ordinary, or is it just because people are watching women's sports and maybe they have a different standard for it in women's sports than in men's sports?
I think
it becomes that much more glaring.
I think that's possible. Again, I admit I've watched more WNBA since Caitlin Clark came into the league than I had in the previous 20 years.
I know, like the badass.
So I have no basis for comparison as to if this is a normal baptism that you see in women's basketball.
I know that like the badass WNBA players, when they're playing with men, They don't want you to take it easy on them physically or whatever. They're going to play basketball and beat me or whatever. Just so. I think there's probably a level of physicality in the WNBA that's way different than what Caitlin Clark saw in college.
Yeah.
In terms of just downright aggressiveness, and I'd go back to if Matt Barnes and Draymond Green, as much as I hesitate to take their opinions on various matters, this is their area of expertise, and they watch the WNBA, and they're flat out saying, look, Indiana's got to take it on themselves to combat some of this, that it's got to be like, all right, listen, we're not just going to lay down and let you treat our rookie like this.
I feel like
no matter who she is or how good she is for the league or anything else like that, it's just a team matter.
I feel like with the NFL, there's as much baptism going on internally within a team as there is in games. I mean, obviously the games the physicality is going to be more because I don't think you ever intend to hurt somebody on your own team.
No, yeah, you do. Oh, on your own team.
On your own team, in practice or whatever. There's a lot of there's a lot of hazing that goes on in terms of carry my pads and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But not the shoving and pushing.
Yeah, and it's definitely not what it used to be.
Yeah.
No, when you say, I always hate it when people are like, we want to play clean, but we don't want to hurt anybody. Well, you're playing in a sport where if you give somebody the perfect clean hit, they're going to get injured on some level.
Yeah.
So, and
if they're good and they leave the game, it helps you win.
Tell yourself whatever you want to think. You're trying to hurt that person. Yeah. You don't want to tear their ACL or anything like that.
Right.
But you want to make them feel pain.
Yes.
And maybe a minor injury or something.
Yes. Cam Newton's a good one. Yeah, Florio's fixation on Reggie Bush in that article was very strange to me.
Trevor Penning, the offensive tackle, who is from some godforsaken college in the Midwest,
Northern Iowa,
talked a whole lot of smack about how tough he was and everything, and then got in 5 fights with different defensive linemen during training camp. I feel like he's getting picked on, but mostly now just because he's a horrible football player.
Sure.
The Texans picked on him, but it was like Will Anderson, who's younger than Trevor Penning. Will Anderson destroyed Trevor Penning when the Saints played the Texans.
Yeah,
he just stinks as a football player.
It's hard to think of guys who've come into the NFL with the same degree of hype that Caitlin Clark's come into the WNBA. Like, hype to the level of, hey, man, we've been here 20 years.
When Bo Jackson destroyed Brian Bosworth, I don't feel like it was out of any particular animus. It was more just Bo Jackson being Bo Jackson.
Trying to score a touchdown.
Yeah.
He ran over him at the goal line.
I wonder if Brian Bosworth came into the league. Kids, Brian Bosworth was a linebacker who was awesome back when he was at Oklahoma. Came into the league with a lot of fanfare. I bet that Bosworth might be the closest to a Caitlin Clark in that you had a guy that brought a lot of fanfare with him and also had a he had a different persona than Caitlin Clark.
Did he ever?
But I feel like offensively, there were probably a lot of players offensively that were like, oh, this guy that showed up at training camp in a helicopter, all this other stuff.
Yeah.
That probably liked. They probably really enjoyed making him look like a rookie.
Dude, Brian if he existed in this era now with NIL.
Yeah.
Because he raged against the machine. That was a big thing with Boz. Is like he had T-shirts he was selling. They went after him for that. He would wear stuff that said NCAA on it.
He wore the NCAA. Well, yeah, they wouldn't allow him to. Yeah, I couldn't remember what it was. They basically, he railed against the NCAA and everything.
Big time.
Oh no, that's right. He had the headband that said "National Communists Against Athletes."
Yeah. That's what it was. So he was. I mean, in the age of social media and NIL, the Boz.
Oh yeah, he would be huge in the area.
I mean, he was huge back then.
He'd be a guy that you might like. It might be worth it for him to stay in college an extra year and try to win a national championship because he would have been making 7 figures.
He playing for OU.
Yeah.
The schools and among the schools that have high collectives for their athletes.
Well, he still probably gets. I bet a big percentage of his annual income comes from University of Oklahoma activities, right? Like,
he gets a lot of it.
Hosting parties and stuff like that.
Yeah, Brian's a friend, so I know. Right.
Brian,
just for the audience's sake, like I'm friendly with Brian Bosworth. Yeah. We've been to a lot of OU games together. Wallace Marsh, my best man for my wedding, is best friends with Boz. You know what? He makes a decent chunk off of now, being the sheriff of Fansville on those Dr. Pepper commercials.
Oh, yeah.
He's the sheriff of Fanville on there, for those who don't know. There's a lot of kids these days probably know more for that than being the Boz back in the day.
He's doing it a lot better. He's smarter. I bet he's a lot smarter in his negotiations than the original Jake from State Farm was. I don't even remember what that guy looks like.
Who's the
original Jake from State Farm?
He was a doughy white dude.
Yeah, I don't know. He probably got a little too big for his britches.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Jared from Subway screwed it up in it. Jared had been doing a good job with negotiations. He had other issues.
Major issues.
That were the thing. Yeah, Boz probably knows how to. It's a dicey negotiation when you're a commercial celebrity.
Yeah.
Except that he's got it. What he has is that it's because he's the Boz.
Yeah.
So he's got more leverage than, say, like Progressive Lady or something.
A little, but they don't lean into him being the Boz on those commercials very much.
Right.
You wouldn't know he was from watching the commercials.
That's true. The younger people probably.
Yeah,
don't
I think they
realize
just that's that sheriff guy who's pretty funny on the commercials. Now, Flo from Progressive.
Yeah.
I bet she's got a pretty good deal.
Yeah. The Verizon girl. She's not the main Verizon person anymore either. That cute little brunette.
Yeah,
she's just like a spunky little girl next door type of vibe about her. I think she lost that gig.
Yeah, I think so too.
The Lizard's doing okay.
The gecko from Geico? Yeah.
He's pretty smart. He hasn't gone above
fake
and beyond.
accent.
They're bringing the caveman back too. Now that guy, I bet the guy that played the caveman, I bet he got too big for his britches at some point.
Oh,
or
yeah.
lack thereof. I don't think he wore britches because he was a caveman.
Yeah.
But he wore whatever those are called, those tunics.
Yeah. He's probably like, I got the call. I've been waiting 18 years for this. I got the call. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio, GM of the Texans, was on Kay Adams' podcast. He's going to be on with us on Friday, 7:30 here in studio.
We're not going to try to. Boy, he had to stiff arm the hardcore. Kay lays on the charisma thick. Yeah, Nick doesn't get that charisma from us.
No. Maybe Friday. We'll see. Concerns about Diggs missing OTAs, new age of players. What's the policy going to be on J.J. Watt as well? Caserio addressed that. That is next. Oh, but first, soda weight loss. Man, this is the time of year where soda weight loss, where I'm so glad that I dropped those 50 pounds of fat weight back in the day, because this time of year when it's
Counsel.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, Nick Caserio, you're on Kay Adams' podcast last week. You got any concerns about Stefon Diggs missing part of OTAs in the voluntary program?
Zero. We were on the field here this morning. We've been on the field here the last couple of days. Steph has been here this week. So Steph's had a great attitude, works really hard. He's very competitive. He finishes plays. What you see him do during the regular season, what you've seen him do for Buffalo and Minnesota, you're seeing some of those qualities and traits on a practice field. So there's a reason why he's been as productive and as successful as he's been. I think that room is going to be really, really competitive. We're probably going to have to either move on for some players who are going to be playing other places, but we'll try to keep as many good players as we can here. But Steph's been here. He's had a good attitude. He's had a good approach. So we're glad he's here.
I was just thinking about Diggs as we're watching the TV here in studio. Justin Jefferson, if you missed it, Justin Jefferson agrees to a 4-year, $140 million extension with the Vikings. And I think the feeling with Diggs, Seth, has been that, okay, he's got this 1 year left. The Texans took his contract and shrunk it down to a 1-year deal. And so this is a contract year for him. I think the feeling has been he's 31 years old, so he's not gonna be making Justin Jefferson money. But if the market for good wide receivers is indeed rising to 35, like my guess is CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase are going to land somewhere in that Justin Jefferson range. I think this is going to set the market, and he'll be the tippy top of the market. But Diggs has a good year. He can still probably make in the low mid-20s somewhere.
He can make a really nice contract. Very good chance it won't be with the Texans. But if you're going to look at, I'd say the way the Texans handled the Stefon Diggs and Nico Collins, if you look at it as a package, they got a very reasonable deal. Like, this will be Nico Collins, in terms of his new money, will now be the 9th highest paid receiver. By the end of the offseason, he'll be out of the top 10. By next offseason, he might be down closer to 20 in terms of where he ranks amongst highest paid wide receivers with new money. That if he plays the same way he did last year, that'll be a really good contract. That'll be a very, very, very good and bargain contract to a guy that does not seem to me like the kind of guy that'll be agitating publicly about how he's underpaid or anything.
I don't think so.
You know, like if he's all pro for 2 years in a row, I don't think you're going to get that out of him. So that's good. The other side of it is, okay, what's the price to get a top tier or just like a game-changing, team-changing wide receiver in the door? I don't know if the Texans are interested in paying A.J. Brown prices right now. And nor should they be. When you've got two really good young receivers in that room already, it makes me feel better about the Stefon Diggs deal being just a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
That you're paying him really respectable money, but not crazy money for 1 year, and you had to give up a second-round pick for what is, like, realistically, they're trying to win the Super Bowl. Like, they've gone into that category of, hey, these are the kinds of things you do to win a Super Bowl. And I always go back in my mind, when I start to doubt it or question it, I look at how would I feel about this trade, the Stefon Diggs trade, if it were made at the trade deadline in a year when, you know, he was on an expiring contract. I would feel A-okay about it. You see teams give up second-round picks for guys on their expiring contracts all the time, and if you're trying to win a Super Bowl, then it makes sense. It's just when it happens at the trade deadline, they accept a higher level of aggression, I think.
Yes.
But that's how I look at this, is that the Texans are now in a position where they are that, like, okay, we need something to get over to clear that final hurdle, and a Stefon Diggs move is like that.
I agree. You know my view on that second-round pick, too, is like not all picks are created equal to me. Like, that was a bit of found money for them because I was cool with the move to get that extra second-round pick. It's also a second-round pick a year from now, which is really, in terms of time value of draft picks, really like trading a current third-round pick. But the other thing I like about this, too, is the sequencing of it. Like, if this were the first deal, like if they made this trade for Diggs before free agency started, before they'd signed all these guys, you would have said to yourself, man, you just gave up a second-round pick, and you still got a lot of work to do on defense, and you still got a lot to do. You still got to go get a running back. You got to do that. To me, of all the moves they made, this is the one that's the most polarizing in terms of what they gave up to get him.
Yeah.
And in terms of the player himself, the fact that you were already in the conversation pre-Diggs, if they never made the Stefon Diggs trade, I think the Texans would still be viewed as among the 7 or 8 teams that can go win a Super Bowl this year on the short list. That they did it once they were on that level, that they didn't do it before. I mean, this is probably more about perception than anything else.
Yeah.
But like they went ahead and made that trade. In terms, it was a safer deal because they already knew they were in that conversation, and now we're just piling that move on top of a lot of other good moves we've already made.
I think a lot of it, though, too, is what ends up happening with that 23rd pick overall. Where because originally they got that second round pick that they used for Stephon Diggs when they traded out of the first round with the Minnesota Vikings. Yep. If you had, for instance, taken Brian Thomas, the wide receiver, or Terrion Arnold, who went one pick later, to the Lions, the cornerback, those are both guys that I would love to have on the team right now too. And we'll see how they advance. I would be surprised if the Texans weren't really interested in Terrion Arnold, for instance, because look, it sounds like he's a lot like Will Anderson. The way people talk about him, the fact that he was Saban's favorite player on an Alabama squad, all those things make it seem like I would be really surprised if the Texans weren't trying to get Terrion Arnold.
Dude was helping out the janitor at his high school on a daily basis back in the day.
Like, checks off all the things they said about D'Amico when they drafted Will is it was like he drafted D'Amico Ryans. Yeah. It feels like they could have said the same thing about Terrion Arnold.
Yep.
That those guys and how they progress, it's not directly related to the Stephon Diggs trade, but it's kind of related to it.
I agree. Here was Caserio on Kay Adams' podcast. It feels like the Texans are operating a little differently these days in terms of maybe the freedom they give to players, freedom of expression, freedom to go do things during the offseason. I thought Nick Caserio had a great answer as to why it might feel that way.
I think what we try to stress to everybody, just be who you are. Like, don't try to be somebody that you're not, because I think players are smart enough, they see through that. So one thing I've learned and been fortunate to be in this league for going on 24 years now, you have to move and evolve with the times. And it doesn't mean you can't still have your core principles and standards that you believe in, but we're just in a different age. We're just a different state societally. Different things are more important to some folks. It doesn't mean that they can't pursue those things. It just means you got to make sure you keep the main thing, to quote CJ, which is something that he believes in. But ultimately, football, your performance on the football field is going to create other opportunities for you, so you can't lose focus. But we're going to support the players as best we can, hold them to a high standard, make sure they're accountable, and then just try to do the right thing along the way.
Yeah, it's the appropriate attitude to have in any industry, really, but just understand that the 20-somethings are going to have a different set of priorities and a different focus in general than you did in your generation. It's not better, it's not worse, it's not good, it's not bad. It's just different. But I think what Nick's alluding to there really, because I saw this all the time with players, is that there's guys that they want all that other stuff off the field, but they start to lose sight of the fact that it's football that drives all that stuff. And, I think Braxton Miller, it seemed, maybe had a little bit of that because the word out of New England was that the Patriots decided they didn't want to draft Braxton Miller in any round just because it seemed like he was more all about that life than actually being about the football life. So the philosophy that you go by is like, just, okay, do your social media stuff, do your podcast, do all that, as long as you're always keeping focus on the fact that it's football that drives any of the other fun stuff, and keep the main thing the main thing. I think CJ does a good job with that. And a lot of that is just, that's why it's so much more now than ever. I think they really try to vet these guys for being football geeks, like guys that geek out over football, guys that genuinely want to have their nose in the playbook as opposed to Instagramming about having their nose in the playbook. There's so many guys that'll talk about how they're grinding film and everything, and it's just bogus. They want the guys that are genuine. Maybe they're documenting it on their Instagram, but first and foremost, they have a desperation, like an obsessive need to be in the playbook.
Yep. Last one from Caserio here. Then we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. J.J. Watt. What's up with that? J.J. Watt coming through the door anytime soon?
J.J. Watt. We've heard it. Him and D'Amico. Any legs to this? Is he coming out of retirement? What's going on?
We'll see. I think JJ's got enough going on right now. But once the season starts, then I think that's when the competitive juices get going. So D'Amico has an open door policy for JJ, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay. I'm not even going to read too much into this. I did think it was interesting, notable, that he just flat out said that what D'Amico has already said before, but D'Amico always says it kind of with that chuckle, but that there is an open door policy for JJ.
And it's D'Amico's policy.
Yeah, that's right.
D'Amico has an open door policy for JJ.
I wonder if they debate about this. There might be a part of the GM that thinks about, okay, this is a roster spot, and we know it's a huge unknown with JJ being out of football for a year, and not to mention that he had a lot of injuries when he was still in football. Do you think D'Amico is more on the pro JJ train than Caserio?
I think it's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, D'Amico's got a longer history with JJ.
Yeah.
I mean, not as much of a history as people think. They only were teammates for a year.
Yeah.
Like JJ's rookie year and D'Amico's last year with the Texans was the only year they were together as teammates.
The thing that makes it different at the defensive line position is that you rotate guys in. So you're going to have 8 guys in a 4-3 defense that might play a lot on game day. And especially with the expanded practice squad, it's not like you're just, some poor kid's going to be out of a job because JJ's coming back. You're like, nah, he's still on the overall roster on the practice squad, wherever you stash that young guy. I think that D'Amico probably looks at it as JJ wouldn't want to come back unless he felt like he was just perfectly physically ready to come back and everything, and he's not going to overthink it. That's a guy that's a good football player that can come in and provide something for you. I guess the two big hanging issues are just, one, does JJ actually want to do it? And 2, what would the salary be? That's the big part.
Yeah.
It might be an open-door policy, but, it's an open-door policy at a certain price.
How much of the dry powder did Nico Collins eat up with his new deal that could have been J.J. Watt's money? What's up, John Lopez?
Hi, guys. How are you?
I'm doing good. Feeling good about Nico's deal again today as we watch Justin Jefferson get $35 million a year.
It just keeps getting better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What's the text you're going to read there?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I was leaning to see John. Yeah. No, we've got somebody that loves to take the Nico and Justin Jefferson extensions and boil them down to a per yard kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
$10,000 per yard. I'm just glancing at it here. It's a little complex for people in their cars or whatever right now.
Per yard.
Well, who's better per yard?
Well, I'll read it. Nico Collins' second contract got paid $10,791 per yard gained on his rookie contract. Justin Jefferson's second contract got $5,933 per yard gained on his rookie contract. Nico will forever be overpaid unless he starts dropping close to $2,000 per year. Clown extension for Nick.
I'll start saying this. That's not how he got paid. I don't know if you know this or understand this. It's not like Nick was in his. Nick didn't have a legal pad out going on a per yard basis based on those first 2 years. We're gonna have to overpay for that poor production. Honestly, that's one of the dumbest things anybody's ever put.
Right.
I banish you from using a notepad and pencil and calculator ever again.
By your criteria, Texter, it is a clown extension, but that is a clown way of looking at things. So anyways. So how you doing, John?
I'm just trying to figure out how much I get paid per word.
I told you it was going to be.
Per word.
Yeah.
There's like an argument I got in with somebody, like a maddening argument with somebody a couple years ago about how Deshaun Watson turned the ball over more than some random running back, so that random running back was actually worth more than a quarterback. Quarterbacks turn the ball over way more than when running backs do. They touch the ball every single play. Yeah,
that's good stuff. So concern level over the Astros coming out of the weekend, or we're burning daylight now, man. It's June.
That's mainly it. I'm not that concerned. Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at them differently.
You buried them like a month ago anyway.
Yeah, so I watch games differently.
Rising out of the grave
right now with the Astros. Yeah. The expectation is, all right, here comes the run. It's not that. It's like, let's see what they can do, because it's not really great right now. No matter how you look at it.
Nope.
Yeah.
So you're just giving up on them completely?
Just watching them differently, like the expectation, like what you see these guys doing, what you expect from the pitching staff, what you expect in clutch situations, what you expect the manager to do.
Yeah.
It's not that level that it was last year.
Are you out on this marriage? Is it just like no matter what, even if you went to counseling and everything, like it just wouldn't bring it?
He declared them
bring you
dead.
back together.
Irreconcilable differences.
Yeah. Really? Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize it had gotten that bad. I didn't know you were emotionally dead inside about it.
No.
That's tough, man. It's hard to rekindle that.
I hadn't thought of it like that.
Sean told me about when he tried to rekindle his first marriage by
like a surprise. Yeah, of course. Yeah. We were talking about things you would do for a woman. Remember that topic? And I said, well, when I was trying to salvage my first marriage, I took her on a surprise vacation.
Not a baby.
To Vegas.
All right.
Where I like to go.
But she doesn't.
Yeah. As I learned acutely on that trip. Yeah.
So the Astros are taking Lopez to Vegas right now.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Landry is here. Hi, Landry.
Hola.
Landry's ready to go. All right, we're already 48 seconds into In the Loop. So let's get it done. We're out of time. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies to you. I'm going to Dr. Wahid right now.
All right. Do
Best
your
dentist
thing.
in Houston.
Tell them we said hello.
Fact.
We are out of time. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
I got a bone to pick with Jim Crane, man.
Okay.
I got a bone to pick, and it has nothing.
I'm here for that.
Look, we know the Astros are doing what I'm not as worried about the Astros as. I mean, they're in a decent situation given where they are, and they still have a chance to flip the switch.
Mm-hmm.
But Jim Crane's cheap, and I felt it yesterday at the ballpark. You can't convince me that he's not trying to cut his losses by keeping the AC hotter than it's normally been.
Oh, that.
Dude, it's a thing. And I'm telling you right now, Jim Crane is a cheap dude, and I don't know if it's 6 degrees, I don't know if it's 8 degrees, but I've been going to that yard when it's been much hotter than this, and this is an actual thing. Season ticket holders are talking about this. I think Jim Crane is trying to cut his losses with Abreu and all these other contracts, maybe even save money for Kyle Tucker by
using ceiling
by not
fans.
turning on the AC.
He's using ceiling fans.
By not turning on the AC. This is my theory, and I'm sticking to it. I think Jim Crane is cheap.
Yeah. But those big, what do they call them? The big ass fans. Put about 5 of them up in the rafters. Yeah, we don't need to turn put the AC on 84. We'll be fine.
Dude, I'm telling you.
A big giant string.
I'm telling you, he's up to something, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's up to something.
Was it that hot?
Dude, yes.
I was going to go Friday. We ended up not. We had to go.
Good for you.
Do something else.
Yeah.
But so I don't have that experience.
Yeah, it was hotter in the stadium than outside.
Yeah.
He's also got it leaking when it rains. This guy's cheap.
Well, there was a tornado, but even before that, it was leaking when it rained.
No, it shouldn't leak when it rains.
Yeah.
Show me stadiums that leak when it rains.
Yeah.
None.
No.
I think Jim Crane's cheap.
So how bad was it?
It's just hot, man.
Yeah.
It's just really,
and
really hot.
the people were talking about it.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's not good at all. Astros haven't been good either, but don't tell that to Joe Espada. This is Joe Espada being asked about how he feels that his ball club is playing after concluding the month of May.
Compared the way we start our season, we're heading in the right direction. I think we're playing really good baseball. And, we're getting after it. Our effort is there. Our approach is there. We just got to continue to push, but we're playing better baseball than what we did a month ago. It's not easy. This league is hard, and we have faced some pretty good arms. We just got to continue to fight through this. We'll turn this around. We start getting some runs here pretty soon.
All right, so he thinks they're playing good baseball.
Yeah, man, just tough luck. Good pitching. They're really turning the corner. Except they haven't. Except they haven't started to turn the corner at any stretch. That has a big BOB vibe to it, doesn't it? Do you guys have any idea how hard it is to win a game in this league? You guys know. That's what he's doing. He's just doing it in a nicer way, not as scolding as.
See, I think it's more David Culley.
Yeah, well, it could be a combination of the two, that's for sure, because he definitely has a David Culley vibe. But that's just right out of B.O.B.'s book about how how hard it is to win a game in this league?
Seems to be like a desire to power rank the issues with the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
I find it pretty. I don't know if amusing is the right word. I guess interesting is the right word, because I've seen it with. I've seen it, like I saw Will Kunkel the other day reply to the Presley comments that Joe Espada had, where he said he's still pitching same Ryan Presley he's always been, although this is the worst that he's been. But I saw Kunkel said, listen, I know people are upset with Joe for this because he's always optimistic, but come on, you want him to throw his eighth-inning guy under the bus, back up and trash him. This isn't an Espada issue. It's an underperforming player issue. Espada forced to prop them up despite the lack of production. I don't know about that. I don't know that you're forced to go up there and say this is the same Ryan Presley that we've always seen. I tend to think that there can be multiple things wrong with the Astros, and we don't have to power rank and have the number one being the one that's showcased.
Mm-hmm. I think I totally agree with that. I think it's easy to blame individuals when the bigger problem is not the individuals. And then Jose Abreu falls in that category. Obviously, he's been awful. But it's not like Jose Abreu's fault that they're where they are, that they're 8 games under 500 and losing ground, to be honest, and we'll get into that for sure. But it's not just that Ryan Presley, was he blown 4 saves, something like that? And it's not just that, but it's easy to blame him. The issues are a lot bigger than that. The issues are not just the individuals.
How much money do you save? Like, let's say that you normally put the AC at like 72.
Back on the AC.
If you put it up to 76, how much money are you ideally saving in that big of a facility like each day?
I have a feeling.
Thousands?
I have a feeling that we're in the right place to find that answer. I think a lot of our listeners might know.
Thousands,
right? I'm guessing tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands of dollars?
I'm guessing tens of thousands.
Yeah, I think Crane saw these contracts. He realized we're going to ride with Jose Abreu, and I think he has the AC up at least 5 degrees, maybe 6.
I can't believe it was that bad.
I'm telling you, it's a thing. I'm not making this up.
Yeah.
It is a very uncomfortable experience now at the
Well,
juke
that's
box.
not
And
helping people get out there.
I don't know how he's not fixing the leak either.
Yeah.
Brother, it rains and leaks, sir.
Yeah. That's not going to get anybody to want to come out there.
But I was talking about this, and someone said, well, Jim Crane's made his name being cheap. Like, if you really look at it, Jim Crane has made his name being cheap. Like, they took it on the chin, and you can say process, whatever. He was paying, whatever the hell he was paying for, like, a full payroll of ball players. Then those young ball players, he has them on bargain contracts. Maybe you sprinkle in, like, a Verlander or a Greinke there, but when you have all these young guys on those contracts, you can do it, and then you're winning games.
Mm-hmm.
Just telling you, man, he's cutting pennies.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate.
Go to the game.
Because I don't think anybody's going to want to go to the games if the more they experience that. On this current streak, I find it interesting that the faces of the struggles are Abreu and Bregman and Presley. When you just said the name that really is behind it all, and that's Jim Crane. And it's not just being cheap; it's the way this team and
the other thing is we haven't heard from him, so he can't really speak for himself.
Don't get me started on that. Has the Houston Open ended yet? Because he said he was going to talk Astros and baseball after the Houston Open. Is it over? Is it the final round yet? That's silly.
With that said, they're in the mix though. You got the Cardinals. Do the Cardinals still move the needle for you? We kind of moved past that.
Yeah, that used to be one of my favorite rivalries. It doesn't really do much for me at all anymore. I think that the Astros have been in the American League long enough now that you don't even think of them like that anymore. I mean, it used to be intense when the Astros faced the Cardinals. But yeah, I mean, they're a decent team, but it's not doing it for me in terms of rivalry.
So it's just kind of passed.
Yeah.
Nico Collins was brought up today, and I keep hearing Justin Jefferson gets his contract, 4 years, $140 million, and there's the Nico Collins comparison. I knew that was going to happen as soon as it.
They're looking better and better for the Texans. Good thing we signed them quick.
Who are you impersonating?
Everybody.
Yeah, Fan X.
Texans fan 333-298-443.
Yeah, that guy.
Do you see the comparison? I know we like to localize it, but do you see the comparison between Jefferson and Nico? Is that there?
No, because I'm not deranged. Like I mean, some people may think so, but I'm not. So that's a whole different world, a whole different category that we're talking about there, man.
I can't make the comparison. And then I heard Sean ask the question today, and I actually kind of thought about it. But he was like, and I'm glad that you're not having to pay too much for a receiver. I do think it's a good thing, good situation to be in. But I heard him ask the question, and it was just kind of posed. Would you rather have Nico Collins for 24 or Jefferson for 35? And I was like, well, I mean, I would probably.
Why are you hesitating?
I would think about it.
Why are you hesitating?
I would think about it, like especially if CJ's on his rookie deal. I would have to kind of think about it, and then I could say bye-bye to Diggs.
I love you, Nico. Why are we even thinking?
I mean, the Texans do have a salary cap, guys.
Okay.
No,
okay.
We got to fill the
Texans
roster,
fan
guys.
3-3-4-4, whatever.
We have more needs, guys.
But I mean, if you just looked at it that way and you said, okay, you would say bye-bye to Diggs. You never would have made that move.
Okay.
You're investing you're investing like $49 million between Diggs and Collins. So you would have 35 for Jefferson, and then you could have Tank Dell, and you could figure it out. I think
Tank Dell be number 2.
Yeah, I think I would do it.
Yeah.
I think Nico's getting crowned pretty heavily to even be lumped into that category with the Jeffersons and the. I guess when Jamar Chase gets his contract, we're going to hear this too. I just don't. I feel I like Nico Collins. I don't want to say it feels Damian Piercy, but it does feel like 1 year and some gray area in the first two. It feels like it's. I don't see the connection between Jefferson and Nico.
There isn't one. I mean, I don't mean to be harsh. I mean that's not to say that Nico can't be what we all hope he can be. But we're talking about, a dude that is at the very, very top, the tippity top of the game right now at his position. I wouldn't hesitate at all in a second. On
the text line, I can't wait for the Astros to suck again. Let's get back to $10 beer. Let's not be ridiculous. So I guess he's referring to the beer prices.
Yeah, get to cheaper beer.
I think they're
cheaper
up to 14.
everything.
I don't think anything's going to get cheaper, man.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
Everybody's agreeing on this heat thing. I'm telling you, it's a thing. Jim Crane has changed the AC the last year.
That's a horrible decision.
He has changed the AC.
Fun, Mr. Cheapskate.
Yeah. I'm telling you, he has. The AC is not as high as it's been lately. That's
not a good. That's a big problem.
I'm not making this up, man.
Yeah,
I'm not making this up.
That's a big problem.
That's a big problem, Figgy.
Because don't nobody want to go to a baseball game in this heat.
Dude, it was indoors.
And it's indoors, which is probably worse.
You know how hot it was?
No airflow.
My wife looked over to me and said, "Can they open the roof?"
Hey, maybe at least there'd be some airflow. No, I can't.
Nah, they should have opened the roof.
Yeah, that's a question.
If he want to save some money on some AC, open the roof.
Yeah.
On the text line, the 713, some gray area in the first years when it comes to Nico Collins. Yeah, there was some gray area. I mean, Davis Mills wasn't always setting him up to succeed. So when you say one good year and you look at the stats, if you're watching the games, there were times where Nico was open and Davis Mills missed him. So, yeah, that's gray area.
Yeah.
Sir?
Yeah, no, absolutely. There absolutely was. I would not change my opinion on what the question was that you asked. That's for sure. It doesn't change a dang thing.
I knew it was coming, too. I was listening to Sean and Seth, and as soon as the Jefferson, I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
And I think Sean presented the breaking news as, this makes you feel a lot better about the Nico Collins contract.
No, well, you know what? It does. I mean, he wasn't overpaid. It's still good value, but you don't compare him to Justin Jefferson. It's like by itself, it just sort of opens your eyes like this. Yeah, it's a good deal. It's a good deal that they got him the way they did.
But I mean, what is he? Like, is he the number one on this squad for sure? That's the other thing that, like, when we're talking about this Nico Collins contract, and once Diggs leaves, you hope he's going to be. But are we sure that he's even the number one guy? Because if we're gonna start, looking at it that way, then we might have to start comparing him to number two. It's like, is he going to be better than Tank? Is he going to be better than Stephon Diggs?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it's not, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. Hell, I've asked the question, and I think Nico is either the second or third most popular answer. Like, when you ask who's going to be the top receiver for the Texans this year, some people will say Tank, some will say Diggs, but it's not like there's some hesitation and there's some thought that goes into it. So if you're going to compare his contract to Jefferson's, then I would think that we would have to at least get to the point, and we might this year, especially if he does what he did last year, but we're going to have to at least get to the point where we're not having to think about that, right?
It should be a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Like, you know what Justin Jefferson is. The consistency that he's played, and you know that Nico Collins is not there yet. Hell, ask Tank who the number one is, and he'll give you a altogether different answer. He'll say it's him. So, but that doesn't mean it's been done yet. by any stretch.
Well, Tank was with CJ.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He asked him who the number one guy is.
Took CJ on with him on.
Pretty good access there. That was good.
$1 million worth of game. What are you saying?
Good access.
What are you
What
talking
that
about?
mean?
What does that mean? What are you saying?
Good
sir?
access. They had Tank and CJ, huh?
Oh yeah, yeah. What are you saying?
Yeah.
Throw the lob up, Landry.
What are you saying?
No, it's good that they were allowed to speak. Did they clear that through the Texans?
I don't know.
I don't know either. It's interesting. So they were available and willing to talk about everything. Did they talk about everything?
Yeah.
Did Tank talk about the shooting thing?
He did.
Really?
Yeah, we'll hear it. We'll hear it coming up
Did
in 5
he talk about
minutes.
being the number 1, 2, or 3 receiver?
Yeah, they talked about it.
Really? Did CJ talk about how he reacted when that happened?
He did.
Really?
He did.
Huh.
Yeah.
And that was just this past weekend.
Yeah, we've heard CJ though. A couple weeks ago.
But Tank was there.
Yeah, Tank was there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Stefan's been out there a little bit too on social media.
8-week anniversary of Stephon Diggs being traded for. By the way, I think he's going to speak tomorrow. That's the word on the street. I think.
Did they say the same things they said when they had access here?
Say what?
Tank and them and Stephon.
And CJ?
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
So you're upset that the local access wasn't there? Let's be honest.
Okay, look, let me tell you what the story is here. We're going to hear from Tank. We're going to hear from CJ, all that good stuff. Maybe even hear from Stephon finally tomorall.
Yeah, 8 weeks. 8 weeks in a day, which, by the way, is a record.
I think it's a record.
I think it's a record. Unofficial.
All these things could have been talked about last week or already, if not, maybe even before last week, right? All of them. So why weren't they? Why is it that these guys can go on a podcast and talk about whatever they want, clearly willing to do that?
It's a good opportunity to be $1 million worth of game, man. That's a big deal.
Okay.
It's a big deal.
It's okay. It's not that big.
What do you mean?
It's okay.
It's like a top 3 podcast.
Yeah, but does it get to every headline other than social media compared to like a press availability when there's national reporters there? No, it doesn't. Here's the thing: they were willing to talk.
Yeah,
they clearly
it's a good opportunity.
They were they clearly were not like holding anything back, and so they did on their own.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
But when people ask here, the answer is no. I mean, we're being honest, right?
Yeah, I would assume that
no one asked to talk with Tank Dell here.
Well, I know Diggs has been requested. I know
no one asked to talk to Diggs here.
I know that. I know that he's been requested for a fact.
But the answer is no, right?
I guess.
Or not yet.
I don't know.
But they can go do whatever.
But
the hell
$1
they
million
want
worth of game is a big deal.
I know, but come on,
it's a big deal. We've been playing clips from that for a while.
I understand that. But the dichotomy here is, oh no, not yet. We're not ready. They're not ready. Blah blah blah. And then you see them somewhere else.
Yeah,
willingly and completely transparent.
Correct.
That is a problem. That's not a media problem.
Is that a problem for who?
It's not a media problem. That's a public problem, and it's not just a Texans problem.
Okay.
It's an NFL. We're going to control the narrative and have nothing but rainbows and unicorns be the messaging until we absolutely positively have to talk about these things. And yet these people go talk on their own?
I like your fire, John.
No. That's ridiculous. It's not just Texans. I mean, the Texans are the one we're concerned about. But for them to try to control every narrative.
Now, I will say, I would push back and say that most teams have given more access to their players.
Okay.
I would push back and say that.
I'll agree with that because we've seen it.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is they all try to control some sort of narrative and make it all happy talk when the players are clearly willing to talk about these things.
Yeah.
That's a Texans problem. That's an NFL problem.
I mean, are they willing to talk to us about it or talk to $1 million worth of game about it?
They just talked to us about it. They know that podcast goes out everywhere.
That's a big deal, man.
That's a big deal. They know that podcast goes everywhere.
Podcast, man. Big podcast.
It's a battle that we're never going to win so long as teams and organizations like the Texans, because it's not just them. Let me reiterate that. Try to do this subterfuge, this all PR stuff. Let's talk happy. Oh no, we don't want to put that out there right now. And you know who suffers? It's not us. It's the public.
Coming up next, Tank Dell. He ended his silence. Might not have been the way the OG wanted him to end it, but he definitely ended it. We'll hear from him. We'll also hear from DJ Stroud, what it was like for him when the scariest moment of the offseason occurred. In the Loop continues on a Reaction Monday next.
time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Tank Dell, CJ Stroud, they were on $1 million worth of game and talked about the incident this offseason. Scary moment where Tank Dell was shot in his hometown. Here was Tank Dell talking about his memories of the incident.
First off, I'm blessed. To me, it was just wrong place, wrong time. I went back to see my mom. I wasn't even planning to go back and go to the little pool party or whatever, but, my boys thought that I was home, so they hit me up. They was like, pull up to the party. They told me it was going to be security, people getting checked at the door, stuff like that. So I'm like, all right, cool, good vibe. And there was a lot of people that I knew in there, so it was like cool. And then that just popped off out of nowhere. Like, it just went south out of nowhere. And I thought I removed myself from the situation. Like, when you see on the video when I ran across, I thought I removed myself from the situation or the altercation when they was fighting. But I put myself in the middle of, like, two people. And it just went crazy.
A lot there, and I think a lot of it brings some clarity too. Like the whole security thing, he was told there would be, and then obviously those types of parties. Some people saying, "Why are you there with these younger, whatever?" Well, it was a party that he was invited to, that a personal friend invited him to. So it made a lot of sense. Definitely something that I think makes it a little clearer that it was just one of those things.
One of those things.
Yeah, like you said, wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah. And CJ Stroud was on $1 million worth of game as well. And he talked about where he was. I think he was at a Knicks game with Michael Rubin or something like that.
Philly.
Hopefully he wasn't hopping like a bunny. But here was CJ Stroud talking about what he remembers from when it went down.
I get a text, and it was from our PR guy. He was like, hey, he was like, I just want to let you know, like, what happened last night. All I read after that, he sent like a whole long paragraph, but all I read was Tank got shot, and I dropped my phone. And I started tearing up, man. I'm like, when first thing I could have did was I just said a prayer, One of my best friends, Kayla, was with me. He seemed like I was down. He asked me what happened, and like why I was like tearing up. And I'm like, man, they said, like, Tank got shot. I'm like, man, like, all the plans we had, by the glory of God, nothing that happened, and like,
God is good.
God is great, he saved my boy from a tragic situation.
There you go. So there's CJ breaking it down too. I like seeing Texans players on these types of platforms. I actually very much enjoy it. I like that Nick Caserio can do the exact same interview twice with Kay Adams and Jim Rome. That was, probably just could have recorded the answers and played them. Exact same interview.
Pretty close.
It was the same. It was the same. By the way, Nick Caserio in studio Friday, right?
Yeah, for an hour.
Will that be the same?
Friday, he will be here with Sean and Seth. That will not be the same. That'll be a little looser.
Yeah.
I'm going to congratulate him on the record, by the way.
What record?
8 weeks. You traded for a big name player, and it's going to be 8+ weeks since you talked to him. They're already breaking records this offseason. Congratulations, Nick. I know that's not what y'all do, but congratulations. 8 weeks.
Yeah. So CJ was texted, about everything from PR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's
P.S. Don't worry, we're not going to ask you about any of this.
He's brought it up a little bit, but yeah, I like seeing these guys on the big platforms.
It's the only access we get. And I'm not trying to harp on that. I'm just saying that's where they're comfortable. That's where we can get the information. So that's the only place that you're going to hear these things.
Yeah,
So
yeah, you're so mad about this.
I'm not mad.
You're so old school. You're so old school upset about this.
I'm not mad. I mean, am I wrong on anything?
We heard CJ a little bit about it. He's been at the podium twice, right? He's been at the podium twice this offseason.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Tank, but he was at the golf course or what the golf event.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like seeing these guys on these types of platforms. There was a time where nobody wanted any of these.
There is a certain comfort level that is clear when they're on there. on these familiar stages, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there is that. That's a benefit. You're probably going to get a little bit more than you would otherwise.
Yeah, and then we got Tank Dell on the field. We got Nico Collins. We're probably going to hear from Stephon Diggs either tomorrow or the next day as minicamp begins. 11 o'clock, John Lopez has a minicamp wish list. I'm looking forward to this. Minicamp wish list.
I think they're important, and I'll share that at 11 o'clock. On minicamp, just kind of the way it's going to work. They're there today. I think it's just physicals and stuff that they have to do. This is the official. You're going to take your physical, all that stuff, and then you can have 3 days of work on the field. So everybody should be there.
Joe Espada says the Astros are playing good baseball right now. How does that make you feel when you hear the manager of the Houston Astros? By the way, the Cardinals are coming in town. They're one game below 500. They're 7, I think, games out in their division. The Astros are 8 games below 500. They're 7.5.
Yeah.
So that kind of puts in perspective where the Astros are, despite how they've performed this year.
Can I interest you in a stat?
Yes.
So I believe it was May 13th. You brought up the 13 games that were upcoming for the Astros, correct?
Yes.
And you thought, and you
make up some ground.
Yeah, make up some ground in those 13 games. So May 14th was after the first of those games. On May 14th, the Astros were 8 games under 500 and 5.5 games back of first place. Today, they're 8 games under 500 and 7.5 games out of first place.
Yeah.
They've lost ground.
Yeah.
So don't be telling me I think we're playing pretty good baseball. Like you had the softest.
What do you want him to do? Flip over some bats? You want him to go to Lou Piniella?
No. Normally I was like, okay, normally I'm like, I get that, managers, like coaches, et cetera, aren't going to always be completely, transparent about what they're really telling the club behind closed doors. I get that. We all get that.
Yeah.
They're going to protect players. They're going to protect coaches, et cetera. But at some point, when you're lying, and it's that old thing, you're lying, I know you're lying, and I know you're lying. That whole thing that we've seen on TV shows and all that stuff. Yeah, he's lying. He knows we know he's lying. And we know he knows that he's lying. At least, do something. Kick a cooler. Be honest.
You think Joe Espada is kicking coolers?
No, he's not. But I'm saying do something that is not like, oh, all is fine, all is well, when everybody knows better than that. They had a 13-game cupcake schedule for the most part. This is when we're going to make up ground. They've lost ground. I mean, don't tell me that you're playing better baseball.
Coming up, how Houston's biggest problem, one of the biggest problems in the city, might be eliminated thanks to a big change that's coming soon. Next.
How good can the
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The end of perhaps one of Houston's biggest problems due to a rule change. This was Mike Florio and Pat McAfee on ESPN last week talking about the new kickoff and what it means for the NFL, what it means for teams, the strategy, etc. Here's Florio.
That kickoff thing, we're not talking about that enough. That kickoff thing is going to change everything, and they can't practice it in OTAs. How can you practice? You can't have full speed practice. You're going to have weird kicks. This is a revolutionary change to the game, and it is going to have a major impact on this season. It's going to change field position. That is the thing that I think has been most underplayed this offseason, what this kickoff change is going to do to the game.
Yeah, you get the ball to 40 instead of 20. You're only 2 first downs away from points as opposed to 4. I mean, that is a vastly different series and a way to attack things. Think about like Tyreek Hill back there. Cool. Because hang time does not matter at all. McPherson, kicker for the Bengals, who's been a stud. I'm used to kicking it as high as I can, as hard as I can. Now I have to throw it inside the 5-yard line in specific areas. It's definitely an adjustment. You have to play the wind a lot more now. It's like if you're going into a wind, I mean, where you land, it's a big deal, but hang time does not matter at all. So you're going to see a lot of those knuckle balls. You're going to see a lot of lower balls and pitch balls from the kickers. And then return game, because the 2 returners are allowed to move, throwbacks, 1,500 more plays they're projecting are going to happen. 1,500 more plays. More points.
So when I hear this, it's already the most popular league. If you want to say if it's the most exciting league or not, you can cuss and discuss that, but I would say most people would consider the NFL the most exciting league. You bring this into the mix, they might be adding the most exciting single play in all of sports, at least in the short term. I mean, maybe there's a time where it just becomes another ho-hum type of thing, but the days of the automatic touchback and all that, they're gone. And quite frankly, a lot of people, myself included, aren't going to know what the hell they're watching. And it's going to be very, very fascinating. So the problem that a lot of times Houston fans have had is a little late arriving at times. You got to be in that seat when this kickoff happens now.
Yeah, how many times you heard me say
you got to be in your seat now.
It was a waste of time. I mean, we've talked about that here. Kickoffs were a waste of time. Now kickoffs are going to help determine games. I mean, and not just like with one big play. You heard McAfee talking about there. Just the course of a drive changes. 2 first downs, all of a sudden you're getting points on the first drive or whatever. I'm really, really fascinated and intrigued to see how this thing plays out. I mean, it's going to be really fun watching how not only what happens, but how coaches kind of manipulate it.
From the Texans' perspective, I think there's a couple of things. Number one, Ka'imi Fairbairn gets hurt a lot for a kicker. I mean,
a lot
for a kicker.
Yeah,
Ka'imi Fairbairn gets hurt. If kickers were involved in 40% of the tackles last year, I think that's what the Chiefs.
They said 25 to 40%.
Yeah, 25 to 40%.
Yeah.
I don't know how you handle that. I don't know if Dare Gumbawale can kick the way that they would like for you to, because they say, hang time doesn't matter and all that. I don't know how they approach this. They got to be entertaining some things. I also wonder who are the Texans thinking about returning kicks back there, because I wonder if there's a situation now that it's more of a potentially significant play and there's more opportunity to return the rock with less danger. I wonder if we do see, I don't know, Tank Dell back there or something like that. Do we see the Texans putting better playmakers back there? Are we going to see that? Because I think it's possible. I do wonder. Like, I'm going to be real intrigued to see who's up for returning kicks. Like, who are they thinking about? Who's going to kick off? What they're going to do? Like, this is a whole new element for a play that, as you said, has been dead for a long time.
Yeah, and Dameon Pierce is on the list. I think running backs are going to be a part of it. Tank Dell, as you mentioned, he's on the list. Maybe Skoranek, the new guy that they brought in from the Rams. I mean, that's what I'm saying just about the intrigue. Or are you just going to get a sure-handed big dude that's hard to tackle in tight spaces? I don't know. And what are you going to do with the block? I mean, it's just it's going to be a lot of fun watching how this thing plays out, and it's a very, very important play. It's not a just go get a drink or go to the bathroom now.
No, and I think it's a good adjustment by the NFL.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, because there was a time where we were talking about, are they going to eliminate the kickoff?
Yeah, I wanted them to.
They've eliminated the collisions, and they've increased the excitement. And I know that there's people who say, the XFL, AFL has been doing. I'll be honest, I haven't really paid that close attention to those leagues. So
I mean, I've seen them, haven't paid that close attention.
Yeah, I'm not like on the edge of my seat. No disrespect to the XFL squad here, but I'm gonna be, when the Hall of Fame game happens, it's gonna be kind of my first taste of it. I'm gonna be intrigued to just watch it in practice. I know you can't practice. When we said you can't practice it, it kind of got semantic. You can't practice full speed.
Yeah.
So they're not going to be like running full speed and tackling each other. But I mean, obviously you can practice fielding the kicks and returns and all that, but you're not going to be bringing them down to the ground.
Here's the other thing. Even if Kaimi Fairbairn was not injury prone, wouldn't you still want to have someone else out there? They talked about how you got to, they were in on all these tackles. I don't care if my kicker's injury prone, not injury prone. You might want to think about someone else, being on there, because it's another guy that can make the play, especially a guy that's in for 25 to 40%. I don't care if he's injured or not. Get someone else out there who can just squib the ball or however they want to do it.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. A little bit of, I think, breaking news in the NFL, perhaps. I don't want it to be like.
You're not
hit the button.
Are you overselling it?
No, don't hit the button. We'll keep an eye on this. This is I'm always worried about spam emails now.
Man.
At this point, okay, so yes, it's official. Larry Allen of the Dallas Cowboys has passed away. He was on vacation with his family in Mexico, and he has passed away. I just got this email, and I think the Cowboys just tweeted it out. 30 seconds ago. So Larry Allen, one of the better offensive linemen, has passed away. I believe so.
While on vacation in Mexico, suddenly, and that's all we have so far. That's what they've talked about, other than the legend,
absolute freak,
absolute legend,
700 benching 700.
Yeah,
big dude.
Yeah.
Pull. Was
that video just recent? I felt like I just seen that video, or seen the video. Somebody
of him benching 700.
Yeah, maybe that was somebody else. But I seen like a former offensive lineman benching something that was way retired.
Yeah.
Dang.
Who knows? But it's amazing now.
52.
When you get news, you got to be like,
you got to double check. You better triple check. Yeah.
So that's where we are. Texans going to be on the field tomorrow. They will be. It's not voluntary. It is not voluntary. It is non-voluntary.
It's mandatory.
So you'll have Tunsil. You'll have Titus Howard. You'll probably hear from Stephon Diggs, and I'm assuming that you might hear from maybe Tank Dell or something like that.
Yeah, we've been told Coach D'Amico Ryans and then Texans players. So we'll see how that plays out. But then all the stuff on the field, of course, is going to be the first thing we have to pay attention to, and we'll be able to share that right here on our show.
Coming up next, John Lopez has a list of minicamp wishes. We'll get into that in a sec. But the Astros, they lose 2 out of 3 to the Twins. They got the Cardinals this week. It doesn't hit as hard, does it? Seeing the St. Louis Cardinals, just kind of there.
And I was Cardinals and Dodgers. Cardinals and Dodgers were the teams that I was always up for, whether I was covering the team or going as a fan or whatever. The Cardinals right now don't even really – they didn't even resonate. I was like, okay, that's a good squad. It's not like, oh, Cardinals are coming to town. One of the many things that have transitioned and don't quite hit the same anymore.
It's a move, man.
Yeah.
Moving to that American League. You miss National League Baseball? Do you miss the shift?
I missed the rivalries at first, but I don't miss National League Baseball at all. Ever.
Do you miss the shift?
I do not miss the shift. I hated the shift. I hated it with a passion.
By the way, yesterday, it was a hell of a play. I don't need to see Yordan Alvarez diving into walls.
Dude, his legs first into that wall.
That good hustle, Good job.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for it later this week. Jordan Alvarez out, ankle soreness.
You were waiting on the spot.
Yeah.
I mean, you were there. I was just watching, and I was like, okay, is he going to get up? And then he kind of paused for a second. I was like, oh, crap. Here we go. See, that's the other thing about the Astros. They've been lucky with injuries outside of the pitching staff that has been a mess since the beginning. No, I'm talking about.
They still don't have the update on Urquidy and Javier.
Yeah, they're supposed to get that yesterday, weren't they? Saturday?
He said later this week now.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be yesterday. Now it's going to be later this week.
Got that old second
Espada
opinion.
said they're feeling better.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell that means.
Like personally?
I don't know what the hell that means.
Financially? I mean, they got that second opinion. He originally said they were going to have an update after Friday. Well, then it's Monday. So
pour one out for Larry Allen, 52 years old. So, yeah, this is it's making the rounds now while on vacation with his Pham in Mexico. Coming up next, Texans going to be on the field, and they have to be. Tomorrow, John Lopez has a wish list as the Texans, the entire squad, will be practicing tomorrow. The OG minicamp wish list coming up next.
Area 4. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Texans going to be on the field 24 hours from now. We'll probably hear from Stephon Diggs in the next couple of days. John Lopez has a mandatory minicamp wish list.
Yeah, man. You tell me if you want to add anything and where you would put some of these, because first thing we're going to do is put eyes on Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, right?
Sure.
I mean, yeah. I haven't seen him. Haven't seen Tunsil since, was it the J.J. Watt? Didn't he go to that? I think that's the last time we saw Tunsil.
Where at?
The Watt softball game?
The softball game. Wasn't he there?
I don't think he was there.
I don't think he was there.
Okay, I thought he was there.
Titus Howard was there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, did I say Laramie? Yeah.
Titus Howard.
I meant Titus Howard. Yeah, so I haven't seen Titus Howard since then. I don't know when was the last time we saw Laramie Tunsil. So what's that going to look like? I'm also intrigued. This is just another point on the mandatory minicamp, because you can go 11 on 11. Now, the rules are kind of weird. Like, you can't have offense against defense in minicamp, but they usually put some defensive guys there in 11. So you can kind of see how rotations are. So, like, how do you think they're gonna put Blake Fisher? You know, how's he gonna fit in?
I mean, he's just gonna chill, right?
Where's he gonna fit in? No, minicamp is interesting.
You think he's the backup left tackle or backup right tackle?
That's what we got to look at. I think. I mean, if I had to guess, right tackle.
What about both? You see them moving him around all over? Swing tackle?
I don't know. Maybe.
Because they do it with Heck.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm becoming a Fisher fan.
Yeah, well.
Ready for him to start.
That's why, mandatory minicamp, we're going to have a good
game.
So I actually looked at the rules, the NFLPA rules on this. So you can go 11 on 11, just not offensive players versus defensive players. So they put other guys out there. So you'll be able to see.
What does that mean?
Exactly what I said. Like it can't be first offense against second defense or whatever. Like, you can have a first offense, but offensive players put the little things on against them. You know what I mean?
What?
It's weird. I looked it up. It's a weird rule in minicamp. But anyway, you're going to see the bigger point is you're going to see how the rotation is, who lines up where. Here's the other thing that I think is going to be interesting. Depending on how much they're going to allow this to be talked about or public or videotaped or whatever. What does a 3 wide receiver set look like with this offense?
I think it changes. I don't think it's set in stone. I think we'll see all of them in the slot at one point. We'll see all of them outside. I think it just kind of changes. I think we're going to see a lot of Diggs in the slot, though. But I guess I would say Diggs is in the slot quite often.
Yeah, I'd like to see that, actually, because I think that's going to be probably his strength. What about running back rotation? That's another.
Dameon Pierce, number 2, man.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon said Hallman's grasping the playbook better than him. I don't know if that was a compliment, but that's what Joe Mixon said.
People jumped all over that. I'm like, well, maybe just complimenting him. It's not like he doesn't know the playbook.
Yeah, he also talked about how hard of a worker Dameon Pierce was.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what Joe Mixon said, and it was kind of like, okay, well,
yeah,
might want to change that.
Did you see? I don't know why I read too much into this, but I did. Jawar Jordan has that official handshake from C.J. Stroud now. They were doing it on the last day of.
Yeah, they got one.
Yeah, they got one now. So is that like affirmation? Is that welcome to the club, or whatever? And then the other interesting thing with kind of frustrating with Dameon Pierce. People are going to read way, way, way too much into what he's doing in minicamp and training camp. We're not going to know.
He's in shape, though.
He's
in shape, which is a good thing.
And we may well be doing the same thing and reading far too much in it. But we're not going to know anything about Dameon Pierce until they start playing preseason game. Nothing. Like he can look.
Oh, he's going to mash in preseason.
Yeah,
you know it. I know it. Everybody knows
it.
Yeah.
But you can't tell anything right now.
But he is going to mash in preseason.
Mm-hmm. Is he?
He is.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to thrive in the preseason.
Actually, we can read a little bit into that, depending on how those runs are. You know, if he reads it.
Hell,
right.
they might rest him. The way with how they talk about him, he might be on the sidelines in a ball cap, holding his shoulder pads, not even getting on the field.
Now here's
talking about him like he's damn Emmitt Smith.
Yeah. No, but I feel it's going to be a lot of projection on him until you see him in a game. It's just going to be pretty much nonsense. Now, this is something, and we talked about this a little earlier. We're going to see how the Texans line up to cover a kickoff and line up to return a kickoff. That's going to be cool.
Supposedly there's going to be more starters playing special teams now, too.
Mm-hmm. So we're like all those things, all those questions we were asking, like, Tank Dell or Dameon Pierce or whomever, they're going to put somebody out there. When they do this.
Yeah, I can see Tank Dell returning kicks every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not always, but every once in a while, I think we see Tank Dell back there.
Yeah, because it's really just in tight spaces, tight quarters, making the moves. That's why I think Pierce might be a good option back there. But we'll see. We're going to find out. We're going to start finding out tomorrow when minicamp starts. Here's the other one. This is a big one. Guys win jobs. Everything's a competition, as coaches like to say. But they're going to put a first group cornerback out there to start with. Could change. What is the cornerback?
It's Okudah, right?
Yeah, is it?
Got to be Okudah, right?
Henderson?
Got to be Okudah, right?
I don't think necessarily. They're going to put somebody out there. We're going to see what the cornerback rotation looks like opposite Derek Stingley. So that's going to be kind of cool. And also, like, where's Lassiter? What's he going to be? Is he going to be a slot guy? Is he going to be, a regular on the opposite side? Who knows? So we're going to start getting a pretty good glimpse. I'll put it that way. Pretty good glimpse of where this team, what this team is thinking with its sets and its personnel and stuff starting tomorrow.
We're about a month and a half away from camp, give or take a few days from training camp, where it really intensifies. We're 97 days away from the season opener in Indianapolis, which might be getting a little bit more interesting. C.J. Stroud was on $1 million worth of game yesterday or over the weekend with Tank Dell, and he had some interesting things to say about the Indianapolis Colts in that first game.
Like my boy EJ, Speed, but it's a ton of dudes. It's not just EJ. He with my agent, and I tell him this to his face. I don't even tripping. But like a lot of dudes come to these podcasts, like, oh yeah, I'm coming to hit. I'm gonna hit CJ in his face. I'm gonna get him next year. Why didn't you do something? Like where I'm from, we say, why didn't you do something where you was mad at? You was mad right there, my do something. Right. You could have made hella plays, bro. You could have made plays, dog. Right. You could have shut me up right there, but you didn't.
Right.
So what make you think you're gonna do it now? And if you do, I'm gonna come back, bro, for real. I feel like you should have did that then, bro.
Right.
Now we're gonna have another opportunity, and we played them first game of the year. Yeah. We play them after they play. It's gonna be rocking. Indy hates me already, and I love it.
I love it too. Quite frankly, I love it too. Be going at it.
It's a lot, man. Mm-hmm. I mean, those guys are coming for your head, man.
He doesn't seem to be too too shaken up about it.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be. I saw the $1 million worth of game. I guess Titus Howard got mentioned because he had a joke for like a Carolina Panthers safety or something like that.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, about his teeth or something. Who won that game, Titus?
Yeah.
That was a bad game for Titus, wasn't it?
Well, I don't remember a whole lot of good ones.
That's crazy. I'm like, yeah, that whole performance was crazy against Carolina.
I just love this version of C.J. Stroud. He's talking crap.
What do you mean, going around making
Micah? He's unafraid, calling himself a killer, saying you could have done something, and even if you do, I'm gonna come back at you. I love that. I mean, because it's not like false bravado. It's not like fake. He seems to really be buying into this.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be. I mean, those guys talk a lot, so it's going to be a pretty intense matchup. I guess even more intense with the trash talk. That's Lopez's wish list, minicamp wish list. I just want to see Titus Howard healthy. We kind of have fun with that. For me, the thing I want to see if he's healthy. I mean, you hear, well, he's a right tackle, and he's been moved around too much, and they obviously think he's really, really good. I just want to see a healthy Titus Howard. I want to see this elite tackle duo that we hear about all the time, and that's the most important thing for me. We know Tank Dell's healthy. He's out there on the field. I want to see a healthy Titus Howard, and I want to see what it looks like. I want to see if it looks as good as they think it's going to look, and as a lot of people think it's going to look when he's just at right tackle.
What if he's out there? He's going to have to be out there, but he's limited.
I'd expect that. I mean, I would expect that. I would expect him to just be getting a little working on the side, and then keep an eye on what's going on with camp.
Yeah, I get it. You're erring to the side of caution, but boy, it'd be nice to see him out there and at least start getting something. Some semblance, some sign of being the everyday tackle. But I get it. It's early.
How was he moving at the softball game, Figgy?
Not good, man.
What do you mean? He wasn't playing?
Nah, he played, but I told Sean to be Scott, I'm like, man, he need to get out of this game because he.
Well, I mean, if he's playing softball,
he run like the 10-man. He was out there looking like a 10-man.
Who runs worse, Titus Howard or Jose Abreu? Did you see him? Well, you were there.
Yeah.
He can't move.
He's just chilling, man. Gotta soak in that home run trot, man.
He was limping, it looked like.
It was a pimp limp. When you limp when you're making a statement, it was a pimp limp.
Yeah, I don't do much.
And Titus was making that limp down first base, where I'm like, man, they need to take him out before he get hurt. And they sure did take him out.
But if he was playing, then you got to think he's going to be on the football field, right? I mean, you can't be playing charity softball and not be playing football.
Thank you. I mean,
I would think so. Yeah.
Like if he's limited, I'm not going to be like, oh well. I mean, I get it that it's early, but I don't know.
It's not that early.
It's not that early. No.
I mean, we're a month and a half away from camp. He missed a large chunk of last year. I don't think it's that early for Titus Howard. I think it's going to be interesting. You mentioned the guys, Titus Howard, Dameon Pierce, looking to bounce back. There's been a lot of dialogue about what Titus's natural position is, and man, you got to quit moving him around. Let's see, because you drafted a tackle, which was interesting. Keep an eye on Fisher for sure. Keep an eye on all of these other dudes, and then Laramie Tunsil. When's he gonna be looking for a new deal? Tomorrow?
Did he tweet about Justin Jefferson deal?
Good money, man.
Probably. Did he?
Props. I don't know.
Anytime someone gets paid, Laramie is
ching.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's basketball or anything. He is very much down with that. Nah, he didn't. He didn't say anything about that. What do you make of Caserio making the rounds, man?
Well, I mean,
little K Adams action, little Jim Rome action.
Yeah. I don't mind Caserio because he's available. He'll do it and all that. I think I think he's one of the voices of this organization, and he's embracing it. I think he's well liked by national media. But at least those are media outlets. All
right, we got to touch on this. Landry Larker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Here at Houston Sports Leader.
What do we got to touch on? That sounds ominous.
we're a local show, and we always have the national stuff on, and we monitor the internet. They've been arguing about the WNBA for 2 hours now.
Yeah.
What's going? I mean, Caitlin Clark's getting roughed up, and what is going on right now?
It was like a heated discussion too.
Yeah,
big time.
They're arguing with each other about like what do you make of all this drama? Because it seems like everyone has something to say about the WNBA and how Caitlin Clark is being received and all that. I saw Matt Barnes made a video today. Stephen A. And it's Monica McNutt, right? Yeah. They're arguing about it. What's your take on this?
I feel like they're talking about it because it's a hit. They're playing the hits. And the funny thing, ironically, is like Monica McNutt and others are arguing, why weren't you doing this over the 3 years ago, and bringing up and having these discussions about the WNBA three years ago? Because it didn't move the needle. That's why. Why would you want to do something that would make people turn the station?
Are we sure it moves the needle now? Like how many people watch that game? How many people? I saw the clip. How many people watch that game?
I don't know how many people watch the game, but I think the story moves the needle. Like
Does
a lot,
it?
like yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because it's Caitlin Clark, because it's the fouls and the fines and all that stuff. No, I think the story moves the needle. I don't know how many people watched it, but it becomes a story when that happens, and you have a star like that.
My favorite opinion on this whole thing is when you see people saying, and I know that obviously there's more attention on the league because of Caitlin Clark, but you see people say, man, these girls just don't. They're basically biting the hand that writes the check because Caitlin Clark's here and she could be the best thing to happen to y'all, and this is good for your bottom line. The bottom line doesn't matter in that league. So why would you expect these women to even understand that? Because if the bottom line mattered, this thing would have folded like the XFL did multiple times.
Yeah.
Nobody watches this league ever.
No.
So. And despite that, you have them complaining about pay. You have them complaining about planes and everything. Like they get more PR that is not based on actual demand than there is. So why would they have a grasp of supply, demand, and writing the check? Because if that mattered, this league wouldn't exist.
Well, yes, everything you said, I agree. But why would they all of a sudden treat Caitlin Clark differently from a competitive standpoint and hurt the product even more? Like, treat her with...
Well, they're definitely treating her differently.
With kid gloves. Well, they're treating her differently in an aggressive way, in a defensive way.
Yeah, they're definitely...
But that's good. That's good for the competition. That means that they're not treating her like she's some savior or anything. They're just treating her like a player that they're trying to prove a point to. So, it's silly that the question even comes up, why weren't you talking about this 3 years ago? Because nobody cared.
And I don't know how much care there is now. There's significant undertones on both sides when talking about this. And I don't
there
think
is star power, and stars sell.
Yeah, there's for sure star power, but there's also like these like undertones where it's like, okay, y'all aren't really talking about this because of the game. Y'all are talking about this. You're trying to make it like some sort of like lightning topic type of thing.
Yeah.
Which
it's working.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what people discuss. People discussing this more than the actual game.
Yeah, because I don't think people were watching the game.
Exactly. So that part is working because you got people that don't even care about this.
But here's the thing: like they've done this has been done before, where you're talking about stuff, and it's not like are people posting up to watch First Take for 2 hours right now?
No, but they like drama.
But I would love to see what like the numbers are where people really want to watch people screaming at each other about women's basketball.
I think First Take, they kind of look at the internet too and social media to see what people talking about and try to bring it there. They're kind of known for doing that too.
It's like it's about the WNBA, but it's not about the WNBA. I think what the story is the strife the controversy, the going at each other. People like that, whether it's
I think they're forcing it.
But whether it's WWE or the WNBA, people like when you're butting heads and going at each other, and there's a story like that. So it's about the WNBA peripherally.
It's not.
It peripherally is what I said. It's about like just what's happening.
It's just
is the story.
It's just silly, and the stupidest thing about it is it's just a representation of stupidity. When with what's the girl's name? The Wintel Angel Reese.
Mm-hmm.
She just won't come out and say I want to bust her ass. She'll tweet something. She'll delete it. She'll celebrate like there's a championship being won when she gets knocked on her ass, and then she won't go speak. And then whenever push comes to shove, she's going to go up there and claim that there's something wrong, like mental health and all that crap. and this is what happens is. Her hate for Caitlin Clark isn't based on anything Caitlin Clark has ever said. I'm not even saying it's wrong from a competitive standpoint, but it's not based on anything that she said. It's based on social media and people taking her under their wing and trying to make her into something and make Caitlin Clark. You got Clay Travis on one corner with Caitlin Clark, and then you got Jamel Hill on the other corner with Angel Reese. It's like these girls are just playing basketball, and you're trying to make this into something crazy.
But what you just described is what it's about.
But it's not really. Like it's a forced topic that ESPN's running with. I find it very hard to believe that someone is sitting at home right now and they've just been glued to First Take. They're watching Seinfeld reruns right now at this point. This is old. I don't need 2 hours of this.
No.
You can give me 5 minutes. We can talk. This is too much.
No, this is just a Twitter topic to me.
Thank you.
And they just brung it on First Take because they see people on Twitter talking about it. So they look at that like, oh, that's the hot topic. So we got to bring it to the air.
And they're trying to make it like into like some like big ass thing and all that. It's just.
Yeah, it's a regurgitated Twitter topic, man. This stuff been recycled for years. It's just a new setting with this one.
I think it's just people going at each other, and people love to rubberneck watching people go at each other, whether it's WNBA or the fight at Target that was in my neighborhood last night or 2 nights ago. You see that making the round? That was in my neighborhood Target.
I don't watch fights online anymore.
I'm just saying.
I just scroll through.
People like to do that.
Like when
they watch that
when they show the stands and it's like a fight. It's a scroll through for me. It's like, man,
it's made the rounds. This Target fight, and I'm like. That's our target.
That's
our target.
I saw a really smart homeless guy yesterday, and I got to tell you, respect to you, my friend. I didn't even know you were able to pull this off because I thought they were like locks. My man had a Target cart. That's smart. If you're gonna be homeless, you get that Target cart,
Bentley,
or you get that, or you get that Costco. You either get a Hummer or a Bentley. Bentley is the Target cart. The Hummer is that Costco. If you want the full heavy duty.
Yeah.
So shout out to you, my friend. You are a smart dude. Coming up next. The Astros, they had an opportunity and they failed. However, the manager says all is well. It's next.
What's Bobby Slowick most excited about with the Texans offense this year? Their flexibility.
If we feel like we got to throw the ball deep to win a game, we could do that. If we got to throw it short to win a game, we could do that. If we got to run the ball 40 times to win a game, we feel like we could do that. Everybody on our offense and really on our team right now is all in on that, and that's what's making this really fun.
Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, since the 13-game stretch that we spoke of, the Astros have lost 3 of 4 to Seattle and 2 of 3 to the Twins. So roughing up the A's, that is a thing of the past. Despite the fact the Astros are 8 games below 500, and despite the fact, as you said, J-Lo, they've lost ground.
Yeah.
Since the 13-game stretch concluded with a 9-4 stretch, by the way. They did well.
Yeah.
Joe Espada believes this team is playing good baseball. Here was the manager of your Houston Astros, Joe Espada, talking about the state of this squad.
Compared the way we start our season, we're heading in the right direction. I think we're playing really good baseball. And, we're getting after it. Our effort is there. Our approach is there. We just got to continue to push, but we're playing better baseball than what we did a month ago. It's not easy. This league is hard, and we have faced some pretty good arms. We just got to continue to fight through this. We'll turn this around, and we start getting some runs here pretty soon.
I'd like to know what really good baseball is for him. No, I'm not trying to be coy or funny.
They've been pitching well.
Okay.
Kind of. Starting pitching's been good.
Okay, Hunter Brown.
We got to go 3 and out and punt it. We're good.
Quality start. Yeah, okay. I'll give you that.
The starting pitching's good.
Yeah.
A little bad luck. Same Ryan Presley, he said. That was crazy.
That was crazy. Ryan Presley is just not the same player.
He's broken.
He's not the same
Broken
player.
Presley.
Is really good baseball not pinch running for Jose Abreu? That was there is no world in which you don't pinch run there.
Dude, by the way, the game that they won on Saturday, in which they hit 4 bombs, 2 from Jordan, 1 from Abreu, 1 from Tuck.
It only took till June, right? Got his home run.
They were still running into outs that I think would matter in closer games. You had Altuve got thrown out once, and then Myers, like the aggressive base running. I don't know if that's really paying off.
Yes, that's for sure. So that's kind of leads to my question. I'd like to know what really good baseball is, because they also were 1 for 6. They've been 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. That's not really good baseball. 1 for 6, not pinch running for Abreu. The Ryan Presley thing. They've scored. Okay, here's the best illustration. They've played in their last 11 games. They've scored 2 or fewer runs 6 times. And one of the other times was 3 runs.
Yeah.
So they've scored 3 or fewer runs, most of them 2 or fewer, 7 out of 11 games. I'd like to know. It's a legit question. Is that good baseball?
That's what he said.
Is it?
That's what he said. My question is this with when it comes to Espada. Is there, like, if the Astros don't make the playoffs this year, and look, I get it that there's other issues. So I don't want to sit here and power rank and say you can't talk about Espada or Abreu because there's other issues. I get it, okay? But is this guy one and done? Are they bringing this guy back?
Yeah, I mean,
what are we doing here?
I'm starting to think that he is. Somebody's got to pay the price here, and it ain't going to be Jim Crane.
Well, he's cheap.
Jim Crane.
He's not even using the AC in the ballpark anymore.
I love this take.
John,
he's saving money.
Go to the game. No, go to the game.
I don't doubt you.
No, go to the game.
You got a lot of love, a lot of support.
I want you to go to the game. Jim Crane is saving money by not using the AC.
I
100% believe this.
I hate hot rooms.
Oh, wouldn't want to spoil your fun, Mr. Cheapskate.
I'm telling you, Jim Crane is saving probably tens of thousands a day by keeping it at like 79.
Yeah, I don't doubt you. You were getting some support. But he's not going to fall on the sword. Boy, did I screw up. No way.
No, he's not even talking anymore.
He doesn't. The Houston Open is over now, right? It is over?
It is.
Okay. That was in March?
Yeah.
Okay. So he said he was going to talk about the Astros and baseball after the Houston Open, but still haven't heard that. But he's not going to fall on the sword himself. Certainly not going to throw, I don't think, Jeff Bagwell under the bus. Certainly not Reggie Jackson.
Oh, he was in the booth yesterday.
Yeah. Not going to throw him in
about the baseball philosophy, man.
So that kind of narrows
Reggie Jackson breaking it down for us.
That kind of narrows it down, doesn't it?
Well, I guess, but I mean, what are you going to do? Like I'm not even, you know, like what I don't know what manager are you bringing into this situation that's gonna. I mean, because each year is. It's not just 1 year with this team.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of in like a little bit of a sensitive area where it's the last year of Bregman. We think perhaps it's the last year of Verlander. Like it's kind of like time's kind of ticking here.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Like, do you just kind of, for lack of a better term, do you just take it on the chin with Espada and keep it rolling?
No, I think somebody's going to have to pay.
And the other thing is they might find their way in the playoffs.
It's getting late.
They're
early,
7.5 out, John.
as Yogi Berra said.
They're 7.5 out despite being 8 below and the fourth worst team in the American League.
Yeah.
They're 7.5 back.
But they were 5.5. You know, they were 4.5. So they're not really making up ground. They're kind of spinning their wheels. But okay, let me do it this way. Let me explain it this way. And I could be dumb myself on this. But the three faces of this bad season for the Astros, and if it ends up being bad, the three faces of the bad year are going to be Jose Abreu,
okay,
Ryan Presley, and Alex Bregman. Would you disagree with that?
I would use Jim Crane / Jeff Bagwell instead of Abreu.
Okay. Well, hold that thought. Hold
that's
that.
What I would
like
do.
from a
that
player,
might be thinking too much.
From a player perspective, is like what went wrong? What went wrong this year for the Astros? Well, if you're talking about players, it's going to be Abreu, Bregman, and Ryan Presley.
Bregman's getting a little hotter,
right? But they're gonna. But those are going to be the three faces. Who was behind all three of those moves? Not even in a roundabout way. When it comes to Jose Abreu, that's Jim Crane sending Jeff Bagwell out there. When it comes to Alex Bregman. Oh, no, we're not going to sign him. We're not even having discussions. Remember that before the year? I said, we're not even having discussions about a contract extension. Okay, well, that kind of...
I don't necessarily think that's a bad decision.
No, but I'm saying it led to Alex Bregman saying, fine, I'm out of here. You know, pretty much is what he's going to do. Now, Ryan Presley. What led to Ryan Presley becoming a lost soul on the mound?
Do you think it's because they brought in someone else?
Josh Hader.
But I think that was a fine move, though.
I don't disagree. But what led to Ryan Presley being in that funk... In that headspace, all three of these faces of the bad year, you can kind of point to Jim Crane. All three of them.
Yeah. And fix the AC too, sir.
Yeah. So
turn it on.
It's not bash Jim Crane season.
You
got
plenty of money, Jim.
It's not bash Jim Crane season. It's like, hey man, you know, if somebody's going to take the fall here, you kind of got to explain these three things here.
Do the right thing, Jim. Fix that AC.
Yeah.
Please.
Get a big ceiling fan.
Turn it on, buddy.
Yeah.
I've been talking like 90 wins is what I point to get in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
For the Astros to win 90 games for the remainder of the season, and we're 60 in. So we got 102 games left.
Still early.
They would have to go 64-38. Like if you're talking 90 wins, 64-38 would be the record. And the soft spot's over. Like it's actually about to get pretty difficult.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Ish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ish.
Yeah. Ish.
Mm-hmm.
So 64-38 is where the Astros would have to go if you want to win 90. Hell, you might not have to win 90 with how crappy this division is.
Yeah, but the
other thing,
Mariners are kind of.
This is the other thing though that I think is like wild is that they're saying, like on a much bigger scale, and a much less disappointing scale, like in Seattle and Texas, they're saying the same damn thing in Arlington.
Mm-hmm.
Man, we just haven't played that well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not like these teams are just setting the world on fire that you're chasing and you're 7.5 behind.
Yeah,
they're not pleased with how they've performed either.
Mariners are warming.
They're warming up.
They're not heating up.
They're warming up.
They're warming.
Yeah, warming up.
So, and that kind of speaks to the greater gap that the Astros are behind them.
Coming up next, let's play the hits. The 8-week anniversary, another wide receiver gets paid, and a lot more next.
Nico Collins got paid.
Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Justin Jefferson, come on down. You're the next contestant on Rich as Hell Wide Receivers. 4 years, $140 million. That's his contract extension. $110 million in guarantees. About $35 million a year. It gets brought back to the Nico Collins deal through the local perspective.
Why?
Don't know. But next up, you got to figure Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb. They're going to try to get in that type of area. But Nico Collins, I think, is now the 9th highest paid wide receiver instead of the 7th. So he's already been pushed back a little bit.
But it does make you feel, well, not to speak for you, you answer this. It makes me feel like, all right, that's a good deal. Like from the very start, I'm like, okay, that's a good deal. But I'm not comparing him to Justin Jefferson.
No, I think that it's nice. I think it's kind of a danger zone when you're paying a wide receiver that much. I do feel that way. I like having, 1A, 1B, Nico Collins, Tank Dell type of area. But the reason that I kind of roll my eyes at these comparisons is because we don't there's not like a majority agreement that Nico Collins is the best receiver on this team.
No.
So if we go out there and we see Tank Dell and we see and you can be more loose because Tank Dell's on his rookie deal and CJ's on his rookie deal, so it's not as costly. But if we go out there and we see Stephon Diggs and we see Tank Dell as the 1 and 2 and then you have Nico at 3, I think you maybe look at the contract a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
You might. You're talking about Nico's contract, yes. But
I also think he's going to work his ass off and validate it.
Yeah, I think so too. But I think Tank is out there saying, "Cool, these guys getting a lot of money. I think I'm going to be the number 1 wide receiver." I think Tank is.
Well, I mean, who's CJ going with on $1 million worth of games? He's taking Tank with him.
Exactly.
Right there to the right. By the way, Tank Dell has to feel pretty good about himself to get on that.
Yeah, all of us. I mean, yeah.
Well, CJ obviously brings him on.
But still.
But I think
he was one of the stars
it had to have been really cool for him.
Yeah.
To go on $1 million worth of game. Speaking of Stephon Diggs, it's been 8 weeks since the trade. Tomorrow, Texans going to be on the field. I believe we will hear from Stephon Diggs tomorrow.
We should.
I think that's going to be the case.
Good, because we should.
We will.
Unless he's on a podcast first.
He might be.
One of his guys. Talks about everything.
You're so old school. You're so
it's
old
not
school.
Old school. It's not old school.
You're so old school mad about this.
It's not old school at all. It's common sense. If I'm the Houston Texans, I think I look bad if someone on a podcast gets all this before I present our guy to the public. I think I look like, you know how I feel about those
You think it matters? Like if the Texans get it out via $1 million worth of game or via the podium, does it matter?
I think it would for me.
Because I think Stephon Diggs
What's
should
their
be available.
job?
Like when you acquire a player, I think you should. But as far as this, I know their job could be to reach a wider audience. I mean, that's a big ass platform. It's one of the biggest platforms, and it's getting out there on $1 million worth of game.
And they look as if they had nothing to do with it.
Well, they might not have.
That's my point. I think if I'm the Texans, I feel bad. I feel mad that
really. That your guys are on $1 million worth of game?
And we had nothing to do with it? We don't get to put it in front of our logo, in our stadium, in front of our media and national media. That's what bothers me. Like the Texans should feel just the same way I do about this. Like, wait a minute. We asked you if we could get, we protected you. We asked you if we could get you to talk about whatever happened in Florida, get more CJ Stroud, get Stephon Diggs, all this stuff. And you guys are saying no or whatever, the agents, we don't know what the story is. And then you go on a podcast and do stuff that people are running with across the country and we don't have our logo behind you? I'd be mad. That's not old school. That's new school public relations, branding, all that stuff. Like, no one should
I think getting on $1 million worth of game is sick.
It is sick.
I've been listening to that for a while.
Dude, it's sick.
Yeah.
But it's not theirs. It's not theirs.
It's still theirs.
But they still
It's still CJ and it's still Tank.
They
look bad.
But don't you think they made fans that they wouldn't have made?
They could have done that here.
Not like that though. Like if they're on $1 million worth of game, you're making.
I do think them being on that podcast is reaching a bigger audience that's not just sports.
And it's reaching the casual fan. It's reaching like the casual fan to where the Texans kind of.
So you think the Texans would endorse that?
No, I think you could do both. Like I don't even think they have to choose. Like I think you could. Hey, Tank Dell is on the field and he got shot this offseason. Hey, let's send Tank to the podium. He's a good kid. He can answer questions.
Thank you.
It's not like he's going to get hammered.
Exactly. That's my point.
Stephon Diggs. No, I agree with you, but I'm saying, the $1 million worth of game, I do think there's value in that there's not at the podium.
No question, there's value in that. What I'm saying is, I'd be upset. Like all these people, people have asked about it. We know they've asked about Stephon Diggs to get him up here, and all of a sudden we're like, damn.
Well, yeah, I think that's just hilarious that it's been 8 weeks and we haven't seen him. I think that's just absolutely kind of funny.
Yeah.
Astros have finished the month of May. They are 8 games under 500 at the moment. They finished April actually 9 games under 500. So the Astros from the end of April to the end of May, 1 game improvement with that opportunity. 6 of the Astros' 15 wins in May, by the way, they came against the A's. So I guess it's good to face them. They went 9-13 against the rest of the league per Adam Spillane. However, Joe Espada insists they're playing good baseball and improving. The Cardinals are in town. That used to mean a lot. Ryan Presley yesterday, another blown opportunity. Here's Joe Espada talking about Ryan Presley, who, by the way, is having one of the worst years of his career.
Velo, the shape of his pitches. He looks like the Presley that I've seen in past years. There's just some unluckiness there that when he executes his pitches, they find a way to get barrel on the ball. It's just a tough stretch, but his stuff looks really, really good.
They find a way to get the barrel on the ball?
Yeah. He executed a piss.
All right, Skip.
Closed their eyes and swung hard.
Give them an extension there.
Yeah.
Chandler
Rome says that the Astros will have an update later this week. It was supposed to be this weekend on Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy. Joe Espada didn't have one. They both went and got second opinions. Espada was also asked by Chandler Rome if their UCLs are intact. I'm assuming that's the Tommy John muscle, tendon, whatever. Espada had no comment. So, yeah, I don't think we see these guys for the remainder of the season.
Yeah, I don't either. Getting that second opinion on a good diagnosis just doesn't happen. You get second opinions on bad diagnoses.
Hockey fight. Now, there's been a couple of viral things with hockey. One of them was that Edmonton Oilers fan. Flash the camera, yeah.
Strong, too. God almighty.
You okay there, buddy?
I hit refresh a couple times on that one.
There was also a fight between a media type and the Dallas Stars coach, Peter DeBoer. Here was Tim Cowlishaw, know him pretty well, going back and forth with the Dallas Stars hockey coach, whose season has come to an end.
As much as you're praising the Oilers, did you not think it was kind of a lifeless second period for your team after falling behind and just kind of putting no pressure on them at all?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's always things you can do better. I'm not, you can sit here and question our character if you want. You haven't been around all year. I haven't seen you here all year. So, yeah, well, you are. That's what you're doing. So, I'm not going to do it. You go ahead and write whatever the you want.
Did he question their character?
I mean, he just questioned their effort in the.
He said, "Do you feel like they were
yeah.
lifeless?"
Yeah.
Is that questioning the character?
I don't know. I always hate when the coach says, "Well, you haven't been here. You haven't been in practice." That just typically means that you don't want to be criticized.
Yeah.
That's always.
You can write whatever you want.
Yeah.
Dude, Tim Cowlishaw watches more freaking hockey and NASCAR than anybody. It's actually kind of annoying how much he talks about hockey.
NASCAR's going to be internet going nuts today, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Brace yourself.
Appreciate the warning.
Brace yourself.
Appreciate the warning.
Yeah.
NBA Finals, Thursday night. Boston Celtics versus Dallas Mavericks. Kyrie Irving returning to Boston. No love lost there. They were chanting F Kyrie after they won, and that was before the Mavs had even advanced.
Yeah.
However, Joe Mazzulla, who, by the way, I don't know, is Jason Kidd able to run circles around him or not? I don't know.
Jason Kidd's done well.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think this is like a Eric Spoelstra versus Mazzulla type of thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows? But I did think his answer on Kyrie was pretty weird. Did you see that? Did you hear this, Figgy?
I didn't.
He was asked about Kyrie being the villain. I don't know what he's talking about here.
He is going to be perceived as a villain in the series.
Aren't we all? In someone's eyes.
Pardon me?
We're all villains in someone's eyes.
He's just dodging the question. It's a good answer to dodge a question.
What?
Everybody's a villain in someone's eyes.
All right. Who views Pham Pendergast as a villain?
I'm sure someone does.
Who?
Well, I don't know. Maybe somebody that was up for that job. I don't know.
What job?
Maybe somebody back in the day. Like maybe somebody who... I'm trying to think of another good example.
Welcome into the show. Whether you're here for the first time, whether you're here every time, it is great to be with you.
No, but really, nobody views Sean as a villain.
You're a villain to someone.
Well, for sure.
I'm a villain to someone.
Yes, for sure, John.
Sean is a villain to someone.
No, he is not.
Yes, he
No,
is.
you and me, yes, I agree with you. I agree. I agree with you on that. Okay? Who is Pham Pendergast a villain to? No.
Text him.
There is nobody in the world that views Pham Pendergast as a villain. No, there is not.
Yes, there is.
There might be people who are
DeAndre Hopkins.
Man, come on. They were cool afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Someone, absolutely.
Nobody views Pham Pendergast as a villain.
Yes. Everyone.
No
like I said, if you're going to dodge...
Who's Ben Gary a villain to?
Someone?
No.
Maybe Chris Jones? Figgy, the most lovable man on the planet, is a villain to someone.
I know some people hate me.
Thank you.
You ain't no villain, dude.
Thank you.
Figgy's not a villain.
No, to someone.
No, they might dislike him, but he's not a villain.
To someone, that's the same thing.
No.
He's a villain.
No.
Figgy, am I wrong?
No way.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm the bad guy to some people.
Yeah.
He ain't no villain.
It's silly.
I can't stand this dude, Figgy.
It's silly. I mean, who would not want to like Figgy, but someone doesn't, or someone thinks he's a villain.
No, he ain't no villain.
Sean is a villain to someone.
No.
Text him. I bet you he can give you a list.
Like, is Bijani's not a villain to anyone?
Bijani's in the same category as Figgy.
Who's mad at Bijani? Who hates Bijani?
Who wouldn't like Sean Bijani? But
he's not a villain to anyone.
He's a villain to someone.
No.
Yes, he is.
No.
Maybe someone...
Pendergast, Bijani, no villain. Seth, villain, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Me, villain, yes. You, villain, yes.
Tyler.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Sean can...
Who's the number one villain here?
Landry.
You answered that real quick.
Because it's an easy answer. Because it's... I mean, we're supposed to be honest, right? I bet you Sean, during the break, could give me a list of 3 people that he knows think he's a villain.
No.
100%.
No.
I'll bet you $5.
No. Pendergast.
I don't even know if I brought any money today.
No.
Yeah.
No villain.
Yeah.
Should be an interesting series once it begins on Thursday. Coming up, though, at Lunchtime Confessions, there's something one of the prominent members of this series did that I don't think gets enough credit. I think it's one of the funniest and smartest things ever done in the history of sports.
Okay.
And I don't think he gets enough credit for it. That's in Lunchtime Confessions. Coming up next, though, CJ Stroud, Tank Dell, they got some interesting things to say. We'll hear what they said on one of the biggest platforms in the world next.
In the Loop.
$1 million worth of game. Big platform. Big platform. CJ Stroud, Tank Dell were on the podcast, and Tank Dell addressed the scary moment this offseason in which he was shot in his hometown. Here was what Tank Dell had to say.
First off, I'm blessed. To me, it was just wrong place, wrong time. I went back to see my mom. I wasn't even planning to go back and go to the little pool party or whatever, but, my boys thought that I was home, so they hit me up. They was like, pull up to the party. They told me it was going to be security, people getting checked at the door, stuff like that. So I'm like, all right, cool. Good vibe. And there was a lot of people that I knew in there, so it was like cool. And then that just popped off out of nowhere. Like, it just went south out of nowhere. And I thought I removed myself from the situation. Like, when you see on the video when I ran across, I thought I removed myself from the situation, or the altercation when they was fighting. But I put myself in the middle of, like, two people. And it just went crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he's fortunate to be where he's at. He's fortunate to be on that platform, honestly. I like Tank Dell, but, man, that's looking out
CJ
for CJ.
Really looked out for him.
Yeah, CJ looking out for him and bringing him on there. That's a big deal.
That's a big look, man.
Big deal for Tank. And the Texans, man, like you got to think the casual fan with the Texans, but between all the stuff that they've done and all the stuff they've been doing, you got to think just the person who has no ties to any of these players or the city or anything like that. You got to think the Texans are a pretty popular squad right now.
Yeah, first on him being on that platform, fantastic, like you said. But he also made some significant national news when he was involved in this thing. So good for them for getting him, and then that they were able to get him. Then there's what he said, and what he said is we all know people that have been. Sometimes they put themselves in bad situations. Sometimes they're just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Everything he said seemed to indicate, hey, either he checked or he was told there was going to be security. People he knew were there, invited him. There was a situation, and he tried to remove himself from it. And it was just he was in a wrong place at the wrong time. And I don't know if it makes you feel better, but it kind of does me. Like it's not like, all these people jump into conclusions when you see these things.
Well, and Gilly said on the podcast he's kind of lucky that there was video.
Yeah, because then it would be like, do people really believe it?
It's like sometimes people get unlucky because of video, kind of get exposed. This is kind of the opposite where, if you just hear dude shot at nightclub, you can assume.
See, these athletes are reckless.
Yeah, people would assume
it got it got heated or whatever,
and you wouldn't be able to change their mind.
Yeah.
He
did say I think he was moving his family to Houston. I think that's what Tank said.
Yeah, from Florida.
He said they're on the way now or something like that. So, yeah, I don't know. It's fortunate that he's good to go. He did say that probably some changes. Mindset-wise, will be made. Where was C.J. Stroud, though, when he heard the news? This was C.J. Stroud talking about what it was like when he heard that his good friend and his teammate, Tank Dell, were shot.
I get a text, and it was from our PR guy. He was like, hey, he was like, I just want to let you know, like, what happened last night. All I read after that, he sent like a whole long paragraph, but all I read was Tank got shot, and I dropped my phone, and I started tearing up, man. I'm like, first thing I could have did was I just said a prayer, One of my best friends, Caleb, was with me. He seemed like I was down. He asked me what happened, and like why I was like tearing up. And I'm like, man, they said, like, Tank got shot. I'm like, man, like, all the plans we had, by the glory of God, nothing that happened, and like,
God is good.
God is great, he saved my boy from a tragic situation.
When you try to figure out who the number one wide receiver is, right now we're just, you're taking the ability of each guy, and, you've said Diggs. I think the majority of the people on the poll said Tank Dell, and you have a large portion of people who would say Nico Collins. Like, there's three different answers quite consistently when you say this. There has to be, though, a little bit of value in the fact that, C.J. Stroud's been linked with Tank Dell from the very beginning. There's the story about, he told him to draft him or whatever, which I think got a little bit over-romanticized. And then, B, they're attached at the hip. He's taking him on podcasts and all that. There has to be, like, some sort of value there when it comes to, I'm not saying CJ's going to give him like favorable treatment, but as far as chemistry's a thing. There's
value. Come on. You got the franchise quarterback, in your corner like that, backing you up, and
he backs everybody up, but he's not. I mean, they weren't all on $1 million worth of game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there was reason he was on, and he was asked to be on because he got shot, but still, I mean, C.J. Stroud, I mean, that's his guy. I don't think he's necessarily playing favorites when it comes to play calls and the heat of the battle, the heat of the moment. But he's certainly gonna do everything he can to make sure Tank gets taken care of.
97 days from now, the Texans are going to take on the Colts. There's been a lot of trash talk between C.J. Stroud and some members of the Colts defense. Here was C.J. Stroud elaborating on that grudge match that'll take place in less than 100 days.
Like my boy EJ, Speed. But it's a ton of dudes. It's not just EJ. He with my agent. And I tell him this to his face. I don't even tripping. But a lot of dudes come to these podcasts, oh, yeah, I'm coming to hit. I'm going to hit C.J. in his face. I'm going to get him next year. Why didn't you do something? Like where I'm from, we say, why didn't you do something where you was mad at? You was mad right there, my do something. Right. You could have made hella plays, bro. You could have made plays, dog. Right. You could have shut me up right there, but you didn't. Right. So what make you think you're going to do it now? And if you do, I'm going to come back, bro, for real. You should have did that then, bro. Right. Now we're going to have another opportunity, and we played them first game of the year. We play them after they play. It's going to be rocking. Indy hates me already, and I love it.
Okay.
Don't you love that? A couple of people.
No, I think the more rivalries, the better.
And yes, but also
how much does Indy really hate him now?
They're going to hate him more, if they didn't already, or at least want to beat him. But a few people, even on our text board here and on YouTube, were saying, I don't know, I don't want C.J. Stroud being that cocky. I do. It's not fake. He can certainly back it up. Is that cocky?
A little bit. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, though.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, he's a cocky guy.
Mm-hmm.
Should be.
But that could give a reason for people to hate him, though. I don't know if it mattered.
Maybe
but,
the Colts, yeah.
Yeah, but when you see people talk like that, it make you root against them.
The thing about CJ is it's like if he's playing pickup basketball, if he's playing cards, Connect Four, Monopoly.
All of it.
He's just like a naturally competitive dude.
Yeah, we all know people like that, and he's to the extreme.
He also said he was talking about, how crappy the atmosphere was early on in his tenure. He's like, man, I don't blame fans if we suck and if we're sorry. I don't blame you for wanting to go to the game. Mm-hmm. Kind of caught himself talking about the Rockets, though, and then he said the Rockets are going to be good, but he was like, yeah, if the Rockets are trash, I don't have time to go watch the Rockets play.
Well, sure. I mean, I like it. I like Ander.
But I do think between all the buzz and all the excitement, I don't think that they're going to have to worry about that atmosphere anymore.
No.
I think that atmosphere
that's going to be just fine.
Very, very much popping. Here was C.J. Stroud more on the Colts. Zaire Franklin's had some interesting things to say, and C.J. Stroud has some interesting things to say about him.
And he be talking about me all the time, and I know he gonna see this. I ain't tripping. Yeah, bro. Zaire. Who? Zaire Franklin from the coast. I'm 44.
Yeah, I know. He from Philly?
Yeah. He from, so that's probably where it come from. And bro got game, but I respect you because you making the league, and he just got paid. You deserve that money, bro. He a good player. Yeah. But it's man, he know we and that's what I like. It's two dogs ready to rumble.
So he be talking crazy?
Oh yeah. He said something the other day. It was on a podcast. I saw it. He said that in person. I said something to him. Talking mess. I'm I don't remember that, to be real. We was at the Super Bowl, I seen him, and somebody asked us to take a picture together, so we took a picture together. And then he go on a podcast the other day talking about...
So he was capping on the podcast?
I don't think he was capping. I might have said something, but it rubbed him the wrong way.
So maybe he said, we got you last game or something like that?
Yeah, he probably said something that he thought was just being honest.
Yeah.
No, I think Zaire was talking about... I remember this podcast. He was talking about, I guess, the first Colts game. And I guess he said CJ mentioned how, I pretty much bust your ass in that game, but they lost.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Oh, the yards or what? Okay, well, fire that one up.
Yeah.
Mark that one on the calendar.
Good.
Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah.
Got the Titans, too. Got that beef.
Mm-hmm.
Where the Jags at?
Oh,
got to start talking crap about Trevor Lawrence.
There'll be something. Yeah, there'll be something eventually.
Got to start talking some smack about them.
Mm-hmm.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Astros, man. They're still alive. They're very much alive, John. I know you're kind of a little bit down. I'm not giving up hope on this ball club yet.
Oh, you're keeping hope alive.
Well, I mean, I just The opportunity's still there.
Mm-hmm. How do you think it's going to play out?
I don't think they're going to be in the playoffs, but the opportunity is still alive because of their division.
That's one of those things, like, it's not well actually, Guy, but like when people say, well, technically. Well, of course, technically. Like, we're not, of course, technically they're still alive. Of course,
they ain't been eliminated yet.
Yeah, yes. Of course, technically the 7.5 is not ominous, but we're not talking technically. That's always funny.
Fourth worst team in the AL. 7.5 out, though. Right there in the mix, baby. Right there in the mix, my friend.
Would you say the Astros are in the mix?
Why not?
Technically, they are.
They're right there in the mix.
Technically, they
Ain't
are.
no technical about it. They're 7.5. They're a half game. They're a half game further in their division than the Cardinals are, and the Cardinals are 1 game below 500.
And what do they have to be to get to 90 wins?
To get to 90, assuming that 90 is what it's going to take, they got to finish the season 64-38.
Yeah. Right in the thick of things.
Once we get to that point where they can only lose under 30 games, that's where you start to panic.
Yeah.
Because right now they just have to be 26 games above 500.
Right now it's like 34 losses.
Yeah, they just got to be 38. They just got to be 26 games above 500 for the remainder to get to 90.
Losses.
Yeah, 26 above 500.
Mm-hmm.
You got this?
They got it?
No. No. They're bad. They're bad, but fortunately for them, the division is as well. And you got a manager, though, who insists that they're playing good baseball.
Yeah, but they're not. And we illustrated that earlier because, like, this big run that you illustrated, you talked about, it was accurate. They went 9-4. All right, 13-game stretch, went 9-4. And you go from being 8 games under 500 to being 8 games under 500 now. You go from being 5.5 games out to being 7.5 games out. So this big stretch was all for nothing. Nothing.
What would be your dream appearance? Like if you could be on anything? Because I think
podcast,
whatever, TV show, whatever. Because I would bet $1 million worth of game for young men would be near the top. Like CJ and Tank, you could tell they were happy to be on that.
Yeah, that would be one for me.
For you, what would you be?
I'm trying to think of like a good podcast or show or something.
Yeah, TV show. You could even go late night show if you want.
I'd like to be on. This is so bad.
Oh God,
Wheel of Fortune.
What's wrong with that?
Because that's an old person's game. You know,
is it?
Old people watch Wheel of Fortune. Or am I wrong?
Man, I feel like you'd be terrible on Wheel of Fortune.
Dude, that's my wheel. That's my jam.
Come on.
Words?
You're the one who says it after.
Spelling?
You're the one who says it after the fact. Oh, I knew that one. I knew that one.
Like, okay. Let's play.
I'd like to buy a vowel.
No, that's my whole life has been about words and
so you think you'd be good on
sayings
Wheel of Fortune?
and yeah, I'd be good on Wheel of Fortune. And knowing a little about a lot, you know, not a lot about a lot, a little about a lot.
You don't have to know much on Wheel of Fortune.
Well,
really.
but the sayings and some of the things and all that.
Sometimes they don't make sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the topic, it's like, man,
keep the broom in the closet. You're like, what?
Yeah. No, that would be good. Now that's a game show.
When's that dude finally done?
Pat Sajak?
Yeah,
this year. I don't know when the season ends. I haven't seen when the season ends.
He's going to get a send-off?
For sure. And he deserves one.
So what are they going to do?
Probably
Just have,
reminisce,
like,
probably
celebrities on
highlights, lowlights, all that good stuff.
What are we getting, like? The best of Pat Sajak?
Memories, like set to music maybe. Throwback from where they started with Vanna and him and all that. Yeah, absolutely. Why would he not get that? Why would he not deserve it?
How do you think John McClain feels about CJ and Tank going on $1 million worth of game, but not getting to talk to Tank last week? Because McClain's back. I don't know what he's doing. He's writing some stuff for
HoustonTexans.com.
Yeah, for HoustonTexans.com. How do you feel about that?
That's fine. I mean, personally, I wouldn't do it.
Would you ever do that? Would it ruin your legacy?
No, I don't think it ruins any legacy.
Well, you're making it seem like you got too much journalistic integrity to do that.
No, not even close. I'm glad you brought that up because that's not what I'm trying to say. I would definitely do it. If I get to that point,
We need to get. Let's have McClain come through tomorrow.
We should. Let's
have McClain
like
come
old
through tomorrow.
times.
Yeah, like old times. Let's get McClain to come through. Oh yeah, it's camp. Next week.
Training camp. So no, my thing on that is it's not like
Can we push our time back to 12:40?
not anti-writing for HoustonTexans.com.
I gotta do some writing.
Can
I come in between 12 and 2?
If I get to that point, I'm just not going to do it. If I'm going to retire, I'm going to retire. That's my point.
Figgy, send me the Comrex.
What's that app again?
Can you send me the Opal link?
Yeah. Yeah, what's that app again?
Stephon Diggs tomorrow. I'm calling it.
Okay.
Pretty certain about this.
I'm good with that.
No, I'm pretty certain about this.
I'm good with that.
Nick Caserio in studio on Friday, by the way.
Yeah, in the morning.
Yeah. 1 hour. By the way, there's going to be a commercial break, I was told.
Oh, there will be?
Yeah, there will be a commercial break. So it's not just 1 hour straight.
But he will be able to
Give you
stay a little
breather.
longer. He'll have the time to.
Yeah, it'll be
Is he going to ask him, hey, you got time to stick around for a little bit?
No, not if he's in
Or
studio.
they just going to go in the commercial break?
If he's in studio, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
You got time for one more segment? We got to hit this break. You got time for one more segment?
Need to ask him why he hadn't worn any of the new gear. Because I don't think he likes the new uniforms. He hadn't worn the new logo. He wore like a powder blue type of thing, but that wasn't the new. We haven't seen Caserio in any of the new gear.
Well, maybe you will
I don't
on
think
Friday.
he likes the uniforms, man. That's my theory. I don't think he likes them.
That's a bold statement.
Not really. Do you think Nick Caserio likes those new uniforms? Wants the traditionals, man. He loves the homes, I'm sure.
I don't buy that.
I don't think he likes
What is
the
he?
unis.
What kind of bond does he have to the traditional uniforms?
Well, it's just traditional. That's all he's been wearing. He's been wearing the old logo.
Well, like I said, maybe Friday he's going to wear it here.
No, I don't think he likes them. It's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Nick Caserio doesn't like the new uniforms, and Jim Crane is not turning down the AC because he's trying to save money for his mistakes. That I would bet.
That is a literal hot take.
That is a literal fact. Jim Crane is not turning down the AC this year.
I'm paying the Abreu, so I gotta save that money somewhere.
Might have to pay Carl Tucker, you know.
Maybe he has that.
Money.
Maybe he has that nights are free thing.
He damn sure doesn't. He damn sure doesn't have the days or weekends. Promise you that. Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
How good can the Texans offense be this year? covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So Jeff Van Gundy, our guy, friend of the show, long-time Houston legend.
When are you getting the Van Gundy cut?
I am not getting the Van Gundy cut.
Let's make a bet. Come on.
So he's been a bet.
Sean said he'd bet the game.
Good for Sean.
Notre Dame versus A&M. Van Gundy cut.
Landry did.
Oh, come on.
Van Gundy cut.
So Van Gundy, we all know that he got ousted by ESPN for...
No, by Adam Silver.
By Adam Silver.
By Adam Silver,
Yeah, by
yes.
Adam Silver.
Fact.
Well, now they're saying that he's going to end up being he's been a consultant with the Celtics, who obviously going to the
Look
final.
at him. He might get a ring.
He might well get a ring. Now they're saying he's going to be a bench coach next year. That's looking that way
For the Celtics?
For the Celtics, I hate that.
Why?
I'd rather him be a broadcaster.
Well, Adam Silver didn't want him dogging the playing game, man.
Like I get,
Mad Dog Russo told you they're buddies. He didn't pull it out of his ass.
Yeah, no, I know, but isn't that weird? As great a coach as he was, and he was great. I mean, Van Gundy was a great coach. Great.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd rather him be a broadcaster.
Yeah, he was awesome.
I'd rather
He was
him be
freaking
a
great.
broadcaster.
He was great.
Than a
I was
coach.
kind of hoping he'd go to NBC when they
something like that. Because
over.
once he becomes a bench coach, he's going to end up being a head coach again if he wants to.
Really?
Yeah, if he wants to.
He still want to do that?
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to, I'd rather him be a broadcaster.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I need picture proof, Jim Crane. I need picture proof, brother. Convince me that you are not up in the AC at the juice box. My confession is I think Jim Crane is being cheap, and he has increased the temperature at the juice box. Who knows how much money you save? Like, let's say you go from 72 to 76 or 76
In
to
a stadium
78.
with that much AC.
In a stadium with that much AC, you could probably save a lot of money. Jim Crane, cheap when he was first owner. Got a bunch of cheap contracts. He spent money here or there. Still the best owner in the history of the city. But I think Jim Crane, I'm confessing, I think he's pinching pennies by upping the temperature at the juice box. And I'm not the only one that believes this. Show me the pictures, Jim. Show me the pictures that it's at 74 or a reasonable temperature. Or else open the damn roof.
Can't you see, like, his wife raising it? You know, like your girl, it's usually the woman. It gets so cold in here.
Is it?
Yeah.
Can you
does your girl do that? Because like I like it cold.
Well, when she was pregnant, she liked it cold.
Okay, but not usually.
So it's kind of a different phase.
Figgy,
Yeah, my wife borderline anemic, so
my wife just cranks it up. Can't you see, like,
man, I was about to die.
Where's that thermostat?
Man, she had it on 74. I was about to die. I was walking around sweating.
Yeah, you see, they're sitting behind there in the whatever they call those seats, the gold whatever, and she walks out. There's a big giant thermostat the size of a plate, you know, in the back. She like cranks it to the right a little bit.
I think Jim Crane saw the electric bill last year, and he's sensing that there's not going to be as many playoff games. He's not going to get those playoff checks. So he's like, how do I make up for that playoff money? Oh, wow, I can save $50,000 a day times 81.
Yeah.
By not having the AC as far down, and I think he's saving money, man. You're not fooling me, Jim.
Yeah, maybe he's saving it for Bregman. Tucker for sure.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I got to know this. I noticed it as soon as I walked into the studio this morning, and I just have to ask. I'm not being critical.
Yeah.
Which usually when people say I'm not being critical,
Yeah.
they're going to be
I don't know where the
critical.
hell this is going.
Where'd you get that hat?
At the stadium.
That's an official hat.
Yeah, dude.
Figgy, I thought that was
that was the Arizona Cardinals hat.
That's exactly what, look, read over my shoulder. I said it's a cross between the Arizona Cardinals and the Astros.
No, it's like
That's an official
on the
hat.
side look like a Cardinal.
The brief era of this, man. The brief era.
They sell that at the stadium?
Yeah, they sell the same. It's Mitchell and Ness, dude. Yeah.
I almost asked what convenience store you got it at, but I didn't want to be mean.
It's not that bad.
I didn't want to be mean.
It's not that bad. It actually looked cool, but it looked like an Arizona
It looks like
Cardinals.
it's an Arizona Cardinals hat.
It's throwback, man.
Yeah.
A throwback.
All right. I just had to know, man. It was just bugging
What
me.
convenience store did you put at?
That's so disrespectful. Knowing you probably paid like what, 30, 40, 40?
35.
Yeah.
Yeah.
35.
I've never, ever seen that hat.
Well, that's the reason why you buy it, John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody got it.
How's Kyler Murray playing that hat?
Short. Very short.
Good baseball player.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So the NBA Finals begin on Thursday. And one of the coaches will get their first ring as a head coach. It'll either be Joe Mazzulla with the Boston Celtics or Jason Kidd with the Dallas Mavericks. I really don't think Jason Kidd gets enough credit, and I don't think enough people find it as hilarious as when he was the Nets coach and he had the guy bump into him on purpose and spilt the drink.
Yeah.
First of all, I think that was brilliant. I think that was one of the smartest things that I've seen a coach do. And second of all, I don't think people give that the appropriate amount of how hilarious that was credit.
I don't think people are talking enough about the whole lottery thing last year with the Mavericks. Like they've made a complete turnaround, and they kind of played the system a little bit there too.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I've got an NBA Finals confession as well, and it's one that I know I did last year and probably the year before that and probably the year before that. I guess I just don't understand scheduling. They had a lot of momentum going. They have a lot of momentum usually every year coming out of the conference finals. Do you realize that Game 7 of the NBA Finals would be, if it goes 7, 20 days from today?
Yeah, the gap.
20 days from today would be Game 7.
I just don't know how the gap benefits them, and I think it's.
I don't either. That's my.
I think it's kind of crazy how it's like set in stone when it happens, no matter what.
I don't understand why they schedule like this.
I guess maybe because they want to keep other events there and they want to try to hype it up, but I almost feel like it's out of sight, out of mind with the NBA.
Yes, you have all this momentum, and then it comes to a screeching halt. How many days has it been since the Mavs clinched? 4? Something like that.
Was it Wednesday or Thursday?
Either way, 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And it's still 20 days from today would be Game 7.
It was Thursday. It was Thursday because they got a week off.
Okay.
They got a week off.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Boston, man.
Why?
I mean,
and Boston longer.
The hell are they? Did they go on a vacation?
They could have.
I mean, because they did that light work. They got the sweep.
They have a lot of smart people that work at the NBA office.
Boston finished on Sunday, right?
Yes. Yes, that was a long break.
So they're going to have a 12-day break.
Yeah. And then it's still going to go another 20-something days. I don't understand it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Baseball observation. I got to confess, I don't like seeing Yordan Alvarez make diving catches into the wall. Nice play, sir. Not a fan of watching that, though. I don't think that was something that I want to see too often, my friend.
I saw him like rock back when he was trying to get up or whatever, and I thought, oh, he's hurt. It's
no, thank you.
It's not something you
go
ever,
DH, please.
Ever want to see.
Don't want to see you in the field anymore. Actually,
yeah,
I've had enough.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So making the rounds right now on Twitter, X, is the fact that X is going to allow adult content. Now, officially, they're going to allow adult content.
What does that mean?
You know what adult content is. They're going to allow it. You can post anything. This is awful.
I mean, they already got it.
But they had no rules on it, so they actually determined they were going to allow. And so,
what do you mean they're going to allow
adult content?
What does that mean
on Twitter?
What does that mean?
So
what do you think it means?
Content, so the content people could get money for it, or
they're going to be able to put anything they want on Twitter, for people to see. And as much as none of us are prudes here, that's awful. That's not what Twitter's for. It's a news. For me, it's like
mute it.
You can, but okay. I mean, you're still going to see.
John, I've seen you. You've watched that Edmonton Oilers fan show her boobs like 25 times during the show.
Maybe 5.
Yeah,
but that's my personal choice. I don't want people to.
So you still have that personal choice.
Yeah, but it's going to be just like adult content that I don't care about. I want Twitter to me.
What adult content do you care about?
No, I don't really care about it on Twitter. That's just I happen to cross that.
Where do you look at adult content?
at adult content places, but not on
Not in
Twitter.
Texas because it's banned.
Well, that too. Twitter is my news stream, man. That's my news stream. I don't
I'm a
need
brass man.
all that stuff.
Did you catch Lisa Ann? Speaking of adult content, retired Lisa Ann.
Yeah.
Did you catch her talking about on her thing the key to growing your audience? And she was talking about like authentic conversations. She's like giving credit to she's like, if you want to grow your content and grow your platform and grow your podcast, you got to have real meaningful conversations and yada yada. And I'm like, you had a head start, ma'am.
Yeah, her meaningful conversations was, I ordered pepperoni. You're going to pay for that. Now get in here. Wasn't that her first meaningful conversation? I'm pretty sure that was it. Or maybe it's like, I'll show you this house.
Like you were in porn in the golden age of porn.
Mm-hmm.
That helps the audience a little bit. Not like some awesome fantasy football conversation, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to Lisa Ann now.
Yeah, for sure. She's cool.
Gonna have to pay for that pizza.
Now get in here. I ordered pepperoni.
Coming up next, grudges can be healthy in sports. How many grudges as a fan will you carry with you when the Texans take the field in 2024? We'll discuss next.
Area 45.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry
All right,
Locker.
tell me if you hold a grudge against these opponents. CJ Stroud, some strong words for the Colts. We'll hear that when we go around the NFL. But I want you to tell me if you hold a grudge, and if so, why? Because grudge holding and beef in sports makes it better. Indianapolis Colts, do you hold a grudge, yes or no?
Nah, I don't have a grudge against them.
Really?
Nah.
You don't remember like the Peyton Manning days or anything like that?
Yeah, see, I got in a lot of trouble back in those days because as much as I like the Texans, I was always a Peyton Manning fan. You know that. So people say, oh, don't you? I just liked his game. I thought he was great. So, yeah, I don't hold a grudge against the Colts. You?
Yeah.
You do? Over
Grudge
what?
match, man. You heard what CJ said. They've been talking back and forth.
Well, see, that now it could change.
You got Shane Steichen and D'Amico Ryans. They're going to be going head-to-head for a long time.
Kind of hard not to like any of those guys. I mean, to dislike any of those guys.
Jeez, I didn't know you're such a fan, man.
No, that's what I'm saying. I get in trouble because I'm just being honest. I don't dislike the Colts. I don't hold a grudge. I want to beat them.
Bears. You hold a grudge against the Bears.
Nah, no grudge. No grudge
That's
against the Bears.
That's the most overrated team of all time. Let's be serious. Come on. Pretty corny.
I'm trying to think. You might be on.
And the way they did stuff, Mike Ditka giving Fridge Perry a touchdown instead of Walter Payton. Come on.
Nah, I was mad about that.
Come on,
yeah.
Slimeball.
Yeah, give it to sweetness, man.
Come on.
Yeah.
I still have to hear about that 85 Bears.
Yeah.
Jim McMahon. Come on.
Yeah.
I hold a grudge against him. Vikings.
Little bit of a grudge against the Vikings, but just from a personal, I wanted to see this team, the one that choked on the extra the field goal.
Gary Anderson.
Yeah, I wanted to see that.
I wanted to see them take on Elway and the Broncos.
Yeah.
Instead, you got the Dirty Birds.
Yeah, so pretty much just
Complete meaningless Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Randy
so a
never
little
got
bit.
a ring. Did you watch the Brady roast where Randy Moss was talking about didn't have a ring? Why was
he had a tough act to follow too, wasn't he? Right after what's her name?
Yeah, but they were just giving Randy Moss a hard time for not having a ring.
Yeah.
It was like the main thing.
Yeah.
You know that the Colts gave Edgerrin James a ring?
They did?
Yeah, they gave him one.
Sounds
so
familiar.
he actually got a Super Bowl ring.
Mm-hmm.
This might not be in there. Jags, you hold a grudge against the Jags.
Not a grudge. I just think it's a bad place, bad organization, overrated.
What do you mean bad place?
It's a nasty place. Jacksonville is the worst.
I don't feel like Jacksonville's as bad as you say it is.
I go there. Spend a week in Jacksonville. Like it's cool.
I've been to Florida.
Go to Jacksonville. I love Florida. I can take Miami all day. I love Miami.
Oh, the Palm Springs.
Even better.
Where'd I go?
Palm Springs in California.
No, where'd I go? I went somewhere in... Damn, I forgot.
Fort Lauderdale's cool.
No, where the hell did I go? Beach.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us.
Where they recorded the Truman Show, like right down there. What city is that?
Palm Beach?
I don't know. Good Lord.
Palm Beach is in Florida. Palm
I don't even
Springs
remember where I went.
Is in
Buffalo Bills, you hold a grudge against them?
See, it's like how you interpret the word here.
Way back to the Oilers.
I do hold a grudge.
Oh, God. All right,
Yeah.
McClain, go ahead.
No, but I do, and a lot of people do with the Bills. So, yes, probably the strongest grudge yet of all these teams would be the Bills. I would rank them for now number one.
Go ahead. Tell us where you were, man. Tell us where you were when it...
You asked me a question, I gave you an answer.
Come on, tell us, dude.
I'm just telling you. Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, so we have the Bills.
The Bills are on the list.
Packers.
Packers? Nah, I don't have anything against the Packers. Not at all.
I kind of don't like cold weather games anymore. I've kind of progressed past cold weather games.
Mm-hmm. No,
Seaside. God, I went to Seaside. What the hell's wrong with me?
Where was I again?
Who the hell knows? I just drove there.
Yeah.
Green Bay, I don't like cold weather games anymore. I feel like those should be a thing of the past. Like with all the progression that has happened in football, I think games in the snow and all that type of stuff, I just think we should be past that.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay feels like a place that is never going to progress past that.
They're
'cause
never
they
going to
take
have
pride
an indoor
in like
stadium.
Lambeau Field and all that.
Yeah.
So I kind of frown upon that.
Yeah, but I don't know. I wouldn't call it a grudge.
What about the Jets? Do you hold any grudge against the Jets? Any hate? Any healthy sports hate against the Jets?
Is frustration a grudge? And not that I'm a Jets fan, but it's just frustrating watch this team that perennially thinks it's something and never is, you know?
So you're not a fan of that?
No, not a fan of that.
Robert Saleh, good guy.
Yeah.
You got some good players. The Lions.
No, I like the Lions.
Oh, God. Corniest team in the league.
I don't know why you keep saying that.
Corniest team in the league.
Yeah, just because
they had their opportunity. That's coming tumbling down there, buddy.
Yeah?
That's coming tumbling down there, buddy.
They
Mr.
got their,
Coffee.
They got their offensive coordinator back.
Yeah. He's just trying to outlast the coach. Cowboys. You got a grudge against the Cowboys?
Yeah, I hate the Cowboys. I always got a grudge against the Cowboys. So Bills and Cowboys are on there.
You think the animosity between Houston and Cowboys is a little bit weird, though? There's no history.
No, very little.
Yeah. It's kind of like brisket, though, where you just hate the fans. Is that where we're at?
No, I think it's geography. I think it's a simple
45.
A simple.
It felt like more of a family friend type of beef.
But it's not two-way. We can agree to that.
I think for the most part you're right.
No.
But I think a lot of Dallas people kind of do look down there.
I'm talking the Cowboys and the Texans specifically.
No, it's not two-way. I mean, that week it will be.
Yeah.
That week they'll talk trash and all that.
Because I actually think there was like a portion of, you mentioned that meltdown against the Bills. I actually think a lot of people wanted an all-Texas Super Bowl.
Oh, I think so. It was definitely on the table.
Yeah, but Cowboys fans, as far as Texans, I think they
like that week.
And
they'll
it
be
adds to the hate.
Cowboys fans.
Yeah, they'll act
week.
like, oh, we've won this.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's too.
There'll be a lot of like I said, it's geography more than anything. Like my sister lives in Dallas. You have family in Dallas, and that whole thing.
What about the stanky one, Amy Adams stank and the Titans?
There's number one. So right now I got the Bills, Cowboys, and Titans. Yes, I do.
So you have a grudge against the Titans.
I do hold a grudge.
You hate Amy Adams stank. That's the main one, right?
Pretty much.
The uniforms.
Yep. The way her daddy moved. She's her daddy's daughter. The way she's a fraud, acting like she's, I'm doing so good.
I do like the mindset that I don't think the Texans are going to whip out new uniforms against the Titans.
Yeah, like, why bother?
Yeah. They're not good enough. Assuming that they're going to do that. Miami Dolphins, any animosity?
No, I like Miami. That's one of those squads I've always followed.
Ugh.
I'm talking about since a kid.
Yeah, and I hate those teams.
Really?
Man, they weren't undefeated. Come on.
Yeah, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, but that was whack.
Why was it whack?
They're not an all-time team. That was a fluke.
That's the only one that's ever happened. How was it a fluke?
They had me rooting for the Patriots.
They did half of it with a backup quarterback.
Good for them.
Earl Morrall.
Good for them.
Yeah, that's not a fluke.
Yeah, obviously the competition wasn't very good if they're just running through it.
It was the same competition as every other team in the league.
Popping champagne.
Well, now that's what you don't like.
Break.
That's what you don't like, that they still celebrate it.
God.
Yeah.
Larry Zonka. He was good on American Gladiators, though.
He was good for the Miami Dolphins.
Whatever happened to Larry Zonka? Whatever happened to American Gladiators? How did that not survive?
Wasn't there a big controversy? There's
steroids.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had like a documentary. Oh, you're telling me American Gladiators were on steroids? No way, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Kansas City Chiefs. You got any grudge with the Chiefs?
Nah, I ain't got nothing. I mean,
None?
I'm ready. I'm ready to move on and see if the
You don't like Travis? You like Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift?
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. It's good for the league.
Okay.
They're staying together.
Ravens.
I don't. No grudges. No grudges against the Ravens.
Even though they ended your season last year and you've lost to them twice.
It happens.
You've beat C.J. Stroud twice. They're the only team in the NFL to have beaten C.J. Stroud 2 times.
Yeah, it happens.
So no grudge.
No grudge.
Okay.
So I got the Bills, Cowboys, and Titans. You didn't say New England.
They don't count. They're done. They've expired. No, they don't generate any emotion.
I don't have a grudge.
They're a browse through.
Maybe I do, and I don't realize. I don't have a grudge against the Patriots. Only I'm just kind of glad that they're finally back down to earth.
The Cowboys game is going to be the most hyped,
though. Yeah. I would say Cowboys. That Titans game is up there. That's what I was hesitating. I think the Titans is just elevating the amount of bitterness between the two sides. And depending on where these teams are, we could all be wrong. Like if the Texans do go on a big-time tear and the Chiefs are the Chiefs, hey, man, December 21st on a Saturday against the Chiefs, that might be the most hyped game.
Sprinkle between those two games, that's supposed to be like the hard that's supposed to be the difficult little stretch for the Texans.
Yeah, after the Miami game at home.
I mean, it'll also be interesting to see where the Texans are and where the Chiefs are.
Mm-hmm.
Tank Dell and C.J. Stroud, by the way, they're not even trying to hide it. They're not trying to sugarcoat it.
Yeah.
They're talking Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So did Nico. Like, this is not like a crawl before you walk type of thing. These guys are coming out there and they're throwing out the two words Super Bowl.
If the Texans live up to what they believe they are and what a lot of people believe they are, that Chiefs game might be the most hyped up. Even more so than Cowboys and Titans.
No.
If the Chiefs are the Chiefs.
No.
Two-time defending Super Bowl champions.
No.
And let's say the Texans are whatever the number.
That ain't going to be more hyped up than the Cowboys around here, sir.
If they're like 12.
Fair or not, that is not going to be more hyped up than the Cowboys on Monday night, sir.
Let's say the Texans
No way.
Well, let me finish. Let's say the Texans are 12-3 going into that game.
Okay.
And they're facing the Chiefs in Kansas City?
Yeah.
You're telling me that's not going to be more hyped up?
No.
Hell yes.
No.
Hell yes. Absolutely.
By the way.
Because the Cowboys might stink. It might be more of a local thing.
By the way, they can't be 12-3.
Or whatever the number, because they'll have two more
They
games.
could be 12-2. Right?
No, they play 17 games.
Yeah.
Or they'll be
So
11-3.
Yeah.
That would make it 12-3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just going well, actually, on you.
Yeah, that's okay. So they're 11-3. And because the Cowboys might stink.
Possible.
You know?
But still, people are going to be gassed up.
The Titans
It's Monday night, bro.
I know. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not saying it's going to be not going to be hyped up. The Titans could stink.
Dun 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 dun. Troy and Joe.
The Bills could stink.
But it's a Saturday game too.
Yes,
that's
kinda, even more. They got the stage to themselves.
Yeah, but that's kind of hard to get as hype for a Saturday.
No, it's
as
not.
It is.
Not in December
For like a Monday night game, man.
Yeah.
You go to work, you're excited.
Hell no. It's
Getting
Christmas
off,
week.
you're
Everybody's
getting
going to be
ready
off.
for the game.
Everybody's going to be off, home from
You got
school.
the cows.
Tailgating.
All that buzz that comes with playing the Cows. I know the Chiefs are a big deal too.
No. I think if the Texans hold up their end of the bargain, that one's going to be the most hyped up.
I think you are crazy if you think that there's any scenario where the Chiefs game is more gassed up than the Cows.
That's the scenario. If the Texans hold up their end of the deal.
Figgy?
Yeah, I think the Cowboys going to be a little more hype.
Look, right now, the Cowboys.
Brother, they have a flag that says Cowboys suck at the tailgate, and they don't even play them.
Yeah.
90% of the time. Beat their ass.
Cool.
I do see people being hyped for the Chiefs because of the time they play them towards the end of the year.
Yes.
And maybe it could be a possible AFC championship matchup.
What if they're both 11-3?
Kelsey will be retired by then.
What if they're both 11-3? Playing for the.
That'd be sick.
Mahomes, Kelsey, Saturday night, stage to yourself.
Be pumped.
No, it'd be a great game. People be hyped for it, but you don't see Cowboys Texans every year
Monday
or every
night,
other
man.
year.
Yeah.
On that stage too.
Sick.
Yeah.
Be sick. Bobby Slowick's twin laid out a mindset that I think we need to make note of. Let's go around the NFL next.
Yeah, let's talk about your trees right.
here, an Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, C.J. Stroud, he's ready for the Indianapolis Colts. He's ready to play that game. It's intense, and he's building up to it. And I think it's going to miss an even more intriguing matchup than perhaps it was on paper heading into the season. Here's C.J. Stroud setting the scene on $1 million worth of game.
Like my boy EJ, Speed, but it's a ton of dudes. It's not just EJ. He with my agent, and I tell him this to his face. I don't even tripping. But like a lot of dudes come to these podcasts, like, oh yeah, I'm coming to hit. I'm gonna hit CJ in his face. I'm gonna get him next year. Why don't you do something? Like where I'm from, we say, why ain't you do something you was mad at? You was mad right there, my do something. Right. You could have made hella plays, bro. You could have made plays, dog. Right. You could have shut me up right there, but you didn't. Right. So what make you think you gonna do it now? And if you do, I'm gonna come back, bro, for real. I feel like you should have did that then, bro. Right. Now we're going to have another opportunity, and we played them first game of the year. Yeah. We play them after they play. It's going to be rocking. Indy hates me already, and I love it.
All right, a little bit beef right there.
I love it, too.
For CJ. Zaire Franklin and he, by the way, I guess he got a little chippy at the Super Bowl. I don't know what this was about, but there is a specific Indianapolis Colt who wants to take CJ's head off.
Mm-hmm.
And he be talking about me all the time, and I know he gonna see this. I ain't tripping. Yeah, bro, Zaire. Who? Zaire Franklin from the coast. I'm 44.
Yeah, I know. He from Philly?
Yeah. He from, so that's probably where it come from. And bro got game, but like, I respect you because like you making the league, and he just got paid. Like, you deserve that money, bro. Like, he a good player. Yeah. But it's like, man, he know we, like, and that's what I like, is like two dogs, like, ready to rumble.
So he be
like,
talking crazy?
Oh, yeah. He said something the other day, it was like on a podcast. I saw it. He said that in person, I said something to him. Like talking mess. I'm like, I don't remember that, to be real. Like, we was at the Super Bowl, I seen him, and somebody asked us to take a picture together, so we took a picture together. And then he go on a podcast the other day talking about.
So he was capping on the podcast?
I don't think he was capping. I might have said something, but it rubbed him the wrong way.
That's a little weird. And Figgy mentioned, like, they had talked, a few things. It didn't seem that dramatic. But I guess they can make it dramatic.
I think he's just gassed himself
Yeah,
up.
they can make it dramatic.
Getting in that competitive, as he calls it, man in the arena mindset that C.J. Stroud has. There was a Super Bowl prediction at the end of $1 million worth of game. If you listen to the podcast, you knew where this was going. We always play Gilly's reactions after the Eagles lose. It's very exciting. Sometimes when they win, but when they lose, it's more entertaining. Here was his Super Bowl prediction, and he even asked for C.J. Stroud's permission with this prediction.
I appreciate CJ, man, and Tank for coming through, man. Shout out to the Texans, man. I hope they have a good year. Of course, if they make it to the Super Bowl, we already know who they're going to see. We'll be there. Hopefully, they'll be there. We're going to beat y'all 34-31 in the bowl. I'm predicting that now. That's cool?
Nah.
Nah, man, that's not cool. That was great.
Vikings and wide receiver Justin Jefferson, they agreed to terms on a 4-year, $140 million contract extension, including $110 million guaranteed. He actually broke the news on Instagram. This was Jefferson breaking the news to all his followers.
The time has finally come. The deal I've been waiting for since I was a little kid. Being doubted my whole career, not being highly recruited, not being the first receiver off the draft board. This whole journey wasn't easy for me. First off, I want to thank the man above. Without God, wouldn't be possible at all. To be given a gift to play football at the highest level, it's a blessing, it's an honor. My mom and dad, thank you. This is a journey for all of us, and y'all stood with us every step of the way. To my brothers, Ricky and Jordan, y'all are everything. Y'all made me who I am today. This is a new step in our journey, a dream that we all had. It's a blessing. Kevin O'Connell, the Wilfs, I appreciate y'all for giving me this opportunity. Then, my agent, thank you for getting this deal done. Last but not least, thank you to the fans. Y'all set the tone, y'all set the mood, y'all set the energy. This is the start of it, but we ain't done yet. Just wait.
Pretty dang expensive, man. It's pretty. He's awesome. I mean,
so you don't think he's worth it?
No. I think if anybody's going to get that contract at the wide receiver position, it's going to be him. But it is expensive. Both things are true here. He's awesome. That's a lot of money.
There's a lot of people saying that they really appreciate Nico Collins' deal with this deal.
And I just rolled my eyes. If you weren't watching on YouTube or Twitch, why does it have to be like, see there? Why can't it just be, wow, incredible? Also a good deal for Nico. Not like, see, do you actually compare them? Like, do you think they're in the same class?
No, I don't think.
No, not you. I'm just saying, like, when people do that.
I don't even. I mean, I guess it's cool that you're paying your receiver not as much, but I mean, it's not like, I don't even think they're close to the same.
I mean, we could look at the numbers, but I don't think we have to. Like, it's like off the charts versus good year. No, I mean, that's not a shot. I mean, it's the way it is.
Yeah.
Off the charts versus really good year. Well, of course he's going to get paid that. You know, of course he's going to.
Like, did anyone think like it was going to be close?
You're going to make me look at these numbers and compare them, aren't you?
No, don't. No, you don't have to do that. But what's the like if so? Let me put it this way: if Jefferson had signed this deal 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Are you telling me that Nico Collins' deal is going to be higher? Like, is he pointing to Justin Jefferson in his negotiations? That just seems like it would be a weird approach by him, right?
No, I mean, obviously.
I mean, I think he's probably pointing to Devontae Smith.
Yes, something like that.
Maybe
something like that.
But I don't think, like, if Jefferson signed this deal before Nico, like, are you telling me that he has like some?
Well,
sort
his
of
agent
leverage?
would say something. See there, but that's
okay. Drew Rosenhaus. Next question.
Yeah, but that's no, that they would be in the same category. And why does it like look at the value? You know, well, yeah, there's going to be value. You know,
Brian Dable, he's calling plays at OTAs. The final decision as to whether or not he's going to call plays could come during camp. I am so glad not to be in this life. Goodness gracious. Will he or won't he call plays?
Yeah, that's called going out on your shield.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that is.
Gone.
If I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out on my shield. I'm going to go out on my shield.
A resolution in the alleged free agent tampering cases of the Atlanta Falcons with Kirk Cousins and the Philadelphia Eagles with Saquon Barkley. According to Adam Schefter, it's likely to come this week. So they'll figure out what did or didn't happen with those alleged tampering claims.
What do you think the penalties are going to be? Because they already
like
somewhat allow,
third-round pick?
But not even somewhat. They literally have a term
legal tampering
called legal tampering, which implies that there's illegal tampering that they don't pay attention to.
I don't want people to get in trouble for this. I
don't either.
I just assume it happens, so I wouldn't even want to open that up.
I mean, they kid around it about it. They kid around about it all the time. Oh, you know, we just really came to the deal in 5 minutes. Come on, man. You literally have a term called legal tampering.
Detroit Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson, he's heading into his third year with the team. Many felt he would be gone. Here's him talking about why he did not take a head coaching gig this offseason. This is Ben Johnson of the Detroit Lions. Could be in the same position as Bobby Slowick.
Okay, 8 openings this past year. What would you set the over-under in 3 years? How many still have jobs? Yeah, I'd put the over-under at 4.5. I would say there's a good chance 5 of them are out of jobs in 3 years. When I look at it from that perspective, if I get the opportunity to go down that road, it's about how do I get to that second contract? How do I set myself up? The stars need to align. I'm not going to do it just to do it. I love what I'm doing right now. Love it. I love where I'm at. My family loves where we're at. Love the people that we're doing it with. And so I'm not willing to go down the other path yet unless I feel really good about how it's going to unfold.
Like, what are you looking for?
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to it's ownership, it's staff, it's my vision of how I can make it work with how I know I am. Part of me too. I love play calling. If I took a head coaching job, I would want to be a play calling head coach. There's a limit on how much time there is during a week. What's it going to look like Monday through Sunday in that regard? I was actually talking with someone the other day about this. Was the longer you're in the coordinator chair, it does nothing but help you and prepare you more for the next step if it ever comes down the pipe. Personally, I don't feel like I'm hurting my opportunities.
There's a lot there that I like. And foremost,
yeah, he's definitely not hurting his opportunities.
No, he's not hurting his opportunities. But you know what I really like? He's honest about what a head coach really wants. And you've heard me talk about this with B.O.B. a lot. He's trying to kick the can down the road. He's trying self-preservation, trying to pull another check. He just said, where's the these guys can be out of work in 2 or 3 years. I want the best opportunity not just to win, but to set up
my 32
to set up my family.
Yeah, I don't think Ben Johnson's going to go up to the podium and say I took this job because it's 1 of 32.
No, but he's also being honest. Like we wants security too. I love that he's at least being there, but he wants to win. He wants a good job. He doesn't want to be
most
out of work.
Contracts are guaranteed. I think he just wants to be in a good situation.
Yes,
but the
also
other thing is,
said himself.
But you love this. But let's just be honest. It's not. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying that it's not a good mindset to have, but not very many people have the opportunity to have this mindset. He's kind of earned it himself.
That too. Yeah.
So I mean, it's one thing for. I mean, I don't know if Aaron Glenn's saying the same thing right now. I think Aaron Glenn, you're going to jump on the opportunity that you get, but when you're in an offensive league, you're an offensive innovator. You've done wonders with a guy who, I mean, the Rams just pretty much dumped Jared Goff.
Yeah.
I think you have, like, D'Amico could do it. D'Amico said that this was his advice for Slowick.
I think he kind of did do it.
He did.
Yeah.
So D'Amico has this. Ben Johnson has this. Is Slowick going to have it? I don't know.
If he hasn't already.
The other thing with Slowick, like last week when we talked about him talking about how important year 2 was for C.J. Stroud, and we kind of tried to think about, okay, what exactly is he saying here? I wonder if he's almost speaking of himself too, because it's pretty big for Bobby Slowick too. Like if CJ regresses, then when the hell is he going to be a head coach?
If CJ regresses, it's a reflection on him.
Yeah.
So, but the correlation between Ben Johnson and Bobby Slowick is like apples to apples. I mean, exact, because he can maybe take another chance. He may. I mean, take another year. He may already have. I mean, he might have had some opportunities last year that he didn't take.
Speaking of C.J. Stroud, we heard him talk about the beef that he has with the Colts, with Zaire Franklin. Here was Franklin on the podcast talking about why he wants to basically knock C.J. Stroud's head off when the Texans take on the Colts.
I love C.J., man. I support all our young brothers at quarterback, but C.J.
awesome.
He didn't say a lot of wild stuff to me, and our run-ins, at the Super Bowl, at All-Star.
What did he say?
We were talking, and he was, how the Super Bowl is at Radio Row. It's big, all that stuff going on. So he had the XM radio right before me, and he was on there talking about how he cooked the Colts in both games. And I saw him, and I pulled him aside, and I was like, when you play Anthony, it was like 28-7 in like the second quarter. We were kind of blowing you out. I mean, we were playing cover 2 shell, 2-minute prevent for 2 quarters and a half. So like, yeah, you threw for 300 yards, but you were getting blown out.
That's not a cooking.
Yeah, and he was like, bro, I ain't cook you. And I'm like, look, if that's what you consider a cooking with the loss, I mean, congratulations. And then I have to remind him as well that he's never beaten Anthony. So
yeah, Anthony left, I think, when it was
I think everybody's exaggerating.
It was actually 14-7.
Everyone is exaggerating on this thing.
Minshew came in, though. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone.
It's 21-7, 21-10, 28-10, half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're going to make this up, and good. You know what? We like it. I like that rivalry and the bitterness.
He said the cooking. Yeah, I didn't think CJ cooked him in the first game.
That's what I'm saying. Both sides, CJ included, are kind of exaggerating the deal. And even like, is that talking trash? I guess it is.
Was from CJ's standpoint?
Yeah.
I mean, somebody saying, hey, I cooked you.
A little bit.
But you lost the game.
A little bit trash talk, man.
I think that's a little trash talk.
Okay, I guess.
But, I mean, are we really giving Anthony Richardson credit for that dub? I mean,
you never beat.
It was 14-7 when he left.
Yeah.
Like, the Texans literally answered the call. It was 14-7. He left, and then Minshew came in and might have been even better.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would not call that quite a head-to-head.
Yeah.
Because I think the Texans could have potentially figured out Anthony Richardson. Minshew came in, and they didn't really miss a beat.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I wouldn't. Anthony's 1-0 against you. Come on, man. Let's be serious. He doesn't deserve that type of credit.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess, yeah. If C.J. Stroud really said that, he said it was at the Super Bowl, he's on Sirius and said all that. I don't know. I think it's a little bit much, but I do like the rivalry of it.
Cowboys Hall of Fame offensive lineman Larry Allen has died, described as a sudden death. The Cowboys sent out the memo. 52 years old, was apparently on vacation with his family in Mexico, and the details aren't out, but Larry Allen has died at the age of 52. One of the strongest, best offensive linemen in NFL history.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of stuff. In fact, you're going to hear
Emmitt Smith had a.
You're going to hear from Emmitt Smith when the internet goes nuts in a little bit.
It's pretty torn up, man.
Yeah. So, but the thing that I'm really, really enjoying that you tend to forget is now that you're seeing some of these highlights of yes, there were highlights. There were highlights of a left tackle being dominant and running and all that. It's pretty shocking. And all they say is that he died suddenly, so we still don't know exactly what happened.
The Giants are expecting Darren Waller to retire. We saw his music video last week. Figgy was a big fan. He is retiring. Darren Waller. Bye-bye.
Figgy was a big fan?
Big fan.
Yeah.
Huge.
I didn't know that, Figgy.
He loved it.
I ain't know that either.
The Panthers are seeking, this could go bad, $650 million from the city to revamp their stadium.
Yes, sir, Figgy. How is that? That's going to go over.
The Chiefs couldn't even do it.
How is that going to go?
The Chiefs were unable to do it.
Yes.
Panthers?
Y'all better all playing over in London.
And keep in mind, this is a renovation.
Yeah. $650 million for a renovation.
Yeah, they're going to knock out a wall, put in some 220.
Y'all better play over in Germany.
Yeah. This is going to go over like a rock in a pond. I mean, just awful.
How much extra taxes is that, though, if you're looking for $650?
I love the way they always say, well, it's just like a penny or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I guess. But the tax rate is going up. And everybody's always nickel and diming your
When do
penny,
you think the Texans get a new stadium? I mean, it's hard to imagine because they still have one up, but like
they could use a renovation.
Yeah. When do you think that happens?
As soon as the dome goes down. That's when the renovation's going to happen.
Well, we ain't getting no renovation no time soon.
So never then. Never is what you're saying.
No, there's never say never, man. I mean, they can do it without the dome, but sure would be better if you have that whole facility and, all kinds of attractions there.
Because it doesn't feel old.
Nah, it's
actually in pretty good shape.
Yeah,
for how long it been up.
Yeah, but it is kind of old.
It is. It's 23 years.
Yeah,
like that? Yeah, or thereabouts.
Especially with how these new stadiums keep going up.
Yeah, it needs a renovation. I shouldn't say need, but it could use a renovation.
It's about that time
to upgrade. But
what are we upgrading?
Just get some of the. You've seen these new stadiums. Did you see the Panthers thing? I was looking at this morning. I'm like, boy. Cool plan. Never going to happen, but cool plan. Like the on-field suites and all the new bells and whistles that they do. But I think the best way to do it is
let's put a nightclub and bottle service on the side.
Okay, I mean, sure. Or some of the things that you can do with the outside in, like have that where the Astrodome is. You could have all kinds of stuff there. I mean, it'd be awesome. But of course, we're not going there again.
So they can build the stadium or not? New one
here?
Yeah.
No, I don't think.
How much longer do you think that they're going to play in that one?
I think the next step is a
10
reno.
years, 20?
Next step is a reno with that.
How's the lease looking? Do they have like a lease where like a certain time?
Yeah, I'd have to look.
That's when you start having no conversations.
No, it is. It is. But I'd have to look into it. I don't know it off the top of my head.
They doing it now in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're making a big deal about
the
that.
lease is up in 2028.
Yeah, but they're like making a big deal about if it moves like 10 miles away or something. Right?
Yes.
You got to cross the street to get to it anyways. It's not like it's really
nah,
in the mix.
What it is, people want it downtown. It's like it don't have to be downtown.
That'd be sick.
It would be sick, but it doesn't have to be.
Although here it's kind of
like you rather play in that dump and keep it downtown or build a whole new stadium like 10 minutes from downtown.
How much longer do you think the juice box is going to keep trucking?
Oh, that's older, isn't it?
Yeah, how much longer do you think that's going?
No, that's the spot that need the renovation
the roof
right now.
Doesn't even hold water out.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Thermostat doesn't work.
Jim Crane's keeping that up. No, but I feel like they've kind of upgraded that in the last couple
Minute Maid?
years. I feel that way.
Like how? I haven't seen that.
I mean the concessions.
Oh no, I'm talking about like a real renovation of things inside the stadium and infrastructure and structure and all that stuff. I guess that day's coming. I haven't really thought about that too much. Texans need to get on board first, though.
Shout out to Jim Crane with the AC turned up to save money.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Figgy's guy out there. Train guy.
Why is that my guy?
No, I'm talking about your guy, Train guy.
Oh, no.
Coming up next, the internet is going nuts.
Yeah, it is. You guys know about D&M Auto Leasing by now.
610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Astros manager Joe Espada. He insists that they're playing some damn good baseball, despite the fact that they're 8 games below 500. Here was what Joe Espada had to say about your Houston Astros and the quality of ball that they've been playing.
Compared the way we started our season, we're heading in the right direction. I think we're playing really good baseball. And, we're getting after it. Our effort is there. Our approach is there. We just got to continue to push, but we're playing better baseball than what we did a month ago. It's not easy. This league is hard, and we have faced some pretty good arms. We just got to continue to fight through this. We'll turn this around. We start getting some runs here pretty soon.
All right, so what's good baseball?
I would say above 500 would be a good start.
Yeah.
I would say get above 500 would be like.
But now what's playing good baseball? Because I don't see what he's saying.
Starting pitching's been pretty good.
That's the one. Yes, starting, and again yesterday it was. But 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Some of the other things that we've seen, actually losing ground in the division race from over the last month. When you thought you were going to have a chance to gain ground. I don't know. I just don't see where, scoring 2 or fewer runs 6 times in the last 11 games, that's the one that might be the most like, okay, come on now. Are you saying this for us, or are you saying this for yourself? Because in 11 games, they've scored 2 or fewer runs 6 times. And one of the other ones was 3 runs. So it's not exactly like they've been lighting it up. So what's good baseball?
I got the internet going nuts.
I feel like I used to know. Might not know anymore.
Yeah. Larry Allen, you mentioned it.
Rest in peace.
Big shock, obviously, for everyone.
52 years old.
Yeah, all we know is that he died suddenly while in Mexico. Emmitt Smith has weighed in.
About one of the best offensive linemen I've ever played with, Larry Allen. And I get a call. My daughter, Skylar, called to tell me that he passed away. I'm at a loss of words right now.
I think a lot of people are. And interested to see what happens. It's not going to bring him back, but certainly he was the standard. Like, he was the standard at that position for what? A decade?
Long time.
Yeah.
Long time.
I got the internet going nuts.
Pat Sajak has a message for his daughter. He said as soon as he leaves Wheel of Fortune, he wants grandkids. So he's putting the pressure on his daughter. You've seen his daughter before. Pat Sajak says, as soon as I leave Wheel of Fortune, I want grandkids.
I love that so much.
So that's the message.
That he's good. Good for old Pat.
40 years, 8,000 episodes. Pat Sajak. Now he wants to be a grandpa.
Damn. 40 years. Good for him. He should put that pressure on him. He's just going to be living large, bouncing his grandkids on his knee. That's living the dream right there.
I got the internet going nuts.
We're going to talk a little NASCAR here, Landry, because it's very appropriate.
Why?
I think you'll have something that can relate to this. I know Clint is going to have something to relate to this. Ryan Blaney. Huh?
Bijani might.
Well, Clint, because Clint runs out of gas.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan Blaney, comfortable lead. Last lap, going into the white flag, about to win the Illinois 300 in the NASCAR series. Dude ran out of gas.
I'm out of gas. I can't believe we had gas, man.
Oh, he's going to end up 24th. 24th. Last car on the lead lap. What a heartbreaker. Think back to those pit stops.
Here was the first thing I looked up, because this relates to you as well. Plus 400 to win the race. He's coming down the last lap. Plus 400. People had that ticket in their hand.
Man.
And he ran.
How many people bet on this guy?
NASCAR? Come on, you know that.
How many people bet on this dude?
He's always kind of been.
He's an idiot.
Well, it wasn't his fault.
He's an absolute. What do you mean it's not his fault?
It was his crew.
He can't see if it's on E.
I don't even know if they have a gauge.
Come on, man.
I honestly don't know if NASCAR.
This guy's a moron.
If NASCAR vehicles have a gas gauge or not. I think they all do it from the pit.
What a helpless ass feeling,
dude.
You're hearing all the people going through you, and it's just like normally when you run out of gas, you're probably just on the side of the road.
Yes. He's got
chilling
100,000 people about to win a lot of money, and the NASCAR race. I think he hadn't won. I don't know. He hadn't won in a long time. And you run out of gas. That's not good.
I got the internet going nuts.
J-Lo, Jennifer Lopez, has canceled her summer tour, which is increasing the speculation that she could be going through some things at the house. Now, her and Ben Affleck, they're staying in separate houses right now.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Affleck's mom has been coming to visit him. There's talk about wearing the ring and all this type of stuff. But it would appear that at some point we're going to have to get some sort of announcement that these two are calling it quits and there's going to be a divorce.
Yeah, you would think. It's already been out there a whole lot. Canceling a tour, though. I mean, I know they're not hurting for money, but goodness.
Yeah, that's expensive.
That's a lot. It's going to cost people money, too. A lot of people that were going to be on the tour. People sponsored the tour. So it's got to be.
So they gave it a shot. They revisited their love of the past, and it hasn't gone well for them.
I mean, I get all that, and it's too bad it has to be like that, but I'm thinking of it more about the tour. I mean, think of all the roadies and
is she selling stuff out?
And
is J-Lo selling out arenas?
She's got to be. I mean, maybe not state. I don't know.
Yeah, like is she? It's not like she's turned down Taylor Swift tour.
No, it's not that. But
Yeah.
still,
Do people want to go see J-Lo?
people just want to see her.
See, for me, I look at J-Lo as a more likely. I'm sitting at home. It's 4:35 p.m. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Email. Hey, we have extra tickets to the Jennifer Lopez concert if you're interested in going.
Oh, I'm in on that too. That would be me.
No,
too.
no, but I think she's that quality.
No,
like
I'm saying
you ain't getting that message with Taylor Swift.
What I'm saying is that would be the only way I would
We
go.
probably would have got that email.
Yeah.
Tour kept going.
Yeah.
We have extra Jennifer Lopez tickets if anyone's interested.
Yeah, no, I would have been in that class too. All I'm saying is a lot of people.
You would have gone?
If I would have gone,
You go to a Jennifer Lopez concert.
No, what I said was if I would have gone, that would have been how I would have gone.
But would
like
you?
with free tickets?
Would you if they told you, hey, we got extra Jennifer Lopez tickets, you would go?
Why not? If I'm not doing nothing.
It'd be boring, man.
Boring?
Don't you think?
I don't know. You ever been to a Jennifer Lopez show?
Nah.
Have you?
You'd be bored as hell.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't even name very many, if any, songs. I don't think I can.
Jenny from the Block.
Oh, that one. Of course. Yeah, that would be the only one.
Yeah.
That would be it.
I got the internet going nuts.
So this WNBA thing.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to, because now, like, everyone is talking about it. It went from Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, McAfee brought up the racial element of it.
McAfee is talking about it. I saw Patrick Creighton just posted about 9 paragraphs on it on his Twitter as well.
Really?
Yeah. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. But, like, I don't think this is that hard to figure out, guys. Like, it's turned into this big issue on Twitter, like about women and minorities and why you're not talking about it and why people are and are they being fair and all that. To me, it's very, very simple, and maybe I'm just simple. But I think it's...
Jesus Christ, you weren't lying about Creighton.
I'm telling you, it's a hot topic.
I think it's
We
a forced,
talk about
I think it's a
hot
forced topic. I think it's a forced topic. I don't think there's as much interest as that. It's not 2 hours of First Take. I don't think anyone was just glued to their TV.
Nor should it
with
have
the
been.
First Take. And but the one thing is, I keep hearing, well, you know, she's the reason that your league's valuable. That doesn't matter to the WNBA. The WNBA popularity has never mattered. The league has lingered around for 3 decades, despite not being popular. If that mattered, then it would have folded like the XFL. Mm-hmm. So to expect these girls to like have some sort of grasp of that is ridiculous. But everyone wants to make it like something like so intense and so crazy.
Well, the only pushback
playing basketball, man.
The only pushback I'll have on that is I think they will appreciate it growing now. Like it didn't matter when they were just sort of spinning their wheels. But if you have a superstar like this or a star, that can elevate the game and grow the game and get more ratings and more viewers and all, then they absolutely will take it. They'll take that because they might help them.
It doesn't get exhausting?
Like what gets exhausting?
I mean, just all this drama and stuff. Like,
no,
I don't think
why
this
I
is
brought
entertaining
it up.
drama.
No, that's why that part.
It's not even entertaining.
That part is dramatic and
it's all social media. Like it's all the beef between those two. Like they're both being. These are kids, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like we always talk about, like how CJ and these are young women. Like they're barely 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're 20 years old.
Some of them,
yeah.
Some of them are in the 30s. In terms of the WNBA,
no one knows any 30-year-old WNBA players. Let's be serious.
Taurasi.
She still plays.
She had a good game yesterday.
I said the same thing.
I didn't know that.
She still play.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. I see the clips. I didn't even know she still played.
Yeah, she had a really good game yesterday.
I felt like I was in high school when she was at UConn, man.
I had no idea she still played.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm learning that.
Yeah.
But the popularity has never mattered.
No, it hasn't. What I'm saying, though, they'll take it now if it bolsters that and boosts that popularity.
Will they?
Hell yeah. Who wouldn't?
Are they? I mean,
who wouldn't take it? If it grows the audience and maybe makes a little bit more money or a little money, period.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this crap.
Yeah.
Stephen A., I guess, is getting.
And now McAfee's getting kind of roasted because he used the.
But the context of it was very, very, like, it reads weird.
Yeah, it does weird.
Because TMZ said Pat McAfee calls Caitlin Clark a white
Yeah.
And that's the headline. And it's like.
But he was just like.
He's like saying, yes, everyone's talking about race. And yeah, there's this one white. Like, it's headline porn at an extreme. If you actually read the headline of TMZ and then you watch the actual rant, weird.
Yeah.
McAfee's been eating up this hockey and WNBA, though. Good God, man.
Part of the contract, man.
My goodness. Coming up next, CJ Stroud and Tank Dell have spoken. Is it a great thing for the Texans that the fringe fan is getting to know some of their players? It can't be a bad thing, right, John? Next.
In the Loop.
Peak Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lott.
J.J. Watt just posted a video of him playing soccer with his wifey.
PK.
A penalty kick, and he made a save. Looks like JJ's bulked up a little bit, man.
He's still got that first step.
I know he was really skinny earlier on. It kind of looks like JJ's bulked up a little bit.
He's got that first step.
I don't know what he's bulking up for, but
do that swim move, man, or whatever move he wants to do. He's ready to go. Bring him in.
He appears to be ready to go.
I don't know why I'm so intrigued by this, but I have been ever since they've been talking about it.
What, the comeback?
About JJ potentially coming back. I think I'm just curious, like how they would fit him in, how he would look. It wouldn't be a big role.
Supposedly got an open invitation.
Yeah.
For Nick Caserio. $1 million worth of game is one of the bigger platforms in the podcast game. Anytime the Eagles lose, we're playing Gilly's reaction. CJ Stroud and Dell. They were on the podcast over the weekend, and I thought it was interesting. I actually think this is good for the Texans. I think this is good to get into these maybe not non-traditional sports podcast type of things. And I think this is really, 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 really good for them. You kind of have another point of view when it comes to hearing from Tank Dell really in depth for the first time since the incident on a non-traditional platform.
Yeah, look, first of all, I agree with you. It's good for them. And it's good that they're on this platform and they're candid and they're talking about it and they're comfortable and maybe more comfortable than they would be in any other setting. But my thing is all of these things that they said on there could have been talked about last week. But they weren't.
Yeah, could have done both, right?
Could have done both. And Stephon Diggs. Now, you're saying Stephon might be available tomorrow. It seems like he will be. But it's just like, it's not even like a media thing to me. I mean, it is at some level, but it's like, why didn't the media have it? No, I'm not complaining about that. I'm kind of like bothered from like where we are right now. All the Texans and every team, it's not just the Texans and every team, the NFL and every sport, try to control every narrative, try to make everything kind of happy, touchy-feely, rainbows and all that stuff. When these guys are willing to do this, they're more than comfortable to talk about these things and tell people the story or at least what happened and all this. Like what bothered me is not for me. What bothered me is if I were the Texans PR, Texans front office, Texans ownership, I'd be wondering, man, why wasn't all that on our platform? Why wasn't all that on our terms with our logo behind it, with our media in front of them, or they just don't care? I don't know.
I mean,
I'd want it.
It's a big opportunity to be on this.
Yes,
it's a big opportunity.
Not questioning that at all. Like that is a great opportunity. But again, like Cal, Hannah, all the guys over there that are in marketing and public relations and all that stuff, I'd be like, well, damn, they told us no. We could benefit from this, and the story would still get out there on a national scope. That's all I'm saying, and it's hopefully that's going to be able to sort itself out. But podcasts, man, that's the new platform that a lot of athletes and personalities are using.
See, I just wonder if we get to the point where, like from their perspective, with how popular these guys are right now and how popular they're going to be, if we get to a point where like there's sort of headline generated, like CJ Stroud goes on the podcast and he says something controversial.
There's that possibility.
And then that's where they have to deal with it. But right now, I think it's just kind of house money. Like Nick Caserio, you can go listen to Kay Adams, do whatever she does, and then you can go listen to Jim Rome, do basically the same interview twice. I think right now it's just like spreading it out and increasing the popularity, just maybe not in Houston, but elsewhere. But I do wonder if we get to a point where with all these platforms and all these things, let's say CJ Stroud's on with Micah Parsons on Bleacher Report and he says something crazy that just generates crazy headlines, which hasn't happened. I don't think
but that's a really good point.
I think that's where you're in trouble.
That could happen.
I think that's where you're in trouble because you've been in a locker room and we go in the locker room after the games and I mean, make no mistake about it. When you're talking to a player, there's a PR person right there listening to what the player's saying.
Within 3 feet.
Within 3 feet, and within 3 seconds, they'll be able to react if someone says something.
Yeah.
Like when I think I got Jimmy Ward or something, or someone got Jimmy Ward to say, basically put dresses on him, this football's soft or something like that, flag football.
Mm-hmm.
You look over to the PR, oh, God. So I think that's the only thing where it could be a little bit interesting is it's a new age of athlete. It's a new era of athlete.
It's a new era of platforms.
Gilly and Wallow are OGs. Gilly and Wallow have one of the best podcasts there is. I'm sure it means a lot to them, and I'm sure they look up to these guys.
Mm-hmm.
But like, what if there's a time when CJ says something and it's kind of controversial? Like and
you didn't have any real say. You couldn't. Let's say you did, and he didn't abide by it, or you didn't have time to coach him up. Like, this is what we're doing. This is how we feel about this. That's where
I don't think you have to worry about too much. But I mean,
but they do like to tell him, hey, just so you know, this, and this. We're talking about this. We're not talking about that, or whatever. I do like the fact that they're comfortable on these podcasts. Like, that was a very good interview. It really was. But it just hit me after I was like, oh, that's cool. Oh, so yeah, he really was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and all the things that CJ said and Tank said afterwards. I was like, damn, would have been nice if the Texans had that.
We'll get some words tomorrow. I'm predicting we'll hear from Stephon Diggs tomorrow, so you'll hear that right here. We'll carry that live. If Stephon Diggs talks, we promise you've had to wait 8 weeks to hear him. We got you live right off the top. If that goes down, so we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah. I thought it was cool. I thought the funny part was Wallow put on the gloves. He put on the gloves, and they were Under Armour gloves. And CJ was like, "Oh, Under Armour gloves, you're a bum." And then Tank Dell was like, "He don't love it." He's rocking the Under Armour gloves, and then CJ was throwing the ball like, "Come on, you ain't throwing the ball like that, my friend."
Yeah.
But yeah, tomorrow we'll get 9:40 a.m. practice, and then at 11 a.m. players and coach. And I'm willing to bet if it's not tomorrow, to be the next day, we'll hear Stephon Diggs for the first time.
Well, all right.
So 11 a.m. hour right here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. We got you covered.
Yeah.
We'll hear what he's got to say. Spoiler alert, he's going to be awesome.
He is.
Yeah, spoiler alert, he's going to be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be nice. It'll be a record. Unofficial. The longest wait ever for a significant trade to actually hear their voice, 8 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So congratulations, Nick Caserio, who, by the way, you'll hear Friday right here on Payne and Pendergast.
And he's going to be good.
He's going to be in studio.
It's in studio, a lot more comfortable.
You can get him some coffee.
Why were you saying that? You were texting about that. I was like, I don't understand this.
Dude, last time Caserio was here, you got here like 6 a.m.
That's not true.
Or like you were here like 7 a.m. or something like that.
Still not true.
Piggy.
Still not true. I think he was on from 7 to 8. And I made sure to get in a little earlier so I could say hello. Common courtesy. Wasn't 6 a.m. Common courtesy. You didn't. You should have.
I don't need to change my routine to see him. I get here at 8.
Common courtesy. How you doing?
Here at 8. I don't need to see him. For what? See him at the field.
Common courtesy. But you don't have that scenario, that scene. Where you can just kind of be more relaxed and say hello. So 6. So when's it on? 7:30 to 8:35. Isn't that what? I
thought it was 8:30 to 9:30. Or is it 7? It's always 7:30.
I just get here around 6 o'clock. Just
I'll be here at
safe.
6. So they're just to make sure
they're going to do it at 7:30.
I wonder what kind of donuts he likes.
He doesn't.
I'll get a healthy donut.
I can assure you he doesn't like donuts.
I'll get him a healthy donut. Yeah.
I can assure you he doesn't like donuts. Oh, hey, Nick. I didn't know you were here. What's up?
I brought some quinoa.
Hey, how you doing, man? Good to see you, buddy.
Natural peanut butter.
Yeah, good to see you. Oh, protein shakes, huh?
Yeah, I'll get you that.
He's a smoothie guy, right?
Gotta be.
Like just the nastiest crap in the smoothie.
Yeah, the one with
God.
What's that? That
Kill?
grass?
Kill?
No, but
Oh, the grass.
What's that grass that they put in smoothies?
Yeah.
Kale.
Kale?
No, it's called something grass.
I don't know, but I bet you
wheatgrass or something.
Something like that. Yeah.
I bet you Nick Caserio has the nastiest effing smoothies.
Get him a green
in
juice.
the world. The nastiest effing smoothies in the world, no doubt.
It might be wheatgrass now that I think about it, Figgy. But yeah, I'll bring him one of those.
Get him a nice green juice.
I'm gonna get
he ain't gonna trust you.
Get the healthy. I bet you Sean knows what that grass is.
He's not a trust guy.
No, I'm just gonna say, give me the healthiest,
But he won't
nastiest
trust you.
tasting
He still
smoothie.
won't trust it.
Yeah, he will.
Nah, he's too.
Yeah, he will.
He's too into like what he puts into his body, so he's not.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say I got the healthiest one.
But he won't believe you. He won't. He'll find some way to say it's unhealthy.
Mm-hmm.
So he won't do that.
Is it wheatgrass that they put in those smoothies? I think you would know.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
And you can take a wheatgrass shot.
Yeah, that's
just
it.
by itself. Yeah.
That's it.
But you can get anything added in smoothies. What place are you talking about specifically?
I'm gonna get something for Nick on Friday. I'm gonna
Like
get
Jumbo
here early.
Juice or something?
Give him something real healthy.
Oh, that's good.
Because he doesn't take donuts. So
I'm weird though. If it's healthy, I don't really care what it tastes like. Just you tell me it's good for me, I'm gonna consume it.
Nah, it's
See, that's
kind of
dangerous.
It's gotta
though,
taste
man.
good.
That's kind of dangerous, though. Like
Yeah.
what? But some health folks don't like stuff that others consider healthy. There's always like a
I'm not bougie. Like you tell me it's good for me, it's gonna do a certain thing.
Yeah.
It's gonna cleanse me.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Let's go.
Well, okay.
Get it in so it can go right out.
Braver than me, my friend.
All right. I guess so.
Shout out Immune Builder, Smoothie King. That works.
Yeah.
We got Bijani in with Ron Hughley. Ron,
my man said,
How you doing?
anything you give me, baby, if it's healthy, hell, I'll just throw it in. I'll just take it.
Yeah. See, there you go.
I trust you.
It's blind faith right there.
Yeah.
I just don't trust people like that.
Not with grub, not with food.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not with food.
How we doing, fellas?
We're doing good. We were thinking about you guys earlier. How many villains do you think you have that people think you're a villain?
Oh, well, because I wasn't born in the state, most of our listeners.
I could name at least one right now for you.
I got a few.
Because it's based off of the interview where people were saying
Joe Mazzulla said everyone's a villain.
everyone has a villain at some point.
And I said I don't think the Shawns are villains. I don't think Bijani and Pendergast.
I think even Sean Bijani, even Sean Pendergast have a villain.
No, you all have villains.
Yeah.
You have villains who there are probably some people that you drive nuts with your optimism.
Yeah, I could think of one for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I need to name that person?
Oh, well, I mean, it's up to you.
Former assistant athletic director of area school district.
Okay.
Wow, we're getting deep. I didn't know we were going this
We're getting
deep.
very, very, very specific here.
What the hell you do, Sean?
Not a damn thing, but that fool thinks I did.
That's the problem. Exactly. Yeah.
You want to elaborate?
Maybe later.
Mm-hmm.
I told you off air I became a villain to somebody.
That's who I was talking about, that one person.
That one person.
That one person.
Yeah, that was interesting.
And you know what? That one person, kiss my ass.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
I got your back, bro.
But I do like that line. Everyone has, no matter who you are, you have a villain.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Have you named yours?
I don't know. I'm sure I have some, but
John's got a few. No, listen, man. You especially in this business, you have some conviction on something.
Then people. That's the other thing.
You got an opinion.
When
on
you
heart.
say something, people think you hate them. No, I don't hate them.
I just love the people that like. Hey, man, it was a sports take. I didn't say nothing about your mama. like
713-572-4610. People be getting personal all the time on the text line for a sports take.
It's a sports take.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They think you hate their school or their team or whatever.
No, they react. Now, sometimes they react like they think you hate them.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Joe Espada saying the Astros are playing good baseball right now?
I can't wait to
How does
hear
that make
it.
you
I
feel?
need to get some more words of wisdom from
It's not
Captain
ideal.
Joe. That's my captain.
You're listening to KILT
That's your
AM.
captain. Your
KILT
captain, Tyler.
HD2. The Drive is live.
That's your captain. But we're going to have to get some words of wisdom from old Joe.
I told you got to stop calling him that.
Hey!
You got to stop
It's
calling him the captain.
That's Cap. I mean, D'Amico.
He is not Cap.
Joe Espada.
Get the hell out of here.
That's Cap. Words of wisdom.
I'm trying to stay in a good mood on a Monday show.
No, you're not. I could tell you were downtrodden when you walked in the door. This is getting to you.
Is Joe Espada public enemy number one in the lexicon of Houston sports?
No, I don't think so. I think.
Or is it Dana Brown?
He's tied. Yeah, him, Dana, Bagwell.
Jim Crane.
I think Bagwell's ahead of all of them. I think Bagwell's ahead of all of them because he hurts.
He hurts?
It hurts. It hurts coming from him.
Yeah, but I think people put far too much stock into him being a reason why.
That's okay. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's perception is reality for some folks.
For some.
Like some people think like Joe is, it's like Joe is just, some people have even given Joe the out. That I think is kind of fair. Man, how many decisions is he making? You know, is this really him? And then people are like Dana, but when you talk about Jeff, they love Jeff.
Yeah.
They love that. It hurts when it's Bagwell that does it. It twists and hurts more.
You know what's been the most frustrating thing in Houston sports? And we've been through it all with all three major sports teams here just inside of the last decade. When times were really bad.
Shout out to the Dash and the Dynamo.
Yeah. Love you guys. Sabercats.
But in this conversation, you all are not included.
You don't know when times are bad who to really specifically blame. But when times are good, it's like, yeah, it's because of that guy.
These guys.
You know, with the Astros, you have no idea who's pulling the strings, though I think you really do. I mean, it's Jim Crane. Jim Crane is the
Jimbo's
guy.
Out here.
Jim Crane's the guy.
Jimbo signed off to all of this. All right, you know what? Let's dive in. All right, Clint is out today. Sean Bijani is in. You hear him right there. You hear him every single night on Area 45. Bijani and
not
Creighton.
Working a double shift tonight.
You're not?
No,
sucker.
PC's rolling solo.
Wow. You could at least done the first hour. Wow.
I offered to do these things, but
you offered? Okay, I get you.
You're getting me football horny.
You know what, Tyler? I don't know why I just said.
I'm always down to make a little extra bread.
I sure as hell right now would not have. I would not have volunteered myself to do the same. Now I would have done it if I were asked. I certainly wouldn't have volunteered myself. All right, so you catch him. You know Sean Bijani. You hear that all the time. I want to jump into this, and all hands on deck because everybody has a spot in this, especially you two. This goes out to you, and all of you. Those of you on the text line on a Monday early, 713-572-4610, jump on this if you wish. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, Tyler, come on, start the show. Start the show, Tyler. It does not start. There it is. There's a nipple. Woo! Does not start until Tyler, and he's punching both of them. It doesn't start until Tyler shows his nipples. The nipples have been shown, so the show starts. You can jump in on this as well. All right, you know how we pull the carpet back. And that's another saying that we stumbled on accident. But you know how we pull the carpet back, and I'll pull it back here. I say this virtually every day. I start off our little pre-show meeting every day, Tyler, asking you this question. What's the question that I ask every day?
What is the tremendous, beautiful, great city of Houston talking about in the sports world?
Kind of. He dressed it up himself. Usually I walk in and say, Tyler, what are Houston sports fans talking about today? All right. I said it to both of you. When I came in, I said, Sean, Tyler, I do this every day with Tyler. Sean, what are Houston sports fans talking about? And I don't want you to dress this up, to PC this. I want you to say exactly what you said when I asked you that earlier. I asked you that, and you said,
the Astros.
The Astros being ass. That's exactly.
That's what I said. The Astros.
Yeah, you said the Astros being ass. And I said, that's what I thought too. I mean, I wasn't going to say the Astros being ass, but the Astros struggling.
They are ass right now. They are ass right now.
Say goodnight to the Astros.
Now, I agree with you. That was what my thinking was, but I wanted to take it to the group. And this is the question I have, because I know for a fact I believe you two fit in this camp. Now me, I threw in the towel. Like John Lopez threw in the towel earlier. He did it before me. Brandon Scott threw in the towel on the Astros.
J-Lo did it before anybody.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, J-Lo was first that I heard. Brandon Scott threw it in. And Brandon Scott, there's a time he was offended if you didn't throw yours in either.
Really, dog?
Yeah. He was offended. And I threw mine in. I remember it was the second game that they blew against the Yankees, and that sent them to 12 games over 500. And I just said, this ain't happening, Jack. But I believe both of you, if I'm right? You all still have the towel in hand, right? You haven't thrown it in on the season.
Anywhere.
You haven't thrown it on the season.
No, towel is in hand.
Yeah, towel is in hand, and I think there are a lot of you who have not thrown in the towel yet.
I got the towel, wiping sweat away.
You got it. You're there.
Sweat equity in this.
You got it. You don't even got a foot
club.
in the ring. All right, or on the apron. So I just want to know from you all, you two. Many of you, you can text in, give your thoughts, YouTube and Twitch as well. What will it take for you to get there? Like, what will it take for you to say, damn it, it's over? I mean, right now, we look at it, you're coming off that they lose 2 of 3 to the Twins. They blow another game, and I'm sure we'll have some thoughts about Ryan Presley in the 8th. Mm-hmm. But they blew another game via Ryan Presley. Struggle to score runs. They played the Twins and they played the Mariners back-to-back and lost both those series. Now the Mariners have kind of gotten hot off of that series. They're now 7.5 games up on the Astros in the division, and the Astros are still not anywhere close to reaching 500. I'm just asking you all. I want to hear it from both of y'all asses, okay? We got a guest here, Tyler, so we'll let Sean go. But I want to hear from the people. Text in. I want to hear what will, if you still have the towel in hand, if you have not given up on this season yet, if you still believe there is a run for this team to get into the postseason by winning the AL West, because you're not getting it as a wild card, if you believe there is still a run there, what will it take for you to throw the towel in?
June 22nd.
Oh, hell. He's got dates. Okay.
I got dates.
All right,
and
I like it.
It's
June
anywhere
22nd.
between June 22nd and I might give them the end of the month because they play the Rockies and the Mets in the month of June. That's a 5-game span. And here's why I say that. As bad as it is this year, last season the Astros overcame a 6.5-game deficit in the AL West. That 6.5-game deficit, that was their low point at any point in the season, and it wasn't until game 77. So you're at game 60 now, about to be in 61 tonight. I'm going to give them 17 more games at least, and probably through the end of June before I really say that this organization needs to pull the plug, throw in their own damn towel, and think about the future. And the future could be a very influx, subjective thing in the future, meaning, okay.
Because you're giving yourself time with that around that range before the trade deadline.
Yes.
You're giving yourself time.
Yeah, and, look, there's maybe a handful of teams that you could definitively say right now in Major League Baseball that are going to be true sellers between now and July 31st trade deadline. That number could change. That number could go up to 7, 8, 9, 10 teams. Who knows? Your Astros might very well be one of those. Your Astros might not be one of those because a week ago, you were within 3.5 games.
Yeah, you had that run against the Angels
3
and the
weeks
A's,
ago,
and you were playing well.
12 games under 500. You were 8.5 games back, and it was like, man, people were ready to go then. So I think for that reason, I would. And I know this year's not the same as last year in terms of injury for injury, underperformance to underperformance, all of that stuff. Every year's different. Nothing's really created equal. So I think the reason why I hold out optimism and I want to give them a little bit more time is mainly because of the state of the division that they are, playing in. It's the Rangers. It's the Mariners. Nobody's really taken a stranglehold of it. You could look at that Mariners series and, damn, you feel horrible about them dropping 3 of 4. But that, for me, in conjunction with, like, the point of the season that you're still in where there's 100 ball games left, 102, actually, it's still too early to say, you know what, to hell with these guys. They need to sell. Because we've seen literally this exact same group in this core pick themselves up off the floor. You're right.
Yeah, they wouldn't. I mean, they weren't playing. They were 6 back, but they were still above 500.
You're right.
they were 6. Yeah,
but
but listen, I understand the belief. I get that. I understand why you have the belief. Some people coming on the text line, by the 4th of July, the Astros will be in first place. Okay, could be.
Hell, I thought by the end of last week they could have been in first place if they would have taken care of business against Seattle.
Would have. 10 back come August 1st is when I'll be done. Okay, you're past the trade deadline and everything. All right. This is and that 4th of July number is and date is interesting because right now it is June 3rd. They're playing the Cardinals. They're starting a series with the Cardinals. Fellas, from now to the 4th, they don't play but 3 games against a team above 500. Everybody else outside of the 3-game series against the Orioles are below 500. Now, there's some sneakiness now. The Cardinals are playing better, but they're still below 500. The Giants are below 500. That's in there. The Tigers are below 500. That's in there. The Mets are kind of losing it themselves. The Rockies, who got you going before in Mexico, got 2 against them. They are. The Angels stink. They play a lot of bad teams coming up in this run. There's a thought there that can they get something going. They just haven't been able to do it all year long. And we'll see. There has been nothing for me to say, hey, let me pull that towel back. For me, because they have just played bad baseball for a long, long stretch, and I feel like they're clueless in terms of what's going on in the decision making above them, from general manager to how that equates on the field. I think they got a lot of issues that bad baseball teams generally have.
But the Cardinals and the Giants and the Tigers
are playing a little bit better.
They're exactly kind of where the Astros are, though. I mean,
with better records.
With slightly better records, sure. I mean, these are below 500 ball clubs, but they're right there in the thick of the race within a division or the wild card at this point in time. They're trying to figure out exactly, hey, are we going to be buyers or are we going to be sellers? And from a player perspective, I think particularly on the Cardinals and the Giants and the Tigers, those players think that they are competitive, can be competitive, by the end of the season. Just like the Astros believe they can be competitive by the end of the season. Alex Bregman, who kind of looks like he's entering into a little spurt that he might be able to break out again. Jordan's kind of right there, with a 2-homer game the other day. So I think there's always that determining factor as a player where, you feel like it's still not too late. And the Astros should not feel like it's too late at this point in time. Fans felt like it's been too late for a month now. J-Lo was out on this team 15 games into the damn season.
Someone texted in 15 games ago is when I threw in the towel. That's what we're discussing. If you have not given up on this season yet for the Astros, hey, more power to you. I don't think you're crazy at all. I understand why you haven't. The pedigree that they have, it's hard to do that. But what will it take? What is the line in the sand where you're like, I got to toss it? Tyler, you always believe. I mean, Tyler was sitting there at Minute Maid. I believe that the Astros might have been down 7-0 in that game 7, and Tyler still was believing in that game. What will it? What's the line in the sand for you?
I'm not as specific here as Sean Bijani with necessarily a date. I did like that from Bijani, but for me, it's just if there is a continuation of this bad baseball, of injuries for the Astros, and we're past the All-Star break, and at any point this AL West division, we just got done talking about how bad it's been.
Well, Seattle is starting to
they are
a little bit here.
But the second that gap just starts growing as it normally and naturally will, that is whenever I will be out. But as long as the division is this bad, I mean, this is by far, like, not even close, the worst baseball we've seen out of the Astros in damn near a decade. Like, this is not, it's not even an argument with any other time period, time stretch of the Houston Astros in the regular season over the last 10 years.
But you still got belief it can
But I
get better.
got it right now just because of how bad this division is and how far back they are from that leader, which right now is the Seattle Mariners. If you would have told me the Astros would be, what are they, 5.5, 6 games back right now?
7.5.
7.5. Same point stands. Same point stands because now that they're 7.5 back,
feels a little bit better, doesn't it?
it was 5.5 before the weekend.
It
Shows
was.
you how great that was. But no, if this was last year at this time, thinking about where the Astros would be and any kind of hope for October, it would be almost gone. It would be minuscule. So as long as this division keeps crapping their pants and letting the Astros linger around here in the AL West, I have hope. And that could change. It could change quick.
Can I hear a little? Let's get the hope. Let's really get the hope train going. Can I hear a little bit from the captain, Captain Joe?
I'm not. Oh my
Can
God!
I hear? What was Captain Joe's thoughts of over the weekend? What did Joe? Let me hear Joe. Let me hear Captain.
You know, we had chances throughout the game, you know, to get a run or two in there and score a couple of runs to extend our lead. You know, Hunter did a phenomenal job. It was really, really good. Gave us a chance to win, and you know, we just couldn't do enough to pull off that win.
Yeah, and he said things they're playing well, right? Playing good baseball, I believe is what he said.
I believe he says that every post
They're
game.
playing good
Ron.
baseball.
Win or lose.
I'm serious. I'm serious about this. You know, I have fun with the Captain Joe thing. I'm serious about this. When did the Astros turn into the 2020 Houston Texans?
What?
That hurts.
The 2020 Houston Texans?
This is pre-Deshaun. This is the final year of Deshaun playing when they went 4-12 and they fired their coach in the middle of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna let it take my joy.
Not nasty Deshaun, but that year when JJ got into it with Bill and Bill got fired. What did they turn into then? Like it's like a incompetence of we don't know what we're doing. We don't trust anybody up top. What are we doing here? These guys, we got Jack Easterby, is he kind of running stuff? We got Bill who's running stuff. Like nobody believes in anybody. It's like the explanation of Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy from earlier in the week when Dana said in 48 hours we'll find out.
Yeah.
Then Friday, Joe Espada said, "Oh, we don't have anything yet.
Yeah.
I want to let them have some space.
Looking for a third and fourth
We're gonna
opinion,
get a
maybe?
second opinion." And then we heard from Dana on Sunday, and Dana said, "Baby, by the end of the week, we'll find out."
We pitch really well.
What are we doing?
Not to mention the Abreu situation. I guess we've lost Yainer Diaz now, who in these 7 games against the Mariners and the Twins, 2 really good teams that you want to get in and get him going, and he plays less games than Vic.
You know,
When did they turn into them?
I don't know, but now, thanks to you in this analogy, all I can envision in my mind is Jose Altuve and Justin Verlander walking off the field with their arm around each other, or maybe Altuve's arm around JV's waist and JV's arm around Altuve's neck.
Like JJ did with the shot.
Yes, sorry we wasted one of your years.
Yes.
Altuve to JV, sorry we wasted your year 41 when you've come back from Tommy John and done something that no player in the history of Major League Baseball has been able to do, and that's just be a badass after that.
I used to.
That's all I can see.
I used to look at the guy. That team was just like, they know what they're doing.
There's some eerily similar things.
Are they on the same page? Do they talk to each other? And I feel that way. All right, coming up, a big deal was done, and I know it got my guy Sean Bijani excited. A big deal in the NFL, and it does affect the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
How good can the Texans offense be this year? Just ask Joe Mixon. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Couple of texts coming in. I am so sick of the excuses. I don't like this, guys. These Astros. The postseason is not going to happen this year. I'm not going to get behind that. I'm not going to get behind calling them the Astros. I mean, you said that real easy.
It's kind of become a thing.
Is that an Area 45?
It's a thing.
It's an ass.
Well, yeah, like in back in the tough years, it was. Yeah,
they used to be the Disastros.
That's what I was going to say.
I like
Disastros.
I mean, my grandfather used to call this team the Disastros back in the 90s, like early 90s, when they were playing terrible ball.
When they were in the National League.
The Disastros lost another one. They coughed it up, We've been through that.
Yeah.
Fandom.
Astros. From the next texter, I'm optimistic because Verlander is pitching well and striking out a lot of batters. And then
we pitch really well.
This guy, Ron, low-key loves to down all of Houston teams. Out-of-stater. I bet he doesn't read this one.
Wrong.
You got good things to say about the Astros right now, then can't help you.
I guess your mama?
That's always the appropriate response.
Right, that fair?
Always. Works every time.
That's fair. All right, I know you're excited about, or at least intrigued to see how this affects young Nico Collins, that new deal Justin Jefferson got. He got what? Got paid 4 years.
Paid
140. He got 110 guaranteed. Jumps up to the top. Obviously, 35 guaranteed. Drops Nico down at the bottom half of the top 10. Now he's 9, with others still to come that we think are going to get paid. But I know that got you immediately thinking about Nico.
I just thought that, hey, and could you ask for a better timing situation for this? Like, I don't know that we could have guessed that he gets a deal done ahead of training camp this year, just based on the pulse that at least I had personally, having been in media scrums and Q&As with him and seeing and listening to how he addressed it. He even said himself, like, he feels like he had more to prove to himself and to the team, and that it was going to take care of itself. And so if he played out the final year of his rookie contract to do that, to prove everything, I can't tell you I would sit here and have been shocked. And so for him to get this deal now before he hopefully puts up another year of 1,300 yards, 8, 9, 10 touchdowns, proves again that, he can be a healthy, durable player in this league and optimize his talents with a really great quarterback in C.J. Stroud. That $72 million or $52 million rather that he got guaranteed might have grown to 65, might have grown to 70 million, just dependent upon what the market was going to do anyway, with guys like Justin Jefferson, with T. Higgins, with Jamar Chase. I mean, you name it, all of the really good, great wide receivers that exist right now in the NFL. I mean, hell, Calvin Ridley's ass, how much money did he get guaranteed earlier this offseason? Look at the pocketbooks the Jacksonville Jaguars opened up to him. And so I think that's all related. And so if you're Nico Collins and Drew Rosenhaus, the Texans, and you're happy with where you're at and you think, you know what, this is great money. Yes, let's do it. Where do I sign? Awesome. Fantastic. As opposed to waiting this thing out, which he very well could have done and then really gotten paid.
Yeah, potentially. I think with the Nico thing and where I stand, I still said the money isn't the issue, right? The money is never the issue, right? It was just never going to, in terms of the money crippling you in any kind of way, right? It was never going to, the years and everything were fine.
You talking about from a Texans perspective?
Yeah. It was never about like, oh God, they're paying him this and they're like this is going to stop.
Yeah, this could hurt down the road.
No, it was never that. I still contend it was quick for me. I would have wanted to see him perform like this before I'm giving him almost $25 million a year.
Okay, I didn't get a chance to hear you talk about this the other day when it happened. I heard that you had some things to say about it. You and Clint both, that you had trepidation on this signing because you needed to see more, right?
Yeah, mine is just another. I would have wanted to see more.
My thought process is, how do you go from being so convinced on a guy in the draft process and being willing to go 100% all in and take a guy in a top 5, top 10 pick or a first round pick, whatever, when there's minor league football and that's it to have based off of what you think you know about said guy? How many busts do we see come out of the draft each and every year? And I look at this and I say, you don't have just 1 year of Nico Collins. You have 1 year of the Nico Collins that gave you this results, that gave you the production, but that dude's been in the building. Nick Caserio drafted that guy. If we're going to trust Nick now with his draft, why don't we retroactively trust Nick's instincts to draft a top athlete in 2021? You know what I'm saying? Which is what he did with Nico Collins. And all of that to say he knows how he attacks every day during the season. He knows how he attacks the training. He knows how he attacks the rehab. He knows how he attacks, whether it's Davis Mills or C.J. Stroud throwing him a football on a daily or week in and week out basis. He knows that guy. He's more willing to invest in that guy than an unproven. And for that reason, I think, for me, I feel comfortable. The Texans think they've seen enough, then sure.
Listen, I never said it was wrong. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, for me, I would want to see. It's still a 3-year sample when you're getting serious about that and making somebody a top 10 receiver. Even, we'll see what it is, but a top 10 receiver and paying pretty good money. There are number ones who have contracts that are getting paid less than him. When you make that decision, for me, if I didn't have to, it would be, for me, 1 out of 3 to look like that. I would go in that
you always want to see more, don't you? But the more of a sample size that you have, guess what it's going to do you organizationally? It's going to cost you more money.
That may cost you more. Now, I don't think he was ever going to do any. I don't think there would have been anything that he could have done that says he's going to jump A.J. Brown.
You know what
I mean. So I
don't contend that at all.
You know what I mean? Which is roughly $5 million more than what he got. I'm gonna tell you what, real quick before we jump out of this, Tyler. I think the real important part about the Nico deal is not the contract. It is, all right, they're good right now. Mm-hmm. Even if Nico is not to what he was last year, but is solid, they're good now. It is going to be down the line. See, right now, there aren't really any contracts that can hurt them. Down the line, mm-hmm. if they don't get it to the place where they need it to, production wise.
Right.
But down the line, when you are, which I think they're a few years away from paying the highest contract in the history of football.
CJ.
And then you have Will, who's going to get huge money at arguably the second most important position in guys that get paid.
Yeah.
Stingley's probably going to get paid there too. When you start to bring that in, you got to hit these. Mm-hmm. When you make a decision, start giving somebody $24, $25 million, you got to hit these. So, like, that's the thing to watch is, is this in the line of, Titus? That's another one to watch. Right, like right now, you wouldn't say you've gotten the $18 million per investment that you've made back production-wise. That doesn't hurt now, but when you're paying those guys that amount of money, and you decide to pay $25 million, you need those to hit.
You got a 2 or 3 year window to do that before you have to pay those guys.
But that's going to be the thing to watch is the decision making and the evaluation of what these guys become.
Yeah.
Because right now it doesn't hurt you as much if they don't get to the space you need them to.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
You know what I mean? But when they got more on the books, that's when that stuff.
It's going to make it more palatable, though, if you optimize this 2 to 3 year window, and then maybe have to say bye to some of those guys, and maybe have to really pay some of those guys.
Yeah. All right, coming up, C.J. Stroud is making waves with his personal ranking list. And I don't know what this means. Something about Sham Bijani. I don't know what this means. I can't hear it. I see it. It's 54 seconds long. I am intrigued. I'll be hearing it for the first time with you as well. That's next.
Oh, wow.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Look, I was all on the Nico Collins bandwagon before the season.
collectibles, highly logical. Learn about Navient's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills, too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Are we giving away Dave Matthews tickets or something, or are you just feeling it?
I was just feeling it.
Okay.
I think he actually played in Houston over the weekend.
I was going to say, I thought he was here. I thought he was walking them ants.
Yep. Walking.
What?
Well done.
It's the only thing I got.
Well done.
It's the only song I have, I believe, and I'm not 100% confident on the actual title. I know it's
Clearly.
it's ants walking.
No, it's not.
It's ants.
It's a
and
version
walking.
of walking.
What is it?
Ants marching.
God, dog, is it really? So there is no walking in that at all?
No, it's...
You know, I can't really talk
Wow.
because I'm terrible with bands and names of songs.
Are you serious? It's
Horrible.
marching? God, dog.
Ants marching.
Wow. I thought it was ants walking. I kid you not.
I mean, it's
promise
kind of
you,
the
I
same
did.
thing.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's not.
But you know ultimately what song he's
You knew what I was
referring to.
talking about, but I mean,
Close enough.
I'm telling you, I'm sitting here 100% confident that it is ants. It's walking. I'll be damned if it's marching. I did not have that one. I almost set out for 5 minutes for that one. Wow. Really? I just had to look it up. It is so,
Now I have
so
that
enough.
nursery rhyme in my head.
Ants are marching.
The ants go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. Did I just make that up, or is that a thing?
I don't know if it's ants. Is it?
Yeah, I didn't know if it was ants, but I know what you're talking about.
I don't know. My boy was watching that cartoon Pete the Cat for a little bit, and I think there was something similar to that one, too.
Is it the Saints go marching in?
The Saints go
Not
marching.
that ditty you were doing.
Hurrah, hurrah.
All right, what is this? Because you all won't tell me. And
well, do you want to tell him, Sean, or do you want me to?
What is this?
Well,
I just see this,
you're going to pile on, rightfully so, anyway. So I knew I was doing the show. I knew I was doing the show.
Have you
today.
heard that? Do you know what this is, Tyler?
Yes, he was a victim of the circumstance this morning. I found out I was doing the show last week, Thursday or something like that. I told Tyler, and we were looking forward to it. So last Friday, I was like, dude, since we're doing the show together, like, let's go play golf. We've been trying to play golf together with each other for like 3 years now, at least, right? And we live
that's Tyler's
like
MO.
a par 5 away from each other.
Yeah, same
And-
neighborhood and everything.
Yeah, and we just can't make it happen.
Tyler,
And so I
the same
said,
thing with Tyler and Clint.
I said, let's go play golf, man. So Tyler booked the tee time like Friday night, I think. 7 o'clock. We're going to go. Atascocita. Done. And I hear my phone buzzing this morning. And at the same time I'm rolling over to see what's going on, my wife rolls over and she goes, what time is it? And I see Tyler's calling me and I'm like immediately pissed. I'm like, I just woke up. I slept through 3 alarms. Tyler's calling me. I read text. He goes, are you on the range? I'm here. Where are you?
Oh, my
He's
God.
calling me. So, yeah, I overslept my tee time. Tyler was there looking for me. I left him hanging at the golf course.
So what did you do? Just hit the driving range?
I threw my clubs in the truck and cruised on up here. Because I will say, and we're going to get into this, I will say Bijani had one saving grace with this situation that happened, and that is I hate playing whenever it's cart path only.
Same.
After a good rain or so, because, you know, it's more walking, and why do I want to walk so much when I got this golf cart I'm paying for?
Given where we're likely to hit our golf balls, too, for the
Exactly.
first time playing in a long time,
Yes.
you don't want to be walking that far.
You want to be able to drive up to that ball. So I found out while I was there preparing for a round in the pro shop that it was cart path only. So I told Bijani, hey, man, you know, don't worry about it. Cart path only. Let's just reschedule this thing.
I felt so bad.
But that's sin number one, man. That's sin number one for the bros on a course.
I know.
I mean, I was at a place I never played before. I'm roaming around trying to figure out where I go.
You see this look Ron's getting me? He's like, man, I ain't never inviting your ass nowhere.
Well, first
Don't leave
off,
me hanging.
Well, first off, you owe it. Tyler deserves this. Tyler left me in the parking lot late at night.
Different situation.
I remember this
hammered,
story.
drunk on his birthday as I sat and watched the ACC championship game for an hour and a half, waiting for Tyler. But he did make it. You heard that?
Wait, wasn't that even something that Tyler invited you to? Yeah.
It was my birthday. I was wasted.
I think the last time you and I did a show together, that actually happened, like right before.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Wow,
interesting.
I'm disappointed. I just.
The best part is the last text in my chain from Bijani was last night before we went to bed, and he had texted me, "All right, man, see you there. I'm gonna get there at 6:45."
And that's the thing. It's early. It's early.
So I got there.
What time did your ass get up?
I got there about 6:45.
What time did you wake up?
I woke up about 5:15.
Oh, I'm out, dog. I'm smoking hot. Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Tyler, and nobody knows what time Tyler went to
I
sleep.
feel so
you
bad,
gotta be
man.
kidding me. You have got to be. Oh, did you?
It never happens.
Did you buy him anything? Did you come in with any? Did you like that? That's something. You got to get him.
I'm going to get the tea. I'm going to get the tea time.
You need to do something more than the tea time. I mean, that's a bottle of something. That's a bottle of whiskey. That's something. I mean, that's.
I'm gonna make it right.
5:15, at least. He don't drink beer, so I mean, maybe
I'm
get a
gonna make
case
it right.
of Dos Equis. I mean, something.
I did make the mistake of completely unloading my truck, getting all my gear and stuff on the cart. I was set and ready for the round.
Of course.
I should have got a response
late
first.
at night. No, you should. No, somebody text you late at night. Hey, man, I'm gonna be on BB there. Let's go.
After the second text this morning to
What
him with no
happened to your
response,
alarm?
I thought, Bijani might be in bed.
What happened to your alarm?
So here's the thing. I don't like waking my wife up in the morning because she has trouble going back to sleep, and she's up in the middle of the night most of the time anyway because my boy calls her in there. He only wants her to go in there. He doesn't like it when I go in there in the middle of the night. So I have my alarm set to vibrate, and I have it set on the edge of the table to where when it vibrates, it's loud enough for me to wake up. I'm a fairly light sleeper. When I know I have to wake up early, I usually wake up before my alarm, and then I'm good. But I need an alarm that is effective yet subtle as to where I don't wake my wife up. That's in my mind. And then I was like, you know what? I had this conversation with my wife this morning. She goes, babe, just set the alarm. I can't believe you left him hanging.
Yeah, she had to do
I'll go back to sleep. Just get something. Find it on your phone. And
he woke up at 4:45.
I found
to get up to get to you.
I found this morning, and it's been downloaded. 99 cents, iTunes. It's set. I'll never have this problem again when you listen to this.
Get the out of bed, bitch. Go.
Boom. This will get your ass up out of bed, won't it?
Yeah, but I mean, you just
let's go.
Rod, you actually introduced me to this dude who made this.
Is that Mark?
Yes.
He's awesome.
Oh, he's amazing.
Gets it going.
I mean, his
6 o'clock in the morning. I ain't never missing a tea time.
Now, listen. Now you just go. It's too wild. You don't have to go from extreme to the other. No, I believe a simple alarm would have just woken you up. One of the regular ones. The beep, beep, beep. One of the regular ones. Now you go scare the hell out of your wife.
This is what she gets, though.
She goes, you could have just run. You going from vibrate to wake the.
Look,
no,
I like it.
No,
secretly,
you don't like it. Just get a one that makes some kind of a noise and a backup.
I got to wake up at 5:30 in the morning.
Get the out of bed, bitch. Go.
Boom. I got to wake up at 5:30 in the morning, and so I am waiting. She does not know that I have this. I am waiting for 5:30.
I don't think this is. I don't.
This is getting me excited. I'm going to be up at 4:45, just waiting. I can't wait till this goes off.
I don't think this is a good idea. I really don't.
Babe, you said I needed to wake up.
No, Miss Bijani, I want to tell you, I'm trying to stop. No, I'm trying to stop this. You don't have to go from one extreme to another. I mean, right there off tops, I used to have my thing on vibrate. Tyler had his with his wife who works on full blast, and at 4:30 in the morning he got up to get going.
That's accurate.
And she went on with it. Now you about to scare people.
This is gonna be fun.
Your son's gonna get scared. He's gonna hear it.
I hope not, but I'll have to find a balance in the alarm volume. But it's gonna be fun.
Can you imagine her waking up? What the?
Get the out of bed.
She probably don't wear a bonnet like my wife, but you're right. Like, what the hell?
My wife doesn't even wake up when mine goes off, but my dogs do, and they get pissed. So
I'm looking forward to this. I will let you know how it goes. I might even record this situation.
I just don't know how you have just gone from two just huge extremes, and now you're looking forward.
Dude,
to
I've
it.
never
The whole reason why you left Tyler, who woke up at 4:15 in the morning hanging, was because you don't like to scare your wife.
Yeah, I know.
Now you've said, let's do it. Let's scare her.
YOLO, YOLO. We'll see what happens. I've never left somebody hanging at the course, man. I mean, there's far worse situations and scenarios in which I could leave a buddy hanging. Golf course is probably the best case. You just opted not to play this morning.
How many energy drinks have you had today?
Just on my first right now. I actually went to sleep at a very decent hour.
You didn't hit one in the morning?
No.
Coffee. You had something.
I had some Dr. Pepper. Yeah. Grabbed a Dr. Pepper out of the fridge on the way out.
No, you did not drink a Dr. Pepper on the way out.
What? Yeah, I did. I keep the little DP mini cans in my fridge. Yeah.
That's what you got up to get in the morning? Was it Dr. Pepper?
Well, I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I feel like there's I don't know that I drink pop that early.
I like that bite.
I mean, whatever wakes you up.
Ever.
Yeah.
Like ever. Like I feel like there's a time.
I like that bite when you first open a can, that
Like
carbonation.
I think it's got to be at least 10:30 before you drink a pop.
What about a beer?
Well, that's different. But I think it's this is somebody in Panama who shotgunned Jack and Coke. Well, no, just Jack, just to catch up with everybody because I woke up at 9. Everybody else got up at 7:30, so I had to catch up.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's pretty early. That's good.
Yeah, but that's different. That was
gets it going.
Panama or whatever. But like, I just
Monday.
I have never had a pop that early.
This is the danger for Shah Bijani because, in all seriousness, this morning he left me hanging, whatever you want to call it, but it was fine because I hate cart path only, I really wasn't even angry. But here's the thing for Shah Bijani, where it gets dangerous now, is if we do put this in stone, we're going to play this next coming Monday.
Monday, yeah.
And if Bijani is to oversleep a tea time with a bro again, that's hard to come back from.
Yeah.
That's hard to come
it's
back.
It's not going to happen.
Since you guys live so close, I feel like he should come and pick you up. Coming up, I'm just saying, with the drinks. Coming up.
Then I wouldn't feel bad if I was late because you'd be home. Not a real big inconvenience.
The Astros.
Let's book it.
Yeah, and then when he texts you and says he's out there, maybe get dressed give yourself about 5 more minutes to finish getting dressed. And
Yeah,
sit out
I'm
there.
going to get that text. I'm just waking up.
I'll be almost there. All right, Astros lose a tough weekend series. We got to let you hear from Captain Joe Espada as he speaks on Ryan Presley, who really struggled again. We'll get you caught up with all of that and big news, big money handed out in the NFL. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
What's Bobby Slowick most excited about with the Texans offense this year? Their flex.
Or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, Tyler, what's the breaking news you have?
We've been waiting on this news. It's not good news.
Supposed to come later on in the week.
Yeah. Coming from Ari Alexander of KPRC2. I feel like I always butcher his first name. Sources tell him that Astros right-handed pitcher Jose Urquidy is expected to require surgery, and he is expected to miss the rest of the 2024 season.
Yeah, seeing that reported from others. Jeff Passan, ESPN, also reports he'll be in Dallas, could be in Dallas for a second Tommy John surgery. We'll have the surgery there. So this is not a shock or surprise at all.
Nope.
We were trying to handle it as speculation, but Dana damn near just told us. He had two guys who had forearm issues. One of them went to the IL, 15-day IL, and Christian Javier. And then the other one, he flat out said, I have more concern about the Jose Urquidy issue. And now we're seeing reports. Now, let me get this right from you, Tyler. This isn't from the Astros yet, right?
Correct. Nothing from the team.
All right, so Jeff Passan and who are also the person you said reported it as well. I'm not even going to try with the name. One, I can't remember it. But these are reports. I want to make that clear. This is not coming from the Astros yet. But I'm going to tell you right now, I know Jeff Passan pretty well. Mm-hmm. And if Jeff's going to go out on the limb on something like this, we're seeing multiple reports.
Yeah. It was Alden Gonzalez.
Right.
And Jeff Passan had it. I saw it also from Chandler Rome.
Yep.
And he referenced ESPN having it first.
This sounds like what we were thinking.
Yeah.
We were thinking this was going to occur. So would imagine now clearly, if this is true, he is not going to pitch, obviously, this year, and he is going to be gone. And if we look at what has happened with Luis Garcia, maybe that's a timeline to kind of look at the next time Jose Urquidy could be available to pitch. So that's a loss. He never, ever stepped on the diamond this year for the Astros, and somebody who got starts last year in the playoffs for you, and somebody you were hoping maybe could jump in and take one of those spots in the rotation.
He pitched this spring, though, didn't he?
Yep.
Didn't know, and I feel like he had like a couple of maybe 3 outings max, and he was looking pretty good. And then,
but it wasn't the forearm the first time that put him on. It was a shoulder or something like that shoulder where it seems like he gets an injury all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's what got him on the IL and took so long before he then started making starts in Corpus, and and then he had a start in Sugarland with the Space Cowboys, and that's when he felt the issue.
If he needs Tommy John, this would be his second time in his career that he'll need Tommy John.
Two-timer.
That's tough, man. But as you said, it's not a surprise. Now we just wait for the one that we could be surprised with in Christian Javier.
Would you be surprised if it is like this, if it's this rough? Because we heard, because Tyler, tell me if I'm wrong, Captain Joe, I believe he said second opinions for both. I believe he said second opinions.
I believe that's right.
Last week, second opinions said want to give those guys space, and they were looking at second opinions. So hopefully Christian Javier is not. Dana has not spoken as with as much concern about Christian Javier as he has with Jose Urquidy, but that is a clear one.
Well, they've handled it differently, right? Yeah. It's been two different situations, obviously, because one, Urquidy, as you mentioned, hasn't been on the field in a regular season game for them this year, while Javier has. And when he'd been on there, even when times were good early on where it looked like he was kind of back, so to speak, the velocity just hasn't been there. His ability to get deep into ball games hasn't been there. And when they shut him down, brought him back, we really noticed the velocity was missing. And I think because of that, they felt comfortable enough to bring him back while he clearly wasn't 100%, to the guy that we've become used to. I'd say worst case scenario, like the biggest fear is this, where he's gone for the season. But I think what's expected, at least for me, is, he's shut down for maybe a month and change before they decide to bring him back. I was going to
say, it's going to be I would think it's going to be a lengthy time. Yeah. Even if it's not the worst, I would think it's going to be a minute.
Agreed.
For Christian Javier.
I would almost venture a guess that we probably see Luis Garcia and or Lance McCullers take the mound before Christian Javier does again this season.
No, hold on, man. You got a little too much. You got too much confidence in Lance here.
Well, the whole no news is being good news thing, it's still applicable.
Where would you put the money?
Bury me in the H.
Lance getting a start before Christian Javier. Who you think hits the mound first?
I put my money on Lance.
Lance McCullers?
Yeah.
Junior?
Yeah. That one.
I'd put it on Lance McCullers Sr.
Coffee shop owner.
Yeah, I still go with Javier.
Yeah, I think I'd roll Javier, but would love to see Lance back sooner than later.
I may go Urquidy. But that is...
Jeez.
I want to see Lance. I mean, I do. I know he wants it too. I know he wants to be here. I think one of the big issues why Lance has not gotten back sooner is because he wanted to play and pitch so bad that he tried to avoid doing what needed to be done. And that's the other thing. I said that Friday we were hearing what could happen. We'll see the same thing with Javier. Like, hey, don't fool around with it. Don't try to pull a Lance. If you need to have the surgery done, have the surgery done. Mm-hmm. So it's not 2 years.
Yeah.
That you're basically waiting. So,
which it's been.
Yeah, that's the latest. So if you are just joining us, Jose Urquidy, according to Jeff Passan of ESPN, Alda Gonzalez as well reporting that he could be headed for a second Tommy John surgery. Could be in Dallas. To have another Tommy John surgery. So that is the absolute latest with Jose Urquidy.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, number 2. Let's look at the Astros playing the Twins, and we talked about it Friday. The Twins were a hot team coming in, and they win this series over the Astros. And man, it's late games. It's late games and late game issues with Ryan Presley. And he gives up the lead in the 8th inning, and he has done that multiple times this season, and it feels like it's happened recently, and it's not just it feels like this happened against the Mariners as well, where he gave up a game also. So there have been some struggles there with Ryan Presley. Let's hear from Captain Joe Espada. What did he have to say? Captain Joe, what did he have to say? Little words of wisdom about Ryan Presley's performance.
Velo, the shape of his pitches. He looks like the Presley that I've seen in past years. There's just some unluckiness there that when he executes his pitches, they find a way to get barrel on the ball. And, it's just a tough stretch, but his stuff looks really, really good.
What was that? Can't take it anymore, can you?
Which end was he looking from?
I'm telling you, dude. I can't handle it.
Joe. It's not bad luck if it keeps happening. It's not.
And if it is, get him a damn rabbit's foot or something to put in his sock. Something. Four-leaf clover, rabbit's foot.
As my partner Josh Vernier once said to me, Ron, it is not just your preference to go for the thick girls. You're not taking one for the team if it's your preference.
Hold on, Joe.
Okay? That's what you like. And in this case, it is not bad luck. It keeps happening to him. It is not bad luck that he keeps hanging curveballs. It is not bad luck that he keeps missing in the middle. It is not bad luck that his fastball velocity is not what it was. It is not bad luck if it keeps happening.
No. Joe was hanging on Presley's outing like two games ago or whatever. Remember when he got all the soft contact or whatever? That's fine for then. But yesterday was different. Like you walked the leadoff guy, and
you had a double just blasted.
After they laid down a sack bunt and then boom, double. There's the run. Like that's not bad luck. That's good baseball, and he got beat. Adam Spillane, good job by him as usual. SportsRadio610.com. Go read his article on Ryan Presley and his struggles in kind of a response to that quote that you just heard here from Joe Espada. Talk about bad luck. Dude, Ryan Presley's fastball, velocity-wise, it's down. It's at the lowest point that it's been in more than a decade. And you talk about the off-speed stuff, particularly the curveball. He's not generating as much swing and miss on it as he typically has before. That's not bad luck. Patrick and I talked about this the other day. Outside of the last two outings, Ron, he's pitched with 4 days rest twice this month, or now it's June, last month. 3 days rest at least twice last month. 2 days rest at least 3 times last month, I believe it is. The guy's not being used, and the guy's been banged up, whether it's been a shoulder or a neck or whatever the case has been. He's just not the same guy. It's a different role. It's the injuries. The stuff is not sharp because, well, he's not allowed to stay sharp.
You don't, listen, Sean and Tyler, you don't have to trash Ryan Presley. But you don't come out here and say it's just bad luck.
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous.
That first pitch against the Mariners when he blew that one to Mitch Haniger was a hanging curveball in the middle of the plate that screamed hit me. He's lucky he didn't get it in the air for that to get out. Mm-hmm. That it was just a double. Or he'd have tied the game then. Get out of here. When you walk people, that's not bad luck when it keeps happening.
It's not ideal.
He doesn't have to crush him. He doesn't. But don't come out here and say it's bad luck.
Right. Yeah, don't sell me rainbows and butterflies. Like, it insults my intelligence.
All season.
As a baseball fan and as an Astros fan, for this guy to keep coming out every week, every game, and shooting this.
I'm scared he believes it.
That's what I'm saying. I think he might be some kind of crazy-ass, like, eternal optimist where the world's on fire around him, and he's just, everything's fine.
But there's water still.
Well, I just don't think he's got that savvy ability yet to do both. Protect players in the public eye, but then behind closed doors, do what's necessary, do what needs to be done, get his message across. This is a guy that I think if you're a World Series contending team and you make this hire, somebody that had been here under two of the best managers we'd seen in franchise history in A.J. Hinch and Dusty Baker, certainly two of the most successful. Well, you feel like he'd been able to gather enough from both of those guys, and all the reports that we'd heard even before he was in this recent managerial, race to become the next skipper, is that, well, this is the guy that's kind of making the engine go behind the scenes. Well, if that's really the case, does he have the chops to be able to handle this on a day in and day out basis? You don't make that hire unless you're convinced, yes, he does. And it doesn't appear right now that he does, but nobody really could have seen this season coming and him having to deal with this type of drama. So in that regard, it is a little unlucky for Joe Espada to have to be thrown into this fire, but you would expect somebody that has had this much experience with this organization. I don't disagree with that.
He's creating a lot of the drama.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
All right, all I know is many of y'all told me last year, don't matter who manages this team. Anybody could.
Well, I think that's crap.
We had conversations right here. We did some shows together where people told us, anybody, it don't matter who. Don't matter who, anybody can manage this team.
Yeah, but those are probably the same ones that are saying, fire Joe Espada. We need a different guy.
Well, I'm saying fire.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right. Justin Jefferson. He got paid big time money. Big time money. 4 years, $140 million. Let's be. Oh, Lord. Something jumped up here.
You okay?
Excuse me. That must have been Joe Espada. Let's be real here. All right, he got 140, he got 110 guaranteed, 4-year deal, which means he's going to get another bite.
Mm-hmm.
Would you have ever considered, if you were him, I don't want to play for the Vikings. I'm going to wait this sucker out. I'm going to see if they're going to franchise tag me twice. And would you to try to get to yourself to free agency? Would you have tried to push that? Would you have thought about that? Because I don't know.
Think about it.
I understand you get it. You get your money. You get your 110 right now, just 4 years. But Minnesota, you look at the direction they're going. I don't know. Maybe you have belief in J.J. McCarthy. I'm not sure. We'll see. But I just that would have been a guy to think like, I'm gonna try to push this thing to free agency.
The risk reward, it might have been far too much risk for a guy like that. You know what I'm saying?
Because maybe the 1 year he wouldn't have got huge money, but those franchise tags he would have. He would have got, especially if they did it twice.
Sure, but you're thinking, well, what if I get hurt? And then am I ever going to be in line for a big payday like this again?
It had to be really hurt. But no, I get it. I mean, I get it. I understand. I wonder if you ever just kick that dog. Because you just get stuck. You get stuck in, do you believe in what Minnesota's doing? Because he's got another 4 years.
Yeah.
To that thing. But that's big boy money right there, 110. And is he the best receiver in football to you?
Man, I got to say, yeah, right now.
You think he is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, give me your top. Give me your top 3.
I would have said
people that would be in the conversation for the best.
Well, I think I would have said A.J. Brown. I probably would have said that last year. I think Jamar Chase. I think he's a real deal. I'd probably say those 3. CeeDee Lamb had a hell of a year, but his explosiveness is not to those 3's level.
I saw a really cool stat earlier on Next Gen Stats. It was catches made above expected over the course of the last 4 seasons since 2020. You know who's number 1 on that list?
Who?
By a lot? Justin Jefferson, plus 40. You know who's second on that list?
Who?
Stephon Diggs, plus 33. Catches above expected since 2020.
I don't even know what that stat means, but it sounds good.
How many balls did you catch that you weren't expected to catch?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very similar stat.
You have that memorized? How many more you got?
I mean, I'm not like a football stat nerd. I just saw that and I was like, you know what? That's a cool stat.
I think you are. I think you are a little.
I'm getting a little nerdy with
it. I listen to you. I listen to you at night. You pull them out. All right, coming up. We were just talking about this during the last break, and we're going to bring this on the air because it's one of the biggest talking points right now in sports, and we got to take a dive into it. Tyler's going to love it. I can't wait till he jumps in with us. And if you don't say anything, I'm going to kick your ass. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, Our Vision Homes. If you're looking to build your dream home, if you're looking to build a custom home, whether you're building on your
and whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler got us in there watching Women's College World Series softball.
I ain't mad at him. It's actually pretty entertaining.
This young lady with these kind eyes. She's she's like a really nice person. Like she helps the sick.
She looks like Trevor Lawrence's twin sister.
Not this one. The other young lady, Kendra, right there at first, who got it inside the park.
Oh, I meant the one bad.
Were you watching the one that was on first? That's on first base now. She would like stutter step with the ball still in the air. Like, I've never seen anybody, like, stutter step in the batter's box, like, move closer to the ball.
She's running. She's, like, trying to run down the line as she's swinging. Very Ichiro-like.
Yeah.
Even to a whole nother level.
But she got, whole nother level. Yeah. Ichiro didn't have that happy feet.
Speaking of Tyler's favorite, women's sports, this Caitlin Clark situation is really interesting. Even Tyler heard about this one. I feel like he goes out of his way to not to. Have you watched the game this year yet, Tyler?
A WNBA game? Not watched a WNBA game my entire life, my friend.
You watched the comments. You didn't watch Cynthia?
No,
watch Cynthia a little bit?
I know about their history, but no, I mean, that was even before I was really into sports, probably.
I just, like, if you missed it, and this has happened, we've talked about it before on this show, the way they're defending her, I know, Tyler, we talked about that time. That young lady, she completely forgot how many free throws she had to shoot. She just knew she was she
needed to be on her hip.
She was face guarding, is what she was doing. She shot her first free throw and immediately ran over to just face guard Caitlin. Young lady, you got another one. And they are physical. I remember I watched the game against the Liberty. Brianna Stewart and one of her teammates just sandwiched her on a double screen. I just didn't even know we were setting double screens on people. Let's get bam, bam, just drilling her. And then I'm watching the game Saturday, actually in the car. I'm watching the game. I wasn't driving.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching the game, and she just gets nailed. A cheap shot. And, listen, I try to make out what Kennedy Carter, I believe is her name, what she said.
Oh, you know what she said.
I'm trying to make out the whole thing. I know I heard.
It was blocked.
I heard the B word. I saw the B word. I'm trying to make out the whole thing that she said. I couldn't make it all out. And then she just came up as they're trying to inbound the ball and just drilled Caitlin in the back. Just complete cheap shot. Just awful. Awful's a little strong, but a complete cheap shot that should have resulted in a technical. It didn't result in anything. Just, I believe, a common foul maybe. I think she shot a free throw, but they have now since upgraded it to a technical. But
because that makes it better.
Makes it better afterwards. But it was close. Now, they won the game by one. Interesting, 71-70. But it's just a long line of what to me feels like, and I don't think it is the majority, but it is more than just 1%, it feels like, of resentment that seems to be just coming from some individuals in the WNBA towards Caitlin Clark. When I say resentment, she had a cheap shot. Everybody knows it.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows it. By the way, she's on Angel Reese's team. Angel Reese was celebrating as the young lady was walking off the floor after she laid her out. But Tyler has it. This is her in the in the post-game press conference. Kennedy Clark, who laid her out. This is her when the reporters were trying to talk to her about her perspective of the situation.
She turned to you a little bit after the fever
I
score.
answered no Caitlin Clark questions.
Did she say anything to you?
I don't know what she said.
What'd you say to her?
I didn't say anything. That's enough.
Okay.
So she's not even going to answer any Caitlin. She said she came to the podium. I'm not even going to talk. I'm not even going to answer any questions that have to do with.
She could have gone like Luka Doncic or something, and at least said she was speaking Slovenian.
I mean, plead the fifth.
Nothing.
No, she just told you I'm not answering any questions about her. Because this is obviously bringing attention. Even Tyler heard about this one. this is bringing a lot of attention to the game. Is this good? Is this good the way, because what we're hearing is basically how Caitlin is being approached and treated by her fellow players in the WNBA. By the way, none of her teammates seem to come up to defend her like you would normally think. They just helped her up off the ground.
Yeah, that was weird.
Well, Leah Boston was sitting right there in front of her and just checked and helped her up. But do you feel like this is sustainable kind of pub for the WNBA? Like this is a good thing because people are talking about it.
This is sustainable. What they're talking about, they're not talking about Caitlin Clark's game. They're not talking about the greatest college basketball player of all time playing in the WNBA now, as we thought it was going to be the case a month ago. This is sustainable because this is what sports media has become in large part. This is what entertainment has become.
Do you think it is? You think this can keep people to have some sort of intrigue in the game?
I don't know if you know really what I'm saying here. I'm ultimately telling you right now, I think this is unfortunate for the WNBA. I think they thought they were going to be getting this attention in terms of the quantity because of Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese and this influx of talent in the sport, the attention that those two particularly were going to bring to this league. That's not the quality of attention that they thought they were going to be getting. This is not about basketball. This is about like the inclusion of her into the sport and the lack of acceptance that existing players have.
Yeah, because
that's what this has become about. Unfortunately, I don't understand it. And it was Asia Wilson that really kicked the whole thing off. Correct me if I'm wrong. By what she'd said that had racial undertones right after the draft, right? Where she was saying that, well, you wouldn't be getting all this attention if you weren't white. Well, what does that exactly mean? Because white, black, or whatever, statistically speaking, and if you'd watched basketball, which we all know that you do and you did, she was the best basketball player and has been in college for the last 2 years.
Yeah,
and now she's in the WNBA. She's in your league, so give her that respect. And then Jamel Hill piled on, and that kind of started this vicious cycle of the way that we're going to cover Caitlin Clark.
Well, I think that's a little separate from that. I think what they're saying on that is, that helped. That helped some of the popularity, some of the fandom to come there. Right there, because when it first started, it was clearly her junior year or the first year of the phenomenon of Caitlin Clark. It was her against South Carolina and then her against LSU and Angel Reese.
Yeah.
There were clear racial undertones to that. And that helped. I think that did. I think that helped people have sides and make it become more of a thing, like a Magic and Bird thing. I think the next year, though, it was more of not just Caitlin's play, but Caitlin and Juju and Angel and all of the women playing, and we saw the game, and the game had really, for people who hadn't watched it in a long time, there was a lot of growth, and it was a lot of fun watching the game, and the attention they were getting was no longer the white girl from Middle America, Caitlin Clark, taking on the black teams from the South.
Yeah, you're right.
It was
different focus.
We're watching these women are. They are playing an amazing brand of basketball. It's fun. It's more entertaining. Their storylines. And now it's kind of gone back to not about how well they're playing. We were drawn to it, especially last year. I'll say for myself, and I think a lot of people, by the play.
Yeah. Yes.
And not as much the storyline. And it seems like this one is not. I mean, there are racial undertones and everything. But this for me feels like more resentment because Diane Taurasi had comments, black, white, whatever. This seems to be a resentment of how much credit she is getting for bringing the game to where it is. But she deserves all of that credit.
She deserves the credit.
Yeah. She deserves, not to say that she's done it alone, but People are looking at the game differently now.
I mean, didn't she? Look, Angel, I feel it's really kind of weird that people aren't talking as much about Angel Reese. But then again, it's not weird because I see where the narrative has shifted. It's almost as you started you really broke it down like very well. 3 years ago, how did this whole thing start with Caitlin Clark? Well, it was there was racial undertones there. It was her, South Carolina, that maybe this is how it's going to start in her time in the WNBA. Like, it's just repeating that cycle. And so maybe next year, 2 years, it becomes more about like, oh, we'll boy, see. Like she's really kind of, taking her game to the next level. And she's really kind of, brought her game. Like, she's a WNBA player. She is who she is now in the WNBA that she was in college. Like, she's taking that next step. But it's unfortunate because it didn't even need to be that way. She was one of the best stories in sports over the course of the last year plus.
And it was because of her play. Now,
because of her play.
And now what's being drawn is because, damn, man. Well, it seemed like it's a good amount of these. Well, it's not just media driven. This girl just took her out. I know we got to get.
Well, that yes, but even Asia Wilson stepped back from her original comments that had significant racial undertones. Yeah. Like, now she's a supporter of Caitlin Clark. So those two have hashed it out.
I think she was always a supporter of Caitlin. I just think certain ways you say things are buzzwords.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah.
Trigger people. All right, coming up, I know Tyler's pissed at me. I have a guy. I have a plan. I have an idea. I want to see how you guys feel about it because there's one player that definitely needs fixed for the Astros. I got a thought and idea. We'll discuss that day.
All right, you want to talk about a good friend. When something's obvious, you got to tell them about it. Ron just told me I had a booger hanging on my nose. A lot of friends don't do that. I greatly appreciate it. Well, I want to be everybody out there, everybody listen, I want to be your friend, right? It's blatantly obvious.
And buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I wanna throw this one out to you. I got an idea. Clint Stoerner out today. Sham Bijani in. You hear him every single night on Area 45. Bijani and Creighton, although he will not be in tonight. PC
back tomorrow, baby. PC's rolling solo.
He's rolling 7 to 11, as they'll have the post game show as well for the Astros as they look to try to get on a good note against the Cardinals. Start on a good note against the Cardinals. So stay tuned for that. But speaking of the Astros, I want to throw this out. I think that the Houston Astros should seriously consider looking at moving Yainer Diaz to first base. I'm sitting it out there. You can give your thoughts on that, how you feel. I think they should seriously take a look at moving him to first base. Look. We've already seen him play in a 3-game series against the Twins. All right. Oh, okay. Saturday he got a night off. No, he didn't play Sunday either. Okay, hold on. That's 2 out of the 3 games. Like if I'd have told you that Yainer Diaz would be moved to basically splitting time in platoon with Vic Caratini by June 1st, if I told you that, like you would think that Yainer is swinging a bat like Jose Abreu. You would. I mean, it would have to me with the young player and the belief I think that they had in him. He just needs to get every day catching. He's going to be the catch. If I told you this fast, like it would roll like you would think he is hitting 111, whatever he's been hitting. I'm not saying he hasn't been struggling, but like I am a bit surprised that it is this quick, that they have what appears to be almost splitting time between him and Vic. But I say first base because, to me, the reason why we were excited and you were excited about Yainer Diaz as the everyday catcher, let's just be honest, is because of the offense.
Yeah.
I mean,
you hadn't seen that from an everyday catcher in a long time.
And it was not as much like, oh, man, that guy's like amazing defensively. He's got a good arm. But it wasn't. It was my man in 104 games last year, hit 282, had 23 homers, drove in 60. Like, he was a good offensive player. And there's a thought of, boy, what if he played all the time?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And I remember saying, listen, I would temper those numbers. We talked about it coming into the year. I said it a bunch of times, Tyler. I would temper those numbers because when you got to catch every day, when you're in the heat, when you got to catch every day, like it's why that position to find guys offensively is so difficult.
Sure.
Because it is such a and Adam Spillane has said this too, it's a mental position as well.
Yes.
And it's such a defensive position because of the wear and tear on your body.
You and I are on the same page there.
And so for me, if it's because of the offense and you ain't got nothing at first base, you don't. And I don't think you have really anything in the future at first base. Now, obviously, it could go over there. But you don't really have anything in the future where somebody is going to be at first base. To me, it was his offense that made him to where he is. Now, I don't think it's just because he's catching. I think they have mishandled him from the jump, and I think he's lost all kind of confidence. This is like he's gone. He's been hit ninth when he does play. But to me, we saw what he did when he only had 44 starts in his 104 games at catcher, and he DH'd and played some first base. And we saw what kind of offense he brought to the table.
Mm-hmm.
I think there should at least be a serious conversation of saying, hey, let's make this guy our first baseman and see if we can get the absolute ceiling from his offensive talent. Because we see 282, 23 homers, 60 RBIs, like that's a first year, finishing fifth in the Rookie of the Year voting. I think that should at least be a conversation.
I don't. I could see him playing first base every once in a while. Just as like a platoon option. But I'd also rather see somebody over there that when it becomes nut cutting time, you're going to stick that guy over there as an actual, solution for the rest of this season. Because next season, you're going to have a first baseman that you think can be the guy for a long time. I'd rather see Dubon play first base for any lengthy period of time. And the reason why is Yainer Diaz is supposed to be the catcher of the future. And why are you going to pull the plug on that and hinder any growth that he can have with his pitching staff that could be beneficial for guys like Hunter Brown, that could be beneficial for guys that he's going to be working with, for maybe the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road. Whether it be Spencer Urquidy, Hunter Brown, guys, pitching like Fromber. It's hard to think of guys that are actually healthy right now that he could be working with, thanks to Jose Urquidy and Christian Javier, and maybe even beyond Justin Verlander this year, maybe next. But
they've given up. I'm not giving up, but they're not.
Yainer's been struggling over his last 27 games, almost the same time period that Jose Altuve has struggled. If you look up at the same time period, Altuve's been like barely above a 200 hitter. The last 27 games, Yainer Diaz is hitting 202 with a 214 on base, a 480 OPS. That's why you've seen him go from anywhere from the 5th spot in the lineup all the way back down to 9.
Yeah, but
you have to find a way to get, the bats cooking, and it's less about trying to get his bat going and more trying to win today's game. That's not always the way I feel like Joe Espada and the Astros have handled their lineup. I think for a team that has played 60 games now, they've had about 55 different batting orders. There's been no chemistry developed. There's been no consistency. And so with that, what kind of consistency offensively can you legitimately expect in the grand scheme of things?
And for me, you can't tell me this is a move about – I'm not saying you are. I'm just telling you that the Astros can't sell to me that this is a move about winning the day that because Victor's playing better. I know many of you have texted in, no, that you can kiss my ass with that when you got Jose Abreu running out there at first base every day.
Hold on, so
you can kiss my ass.
That's my point exactly.
You know what I mean?
He has mismanaged the lineup to the.
So it's not about just winning.
No, I think they've tried to win tomorrow's game instead of today's, so to speak.
Well, today or tomorrow's game, Jose Abreu should be playing more games in a 7-game stretch against the Mariners and the Twins than Yainer Diaz. If it's about winning, if it's like, oh, that's why Vic is. No, it ain't about winning. I'm just saying this is supposed to be your catcher of the future.
Yeah.
Just like last year, your shortstop of the future struggled like hell, but you didn't shut him down. This guy in center field can struggle as much as he wants, and y'all gonna keep making Jake Myers out there. And this one not like I'm just saying. Maybe look at him. If he's not an exceptional defensive catcher, which I don't believe he is, but has the opportunity to be an exceptional hitter. And we saw what he looks like when he's not catching every day compared to what he looks like when he's catching every day, and he's thinking in his mind, now you got him batting like he's Maldonado.
But I think he's got the opportunity to be a really good catcher defensively, not just a hitter. I think that's the idea.
He could have the opportunity.
If things didn't look as bad as they do now team-wide, I don't know that this would be even fifth on the rung of a focus, talking about Yainer Diaz moving to first base. Get him out from behind the plate. That's the future.
I'd like to do something because now it looks like it feels like they're losing this cat a little bit. All right, coming up. Ooh, this next conversation is going to test some of y'all.
Uh-oh.
It's going to test some of y'all and how y'all usually think. But now you're faced with it being one of your own, and you got to rethink this. Or at least change your tune a little bit. We'll discuss that coming up next on Dirty's Daily. Before we get there, guys, 122 pounds in 11 months. That was what
is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, listen, I'm going to kick this right off. Clint is out today. Sean Bijani is in right now. I'm going to need you all to be in prayer for me for the next 16 to 17 minutes. I have got to pee like you would never believe. I mean, when I say I am at a 1 out of 10, I'm at an 8.5.
Them legs are going 90 to nothing right now, man.
I am fighting it. So but listen, I'm gonna give you everything I got in this segment. But I'm telling you right now, I mean, what color are these shorts? Damn it! They're like denim, light denim. So those would show up. If they were black, I'd consider it. Please be in prayer.
PC would be mad son of a gun if you did that in his chair.
Well, I'd stand. But be in prayer for me through this segment because, wow, do I have to go.
Let me get that trash can.
I'm telling you, man, I could pour this bottle out and fill it up. All right. So Tyler, don't be a jerk with any sound effects or anything like that. That would just, please, no. All right, I want to get.
Sorry, my hand slipped. Go ahead.
I knew it was
go ahead. I think this is going to be challenging. As challenging as me having to use the restroom in this segment, I think this is going to be challenging for some Texans fans. Can you listen? I've heard this a bit throughout. CJ, you know what? CJ, we've seen. Would you say this offseason we've been seeing and hearing a different CJ? Like a different type of CJ Stroud?
A bit.
You remember the way that I would. Wow, I really got to go. The way that I would describe CJ before would be like humble confidence. You know, like the guy that's, hey, man, like, hey, very respectful, very humble, all about the teammates, which he still is. I'm not saying he's not.
Sure.
But humble. But it was like, yeah, you can tell and you know that dude's a killer. That dude's not afraid. That dude ain't scared. And then his play on the field, you can think about it, against the Bengals, against the Buccaneers. His play on the field said,
Steelers.
I'm a killer. Well, that one, he didn't have to be a killer. This is what they had.
It was the message he delivered after that Steelers win, where I would say the CJ that we're hearing this offseason, maybe you go back to that post game of the Steelers and say, you know what, that's pretty on par.
I'm just going to tell you this: the way this fella's talking, I believe this CJ was always living in there. Mm-hmm. He just hadn't let him out the back yet.
Yeah,
but it was a guy that was confident as hell. You knew he was. You knew he wasn't afraid of the moment. This is, but was humble. Didn't really show it. And we've seen a lot of quarterbacks that operate like that, right? We've seen a lot of the humble, confident guys, right? Before Tom Brady has come out to be this Tom was a humble guy, all that, said all the right stuff, but you knew he was a killer, right? This C.J. Stroud, we hear the humble's thrown out the window a bit. He is still a great teammate, still gives his teammates credit and everything and all of that stuff. But this C.J. has not been afraid to let you know what he's capable of, to let you know the type of dog he is, to let you know what he's about. That's not afraid to talk a little trash.
I love it.
Laying down for nobody.
Right, and let me get an example. This was him addressing Zaire Franklin, or as Tyler would say, addressing Zaire Franklin and such. This is him. I may not make it to this.
I love how he labels cuts.
This is him. I almost say them, even the words that I'm not supposed to. This is him reacting and responding to Zaire Franklin. If you remember, Zaire Franklin said he had done an interview where he heard CJ talking about that they carved up the Colts, and he's like, man, we beat y'all in that first game. And he carved up. We heard Zaire Franklin talking about he wants to see him again. He's
cooking them boys.
Talking a little too much. This was CJ's response to Zaire Franklin.
And he be talking about me all the time, and I know he gonna see this. I ain't tripping. Yeah, bro, Zaire Franklin from the coast, number 44.
Yeah, I know.
He
from Philly?
So that's probably where it come from. And bro got game, but like, man, like, it's smoke. I ain't tripping, like, bro, be talking about me.
I'm coming for you.
I'm coming too, though. It's like, bro, like, come on, bro, like, I'm like that too, dog. Like, I respect you because, like, you making the league, and he just got paid. Shout out to bro, I'm happy for you, bro. I want to see any black man get paid in this league, anybody in general. Like you deserve that money, bro. Like, he a good player. Yeah. But it's like, man, he know we like, and that's what I like. Is like two dogs, like, ready to rumble. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
so he be talking crazy.
Oh yeah. But like, so like with him though, he said something the other day. It was like on a podcast.
I saw it.
He said that in person. I said something to him. Like, talking mess. I'm like, I don't remember that, to be real. Like, we was at the Super Bowl, I seen him, and somebody asked us to take a picture together. We took a picture together. And, you know, I was like, hey, man, like, I think I was just, like, talking, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just on some cool shit. Like, we off the field. I'm not really tripping off you, bro. And then he go on a podcast the other day talking about.
So he was capping on the podcast?
I don't think he was capping. I might have said something, but it rubbed him the wrong way. But, you know, y'all Philly a little sensitive, man, you know?
Yeah, he crying over the game.
But, you know, like, bro, we play. It is what it is.
All right, listen.
That's different.
That ain't the CJ who's at the podium.
No.
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with the back and forth between him and Zaire? Because even CJ got it wrong to a degree. Like, it started during Super Bowl week. Zaire was on a podcast with a bunch of former players, current players. Maybe it was his podcast.
Was this different from the Ryan Clark podcast?
Yeah, it wasn't the pivot.
Okay.
Wasn't the pivot. So Zaire Franklin's talking to his other guys about, like, man, you know, CJ, he looked like a dang vet that's 6, 7, 8 years in. He ain't supposed to be doing that. You know, whoever your trainer is, man, tell him to slow his roll, that kind of a thing. So he's very complimentary of CJ. CJ goes on a podcast during Super Bowl week, which I think might have been the pivot. Could have been Kay Adams. He did everybody's. And he's saying, he was asked the question, so when do you think you turned the corner, like, where you got all your confidence? When did you feel like
Zaire was standing on the side waiting to go next?
Maybe so.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said.
But CJ, to the interview, and maybe CJ kind of gave him a little side eye when he was saying this, but he's talking about, hey, you know, after we got our butts kicked, you know, the Ravens game week 1, Colts game, you know, we were losing, but the second half, I started cooking them boys. You know, I was playing well. I threw for more than 300 yards. I was cooking them. And then the next time, this offseason, Zaire's talking about that commentary from CJ.
He said you ain't never even beat Anthony Richardson.
He was like, dude, cooking. Like, you were losing like by 21 points at halftime. What do you mean cooking? You didn't cook nobody. And of course, whoever he's talking to on the podcast is agreeing with him, like, yeah. And then there's this response from CJ. So there's 4 different instances that date back to the Super Bowl week that this started from. I'm telling you right now, I love it. For that reason alone, this is fantastic. Week 1 just got that much more interesting because as much as Zaire Franklin's saying, I'm coming, I need to see that boy again, like CJ said, I can't wait to see that dude again.
But this is where I want to get to it because I think you like it. You love it, don't you?
I love it.
Okay, all right. You got wood. Tyler, I know you love it.
Swing.
Like, you love this version of CJ.
Yes. He's great. He knows he's great. Talker-ish, young fella.
I'm not going to say that you guys, I believe you all. Some of y'all, though, listening, y'all don't like this. If it weren't CJ, I'm just saying, we've seen players talk like this before, and I've seen this text line. And I've seen some of our listeners,
Mm-hmm.
and I have seen some of our listeners not like this action. I've seen some of our listeners would be like, hey, play ball. You talking too much. You're doing too much. And I'm just wondering.
Piece of positivity.
Do you got to change your heart because of CJ? Or are you looking at – I'm not saying you two. Tyler, you know I ain't lying. You know it's somebody get to talking like this,
100%.
that's this brash, that we got people, oh, shut up. Shut up. Why are you talking? Go play. Stop.
Just show us on the field.
I'm wondering, are you feeling different about this because it's your CJ, or some of you sitting there thinking
You're CJ.
I'm just saying, or some of you thinking, hey man, he's doing a little too much. Stop talking, man. Go play. Go play. Go play. I'm not saying I know you two love it.
Yeah.
I know Tyler gets off on it.
But
I mean, I'm just saying there are many here who text it, hey, they're talking too much. Go play. I wish he'd shut up. He's too cocky. Because this ain't humble. This ain't humble.
No.
This is letting it ride.
But, while CJ's been humble while he was humble during his rookie year, he was also very outwardly confident in his abilities. You know what I'm saying? And it's a little easier to be more blatantly honest when it's directed at another individual that you're kind of sparring with. Probably more serious than it is tongue-in-cheek, but they're doing it in a very fun, kind of a playful way between him and Zaire, very similarly to the relationship that C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons has kind of developed this offseason. And so I think in that regard, like, if anybody was to take this the wrong way or say that maybe CJ's talking too much, like, just understand that it's not CJ saying, hey, I'm badass now, I can do this, this, and this, and it's about me, and we're going to smoke all these boys, tough schedule. No, it's directed at an individual in Zaire Franklin in this instance. Just the same type of smack talk that he had with Micah.
I was going to say, he's gotten it with Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
I just, like someone texted, I like it. The NFL needs more quarterback trash talk. Clint would hate it. He's not proven enough. Jets and Ravens have proved that. Listen, what you're saying is, I'll tell you, Clint would hate it regardless.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't love it at all anyway, regardless. But I think there are a lot of people who usually share that sentiment.
But you know why?
Usually share.
The haters, like people that don't like it, why? Especially for Clint, somebody that's kind of been in those shoes before as a quarterback, a leader of a team, football player, competitive.
There are some people just don't like that kind of bravado.
Why?
There's some people don't,
because it can only do more harm than good potentially. If you put your head down, you don't say anything, and you just go to work, there is really nothing negative that can be taken away from that. Like, nobody could strip you down. Nobody could point back to you and say, I told you so, or redirect the conversation, come back at you. There's nothing, you're bulletproof at that point in time. But when you engage in the rhetoric of, well, hey, here's what I'm thinking I'm going to do come week 1. And, when I see them boys, week 8, this is what it's going to be. Then it can only end up doing more harm than good potentially. Like, what are you ultimately going to benefit? Yeah, you could win both of those games. You could play really well and cool. But when you don't, then here it comes. Be ready to take the fire.
Yeah. Someone texted in, I don't hate CJ's bravado, but he better back it up. I don't necessarily have a problem with CJ talking like this or talking his talk, but damn, I'm nervous about a sophomore slump and wish he would just shut the F up for now. But it is what it is. I saw this and I listened to this, and we have said here at Tyler, we study this sucker. We study, we see the text line, we see it, and there have been different athletes who come out and are brash and talk like this that people cannot. There are many people in our audience, many people who can't stand it, who didn't grow up playing that way, who didn't grow up talking like that.
Yeah.
Me, I do it. I play you in spades. If I got the big joker, I don't care how many cards left. I want to throw it in your face.
Man, you went spades instead of beer pong?
I stick it right here on my face and let everybody know it.
Yeah, you would.
Because I got just enough just enough cocoa butter right on my forehead that it'll stick. The card will stick easy.
I was going to say you got just enough forehead.
Oh, I'm talking big time at beer pong all day.
Yeah.
I got you. It gets on some people's nerves. Some people just like hey man, just go. There are some people, and you know it out here, who love be that Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Be that Patrick Mahomes, who's not a big talker.
But how many of these big talkers that you're referencing have been CJ? That have endeared themselves, that have been as likable early and is perceived to be as genuine this early, this successful early. Like, there hadn't been anybody like that. Not in Houston.
No, not in Houston yet. Someone texted.
I mean, that's what we're talking about because
we got another text. There's cocky, then there's obnoxiously cocky. There's a reason Texans fans love Andre Johnson. Super humble. Then when the fire came out against that corner, it was real. When you bring that fire only occasionally, it holds more weight.
Cortland Finnegan got pieced up, sucker.
Man, Cortland just came in here. Came in here and let it ride. No, but listen, I think you should be able to be yourself and be whoever. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, I feel like there are some people who listen and hear that, and it's got to be a difficult thing for you, because that's not normally how you would want your quarterback to be going on and talking after year one.
I'm telling you right now,
I love it. I want it.
If you think
I want it, I love it.
If the Texans see the results and play like you think they're capable of this year, and CJ has the year that you think he's capable of having this year, this is the tip of the iceberg.
When do you think CJ decided to say, you know what, the hell with it, man? I'm gonna let it all.
When he got comfortable and confident, saw results, and realized he was a badass last year.
He let it out, baby.
When he gave Abreu a ride.
That's it. That is it.
It all leads back to that softball game.
That one moment in time, CJ Stroud thought.
He turned, right? What did she do?
Amber Rose was here. Stephon Diggs was here. There was a lot of business happening that night. A lot of deals going down that night.
That could have been a turning point. That could have been a turning point to say, you know what? Just YOLO. Yo, the hell.
Damn you, Amber.
Come on. I need to see more of it. Coming up next.
You need to go to the bathroom.
As I head to the restroom. Coming up next. Joe Espada spoke about and gave us an update. We get to hit words of wisdom from Captain Joe Espada. Gave an update on Jose Urquidy and Christian Javier. We already know, but we'll listen from Joe coming up next.
All right, I'm going to get you ready for Father's Day. It's right around the corner, and look.
The free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Woo! Woo! Guys, that was electric.
Relief. Felt good.
Sean decided to go with me just as support.
Well, he was talking about it, but didn't mean I didn't need to go too. After about 3 cups of coffee this morning.
Woo, feeling good. Feeling good, feeling great, baby.
Say this morning, it's already 4:30. My goodness.
Man, I'm telling you, we rolled through it, man. Having fun. Clint Stoerner's out today. That is Sean Bijani, you hear right there. Tyler, you said in my ear before we got done that Captain Joe Espada, we got some more words of wisdom from Joe.
That's one way to put it.
All right, so if you missed it, the kind of the news of the day here, it looks like we're getting reports, multiple reports. Jeff Passan was seen first of ESPN that it looks like Jose Urquidy is going to have a second Tommy John surgery. We've heard he could potentially be going to have that procedure done in Dallas. At that point, we had not heard anything from the Astros confirming it, but multiple reports. I believe Chandler Rome of The Athletic, Alden Gonzalez as well, multiple reports stating that. And you said Captain Joe has some words on this. Now, mind you guys, we found out Sunday from Dana Brown because as I wonder, I don't know if these two talk to each other because they sometimes say different things every time they come to the podium. Dana said we may hear about this later on in the week. They'll have more words. So here it is. This is Joe Espada talking about Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy.
I'm just going to continue to say what I'm saying, that, we give him Urquidy and Javier the space they deserve, and we're just waiting to hear from the second opinion and the results they get from those guys.
So no comment on the report of the last half hour?
No, I'm not going to comment on anyone, whoever's commenting and any of that. But we just want to give those guys the time for them just to get the result from the doctors, and we're not going to comment on any of that.
Well, if they don't have the results, Joe, somebody does, apparently, reportedly. What are we doing?
I mean, man, I just don't feel comfortable saying it yet. The best part is how he kicked that thing off. I'm gonna continue to say what I've been saying.
I'm just going to continue to say what I'm saying.
As he tries to recall what he's been saying.
So, hey, you holding out hope?
Sometimes he forgets.
You guys holding out hope? Maybe Urquidy? Maybe it's...
I have no hope on Urquidy.
No.
I might have a sliver of a percentage of hope for Christian Javier.
Now, he didn't... Hey, now the Astros aren't commenting on it. This Jeff Passan fella is. Gonzalez.
I'm just going to continue to say what I'm saying.
Chandler Rome. I think some others. Tim Kirkchin may have said it.
I'm just going to continue to say what I'm saying.
And Rosenthal, I think, may have said something.
When was Urquidy's first Tommy John? Do you guys remember?
Oh, hell, I don't know. Tyler will get it. Cheryl will get it coming up soon.
I mean, it's important, but then
How
again,
long ago?
it's...
You talking about
Yeah, just what's from the first Tommy John to now potentially him needing a second Tommy John surgery. We remember him getting hurt in spring training. Hadn't pitched a single solitary pitch this regular season.
2017.
Time.
So from 2017, that first Tommy John surgery, I'm looking at his injury history, at least what's available on, it's not MLB, it's Fox Sports. Shoulder in 21, arm in 21, shoulder in 23, forearm in 24. This is a guy, and Patrick Creighton, we talk about this all the time. The injury history of one Jose Urquidy. It's just been a thing. So
well, yeah, you knew, I knew he was going to get hurt at some point.
Yeah.
And then I got it out the way early, but I didn't know it was going to be this.
It's just, this was always in mind. If you're thinking worst case scenario with Jose Urquidy, it's this. It's what we have not officially heard yet. With Christian Javier, with the way that he's been going last year, the underperformance, this year with the lack of velocity, the inability to go deep into ball games, and what he's looked like since he'd come back from, this IL stint, it's worst case scenario for him. Either one is not good. I would be shocked if Javier too was lost for the season, but I would not be surprised at all if in fact he misses the next month, maybe even more.
I'm just going to continue to say what I'm saying.
And how do the Astros continue to rely upon Spencer Urquidy and Hunter Brown going forward? Like, you feel a little bit more comfortable now.
Well, to me, that's the scary part. Is you feel better right now, but like, honest to God, you all watch this. If something happened, if Ronel Blanco got suspended, or if there was a hamstring, something, who's next?
Well, right. I don't even necessarily worry strictly about injury. I mean, look at the way that Blanco looked. It was by far his worst outing of the season this past time.
But I mean, if he can pitch, like they're going. Those five are going. I'm just saying.
But I mean, hell, you need quality.
We pitch really well.
Okay, all right. For whatever reason, if it's lack of quality or what, who is next?
That's the concern.
Like, who would be? Is it Blair again?
Oh Lordy!
Is it? No, I'm saying, is it Henley? Because they let B let go. They let that ride. I think the A's.
Well, the A's let him go too.
They might need to jump on that horse.
Where's Forrest Whitley these days?
Your options would probably be Blair Henley, who has one good outing since he's been down. But
I'm sorry, Sean. Hold on real quick. We're trying to have a real conversation.
What did he say?
All right. Seriously. Seriously. We're trying to have a real conversation. And you're gonna bring in Forrest.
I mean, that'd be real nice to have him available and
is he even healthy?
Pitching.
I can't remember, but whoever hit that double in his debut and final appearance, there was a ringing double somebody hit that was just, I thought it was going to go through the wall or the ground. It was hit so hard. But we're trying to have a serious conversation. I'm sorry, please.
I was just going to say, you have two options really in my mind. It's Blair Henley and Eric Lauer that the Astros acquired within the last month.
I'd rather see Eric first.
Yeah, and you don't even know who that guy is.
I don't have Eric Lauer's.
Wow, dude.
Is there an S on the end of it?
Who's that cat?
Or maybe Blair, a little redemption.
Here's the thing, that you have so many off days.
Just don't bring your family.
You have so many off days this month that you don't really need to go the 6-man rotation. So you could make do with the 5. But as you're saying, like, if bleep hits the fan, somebody goes down, or if somebody just continues to stink it up. If it's Blanco, what if he falls off the face of the earth and never looks remotely close to the guy that we'd seen through his first 9 starts?
Yeah.
Then you're in a pickle.
Well, and we'll see. And maybe they can go long enough where if something were to happen, I don't know, McCullers or Garcia could be ready.
Luis Garcia just threw his first live bullpen last Friday.
Yeah.
I mean, crap, man.
Like how far away you think those two are? August?
Luis seems to be just we've heard news on him and keep getting fairly consistent reports.
Like to start a game because they also then would have to get their
I would
their
say
arms.
mid-July. I would say mid-July for Luis.
I'm just going to continue to say what I'm saying.
And Lance, we got to hit him up at his coffee shop to get an update, maybe.
Oh, come on.
I mean, that's got a business to run.
It does, man. I bet it's going to be good coffee. All right, more words of wisdom from Joe Espada.
No!
That set Sean off and probably set you all off. I'm serious. I've seen Ryan Presley in the 8th inning in my mind for the last time. At least put him in the 7th. Somewhere else. If you, I want to let you hear what Joe had to say. I'm gonna get your thoughts on it. But be thinking about this on the way back because we'll get here. What would be if the Astros had a 3-2 lead in the 7th inning and everyone's available? What does your 7th, 8th, and 9th look like? What does your 7th, 8th, and 9th look like if they had everybody available? They got a 3-2 lead against the Cardinals tonight. We'll discuss Ryan Presley's ass coming up next.
I'm just going to continue to say what I'm saying.
What's Bobby Slowick most excited about with the Texans offense this year? Their flexibility. from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let me hear from the captain. Tyler, I don't know why that bothers you so much. Let me hear.
Because
he's the captain. This is his.
No,
his ship. Who is? This is his ship.
If anyone is a captain of this piss poor baseball team right now, would be Jose Altuve. Justin Verlander
is skipper and captain like equivalent?
Same thing.
Oh.
He's a captain.
I'm asking.
I don't think so.
I'm not saying he's a good captain like D'Amico, but he's the captain. Dave Cully was a captain.
Oh, stop it.
He was.
That's where I'm drawing the line.
There's no line to draw. David Cully was the captain of that Texan ship.
Football playing Jesse.
Yeah. There he is.
Wait, he said that before too?
Yeah, he said it first. That's first place I heard it.
The first time I'd ever heard that was like a few weeks ago by Nick Caserio.
Football playing Jesse.
Yeah.
When he was on with Pendergast and Payne.
Yeah, no, that was not the first time those words have been uttered, my friend.
Shout out to Nick Caserio, by the way. Nick will be on Friday, 7:30.
On Pendergast and Payne?
On Pendergast and Payne.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, he will be.
Pendergast and Payne.
For that. This was what Joe Espada had to say. Again, I'll throw this question as I did last week. When Ryan Presley walked out there for that 8th inning in that tie ball game, where was your level of confidence?
Are you asking?
Sure.
For a response from me?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
In the pooper.
Was it?
Yeah.
When he came out, when he walked out.
I don't have any confidence when he comes out in the 8th inning.
Tyler against the Mariners was still confident. Till something bad happens. I'm telling you, as soon as that walk happened, it was over. Something was going to happen. This is what the Captain Joe Espada, a man who has been in baseball for a long, long time. This was his evaluation of what he's been seeing from Ryan Presley's, whose ERA is climbing, trying to head towards 6.
Velo, the shape of his pitches, he looks like the Presley that I've seen in past years. There's just some unluckiness there that when he executes his pitches, they find a way to get barrel on the ball. And, it's just a tough stretch, but his stuff looks really, really good.
You see the
this music.
Do you see this the bad luck? Do you see
he's had bad luck this season?
Do you see that
Sure.
he looks like the same Ryan Presley you've seen? I'm just saying with a captain.
He does not look like the same Ryan Presley
that you've seen.
No.
Years. So you don't agree?
No. I mean, factually speaking, statistically speaking,
visually
he's wrong.
speaking,
wrong.
The eternal optimist over here, Joe Espada, ladies and gentlemen.
The captain.
He just
no
tries
logic.
to sugarcoat everything. I mean, they all talk to us like we're 2 years old and will believe anything.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
I think he believes
sure,
it.
Skip. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah.
I think he believes it.
No, he doesn't believe it. He knows damn well. I mean, what do you expect him to say? He doesn't. He does not know. He does not know how to be like that in between of being honest and having his players back.
No, let me.
He didn't know how to do it.
Let me give it a shot. Listen, guys, Ryan is struggling right now, and just for whatever reason, sometimes it's him not locating, sometimes it's him not putting the ball where he wants to, and sometimes these guys are good and they get paid as well and they're getting good swings on him. But he's struggling right now, and we got to find it. I still believe in Ryan, and I still believe he is the guy that could go out there and get outs. He's just not doing it right now. But
and you know what? There's nothing wrong with adding this to that 12. That was good.
Now, you don't have to say, "Hey man, this kid sucks ass out here."
No, but what you could say is, like how Espada likes to talk about. Oh boy, we were playing with a sense of urgency. He could say that after a win, okay? But how about you say we need to play with a sense of urgency? He's got to go out there with a sense of urgency and treat an 8th inning like he's been treating 9th innings the last 3 years when he was closing ball games for this ball club. Regular season, postseason, the elite guy that we saw last postseason, that's what we need to see. He can get back to that, but we need it now maybe more than ever. Like, creating the sense of urgency instead of just saying, hey, we played with a sense of urgency today, guys, after a win. It's easy to say that after a win. Say it when you need it.
You know what's become, honestly, if I'm being serious here with Ryan, you know what's become really, really evident with him, and I think is a huge difference, is his ability or lack thereof to strike people out is coming through very, very, very clear, because people are going to make contact. Right? Like, they're going to hit it. And when you don't have the ability to strike people out, obviously you allow the luck to sometimes run through. But you allow, like, he used to be able to find ways, even though Ryan Presley has never had, I'm talking about in terms of velocity, overpowering stuff. He throws in the mid-90s, but he's not like the Twins closer, like where he's touching 100, 101.
Right.
But he's still, with the curveball, with the slide, he was still able to get strikeouts and get people out with swings and misses. He does not get swings and misses.
I mean, it's
that is so when you don't get swings and misses, that means, one, he is not as confident, so he's walking people because he is trying to be more fine and hit the corners, which is tougher to throw strikes. And second, he's got traffic, and when he has traffic, more times than not, because of his stuff, he's putting the ball. People are putting the ball in play, and that, like, when you don't have like Brian Abreu, he may be struggling at times this year and not like he did before, but he's got. I can go get swings and misses.
Yeah,
like he has that. Josh Hader struggled at times, but he has the ability to get swings and misses.
Hader's issue is location.
Ryan does not have the ability to get swings. He's got to hit it at people or get soft contact.
Right.
And then when you're pitching, and even when you're going good, and you get soft contact, there is some soft contact that drops.
Sure. I mean, it's baseball, but you're right. I mean, it's factually correct that his fastball is not what it used to be. It's factually correct to say that he's not getting the swing and miss, particularly on his curveball this season, that we're used to seeing from him. Spillane wrote an article about this very thing, sportsradio610.com. You can check it out, where he cites this year alone opponents batting a league high against Ryan Presley, 424 on balls in play against him this season. The league average is 298. So everything that you're saying, and look, everything that you're saying that we're seeing on a routine basis from Ryan Presley, it's not wrong. I mean, the guy's struggled. I mean, at one point in time this season, Ryan Presley's ERA had spiked to 20. And since that third or fourth outing of this season, he has brought that ERA down. But there's not any realm of consistent feeling that when you see him come out of the bullpen or start the eighth inning, that you think, you know what, he's going to leave this game as he'd come into it, either tied or within a run or with a lead. You do not have that faith in him.
I'm saying somebody catch it.
Look,
when Ryan comes out, somebody catch it. I did. I saw some people text in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. If the Astros are leading the Cardinals tonight, it is 3-2 in the seventh, and you and Verlander has gotten up his pitch count, and he gets out 3-2, seventh inning. Who you got in the seventh? Who do you have in the seventh? Who do you have in the eighth? Who do you have in the ninth? Everybody's available. Who you got? Go ahead, Tyler.
Seth Abreu, Hader.
Who?
Seth Martinez. Then Abreu, then Hader.
I like Seth. Seth is having a good year, but I don't like that seventh inning role for Seth. I like Seth to be that long relief guy. To me, it's perfect. You got to give this guy an opportunity to pitch in higher leverage situations than you have this year. Taylor Scott. Taylor Scott is absolutely deserving of the seventh inning role. Brian Abreu, you can't tell me right now if he's your eighth inning guy that he's automatically not the best eighth inning guy in all of baseball. In the kind of games that the Astros are used to playing in this year, unfortunately, it's games in which they're down by a run, tied, and you need that guy to maybe give you an extra inning. Brian Abreu, I'd much rather see him because of age and stuff. If you have to bring him back out there for the 9th where you could save Hader for a 10th opportunity to go win or close a ball game, pay him for what you're paying him to do, I like that situation better. I'd go Scott, I'd go Abreu, and I'd go Hader. There's my 7, 8, 9. Where's Ryan Presley in all this? To hell with the demotion, dude, because...
What did they do to Rafael Montero last year? That's what I would do.
Well, they pitched him in very low-leverage situations to get him...
Have we reached that point with Ryan? Have we reached the point where Ryan Presley is treated like Rafael Montero
I don't think so.
last year?
I don't think so.
You don't think we're there yet?
I'm going to tell you, let's take Joe Espada at his word. Little bad luck. He still got his stuff. Still looks like the same guy to me. Okay, if that's true, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Other Major League Baseball teams that think they can contend for a division title in a World Series this season, some of them need a closer. Some of them need that cat. I'm making calls right now. Who's interested? Because I know Ryan Presley's got a no-trade clause. I know he's got a mutual option on his deal next year.
Now.
Well, I'm taking phone calls because he clearly thinks he should be a closer, has not accepted this role, is not pitching near enough to where he can stay sharp, and his stuff is, we're not able to see the results of his stuff.
You think it's the closer thing?
I think it's very cumulative.
First.
I think it's very cumulative.
But he can't locate nothing. I mean, he just, I don't know.
Ron, he's not sharp. Like, okay, the last few outings, he's pitched with more regularity. Go look at the entire month of May. He pitched like 6 times. He had like 5 days off, 4 days off, 3 days off. Like, the guy needs to pitch. Last year and what he's been doing at any point in the last 3 seasons before you signed Hader for this season, what was he doing? Mind you, on a damn good baseball team that needed somebody to go out and close, he was closing every other day, every couple of days. This team doesn't need that because, well, unfortunately, they don't have a damn lead going into the 9th inning more times than not.
I'm looking at where we are in the lineup, and if the heart of the lineup is coming up in the 7th, I'm bringing Abreu in to face the heart of the Cardinals lineup, and then somewhere between Taylor, Scott, and Montero.
Why are you giving Abreu 7 instead of 8?
I'm depending on where the heart of the lineup comes.
Oh, I see.
So, like, if we're in the 7th and 2, 3, and 4 are due up, I want Abreu to face them. If we're in the 7th and it's 6, 7, and 8 coming up, I would then go with either Tay or Montero.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that. But, I mean, you went a little deeper. But if we're talking perfect world, right? I mean, you see where I'm coming from?
Because right now, I got 2 guys I feel I trust. Like, and I see somebody texting Abreu for 2 innings. You just can't keep doing that.
No, you can't. I mean, it's nice to have in your bag.
If this was the playoffs or something, this was September, I'm with you, but you can't keep doing it.
It's nice to have in your bag. I mean, you also like to keep in your back pocket, like, hey, if Brian has to get through a laborious kind of an 8th inning tonight where he's throwing somewhere between 18, 25 pitches, I can go to the well tomorrow. He'll be available for me. You know what I'm saying? So they don't have a lot of options. The Astros should be very much in the market of, at least right now, what they need today, because striking distance relative to how much baseball you have left to play, they need a first baseman. They need a middle reliever. They need another starting pitcher right now. 1, 2, 3.
Well, they may need to sit and see where they're going to be before they start giving up prospects. All right, coming up, the lineup is out. We'll give you that. We'll give you the latest news if you haven't heard. We'll give you the real news, and then we'll give you what Joe Espada had to say about Urquidy and Javier. All of that coming up next.
Ability tree experts. Here's the deal. We don't know what kind of weather Texas is going to throw at us next. We have no idea whether it's hurricanes.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, bada bing, bada boom.
Hey.
Sean Bijani is in the room.
What's up,
Clint
Big Cat?
Stoerner is out. He'll be back tomorrow. And you're looking at the DILF.
The big DILF.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. Good weekend?
That's about right.
We had a 600 comeback.
A lot of big swings.
Oh, God. Oh, no. You're making me nervous.
But I did finish the month of May completely in the green for my sports betting. You'll be happy to hear.
Not a surprise. You had a hell of a last couple of weeks, cumulatively.
Yes, sir.
By $11 or something. Whatever it was the green. It was in the green. All right, let's remember 5 o'clock fire brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Another series tonight. They've got to win series. They've got to get on a roll. We've been talking about it for weeks. And again, I said this, from this date until the 4th of July, they only play 3 games, which is against the Baltimore Orioles, who are in second place in the AL East. Those are the only 3 games from here to the 4th of July that they play against teams with winning records. So they're either playing teams, as you said earlier, that are in a similar boat as you. Now, I'll be honest with you, like the Giants, I think, are a game under. I think the Cardinals, who've been playing well, 8-12. I think they're a couple of games under. The Tigers in that same range. But you're either playing teams like that are battling around 500, below it, or teams that are bad.
Yeah. But when I say teams like the Astros,
Rockies,
in the mix, they're second and third. They've got a ways to go. They're trying to claw their way back up to atop the division and at least position themselves via the wild card. The wild card, very far away for the Astros. It's going to be similarly to what I said last year, late in the season. Your path to success is not via the wild card. Yeah. It is you have to win this damn division.
Yeah, the team that is in third place in the wild card is the team that just took 2 or 3 from you, and they're every bit of 6 or 7 games above 500.
Yeah.
So,
unfortunately for the Astros, it's not just about them. I mean, we're going to have to pay attention to what the Mariners and the Rangers are doing too. The Mariners, they play the A's for 3 games,
and they are on a roll here. After taking 3 or 4 from you, they won their series over the weekend as well. That thing is 7.5 games. It was 5.5 when you left Seattle.
They've got 7 games,
2 games on you
against the A's and the White Sox over the next 10 days. You got to see the Royals and they got to see the Rangers. So I mean, it's very roller coaster-esque of a schedule upcoming for the Mariners too, but this is a very large stretch of, I would say, 17 games for the Astros to get to Game 77 this season. I bring it up because where were you last year through Game 77? At your low point last year, 6.5 games back in the AL West. Who knows what their low point turns out to be this season? Maybe it's already kind of come and gone. Maybe over the course of the next 17 games, you're able to make some hay and get back into the thick of things where you feel like something's attainable. But at that point in time, if it is where it is right now, I would maybe instead of wiping sweat away with that white towel you speak of, maybe I would start wiping tears.
Maybe, yeah. We'll see. This is a stretch right here. That month, and they've got a lot of days off in this month as well to go along with that. So with their rotation, they can space things out, get rest for their bullpen. So this has to be. And it starts tonight, and it starts with your ace, Justin Verlander. He gets the ball tonight. He is on the mound, and he has pitched well. His last game against the Mariners, you damn near can't do much better. As he said, the margin of error is thin after that start, where he gives up 1 run in 7 innings against the Mariners. So he's got. Hopefully, he continues to roll where he has been against this Cardinals team that is rolling, and he can give you not just a chance, but really give you a really good spot in the winner's circle. Here is the lineup. Altuve at second base, Tucker in right field. Jordan is the DH tonight. Never know where he's going to play. Bregman, with Peña back in the lineup, has stayed in the 4 spot.
Hit a homer the other day from there.
And now Peña, top 10 in baseball with average, is hitting below Jake Myers in center field. Jake is batting 5th.
Jake
Peña,
the Rake.
Peña is at short, batting 6th. John Singleton is at first base tonight, batting 7th. Hey, Yainer Diaz got moved up. He is batting 8th and catching tonight. And then Chaz McCormick is in left field. So that is the lineup there as Bregman gets his spot in the 4. How many games?
Can we get some juice from you when you read the lineup?
What
days?
juice? What juice?
I mean,
Why the hell?
You're reading it like you read the report of Jose Urquidy possibly needing Tommy John earlier.
That's where it is. What are you excited about this?
Damn.
How many games did this time around? How many games did Alex Bregman get demoted from the 4 spot? 2?
I think 2 at most.
Yeah, wasn't
1
much.
or 2.
Wasn't much.
Yeah.
I told you. Hey, are they trying to pull a fast one on us? All right, it was like, okay, well, he was batting 5th, then he moved up to 4th. It was like, oh, well, they're giving Peña a night off because Peña had been in the 4 spot. When Peña comes back, will he assume his spot? No, he ain't. I bet you Yainer Diaz has got to be looking up there like, damn, man.
Well,
boy.
I mean, hit the ball.
Can I get some consistency?
Hit the ball.
Oh, well, hell, man. Shoot. At
He's
what
batting
point?
218 the last 27 games he's played.
That's fine. Alex went through a stretch of a cool month and a half. He didn't get a day off.
Nah, is Braggy being ridiculous? Even his ass got demoted.
Oh, in the order.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He needs to sit his ass down. He gets demoted in the order and with playing time.
Hey, Victor Caratini's swinging a good bat for him this year.
Oh, no. Okay.
I'm just saying.
I'll tell you, yeah.
2 walk-offs.
Dubon should have been starting for Peña last year, I guess. or you could take the thought of, hey, he's our young player. We knew he'd probably run into some.
I mean, what was wrong with Peña last year outside of him not hitting home runs? He was hitting doubles. On base was good.
Was it?
Yeah.
Let me go back.
He had a really good second half of the year. That's really when you saw the change for Jeremy Peña.
I have to go look at that
He stopped
again.
swinging, with the sliders, like the Biggio special.
Maybe I'm off. I have the memory of Jeremy stinking.
He did not stink.
Stinking.
He was not ass.
Stinking hard. All right, that's the lineup. We'll see if they can get a W tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. I can't wait to hear this. God, dog. If you missed it, I want to start it off in order. Earlier in the day, Jeff Passan, Alden Gonzalez, they both reported that Jose Urquidy could be headed for a second Tommy John surgery, and it could happen in Dallas. That's reports. And then a lot of people started reporting that he is in that space where he could have a second Tommy John. We heard from Joe Espada before the game, pregame, speaking about Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy. This was Espada talking about them and their injuries.
I'm just going to continue to say what I'm saying, that, we give him Urquidy and Javier the space they deserve, and we're just waiting to hear from the second opinion and the results they get from those guys.
So no comment on the report over the last half hour?
No, I'm not going to comment on anyone, whoever's commenting and any of that. But we just want to give those guys the time for them just to get the result from the doctors, and we're not going to comment on any of that.
Okay, so that was Joe Espada. We were hearing Sunday from Dana Brown that we would hear it later on in the week. Well, I guess Dana Brown came out and spoke as well today. Let's see if they're on the same page with this. Here is Dana Brown.
It's just getting a second opinion, and that's what I can't go into detail. I'll know more when he sees the doctor. But once he gets that second opinion, we'll have more information for you guys probably toward the end of the week.
Good. Hey, they're on the same page.
Still getting the second opinion.
Still getting it.
End of the week, boys. That's when you know we'll get an update.
Now, Jeff passing to them, they've got a clear feeling that one. But hey, they're on the same page here, though. That's good. That's a positive thing. They're on the same page here. They were saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there are many times in the last 2 years with Dana and Dusty, and then Dana and Joe, like you hear them, they saying the same. They're saying different things.
Different things, yes.
Somebody's giving more information than the other one, or sometimes this year they just they ain't even know.
What's the saying? A broken clock is even right twice a day.
There you go, twice a day. We'd hold up those twos up there. Good job.
I'm here for the assists.
Good job. No, listen. This is. It looks like. Listen, it looks. I'm gonna say it. It looks like Urquidy is going to be down, not just the rest of the year, but into next year.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's going to have his second Tommy John. Cheryl was on it earlier. 2017 was when he had his first one. Looks like he'll have second Tommy John. We don't know about Christian Javier, but the longer this gets, and then the thought that he's getting a second opinion too, I wouldn't think that he's just getting a second opinion if it's just something minor. And now that major doesn't have to mean Tommy John,
right?
I mean, like something where they feel, all right, we're going to put him on the 15-day IL like they did, and we don't need. They need to see more. They want to get a second.
Keep in mind too, Javier's most recent issue before he'd come back was what? It was the neck, and at least that's what they said, right? But to take him at face value, what if there's like some nerve issue that needs to be addressed? Maybe not surgically, but maybe something that there was a trickle-down effect. Like, you never know with these things. Us being able to piece together anything with the information limited, to put it lightly, that we've gotten from the Astros, I mean, it's almost next to impossible. I mean, we are stuck in a situation where we're just going to have to wait and see what the news is in regards to Javier. I just have to believe that it's going to be better news than
you have to.
Jose Urquidy's scenario.
I hope, because now if it's... No, I'm not even going to say it. I ain't going to say it.
Hold on, so.
It's Ron. I'll say it. Now you're in a situation of Lance. You're in a situation...
I was going to go there, yeah.
If it's worse, like you just signed Lance to that deal, and now, 2 out of the 4 years he's not pitching.
Yeah.
And you just signed Christian Javier to that deal last year, and if it's the worst, I don't feel great when I hear we got to get a second opinion.
Sure, but I was going to say, look, if there is even the thought of there being an option like, okay, rehab versus surgery, no. Surgery now.
Yeah, if
let's
it's
get it.
anything like Lance, no.
Mm-hmm.
It's not ideal.
5 o'clock fire.
Terrible news, and I know Clint. We've heard him tell stories about the guy, as he affectionately calls him, L.A., Larry Allen. But Larry Allen suddenly passed at the age of 52. Hall of Fame offensive lineman for the Dallas Cowboys, and he was on vacation with his family in Mexico. According to reports, he passes away at 52 years old, which is a sad situation, and I'm sure Clint will probably have some words on his former teammate tomorrow about this, but just an awful sad situation for the NFL family and the Cowboys.
2013 Pro Football Hall of Famer, second-round pick out of Sonoma State. Terrible news in regards to Allen. On vacation in Mexico, is that what it was, with his family?
Yep.
Yeah, and outside of that, there's been no details that have been reported, but just either way, unfortunate news for him. Just you look at that resume, and you're quickly reminded what an incredible talent he was. You've seen all the highlights.
One of the strongest men in NFL history.
43 times. I mean, that's the video that we're all seeing. That one, 225, pressed 43 times. Do you remember? I remember it, and they showed it today. Do you remember the play? It was a turnover, and he was blocking on the right side, the right hash, and he turned around and ended up hawking that guy about 35 yards down the field. Got him by the waist. I mean, that was an incredible play.
Yeah. Clint would talk often about, hey, don't piss L.A. off.
Yeah.
Like he said, he wasn't loud, but he was the guy that like he was the guy that's like, man, that guy's a Yeah, it's quiet, but he's a little off.
Yeah,
he may be a little crazy.
I just look at that dude and be like, yeah, I'm staying on the right side of him.
Terrible, terrible, terrible news, though. Larry Allen passes away at 52 years old. All right, coming up, I want you all to be honest. How are you liking this version of C.J. Stroud you're seeing? This version, and maybe I'm off, but it feels like we're getting a different version, and I love it, a different version of C.J. Stroud. We'll give you an example of what we're talking about, but curious, how are you digging this version of C.J. Stroud that's a bit different from the version we saw last year? We'll discuss that next.
This is the absolute worst time of the year to be dealing with chronic joint pain, man. You can't get out of the house. You're inactive. The weather's beautiful. You got to look out the window.
Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler, let me ask you this. If I were to ask you to describe the C.J. Stroud we knew his first year here, and I think you said it perfectly, I believe. The C.J. Stroud pre-Amber Rose. There
was a shift there.
There's B, AR, and then there's PAR. I mean, before Amber Rose. How would you describe C.J. Stroud before Amber Rose?
Self-depreciatingly confident.
Yep. Yeah, I would say he was the humble, confident guy. Humble, but you knew that he wasn't afraid. He had that killer in him. You could see it, and he seemed to be somebody that would love to let his play, his action show.
Say just a guy that's very sure of himself.
God bless, brother.
Calculated. Let's say calculated.
Yeah. Calculated is good. Yeah, very Jeter-like. In that, I don't know why you laugh, but I'm just saying Jeter-like. I guess Peyton-like, Brady-like. Confident, but they weren't going to.
Not like in your face.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Like confident, throw to their teammates, all this. And I think he is still that guy, especially with the teammates part. He still rolls with the teammates. But can I hear some of the latest CJ? This was CJ really drumming up the. I just like you to hear him at this point. This is him kind of really drumming up the Colts. Game 1. Him and Zaire Franklin have gone back and forth. EJ Speed, he's been involved in this too. The two linebackers, they've gone back and forth with this situation. And this is CJ on a podcast responding and talking about Zaire Franklin. And this is just one of many that we've heard this year where it feels like kind of at least a different CJ we've been presented.
And he be talking about me all the time, and I know he gonna see this. I ain't tripping. Yeah, bro, Zaire.
Who?
Zaire Franklin from the coast. I'm 44.
Yeah, I know. He from Philly?
So that's probably where it come from. And bro got game, but it's smoke. I ain't tripping. Bro be talking about me.
He coming for you.
I'm coming too, though. It's bro, come on, bro. I'm like that too, dog. I respect you because you making the league, and he just got paid. Shout out to bro. I'm happy for you, bro. I want to see any black man get paid in this league. Anybody in general. You deserve that money, bro. He a good player. Yeah. But it's man, he know and that's what I like. It's two dogs ready to rumble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So he be talking crazy?
Oh yeah. But with him though, he said something the other day. It was on a podcast.
I saw it.
He said that in person. I said something to him. Talking mess. I'm I don't remember that, to be real. We was at the Super Bowl, I seen him, and somebody asked us to take a picture together. We took a picture together. And, I was hey, man, I think I was just, talking, you know what I'm saying? Just on some cool we off the field. I'm not really tripping off you, bro. And then he go on a podcast the other day talking about.
So he was capping on the podcast?
I don't think he was capping. I might have said something, but it rubbed him the wrong way. But, y'all Philly a little sensitive, man,
Yeah, he crying over the game.
But, bro, we play. It is what it is.
I love it. Love it.
I'm just saying that's a different dude than we done heard.
Wow, dude.
That's a different dude that I don't think is fake. I think that's just somebody who hasn't been presented to.
Hey, but you know what? I don't know
a part of him that hasn't been presented to.
What podcast was that? Do you know?
I can't remember the name.
It sounded like there were other current former players, somebody that
Tank was there with him, but it was
that was the same one.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the back and forth between him and Tank. I heard that cut earlier today or yesterday. I can't remember. But that's also a different setting than we're used to seeing and hearing CJ in. So he's very comfortable talking ball He's talking the way that. I mean, that was a sneak peek into a dinner conversation, into a locker room conversation.
But he had some. I think he had some podcasts even last year. Like I remember the one with the pivot, where he was, I think you said, a little bit more thoughtful in terms of what he was saying.
I would say calculated.
More calculated. That'd be it. I think now he's just letting his hair down.
Yeah.
And letting it roll. He's done this. We've seen it with Micah Parsons. We've seen he's given us a little bit more of this, and I love it.
Yeah.
But just judging by the time I've been here over the years, and Tyler, you know what I'm talking about. You've watched the text line. You've seen people. You've seen listeners. This confidence that moves past humble confidence, because we've moved past humble confidence, baby. Let's go. You didn't call these guys sensitive.
Piece of positivity.
Let's ride. I love it. But there are some. I wonder. Are you struggling with how you feel about this from CJ? Are you in a space where you're like, yo, hey man, CJ, hey,
calm it down a little bit.
Hey, slow down just a tad, just a taste. Hey man, reel it in. Do y'all think CJ talking too much? Y'all like this new version of CJ?
I don't. I don't think it's...
Is this my quarterback, baby?
I don't think it's a new version. I just think it's CJ kind of revealed a little bit. Like, this is a guy who he was sure of himself, but he needed to get through some things, prove some things to himself.
Rookie year now, and now he's feeling it.
And now he's feeling it, yeah. I really think this is... I mean, we just got a text. Oh, God, where'd it go? It refreshed. But, no, that's CJ. Y'all just haven't seen that CJ. That was from the 281 just moments ago.
I
think that's right.
Different, the guy at the podium.
I think that's CJ. Like, relative to
I love it. Let it out,
the kind of competition that he's facing, dominating, I think this is the CJ that you would have heard in high school. I think this is the CJ that you heard in college. I think this is the CJ that now we're getting a chance as Houston Texans fans and media alike to hear in the NFL. I mean, the guy knows absolutely what he's capable of. Remember how this started with Zaire Franklin, though. Right after, I think this was still during this was during the playoffs. Zaire Franklin, EJ Speed, somebody else, they were on a podcast together.
You're speaking very glowingly of him, though.
And it was Zaire Franklin who was asked about CJ facing him and stuff, and he was like, man, that dude, holy smokes, he's looking like a veteran that's 6, 7, 8 years in the league. He ain't supposed to be doing this. Man, whoever your trainer is, slow your roll kind of a thing. Very complimentary of him. And now it's kind of like he's the one that got on CJ when CJ was asked to recount moments in time when he felt like he gained confidence. He talked about the second half of that Colts game week 2 where he was like, yeah, I was cooking them boys. Zaire said, like, hold on, man. You lost. You still ain't beat Anthony Richardson. That's what he said. Yeah. He was like, yeah, and he's pumping his quarterback up. And I think that's probably very calculated psychological warfare, so to speak, of an approach for Zaire Franklin, who he don't want Anthony Richardson. He don't want his quarterback hearing him talk about all this love he's got for CJ. Looks like this, that, and the other thing. No, it flipped. And he wants his quarterback to know that he's got his back and he has faith in him, too.
Text line rolling through. Bryce Young is grinding and getting better. I think CJ and Bryce flip-flop this year.
Flip-flop?
That's aggressive.
Lordy.
Listen, I don't have any issue with it at all. I kind of lean this way, to be honest. As me personally, I know that's a shocker. But I'm not. I wonder, is this difficult for some of y'all to take? Because many of you that I have seen and heard from don't seem like you're fired up for your quarterback to be kind of doing all this talking and challenging defensive players. I believe you, Sean. I believe you're into that. I can tell, and I've worked with Tyler, and I know Tyler, that gets him turned off. I see B. Scott. I know B. Scott loves it, wants it. I just wonder if some of y'all struggling with this. That y'all quarterback talk mad-ish.
Are you talking about, like, their reactions from guys that had come before? Or are you talking about reactions that you've seen in regard to specifically CJ now?
I'm talking about the guys that before, other athletes
like
that
Deshaun?
are brash or any athlete, any athlete that is a trash talker, that talks, that gets into it, that they have.
Like who's what's an example? Like who's somebody like here in Houston that you feel like has elicited an uncomfortable response from? Like it didn't sit well with them? Like, did Deshaun ever come across, like, did he ever have the opportunity here to talk like that?
No, I wouldn't say Deshaun. I would say
the whole wanting to be legendary thing sticks out in my mind.
Yeah, but I don't think that was very much trash talk.
Sure.
But I think like opposing players, obviously, like what's my man's name? What is his name?
Football?
Yeah, it's football. I can't remember. He was talking.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I was just curious.
He was. I forgot who it was, but was talking trash here. We kept really seeing a lot of people jumping in. I think it was the Titans. Somebody with the Titans was talking a whole bunch of trash here towards the Texans, and people rolling here. I wish he would just shut up. I wish he would just shut up. This and all this trash and all this. Like it's just people really don't like the sense of the, hey, I like him brash. He's brash. He talks, he does this. He walks this game. He walks this walk, and just wants my quarterback to, hey, chill and just roll. Chill and play football. Shut up and play football. Don't talk all this trash if you're not going to back it up. And I think it's seen more in basketball and things of that nature. Yeah. But I just think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a tough situation for some who are not big fans of their guys talking a lot. Like we've had it with Clint a few times when CJ has come out and said these things. Clint's like, hey, man, chill out.
Tell you what, they're giving us material leading up to week 1 already.
This is this is getting chippy.
Yeah.
This is getting chippy. So it'll be interesting, but It'll be funny to watch. It'll be funny to watch for some of you all to see if y'all good with y'all quarterback talking trash like this. All right, coming up, the Astros, they get ready for a big series today. I do have a question. I do have a thought from some of you. Those of you who have not thrown in the towel yet on the Astros. Those of you who are still rolling with the Astros. What will it take? What will it take for you to say, all right, man, finally, I'm out. I'm out on this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, I know there's a lot of y'all out there that, unfortunately, when you get dressed, ready to go to work, or maybe you got a little date on the weekend, maybe you're taking the wife out for a little date or something, keep the sparks flying, and you look in the mirror, man, and you got a hair loss issue that's just brings you down a notch. Nobody likes to be brought down a notch before you ever leave the house, and it happens to you when you look in the mirror. That hair loss issue is a problem, and who doesn't like to leave the house with the utmost confidence? Well, I got good news for you. Right now, Advanced Hair Restoration, they've got a simple one-day treatment. Begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And the most beautiful part of it all is it's backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. Look, any company that offers a guarantee behind their product or their service, I'm in on, man. They work for bald spots, receding hairlines, thinning up top, work for men, women, younger, and older. Bottom line is, as I first told you, I started off telling you, when you look in the mirror, you don't like what's staring back at you because of that hair loss problem, you got to be proactive. You got to pick the phone up. A change can be made. You can improve. You can get back to feeling yourself. You can get your swag back. You can get your confidence back, but you got to pick up the phone. 832-688-HAIR. 832-688-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com. Again, that's advancedhair.com.
How good can the Texans offense be this year? Just ask Joe Mixon.
I feel like everybody in this offense will eat. Your turn is going to come, and that's just, part of being in the offense that we're running. With the weapons that we have, man, it's a hell of a thing.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beta Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by AmericanStandardAir.com. I-10 the Katy Freeway westbound at North Post Oak. It's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Summer's back and it's hot. Nolan Ryan for American Standard. Feel the performance. Know the value. Summer in Texas, we're ready. Are you? Why fry? Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
When you get in an auto accident, the first word out of your mouth is probably...
Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I mean, these young ladies. These ladies in the WNBA, man.
Did you see the same thing I just did?
I've been seeing Angel for a minute. I
love it. I love what she just had to say today.
Do you?
Yeah.
It's just
she's right. That she kind of made my point for me.
And
we
here,
were talking about this earlier.
If you missed it, Caitlin Clark is. I mean, if she said, "Boy, man." If she had the feeling of, man, I'm getting picked on, like I'm getting like they're treating me differently, I could understand it. I don't think everybody is. I think it is a small minority, but it's bigger than you would think it should be.
Mm-hmm.
And I said it earlier. I think it's resentment. I hear Angel Reese. I'll look back in 20 years. And be like, the reason why we're watching women's basketball is not just because of one person. It's because of me, too. I want y'all to realize that. And like you said, she's not wrong on that for the most part. I mean, we're going to be honest here. Just like Magic and Bird kind of pulled people back, in the 80s to it or pulled it up big time.
Yeah.
Like that was like, those two were the linchpin. And then Jordan took it to another level.
Yeah.
LeBron and Steph have taken it. Caitlin Clark is obviously the linchpin for a lot of people that have gotten this too. Now, I understand where Angel is coming from. But my thing is, when they make these statements of it's not just one person, some, and I think some what I would put in the Angel Reese camp, they are going out of their way to me to go at Caitlin about this when it's not Caitlin.
You think even these comments from Angel
I
Reese?
think those comments and then how they play her and how they address her, like those comments aren't just like, hey man, I want you all to know that hey, this is more than one person. And that's cool.
Yeah.
But when they go on the floor, it's like, we're gonna show you that it ain't her. We're gonna show
just
you,
her. But here's the thing. Like, I don't know the question to elicit this context, this response.
And she said, "I'll continue to be the bad guy."
Well, I kind of like this, in the sense that it's stuff like this from another exciting young, star entering into that league. Like, Angel Reese has probably had it far easier of an assimilation into the WNBA through the first few weeks as opposed to Caitlin Clark. And stuff like this almost takes a little bit of pressure, in my mind, off of Caitlin Clark. Maybe not pressure, but the attention and the conversation and a singular narrative, because she's pretty damn good too. And people want to hear from her too. And I think to change or maybe further the conversation, she's an important factor in this. Angel Reese is.
Yeah, they all are important. What I'm saying is, there are so many people who are, hey man, she said it before. We got more than one team in the league. Like, it ain't just Caitlin's not just the one here, and I get it. And I understand how they could feel that way. But what some of them are doing is taking it on the court and like taking that issue that they have out on Caitlin.
Yeah, understood.
You know what I mean?
I think that's absolutely happening. Yeah.
I don't even know if that young lady Kennedy Clark hates her, but I mean, she's going at her.
Yeah.
And saying the things she says and then cheap-shotting her.
Yeah.
But I think what she's really upset about is, damn, man, we've been grinding and working for years, too. We've lifted this sport for years, too. And now y'all got this Captain Save-A-Ho that came over, and I'm calling her a hoe, but, the term. Captain Save-A-Kate comes out here to bring us back and bring us on top. We've been here. But when they do that, they come out, oh, no.
Yeah.
Like, I honest to God.
But that's wrong, though. They're wrong.
Oh, I know
We've been here. We've been putting in the work. You have. But ain't nobody paid you the mind, the attention. There's a reason why, and so embrace it. Take advantage of it.
But even with that, it's not to me. I don't think it should be taken out on her.
Well, it's not her fault.
You know what I mean? She's not, and she's coming out, and she's the one that she is saying the collective. All of us. She's not just saying it is me.
Yeah.
Right?
She hasn't created the narrative. She hasn't used that rhetoric. She's just playing ball.
Tyler, I don't know. I know you're not watching anything. Watching of it. Honest to God, I think some of these players don't even care if they win. I think some of them are playing like, my whole goal is that she does not play well,
which is so stupid.
Like over winning the game. Like, I think over winning the game. Like,
I don't even know where to begin with this.
Honestly, I think they're coming in number one goal. No, she is not. She's not getting off tonight. I don't care if we win, lose. I don't even care about my own free throws.
Following the game plan.
That's me.
Just following the game plan. I'm with you. They don't want to be. They don't want to be the person that gets done and is seen on the dun-dun-dun.
No,
like Caitlin Clark. I agree with that.
From the text line, if not for Caitlin, I would know these other players' names. And I think there is some realness to that. But I understand their frustration. They have been working hard to help the women's game as well. And that all of a sudden this one person has completely changed it all.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the people in golf were working like hell. And then Tiger Woods showed up and changed the game. Nick Faldo was still good. He just won the Masters before Tiger.
Go Nick Faldo.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking in '96 he won the Masters, and then Tiger won his first major.
Yeah.
And that's who put on the green jacket for him.
Somebody had texted in earlier that one person can kind of change and advance, the sport, in referencing Tiger Woods. Somebody referenced Michael Jordan. There have been countless baseball players, over the years that have kind of brought that added attention. Bryce Harper, was the guy where it was like, holy crap. We've been talking about that dude since he was 16. And for him to get to Major League Baseball in just 2.5 years' time after that, at the age of 18, 19 years old, it was like, wow. Like, there's that guy, and there have been those guys in every single sport. Well, in the WNBA at this point in time in 2024, where it is so much more easy nowadays than it was back in the 90s, early 2000s to get attention on what you're trying to sell, a la the Houston Comets with Tina Thompson, Cheryl Swoops, that era of WNBA. My God, can you imagine what if social media existed 30 years ago then?
Yeah. From the text line, this is a dumb take. Y'all want these girls to let Caitlin Clark have it easy. She ain't no good. No, I didn't say anything about have it easy.
Come on.
I did not say anything about have it easy.
What a hardo.
Well, I'm telling you, when teams play Angel Reese, who was extremely popular, and it has helped the women's game and helped the college game, I've watched it. They are not breaking their necks so that Angel Reese can't record a rebound or score a point.
Mm-hmm.
No one's just and no one's physically just going after Angel Reese.
Yeah.
Like and there's not no one's out
It'd be a
here.
death wish if they
there's
did.
Resentment. Like you would.
She'd go right back at him.
I don't think, and like I said, I don't think it's a majority. I think it is a minority. But I feel like Angel Reese has got in her head. Like Angel Reese is up there high-fiving and celebrating her after she just forearm shivered her in the back to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Like hell. I feel like in Angel's mind, Caitlin has been saying this. Caitlin is the one. I'm the one that got y'all charter plane.
Well, the chip on the shoulder that she brings, though.
You heard LeBron stepped in and said something. Charles Barkley stepped in and said something. I think some of these women feel like I said, a small group. Some of them feel like Caitlin has said that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we're gonna dude. They face guard her,
but
from the
maybe they feel like it's about what she hasn't said to kind of set the narrative straight, address all multitudes of issues, conversations, that people have had off of some of these irresponsibly bad takes that really started with, who was it, Asia Wilson? Am I getting her name right? And then fostered by even more commentary from people like Jamel Hill.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to say, and we talked about it earlier, they were trying to say in that thing, to think that her popularity has not been helped by her being kind of the white girl from middle America going up against like the bad guy, or not the bad guys, but the black team in South Carolina, LSU. That's like saying, I'm really surprised in 2008 that the black vote in the presidential election was a record because of that candidate. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we get it. I think that's part of it. But that's, to me, that is not. I think it's unfair to say that Caitlin gets all of this just because she's white, and I don't think they're saying that. Caitlin is good. Caitlin is cold.
Yeah,
she can play. Like through all of this, where I believe teams are coming out just to stop her. She still put up 30 the other night.
Mm-hmm.
She's still scoring in a system that I don't think fits her. So it is, to me, it is a deal of resentment. Someone texting, Ron, do you think it's a little racist what they're doing to Caitlin? Listen, as I said, I think race plays a role. Somebody has grown up as a black man in 40 years in this country. I think race plays role in a lot of different
Definitely
things.
does.
In a lot of different things. So I'm not going to say it's not at all. But I think this is more of a resentment thing. Because I think Diana Taurasi, Cheryl Swoops, who we said it on, Tyler's going to get her on this week, Cheryl Swoops, who we talked, I think they have come out in a deal of, this is so disrespectful to us that all of a sudden now she's the savior. When we've been doing this. Diana Taurasi, hell, I'm white. I've been doing this. I'm at UConn. Breanna Stewart, hell, I won 4 straight national championships at UConn. I'm coming here. I've done it. I think it's a resentment thing
on a different level
to them.
They're not wrong.
Now, there are some racial undertones and everything. Yeah. There is. I ain't gonna lie to you. There is a little bit of this white girl gonna come in here and run this league. My ass. I don't know. I guess Diana did.
100%. I agree with that.
Woo. All right. So throwing in the towel. You in?
Oh yeah. No.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. That's good. And then after the fellas get done, Area 45 with Patrick Creighton tonight. He's going solo with Chris Santiago, so stay tuned for that. They'll have the post-game show. Hopefully, the Astros can get game 1 behind Verlander against the Cardinals. Sean, great job.
Appreciate you, man.
As always, Tyler, great job today. I am Ron Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
This look Ron's getting me, he's like, man, I ain't never inviting your ass nowhere.
Oh, I'm out, dog. I'm smoking hot. Oh, hell no. What happened to your alarm?
Get the out of bed, bitch. Go.
Boom. Now, you just go, it's too wild. You don't have to go from extreme to the other. No.
Always seems to know the way. Then I look at you.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Look, I was all on the Nico Collins bandwagon before the season last year. Yes, he's had issues with injury, but at the same time, you saw what Nico could do. And then last season, 1,297 yards.
Peel the curtain back. Here's where Bijani stands. I think it's fantastic they got the deal done now. When they did, you're better for it.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Foster grandparent volunteers change lives one child at a time by providing emotional support, mentorship, and tutoring. These volunteers are role models and friends for children with exceptional needs at organizations such as schools, daycares, and juvenile correction facilities. If you would like to become a foster grandparent volunteer, or if your organization would like to partner with the program, visit our website today. The Foster Grandparent Volunteer Program, strengthening our community from one generation to another.
Sponsored by Texas Health and Human Services.
You reached James. Leave a message.
Hey, it's Annie from Chase. Congrats again on the new home to you, Alina, and baby Maya. So happy she gets a big new nursery.
House hunting? On average, home buyers save more in mortgage fees with Chase compared to a non-bank. We're with you all the way home. Chase, make more of what's yours. Visit chase.com/wayhome. Source, 2022 Home Mortgage Disclosure Act. Loan application register. Home lending products subject to credit and property approval. Rates and program terms subject to change. Other restrictions apply. Member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity.
John Lopez for Ability Trees right now. Now let's talk about some specifics of some ones that you're proud of all your work. Trust me, I know that you've been out to my house several times. But let's talk about some that you're particularly proud of where it looked like it was a lost cause. Anything come to mind?
Your house. So when I came to your house the very first time, you have a big asset in your backyard, John, that if you lost that tree, your whole backyard would change, and it would be a whole lot less inviting, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. And that big water oak?
Water oaks can get 60, 70, 80 years old and longer. Just because that's a life expectancy of a shorter year, that really doesn't mean that's the case. Really what goes into that is how well that asset, how well that tree is maintained, which is what we're doing for you.
And over again, you hear those stories with Ability Trees and Lewis Flory. Don't forget to give him a call. He's a great dude, and he knows trees, Houston trees, better than anybody. 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179, or abilitytrees.com.
Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. American-made, doctor-developed, clinically proven whole-body deodorant, built for men, built for hard work. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet, because we all know our pits aren't the only place we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've ever tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. Mando controls odor anywhere you have it. My patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 5-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 6060 and get an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, 2 free products of your choice, and ships free with code 6060. Go to shopmando.com, code 6060, for an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack. That's shopmando.com, code 6060.
Houston's summer is hard on our AC systems. Intense heat and humidity require extra maintenance and care. At Air Specialist, our professional AC tune-up is only $49 and comes backed by our no breakdown guarantee. We don't just fix problems, we prevent them. For expert AC service, call the Air Specialist. Excellent quality at a fair price.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.